Chapter 22. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. I would like to say that the crashed ship discovered in the last chapter was not the Ebon Hawk. Sorry for any confusion that may have caused with readers, as I had a few reviewers believe it was the Ebon Hawk, and likely that means that other readers thought that as well. XX 36.3 BBY current year. Chapter XXII, this droid wants to kill us. XX. No sooner had the droid spoke than the blast doors they had painstakingly opened, shut, and locked. Well, that's not good. Why do I have such bad luck with ships? Naruto wondered as he continued to look at the screen and contacted his clones. Shut off the emergency power. Plague Ace quickly ordered, but Naruto soon mentally responded, I can't, he's shut my clones out and is trying to start the ship's reactor. There's no fuel for the reactors to start up, so the droid won't succeed. Both master and student's attention was soon brought back to the monitors as the droids began speaking again. Introduction, my designation is HK-47 and I am currently in need of assistance. The droid announced while looking over the group on the bridge before continuing. Statement, I assume most of you are spacers that have found the wreckage of this vessel. After the crash, I was forced to upload the contents of my memory core into the ship's systems because my body was damaged when the ship was attacked and boarded. I am willing to offer a generous reward in exchange for your assistance. Bargained the droid. The group gave the screen slight looks of disbelief at the statement, as Plague Ace had only just informed them moments before of a quite different scenario. Inner thought, the offering of a reward will almost always undermine the meatbag's better judgment. They will soon help me regain a body, thought the dangerous droid as it overrode security measures and prepared to vent the atmosphere on the ship should the deal not go its way. Within just a few seconds of being reactivated, he had already determined that the ship's reactor would not be restarting and most security systems on the ships were not functioning. He only had emergency power and that would not last long. The sensors also indicated that the ship was buried under tons of hardened rock. There was no way to get to where it wanted to go, so he would have to rely on the meatbags. Deciding not to keep the droid waiting or suspecting that they knew more than they let on, Naruto asked with feigned enthusiasm, what kind of reward? Answer, a once-in-a-lifetime reward as well as this ship and everything on it, meatbag. Naruto quickly confirmed what the droid was saying with his clones. Every system on the ship was no longer responding, and it also seemed the rest of the ship was on some kind of lockdown. Every door had closed and locked the clones inside whatever compartments they were in when the emergency power was turned on. Naruto looked toward Plague Ace and informed his master of what his clones had found out. What should we do? He questioned through telepathy. The ship could be immensely useful to us and could have many valuable items. I believe we should go along with the droid for now, stated Plague Ace to Naruto and the others. It's going to try and kill us the first chance it has when it completes its goals, countered Naruto. Most assuredly, but knowing its intentions will allow us to avoid that trap. Having the droid in the ship's computer and in control of the ship's systems would complicate everything. Getting it out of the ship's systems should be a priority. After that, the droid would be of little use to us. Plague Ace explained, and he told Naruto to accept the droid's proposition. We accept, HK-47. What is it that you want us to do? Asked Naruto, and the droid on the screen eyed him for a second before deciding that the small meatbag must be in charge of the group. Answer, you will need to acquire several signal relay stations from the main storage compartment of the ship. They are small and easy to carry, even for a meatbag like yourself. I will guide you to them and then guide you using the ship's communications systems to where you will need to place them. With these I will be able to amplify the ship's minimal signal transmission capabilities to transmit my memory core off the ship. The ship will then be yours. Where will you send your memory core? Questioned Naruto as he didn't understand what the droid wanted. Was its goal the mining facility? There weren't many other droids on the planet, and it made him wonder if there was something on the planet that they didn't know about. Answer, there is a Republic outpost not too far from here. I will instruct you at what intervals to place the stations. Once that is complete, I will leave the ship for the outpost. At that point your part of the bargain will complete, meatbag. Naruto glanced toward Plague Ace at the new information that the droid was telling them. Plague Ace didn't respond, but he could sense confusion coming from his master. I suppose then you'll open the door? Inquired Naruto toward the nearest screen, but the blast door did not open. Statement, I will have to ask that the others stay here while you complete the given task, meatbag. Splitting up the group was not something that either Naruto or Plague Ace wanted. Whatever trap the droid was planning would be easier if they were split in such a way. Before Plague Ace told Naruto to object to the request, Naruto said, I'm not very familiar with the planet, so I will need to take my Mustafarian guide with me. He's the tall one. The planet is also quite dangerous, so I will need to take someone else with me. Jugo, the orange-haired one, is far more experienced with dealing with dangerous animals than I am. Should I go by myself, I might not make it. Some of what he was saying was true. The ruse the droid was using was that the remaining members were collateral for completing the bargain, but it was plain to see that the droid planned something else. Naruto had a feeling that as soon as he left his ship or completed the task, the droid would try to kill the ones that were left. Reluctant statement, agreed. The two similar meatbags will stay on the ship. That was quick thinking. Plague Ace thought as the three chosen individuals walked to the blast door that had just opened. He would have done something quite differently. Without turning around, Naruto communicated to the demon brothers, "We're leaving you two behind because you can take whatever the droid throws at you. A few of my clones will also remain to make sure the droid leaves the ship's memory banks, but I want both of you continue searching the ship until we get back." Naruto ordered and the demon brothers agreed. XX. The droid HK-47 guided them to one of the ship's storage rooms where they found a room full of unused supplies. The droid told them how to work the relay stations, which were just cylinders with transmission equipment on the top and a tripod on the bottom. The droid also asked them to take a standard communicator so it could keep in touch with them in order to guide them to the destination. The comlink that they were instructed to take had an open communication channel, so the droid was likely actively listening to them and tracking their progress. Exiting the ship, they were instructed to head in a given direction and Plague Ace led the way. "What do you think about the outpost he spoke about?" Naruto asked his master through their link. "My initial survey of the planet when I was considering it for a hideout did not reveal any other structures. It's possible that the droid is so old that whatever outpost it believes we are heading to no longer exist. In which case we are heading well out of our way for nothing. There however is a small possibility that it was hidden enough to escape detection. My own hideout was built in that manner." Plague Ace admitted, though he did find it hard to believe that any outpost would still be operational if it had been around for so long in the harsh Mustafar environment. "What exactly is wrong with the droid that it would do that to the ship's crew?" asked Jugo to the others, and they heard his thought. "Its memory may have been left unwiped for so long that it developed a dangerous personality. That can happen. However, it is also possible that it's an assassin droid and was programmed that way from the start. The designation it uses seems somehow familiar, but I cannot place it. At some point in history, the droid may have been quite notable. It does appear that it killed the crew of an entire ship by itself. A droid like that is bound to have gained some infamy," answered Plague Ace as they finished making their way down the volcano and headed in the direction that the droid indicated. "Does your host's mind know where we might be headed?" Naruto questioned of his master. He really wanted to have some idea where they were going and what would be ahead of them. Plague Ace looked through the dormant Mustafarian's mind and then answered, "It's possible we are heading to a feature known as Tulris Island." "Is there a lot of lava?" Naruto questioned, and Plague Ace quickly responded, "No, the island is surrounded by tall mountains with only a single narrow entrance. I believe those are the mountains in the distance," and the Mustafarian pointed toward a line of mountains in the distance. "What can we expect?" asked Jugo as they moved quickly across the surface of the plateau they were on. "It's mostly a flat land but is almost entirely inhabited by the Tulris. The best comparison I can give is that they are a bull that is 5 or more times larger than normal, with large bone tusks and spikes. They have poor eyesight and charge blindly at the first sign of a threat. The island is covered with small groups of them and they use it for breeding." Plague Ace informed them, and both Jugo and Naruto balked at the statement. XX. Looking over the two meatbags left in the room reclining in chairs, HK-47 tried to find something else to do with his time. The processing power he had with the ship left him quite bored. He could easily monitor both groups and he wanted something to happen. While it appeared that the demon brothers were still on the bridge, they had actually replaced themselves with smoke clones and left the bridge through an open access panel. They could leave a smoke clone without alerting the watching droid by siphoning out their own smoke from their feet and leaving just a shell along with a portion of their chakra. If the clone was not damaged in any way, then it would last for several hours. Following the ship's various utility pathways, they began exploring more of the ship. The droid didn't have any eyes or ears in the rest of the ship, so as long as they didn't open any doors or use any power, then the droid would likely never know they were searching the rest of the ship. In the first few minutes, they already encountered a few of Naruto's clones and made plans to search individual rooms that might be promising. The clones were unable to get through the doors, but they could slip through various maintenance areas to access most parts of the ship. Coming to a large blast door, Miizu and 2 clones looked for an entrance to the room behind. Moving up the wall, Miizu removed a panel from the ceiling and found his way in. Re-emerging on the other side after knocking a panel off the wall, Miizu looked around the darkness and found several odd-looking shapes. It wasn't until he got closer to the 14 objects that he finally realized what was inside the large room. XX. Setting the second transmitter to boost the signal, the droid's voice soon came over the comlink and told them to continue on. Ahead of them was the single easy entrance to Tulris Island. It appeared to be a well-traveled mountain pass with steep slopes on both sides. They still had one more transmitter and it would likely need to be placed closer to their goal, if the outpost still existed. More than once the thought that they were being purposely sent to a dangerous area where nothing existed had crossed their minds. Given how badly damaged the droid's body was, there was no way it would be able to use the body again and the ship wouldn't fly, so what else was there? The droid could just be completely insane and invented the outpost. Naruto considered, but the Force was telling him that wasn't the case, or at least he didn't feel that the droid was lying. It was certainly plotting to kill them but not lying about the outpost. If it was telling the truth, then that could be of even greater help to them. Plague Ace's hideout was good for shelter, but it lacked the necessities of helping them fix the ship. Their snow country hideout was large enough to hold the ship so he could work on it without distraction. He hoped the outpost had such facilities for him to be able to summon the ship there and work on it. Moving quickly through the pass, so as to not get caught by any large animals, they soon entered into a large, flat expanse of land. The plain was dotted with outcroppings of rock so they would have places to hide if they were attacked. Pulling down his goggles, Naruto saw some dust rising in the distance and zoomed in to see a herd of what must have been tulrus moving swiftly across the plain. They were at least 3 to 4 meters tall with 2 large tusks by the mouth and 1 large spiked horn on the top of the head, followed by several other large spikes down the ridge of their backs. He estimated that they weighed several metric tons. Looking up at the sky, the dark clouds and dust in the air made it difficult to determine what time of day it was. He thought perhaps it was the afternoon or dusk, but the reddish glow from active lava areas provided enough light for their needs, so they could keep going. Moving cautiously from one rock outcropping to another, they kept a watch for the distant animals and made sure to keep a good distance away from the herds. The droid provided further directions and they adjusted their course accordingly. "This body needs to take a break," announced Plague Ace, and they stopped at the nearest outcropping to rest. Jogo took a drink from his water canteen while Naruto climbed the rock to get a better view of their surroundings. Scanning the area, Naruto saw mountain peaks in the distance, but the curvature of the planet obscured the rest of the mountains. There were several small herds of tulrus to the east of their position and one herd was just 100 meters away. None of the large gray-skinned beasts had taken notice of him and he felt it was best to keep it that way. To the north, the land became more rugged and increased in elevation. The west was where they had come from, so he panned to the south, which was where the droid had instructed them to head. Through his goggles, he could see something in the distance besides the rocks and mountain peaks. The ground seemed to lead to an edge and indicated some kind of canyon was there, or perhaps a sinkhole. If Master's hideout was inside a caldera, the outpost could be beneath us, he wagered and jumped down to the ground. "I see something ahead of us, but it's not a structure, more like a drop-off," he told the others. "Unless we're heading for the mountains, then the outpost must be there, or what's left of it must be there." Using his staff weapon, Plague Ace forced the Mustafarian to stand back up so they could continue. Given that the Mustafarians were immune to most blaster fire, they used kinetic energy weapons mounted on the ends of a staff. He had yet to use the weapon, but against the tulrus it would be of little help. The natives mostly used lava fleas for long-distance travel, so his new body wasn't accustomed to such a long journey on foot. Continuing on, Plague Ace noticed a change in the ground. It now seemed very flat, almost too flat to be natural. Most of the ground they had been on was hardened material from old lava flows that perhaps had come from one of the mountains that surrounded they, however, now they appeared to be on a layer of flat of ash. His observation were cut short however when the comlink came to life with the droid's voice. "Statement, you have proceeded far enough to place the last transmitter." Jogo took the last transmitter off his back and handed it to Naruto, who quickly set it up. Placing it atop a nearby rock, so it was out of the way of the local wildlife, Naruto activated the device and they waited to hear back from the droid. After a brief period, the droid's voice came back to them. "Statement, my signal is getting no response from the outpost, you'll have to go investigate. I need to make contact with the outpost in order for our deal to be complete." "Fine, where is this outpost you've been talking about?" questioned Naruto, but he kept any skepticism he had about its existence to himself. There was still a chance that at least some vestige of the outpost was intact or left behind. "Answer, the outpost is hidden in a depression that is not far from your position, meatbag. You may be able to see the physical feature now." Naruto glanced over to the distant feature and raised an eyebrow. He could feel Jogo's and Plagia's interest peak as well. "We'll be there shortly," acknowledged Naruto, and the droid did not respond. Taking a few steps in the direction of the outpost, he stopped as the memories from one of his clones flooded back to him. The corners of his mouth twinged into a smile at what the demon brothers had found back at the ship. XX. Gozu reformed on the other side of the large doors and then his body distended outward. A hand soon emerged and the rest of one of the shadow clones came forth from his smoke body. The clone stumbled slightly but soon regained its balance. "I didn't know you guys could do that," the clone admitted. While it knew the demon brothers could eat or swallow people, it had no idea that they could regurgitate them back up without devouring them. "I think it's only temporary. If you stayed inside any longer then you would have been dispelled," explained Gozu, and the clone nodded while looking around. Through the dark veil it began making out shapes which soon turned into definitive lines and edges as its vision adjusted. After a few moments the clone found itself looking at several small ships and it realized they were in a hangar bay. It also realized that the warship even had a hangar bay. Moving closer to the objects, it soon identified a dozen starfighters and 2 larger shuttles. The tilt of the crashed ship had caused the vessels to slide to the wall of the hangar, but the clone believed it could still access them. The demon brothers helped the clone find the loading ramp to the shuttlecraft but weren't surprised to find it not operating. The clone quickly searched the hull of the ship and found a maintenance hatch. Opening the panel, it began looking over the systems it could see. Can we use these ships to get off the planet? Asked Miizu while the clone searched in the dark. No, I don't believe so. These shuttles don't seem to have hyperdrives, and based upon what Master Plagueis told the original about starfighters of that size, they likely don't have hyperdrives either, and I don't see any hyperdrive rings or modules. Answered the clone as it worked to activate the ship's reactor and force the loading ramp open. However, I think I can still get these operational. Once the droid leaves the ship's computer, maybe we can get the hangar bay doors open and fly these ships to pick up the others. Said the clone, and it put its hands in a cross-shaped seal to create another clone and then dispelled it to inform the original of the discovery. Maybe we can learn to fly these things. There seems to be enough for everyone. Remarked Gozu as he looked over the 12 sleek starfighters. XX. Looking down into the depression, Naruto examined the area. The feature could have been a sinkhole or possibly the remnants of a very small caldera or volcanic vent, but he had no way to verify what it was or had been. It was about 30 meters to the bottom and the feature was about 50 meters in diameter. There appeared to be the remnants of a staircase carved into the cliffside as well as what looked to be a planned area for a lift. Both were covered in ash though and hardly recognizable. A part of the feature's rim also appeared as if it had collapsed into the floor below, and several large dark rocks on the floor below were obvious debris from the collapse. Aside from the broken rim area and staircase, the remaining cliffside was quite sheer along the entire circular feature, and from his position he could only see one large metal door that must be the way into the old outpost. Said door was quite large, completely covered in corrosion, and had the bottom section smashed inward, as if something had rammed the door in to gain access to the outpost inside. The opening was completely shadowed and masked what was inside. It is quite well hidden. Considering there is no electrical or energy signals coming from the remains of the outpost, my survey would never have registered its existence, admitted Plagueis as he examined the area. He saw no visible signs of any defense or security systems, and even if there were any, after such a long time in the Mustafar landscape there was little chance they would be still active. However, what worried him was the damage to the door. Even with extensive age and corrosion, it looked so dented and bent inward that he could only conclude that it must have been some kind of animal that did it. Possible a Tulrus, he hypothesized. It could also have been the one other creature that inhabits the area, which preyed upon the Tulrus, but there was no way of knowing. Glancing next to him, he caught sight of a plume of white smoke which was quickly followed by a shadow clone emerging from dissipating smoke jumping into the pit. It landed once on the old staircase and then again on the floor of the feature. The clone set about examining the area and then went to the door. After peeking inside, the clone disappeared from their view for a few seconds before Naruto announced that it was safe for them to enter. While they jumped down to the surface, the clone continued its exploration. By the time the three made it to the door, the clone was already deeper into the facility. Pulling out two glow rods, Plagueis handed one to Jugo and took the other for himself. He had no idea what the layout of the facility was, but figured what they wanted, the power source, would be on the lower levels while a control or operations room could be anywhere. Entering the damaged door, Naruto proceeded first while Plagueis and Jugo used their lights. The inside hallway was as tall and wide as the door, which was over 10 meters tall and just as wide. The hallway was as dark as it had looked from the outside, and only the sound of a light wind whistling through the open door could be heard as they traveled down the dusty metal grating. Similar to the warship, it didn't take long before they found a corpse. They had only just come to an intersection when they found two bodies on the floor. Only mummified remains were left, but the uniforms were the same as the ones on the ships. Using the glow rods, they examined the T-shaped intersection. To the right, the large tunnel-like hallway continued until it dropped off. It seemed that the tunnel was slanted and went further into the ground. The shadow clone was inspecting it and found a large track on the floor that went down the nearly 45-degree incline with the rest of the tunnel. Naruto could see what the clone was seeing and guessed that some type of platform lift was used to get from their current level to the next one. Judging on the size of tunnel, it was likely a large lift. To the left, they found another large door, though it was smaller than the entrance to the facility. Plagueis moved to the wall near the door and found several lines of writing. Communications, security, barracks, refueling, he read off to the others. If the outpost still had power, then they could definitely have used the first two areas that the door led to. Plagueis however wasn't sure about the last location. Refueling? Looking up at the wall that the hallway ended in, Naruto noted a few windows in the darkness. Pointing them out to Jugo, the orange-haired teen walked up the side of the wall with him and looked through the glass windows. With the aid of the light, Naruto could see what looked like a monitoring room. He could see quite a few instruments, screens, and interfaces, but none of them appeared to be on. Turning around to look back down at Plagueis, he saw something on the ceiling near his head. It was blaster turret that was mounted on the ceiling and faced the entrance. He also spied a few other security and surveillance devices. Where should we go from here? He asked down, and Plagueis thought for a moment before answering. We can easily get into these areas with your sword, but without any power it would be pointless. We'll need to head further into the facility to see if we can restore power. Naruto nodded and sent a signal to his clone, which promptly started the descent to the next level. Maybe we should call the others at the hideout and tell them what's going on. I'm sure the others must be worried by now, given how long we've been gone. Suggested Jugo, but Naruto merely said, somehow I doubt it. XX. Walking to the lounging area near their rooms, Karin looked to the other two seated ninja and asked, have the others checked in yet? Who the hell cares? Said Taewia as he meticulously inspected and cleaned her flute. Her other supplies and weapons were spread out over the table. He better have my sword when he gets back. Said Suijutsu grumpily from his reclined position on the sofa. Maybe I'll check with Kabuto, she decided, however the thought of seeing what the bespectacled snake ninja was doing in his lab made her rethink that decision. The last time she walked in, Kabuto had been dissecting something that looked vaguely human. Walking down the hallway, she called for the only reliable person left in the building, D4. It took a moment before she heard some beeping and the droid came rolling down the hallway on its three-wheeled appendages. Have any of the others sent any messages? She asked, and droid quickly shook its head in the negative. Frowning, she let the droid go back to whatever it was doing. They'll be back eventually, and if they got into trouble, they would have contacted us, she figured, and decided to go back to her room. XX. Moving down the steep incline, the trio eventually made it to the bottom of the tunnel. Though the glow rods produced a great deal of light, they weren't concentrated like a spotlight, and the light quickly faded into the darkness around them. From what Plagueis could tell, they were standing on the lift platform and it moved up the inclined shaft they had just walked down. Moving forward and holding the light out in front of him, he found what appeared to be a hallway at first, but soon he discovered that the walls were actually huge shipping crates and the hallway was just a wide walkway between them. As he proceeded forward and the others followed, he found row after row of containers with at least 3 or more containers stacked on top of another. Each row had a narrow walkway between it, but the light wasn't strong enough to reach beyond the innermost line of containers to see how deep the stacks went, but it seemed quite substantial. They came to a 4-way intersection but decided to keep on their current path while Naruto created a few more clones to scout the others. The crates soon changed to large metal pallets with tarps covering various sized and shaped items that were obscured by the thick tarp and the surrounding darkness. This seems like a lot of supplies. Naruto commented and then added, my clones found 2 more rooms with the same items as this one. These rooms are huge. It was large enough to easily fit the Vulture several times over, but not large enough to fit the capital ship that they had found. They finally came to the end of the huge room, which led to another large door, but this one was open. A few more bodies were strewn on the floor as they entered the hallway, but by that point they just ignored it. A short distance down the hallway, Plagueis stopped to inspect the wall, which had more signage. Excellent, he thought as he saw the power generation tag that indicated they just had to keep following the hallway. They passed by another intersection. One hallway said droid maintenance and repair, while the other apparently led to what looked like a large lift, only this one appeared to be completely vertical. It appears the facility has another floor below this one. Plagueis told them, but without power, the lift was unusable. Send another clone to look at the droid maintenance area and let me know what's there, he ordered as he kept walking in front of the group. The clone quickly checked out the room and the memories flooded back to Naruto. It was filled with what looked like maintenance, labor, construction, and binary load lifting droids. This is starting to make sense, thought Plagueis, and he followed the 3 very large cables that were attached to the ceiling as he knew them to be for power generation and that they would lead him to where he wanted to go. Entering through another large doorway, they found themselves stepping down onto rock instead of metal. The room was also much larger than their glow rods could illuminate. Searching their surroundings in the darkness, Plagueis found the 3 cables again and followed them to what appeared to be 3 large energy collectors. The devices were all positioned around a hole that seemed to have been bored very deeply in the ground. Looking over the edge, Jugo could see a faint red glow at the bottom. They must tap into the lava like our hideout does, he guessed, and waited while Plagueis and Naruto figured out the machines. It took a few minutes before Naruto determined that he couldn't find anything wrong with 2 of the large energy collectors. It appeared that they had just been turned off or shut off. Plagueis found nothing wrong with the other collector and explained, it's possible that after a period of inactivity in the facility, it shut itself down. Reactivating the control systems, the machines began to hum to life and they were left to wait in the darkness while they activated and began sending power to the rest of the facility. As the energy collectors became fully activated, lights in the area began turning on. After blinking away the new brightness, they found themselves in a large cavern. There were a few lights that were on the ceiling, but most of the lightning was from glowrod stands that were illuminating areas of the rock. These areas all appeared to be still in the process of being mined and tunneled into. So the facility was still under construction when the droid killed the personnel. Plagueis thought as he looked over the area. It was quite large but rather empty. No doubt the supplies were to continue with the construction of the outpost, or perhaps to turn it into a larger base. The ship they found was probably also stationed at the outpost. The flat land on the surface was artificial. It must be part of a landing platform for ships, he realized, and was about to tell the others when he felt worry and uneasiness coming from them. Finding both Naruto and Jugo staring at the other side of the cavern, he too looked in that direction. Sitting less than 100 meters from them in one of the unfinished tunnels was a gray-skinned creature. To be exact, it was a tulrus, though it was far larger than any of the ones they had seen on the surface. The sleeping creature appeared to have made a nesting area from destroyed mining droids and rock. It was just outside of his and Naruto's sensing range, so they hadn't detected it when they entered the cavern. Realizing the danger they were in, he began ushering the others to the door they had come through. XX. As soon as the signal with the outpost was reached, the upload began. HK's memories and programming transferred from the Hammerhead cruiser into the unfinished Republic outpost. Once inside the facility's computers, the droid began to acclimate itself to the systems while simultaneously examining and testing all of the outpost's systems. Acclimated to the system took only a few moments, and HK transferred power to the small droid factory that was below the storage level. It had been constructed to build additional droids and even battle droids for base security, and he planned to take full advantage of it. The outpost only had limited droid building supplies, but he believed he could create a small force of powerful droids. Inner thought, I'll need to buy some time with the meatbags to make sure they don't ruin my plans. I should be able to use the existing schematics for a few battle droids before I can implement my own designs and rebuild my body, thought the droid, and it quickly examined the outpost's surveillance systems. Finding the meatbags, the security cameras allowed him to see a large creature that had evidently entered the outpost at some point. Inner thought, perfect, and the droid quickly accessed the station's alert system. Within a few seconds, it activated the alert system, which was meant to wake soldiers when the outpost was under attack. XX. The loading ramp opened and the shadow clone entered the shuttlecraft to look around. The spacious shuttle had seating for quite a few people and even some cargo space. A moment later, the lights in the hangar bay turned on and the three could clearly see the ships for the first time. The two large white shuttles were what dominated the bay, but the 12 smaller ships were quite interesting. Each was long and slightly cylindrical in shape with a thick red stripe down the center. They had a sleek body and cockpit but no other discernible features. The compact design confused the clone, but it figured that the ship's wings must be folded for easier storage. Why did the lights come on? Questioned Gozu from the bottom of the loading ramp, and the clone answered, the droid must have left the computer systems. It was siphoning power away from the emergency lights to keep the computer core active. The ship is ours now. The large blast doors to the hangar soon opened and several more clones entered the bay. Miyazu was about to say something when he saw that all the clones stopped in unison for a split second and then all went into a frenzy of coordinated movement. Several went to the hangar bay doors and set about accessing override systems, while several others went into the shuttle to get it operational. Something must have happened with the others. Miyazu guessed and Gozu concluded the same thing. Deciding not to get in the way, they went aboard the shuttle and sat down in a few of the seats. The huge hangar bay door soon opened but revealed a wall of solid rock that was likely many meters thick. How are we going to get through? Asked Gozu as he wanted to know if he could help. We're going to use the ships and punch a hole through. Responded a clone sitting in one of the pilot's seat of the shuttle. Out the ramp, Miyazu could see two more clones trying to access two of the starfighters. The noise of the shuttle starting up could then be heard and the loading ramp closed, blocking his view. Moving to the cockpit, they continued to watch the starfighters out the window. Both brothers were curious to see what the smaller ships could do. They didn't even appear to have wings. Finally figuring out how to open the sealed cockpit of one of the starfighters, a clone jumped into the single-seat ship and looked at the controls in front of it. It quickly identified the flight controls and instrumentation but looked for some kind of activation console. They probably made these things idiot-proof. Look for the simplest solution, the clone thought, and pushed in a green button on the dashboard. The cockpit closed and the ship began starting up. Instrumentation screens and a small head-up display formed on the cockpit glass as the ship began lifting off the deck of the hangar and hovered in the air. The clone's attention was distracted as the shuttle's laser cannons began opening fire on the rock wall that was preventing them from leaving the ship, but its focus returned and it took the center stick in hand. Figuring out the other systems, it activated the ship's deflector shields and then pulled the trigger on the center stick. Nothing happened. Confused, the clone turned to the other fighter craft and found the other clone having the same problems. Looking around the cockpit, it found a lever that it knew wasn't the ejection system. Pulling it, he watched as the back section of the ship began moving outward and formed a pair of wings. The ship now had a distinctive A or delta shape to it as the wings only folded part of the way out. Along with the wings were two large laser cannons that also folded out and looked quite formidable. The other clone found the same lever and soon they were both ready to help the shuttle. Pulling the trigger again, two green lasers fired at the wall and did some impressive damage to the rock, more than the lasers cannons on the shuttle were doing. Both fighters soon opened fire at the wall and began cutting through it. Watching from the shuttle, both Miyazu and Gozu each thought that they would have to learn to pilot the smaller ships. It seemed far easier than piloting the Vulture and more fun as well. XX. Quietly and swiftly moving toward the door, the group of three endeavored to get out of the cavern as fast as possible without waking the Tulrus. Halfway to the exit, all hell broke loose as a loud alarm went off, followed by some red flashing lights on the side of the door they were heading to. The Tulrus was awake in an instant, and despite its eyesight, it spotted the movement and bellowed a loud war cry at them before getting up and charging. There were no words spoken amongst the group, as each person knew instinctively that they had to run as fast as they could. Several shadow clones popped into existence and attempted to distract the bull with more movement. Their distraction worked as the bull shifted to the larger and more clamorous group. The lumbering gait turning into rampage as the animal picked up speed and headed for the clones. As the clones were getting massacred, they reached the doorway and headed down the long hallway, back the way they had come. Jugo and Plague Ace were in the front while Naruto brought up the rear. Plague Ace idly noted that the outpost cameras were following them and instantly suspected the droid. His thoughts were soon verified as the station's announcement system activated and the droid's voice came on. Conclusion: since we have completed our arrangements, you meatbags may now receive your reward, a brutal death, enacted by myself. Some distance ahead of them, the large door to the storage area began to close. Knowing they wouldn't make it in time, Plague Ace called on the force and put both his hands out to stop the doors from closing. It was incredibly difficult to do it while still running, but he managed. Jugo and Naruto had slowed themselves down in order to match his host's speed, so he felt he needed to do it. Without good chakra control, Naruto was limited to lighter jutsu, so he created two clones behind him and they began going through seals as the Tulrus entered the hallway after them. It was a close fit for the creature as its spikes and girth nearly prevented it from fitting inside. The clones finished the jutsus and both said, Futon, De Tapa, wind release, great breakthrough. Two large balls of condensed wind chakra flew at the charging animal and combined into one large attack. The jutsu and Tulrus collided, and while the bull was slowed, it still smashed through the double jutsu and continued on, building up more speed as it went. Surprised but still determined, the clones pulled out weapons and threw a barrage of wind-enhanced kunao as well as kunao attached with explosive notes. The weapons however made little headway and the beast was only enraged further. One clone was gored by a tusk while the other was trampled by huge hooves. He's got a thick hide and my wind chakra isn't nearly as sharp as it used to be, Naruto noted as Plague Ace and Jugo made it to the closing door. Straining to keep it open, Plague Ace gave up the moment a disc blade embedded into the small opening and forced the doors from completely closing. He and Jugo continued running to the inclined lift shaft that brought them down to that level of the outpost. Plague Ace idly noted the crates and tarp-covered items, but he continued to run. Unable to keep up with Jugo, he began using force run and Jugo sped up as well. With the disc blade keeping the doors open, Naruto dived through the opening and had to leave his weapon stuck in at the doors while he rolled, got his feet, and continued to run. A second later the doors were smashed inward by the Tulrus. The strong doors were nearly ripped from their frame as they bent completely inward and allowed the bull entrance to the storage area. Naruto saw his disc blade fly through the air and used the force to make use of the weapon. The disc blade righted itself in the air and began spinning as it changed trajectory and headed toward the head of the Tulrus. With a flick of its head, the disc blade was hit by its tusk with a sharp clang sound and sent off into the crates. It seemed that the tusks were much harder than he thought, as it only made a small slice into the large tusk. Then again, they didn't break when it hit the metal doors. He remembered and tried to come up with another plan. Up ahead, he could see Jugo and Plague Ace just making it to the lift and thought perhaps the Tulrus would be unable to make it up the steep incline. Running as fast as he could, he followed his two companions. XX. 4 grey crab-like droids walked off the small assembly lines and tested their joints. They each had 4 legs and a head with 2 large blue photoreceptors as well as a double blaster in the top of their head. The Mark IV assault droids were a very common droid design during HK's time, so the schematics were already in the system. A nearby screen came to life and the picture of a rustic droid filled the image. Orders: go to the above levels and hunt down the intruders. The droid said to the newly formed droids, and they proceeded to head to the elevator which would take them to the upper floor. With the creature and now the droids, HK had plenty of time to finish implementing the designs for the HK-77 model battle droids which had just begun initial assembly. They were modeled in his own design with a few alterations. After enough of the droids had been built, he could then create his new body, which would be very similar to his old body with a few minor alterations. The outpost only had enough raw materials to create a squad worth of droids, but that would have to do. Once he dealt with the meatbags in the outpost, he would move out to the rest of the planet's inhabitants. He couldn't remember exactly what had happened to him but knew that his body was damaged and he was forced to upload himself to the computer. Not sure who exactly had caused the damage, he just decided to wipe the planet clean of meatbags and then move on. The spacer meatbags likely had a ship that he could make use of, though from there, he had no idea what he would do. The only thing he did know, was that he would not allow anyone to be his master ever again. XX. Reaching the top of the incline lift, Plague Ace instantly sensed danger and he force-pushed Jugo back into the wall while he lunged for what little cover there was. 2 green blaster bolts flew past them and went right through the area they had just occupied. We forgot about the defense turret, said Plagues to Jugo as they hid behind a metal reinforcing ring that helped to support the tunnel. The turret had stopped firing since they had hidden themselves, but as soon as they came out, it would begin firing again. Pulling his staff weapon off his back, Plague Ace was about to try and use it to damage the turret when an electrified weapon flew past him. He recognized it as Naruto's sword with a little lightning chakra added to it. As the weapon struck the turret, Naruto ran up the last of the incline. "Keep running. It's still behind us," he told them, and they quickly followed his. His sword was pulled from the damaged turret and returned to his hand. The door that they had not taken earlier had some kind of shielding over it, and Plagueis realized it had been mag-sealed to prevent them from trying to get into that area of the facility. Running down the main entrance to the outpost, they soon found themselves in the large depression that they had discovered earlier. Turning around, they heard a heavy panting and found that the Tulrus had indeed managed to follow them. The beast emerged from the tunnel entrance after smashing through the already damaged doors, and they once again saw just how large and intimidating it was. Naruto finally saw the minimal amount of damage he and his clones had managed to inflict upon it and was not liking the current situation. Even his disc blade had barely scratched its tusk. They could climb the wall and leave the creature there, but that would also cut off access to the outpost and leave the droid to do whatever it wanted inside. Plagueis for his part was forming plans at the same time he was inspecting the specimen in front of him. He had never heard of a Tulrus growing that big nor being so ferocious and powerful. Normally he would want to take such a creature alive, but that probably wouldn't be possible. He would have to settle for samples. Jugo was also impressed with the creature but was already activating his bloodline for the coming fight and brandishing his vibro axe, which was borrowed from Suijutsu's collection. Stamping its hoof into the ground, which caused a noticeable vibration for them, the Tulrus aimed at Naruto and charged. Pulling out his blaster, Naruto aimed right between the eyes and fired a shot off. The Tulrus wasn't phased in the least, and Naruto turned and ran while the others scattered to get better positions. He pulled out his sword while putting away his blaster and readied it for use. Running up the wall of the cliffside, he intended to wait until the bull had smashed into the wall before dropping down and spearing it through the head with his sword, but that certainly wasn't what happened. 3 meters up the wall, he began to lose his footing as the chakra in his feet failed to stick properly. The heavy impact by the Tulrus into the wall jarred him so much that he fell off. Just missing the first spike on its head, Naruto landed behind the spike in a backward-seated position. Before he could even use his sword, the creature felt him sitting on its head and went berserk. It began bucking in the air and charging wildly around the pit area. Naruto for his part was barely managing to keep himself on the creature. If he fell off he would either be gored by the tusks or trampled by the hooves. Neither of which he wanted, so he held on as best as he could. Firing his kinetic energy weapon at the creature was completely pointless, and Plagueis tossed the weapon aside. What he needed, and wanted, was a lightsaber, and it was the one thing he didn't have. Even a sword would do, he thought, and pushed the idea aside for later. Jugo was waiting for a moment to use his vibro axe, but the Tulrus was moving so wildly that he couldn't get a chance to use it without putting himself at great risk. Forming a kine-tite in his hand, Plagueis threw the condensed kinetic energy at the creature. The attack struck the side of its body. While the creature howled in pain and was nearly knocked over, it only served to turn its anger towards them. Moving at them, Plagueis put both of his hands forward and attempted to stop the animal. "I can't hold it for long," he said to the others, and Jugo threw the vibro axe straight at the creature's head, where it embedded deeply into it. At the same moment, Naruto plunged his sword through the Tulrus's spine at the base of its head right as Plagueis's hold over the creature waned. The beast swayed slightly before collapsing to the ground. Jugo walked up to the Tulrus and watched it draw in its last breath before expiring. He could even hear the heart stop beating. Naruto could feel a profound sadness coming from the orange-haired teen, and he said nothing as he removed his sword and got off the creature's neck. He'd never encountered such a persistent and tough animal, and he did feel that perhaps it was shame to kill it, however he had no idea how to use the force to tame animals. Just as Jugo pulled the vibro axe from the head of the Tulrus, a noise was heard from inside the entrance to the base. 3 sets of eyes turned to the opening and could see the outline of several objects moving down the dark hallway. Naruto pulled his blaster, and as soon as one of the droids came out of the tunnel, he opened fire. The 3 shots were perfectly aimed but deflected off an energy shield that had formed around the droids. With evident surprise, Naruto and others didn't try and take cover until the droids opened fire on them. Red bolts of plasma nearly hit them as they dove behind the downed animal. The droids stopped shooting but kept moving closer and appeared to be splitting up to move around both sides of the animal. Naruto unsealed a thermal detonator and, after estimating the positions, he activated the explosive. The small sphere was quickly thrown over the Tulrus body. The blaster-bearing head of one of the droids quickly flicked upwards and fired one shot, which struck the thermal detonator, causing it to explode in the air. The sphere had been far enough away from them that it didn't injure them, but Naruto and Jugo could feel the heat that was produced from the explosion. "It seems these droids are well made and have energy shields, you'll have to use something else," Plagueis told his student, and Naruto unsealed his other disc blade. Throwing it into the air, the blade spun and changed directions. The droids fire upon it, but the shots were deflected off the surface of the disc blade. Descending upon the droids, the weapon passed through the energy shield and cut the head off of one of the droids. The disc blade arced around and came back to finish off 2 more of the droids. Moving to the top of the Tulrus body, Jugo threw his vibro axe as the last droid. The droid was too distracted by the disc blade to attack Jugo and the axe embedded into its body. Do you know what kind of droids those were? Asked Naruto, as he had only ever heard his master speak of a few droids that possessed energy shielding. Considering that it's a Republic outpost, they must have been standard droids used for defending the facility. That, however, is contradicting, as shielded droids are incredibly expensive nowadays, and I don't think the Republic would have used such droids in this remote area of the galaxy. We'll have to examine them later. Plagueis concluded and soon returned to the situation at hand. I need to get into the room at the end of the hallway, he informed his student, and Naruto loosed his disc blade again. The circular weapon moved down the outpost entrance, elevated in the air, and smashed into a glass window that overlooked the hallway intersection. Plagueis moved down the hallway and force jumped into the room while Naruto and Jugo followed him to the intersection. Scanning over the room, Plagueis chose a terminal and sought to gain access to the station's mainframe. He expected to have interference from the droid but initially found none. This aroused his suspicions, and searching through the facility, he found out why that was the case. The assassin droid had created a small army of droids similar to him as well as a new body. The group was headed through the storage area level straight to the lift that would take them to their level. 12 identical droids led by a slightly differently looking HK-47. Accessing other systems, he tried to gain control of the lift and get it to raise to their level in order to keep the droids stuck in the lower areas of the facility. His efforts, however, failed, as the droid had locked him out from those systems. There was no way he could stop the droids from coming up the lift. There are 13 battle droids heading our way and I can't stop them. We may need to retreat from the facility and fight them from the high ground at the entrance, suggested Plagueis, and he moved to the broken window. Don't bother, Naruto said as he began to go through seals for a summoning jutsu. I've got a present for that damn droid. XX. The firing on the rock ceased and the three ships waited for the dust to settle. Looking over the new exit, the shuttle went first and slowly moved forward as it navigated the tunnel. It was a close fit, but the shuttle eventually reached the surface. The side wings lowered and it took off on heading toward where Naruto and the others were. The two starfighters followed right behind and easily passed through the tunnel side by side. Once on the surface, they both took off in the same direction, and the faster, more maneuverable ships quickly outstripped the shuttle. XX. Though he needed to get to the barracks in order to get a suitable weapon, his droids were well equipped. The 12 droids were made different enough from his design to make them distinguishable from him, as he didn't want there to be other copies of himself. The biggest difference between them was the fact that the 12 droids didn't have hands. Where the forearms and articulating digits should have been on each droid was a high-powered blaster rifle attached at the elbow joint. They would be more than enough to deal with the spacers. About 30 meters from the lift, the droid's auditory sensors picked up a strange noise. It sounded like something tumbling. An object then came hurtling out of the lift tunnel like a rolling barrel. His identification software determined the objects to be an escape pod, and he moved before his battle droids even identified the incoming threat. Jumping to the containers, his hands managed to grab hold of the edge of the tallest stacked container, and he watched as the rolling escape pod smashed through his HK-77S. The pod continued to roll until it eventually impacted with some containers at the farther end of the room. Looking to the lift, his vision zoomed in on a figure sliding down the lift and stopping on the lift platform. The figure was already brandishing a blaster. Putting his feet against the surface of the container, the droid pushed himself off and avoided 2 blaster shots. Flipping through the air, HK landed on the ground on all fours and continued to dodge blaster fire from the meatbag as it moved for cover. While the room was filled with crates, there were several walkways between rows and it hid in one of those. Assessing the situation, HK grabbed one of his fallen droids and pulled it closer to him. Grasping his right forearm, he twisted and unlocked the mechanism to remove his arm. Moving to the 77 model, he did the same with its blaster rifle arms and fitted the new appendage to his stump. Inner thought, now the hunt begins, meatbag. XX. Using the escape pod, which was still filled with their scrolls, may not have been the best idea, but the results were more than acceptable. The small army the droid had managed to somehow amass was now incapacitated, and he was left searching for HK-47. Jugo had come down the lift after him, and hopefully the droid had not seen his group member. The teen was heading along the opposite side of the huge room and towards the droid maintenance room, which was down the adjoining hallway and not that far away. He had given Jugo a mental image of what he was to look for in the room and acquire for him. It was the best plan he could come up with to not destroy the droid completely and leave it in working order, or as close to working order as he could. He wasn't sure he wanted to destroy HK-47. Something about the droid was familiar, or at least he always imagined himself with an old assassin droid by his side, like some of the stories that Plagueis had told him featured. Extending his senses out did nothing, as the droid was not a living creature and, despite being entirely made of metal, the droid didn't seem to produce audible footfalls as he thought it should have. The reddish-orange droid should be clanking around, but it certainly wasn't. It must have some kind of sound-dampening field for its feet, he thought, and moved down through one of the walkways between containers. Coming to the end of a container in an intersection of walkways, his eyes widened right before a fist struck out and hit him in the face. He was thrown backward by the powerful blow and smacked against a metal container. Before he could do anything to recover, a plasma bolt entered his forehead. Statement: 1 meat bag down, 2 to go, said the droid as it lowered its blaster arm. It was almost too easy and he half expected a more interesting battle from the meat bag. Turning around, it was about to walk away when it heard a sound from the meat bag. Turning back, it found an HK-77 with a hole burned through its head instead of the meat bag. The droid multitasked as it searched its surroundings for the now elusive meat bag while also running diagnostics on its photoreceptor and recognition software. It had shot the meat bag, it was sure of it. Even its memories verified that, but the lack of a correct body defied its logic. XX. Laying on top of a container, Naruto glanced below at the droid as it searched for him. He opened and closed his mouth as he tested out his jaw. The droid had clocked him good, but now he had the advantage. Taking aim, he targeting the droid's joints and got of 2 shots before the droid moved behind another crate for cover. Both shots had hit, one in the pelvis joint and once in the shoulder. He thought those shots would immobilize it, but that was not that case. His blaster had been giving him a less than stellar performance all day. Putting the blaster away, he decided to try and use some jutsu. XX. The shuttle landed inside the depression near the dead body of the Tulrus. The 2 starfighters continued to fly overhead, but they would soon land as well. Seeing the destroyed droids and the dead creature, the demon brothers ran ahead of the clones and entered the facility without hesitation. They found Plague Ace just inside the facility and went down with him in the inclined lift shaft to the lower levels. There is a droid that needs to be dealt with, Plague Ace told them, and they acknowledged the order. XX. The lights automatically came on as Jugo entered the droid maintenance area. Searching through drawers, cabinets, and even on some of the droids that were in the room, Jugo sought to find the small device Naruto had sent him after. The image of it was still in his mind and he tried to match the items he was seeing. Naruto was sure that they would be in the room and he wouldn't stop until he found one. Opening the next cabinet, he found a container full of what he was after. Taking one of the small black objects out, he ran back to the storage room. XX. Methodically, HK searched the tops of the stacked containers as it slowly moved on and kept itself from being in an exposed position again. Its damage was minimal, but it now knew not to let its guard down. Going over possible strategies, it debated about taunting the meatbag or perhaps trying to unnerve it by talking. The current meatbag, however, was quite different from common meatbags. It didn't believe such tactics would work. It still had no idea how it had been tricked into shooting its own droid when it clearly saw hit and fired upon the meatbag. The only conclusion was that the meatbag could use the Force. This was not much of a problem though. He had vague memories of fighting Force users and knew they could be killed. Taking his time and waiting for the right moment would certainly make the hunt enjoyable. XX. Waiting in ambush, Naruto began going through seals for an earth jutsu that would hopefully immobilize the droid. The moment the seals were finished, he came out from behind his hiding place and instantly knew it had been a mistake. He thought the droid's back would be to him, but it was looking right at him. The droid didn't hesitate and fired a shot at him before he could get out of the way. He felt a searing heat on the side of his cheek from where the plasma bolt had passed near his head. Acting quickly, he tried to make the most of the situation. XX. HK quickly rounded the corner with blaster rifle arm drawn but found no meatbag. Walking forward, the droid calculated the probability of the meatbag taking one of the different escape vectors that the area provided. The meatbag was acting strangely again. Coming out from behind a hiding spot with no weapon was a difficult strategy for it to comprehend. What had the meatbag been up to? Perhaps it was not truly the foe he initially believed it to be. Determining the most likely route that the meatbag took, he was about to pursue when his senses noted a disturbance. Situated near him on a container was a piece of paper that was sparking. The inexplicable explosion that followed did little damage to his armor but knocked him off balance. Naruto was quick to capitalize and with one swing of his sword, had taken off the droid's weapon arm. He was however unprepared for the droid's recovery and speed. The droid's knee smashed into him and he was backhanded with the good arm. By the time he looked up, the droid was already upon him. Sticking out his open palm, he forced pushing the droid back. HK impacted a container but quickly responded by kicking the severed part of its arm at the meatbag. The desperate act worked and it allowed the droid a chance to escape. Naruto deflected the piece of blaster arm and gave pursuit. Rounding a container corner, he found an empty corridor leading through the various rows of containers. On full alert, Naruto felt for any disturbances. The droid couldn't have just vanished. His eyes looked all around as he surveyed the area. He could be hiding down the next walkway or hiding above me. Naruto thought and cautiously began walking. He could feel through their connection that his master was getting close to his position. Situated flat against the top surface of the container, HK waited for the meatbag to move past. His new and more agile body was able to do far more than his old one ever could. It was the first time he could design it himself and he knew everything he wanted. Slowly getting into a crouched position on top of the container, and making almost no sound, HK pushed off the surface with strength his body couldn't achieve and landed some distance away. His landing was perfect, and with the sound dampening system he had added, the meat bag wouldn't have been able to hear him. Moving on a parallel course to the meat bag, he calculated when they would intercept. Activating his infrared vision, he quickly found the meat bag's heat signature and quickly moved for a surprise attack. He thought about going after another blaster arm from one of the damaged 77s but decided he wanted to finish the meat bag as soon as possible. Even with one arm, he was still dangerous. XX. Time was almost up and he had somehow managed to lose the droid in the grid-like maze of the containers. It seemed foolish, but a part of him was pleased. This droid seemed far more capable than most other assassin droids his master had ever told him about in his history lessons. Possible better than all the other droids. Acting on instinct, he swung his sword behind him, but his forearm was caught by the droid. Its red photoreceptors glowed, and before he could pull his blaster or any other weapon, his forearm was broken by the droid's grip. Gritting his teeth, he dropped his sword and was kicked in the chest. Before he could get to his feet, his arms were both pinned to the ground by the droid's knee, and he looked up to see the droid looming over him with his own sword. Looking down at the meat bag, HK said, "Statement, this is the end meat bag. The energy field you call the Force won't help you now." Looking to its good hand, it admired the weapon. Observation, what an interesting weapon. I shall keep it and use it in the future to dispatch other meat bags, after I test it out on you, of course. Moving the sword back for a thrust, Naruto began smiling at the droid despite the pain he was in. The droid stopped in its execution. Confusion, your facial expression does not fit the current situation, meat bag. Question, why won't you show me any fear? How do you feel about restraining bolts? Naruto asked. The droid's head tilted slightly before it heard something behind him. Turning to see the possible new threat, a small black restraining bolt instantly struck HK's head with a thunk. Standing on top of some containers almost 10 meters away, Jugo sighed in relief that the throw had hit the droid dead on and that the device was so easy to use. Stand. Naruto ordered, and HK complied, though reluctantly. Moving away from the killer droid, Naruto used his good arm to pull himself into a seated position with his back against a container. Jugo jumped down a moment later and began helping him to his feet while Plagueis and the demon brothers arrived moments later. The red photoreceptors seemed to glare at them as they all stood and looked at the immobilized droid. Noting his student's injuries, Plagueis was confused about how Naruto could allow a droid to injure him so much. He tried to think of a valid reason why Naruto would hold back and use a restraining bolt, but the only answer he could come up with was not one that he liked. The droid was far more trouble than it was worth to them. It had already plotted and tried to kill most of their group. Without thinking, Plagueis began speaking to the droid in Mustafarian. With this facility and the ship in our possession, you are of no use or value to us. You're far too dangerous to be left functioning. While the others were confused about what Plagueis had said in the buzzing language, HK quickly responded in Galactic Basic. Statement, meatbags, before you have said similar statements, and yet I continue to survive. It was at that moment that Naruto had an idea of how to get Plagueis to keep the droid. I think we should keep him. He stated his opinion and baited his master. Do you have some penchant for adding individuals that have tried to kill you to our group? Plagueis asked and continued, the droid is far too insane and I don't see a purpose for him. When you were speaking Mustafarian, it didn't have a problem translating you and responding back. I do remember you saying that we needed a protocol droid. Naruto countered. Exclamation, I am not a protocol droid, incompetent meatbag. Said the droid, and all those around it could tell that it wanted to attack Naruto at that moment. Luckily the restraining bolt kept it from moving or acting on its murderous thoughts. I'd have to agree with the droid, stated Plagueis. Well, he's just a protocol droid that can defend himself. Sounds good to me. I wouldn't want to keep getting a new protocol droid every time we get in a dicey situation and it gets destroyed. Plus others would think he is a protocol droid and underestimate him. I'd say he's a very functional or aggressive protocol droid and an excellent addition to the group. I don't see any other places to find a protocol droid before we get to Tatooine, and I might need one. Explained Naruto, and Plagueis' eyes narrowed slightly. He had informed Naruto that he would not be taking part in the weapons negotiation. Naruto would be dealing with the Hutts on his own. However, now his student was trying to coerce him to keep the droid in a manner that a civilian child would convince a parent to keep a small animal. What are all of your functions? Plagueis asked of the droid in Mustafarian. Statement, my primary function is to burn holes through meatbags like you. How wonderful, can you still translate a variety of common galactic languages? Plagueis inquired. Reluctant statement, yes. Plagueis thought about his decision for a moment. What the droid needed was a good memory wipe, that however would remove many of the components that made the droid so resilient. The droid had managed to survive for quite a long time and continued to do so as it had said. Having a protocol droid software in the memory-wiped body of an assassin droid was not a better alternative to keeping the droid how it was. I could alter his programming so we wouldn't need the restraining bolt. Plague Ace thought and made his decision with a single nod to his student. Naruto merely smiled a devious smile and turned to the droid. Congratulations HK-47, you were just forced to join our group. Sarcasm, oh joy, the short meatbag says I can stay. Declaration, I refuse to have another master or refer to you as such. Stated the droid, and Naruto's eye twitched at the short statement. That's fine. I don't want anyone to call me master. I also didn't want to keep you so you could be my slave. I wanted to keep you because you are useful, but you'll only be burning holes through the meatbags that I tell you to burn holes through. There is a semblance of command structure in the group and you're just at the bottom of it. Naruto told the droid, and the two stared at each other for several seconds. Plague Ace was already halfway to the lift when Naruto realized that he and the others were leaving. Their only priority had been repairing the vulture, but the situations and subsequent circumstances for their group never seemed to get dull or easy. Everything up until that point was more of a struggle than he had ever dealt with before. What he really needed was to meditate and figure out what to do next. When they got outside, Plague Ace was surprised to find a large shuttle and 2 starfighters. He didn't actually know how the Demon Brothers had managed to get there so fast. Looking towards the dead Tulrus, he began forming an idea. Despite their favorable position with the discovery of the warship and outpost, they might still need some help with their ship as well as salvaging the pirate ship for parts. XX. Jedi Temple, Coruscant. XX. Something else you have to add, Master Qui-Gon? Asked Master Yoda to the Jedi Master standing before him in the council meeting room. The green creature looked intently at him and knew that something else had yet to be said. Obi-Wan was about to leave but stopped to see what his master might have to say. They had just given their entire investigation report to the Jedi Council members, and to the best of his knowledge, nothing had been left out. Qui-Gon took a few moments to gather his thoughts before admitting, there was something that I left out of the submitted report. I felt it wouldn't be a good idea to let anyone else know. After receiving a nod from Master Yoda, he quickly continued. During the course of the investigation, I came to an additional conclusion that I could not verify nor did I want to include in the report. The evidence and circumstances pointed me towards the possibility that the director's death may have had to do with the Tessence. Qui-Gon revealed, and feelings of skepticism washed over the room. Yoda, however, did not judge Qui-Gon's words. If anything, he seemed more curious. They all knew about the infamous objects known as the Tessent. And you didn't include that in the report because of the ensuing chaos it would cause. Stated Master Windu, and Qui-Gon nodded while adding, I felt it would cause treasure seekers to flood into the area and cause problems for the Skyhook and researchers. What proof do you have? Asked Master Sifo-Dyas. Only bits of evidence that could be taken in any light. Answered Qui-Gon. What does the Force tell you, Inquired Yoda. Only that far more went on there than our investigation could uncover. Qui-Gon answered truthfully. Mystery it is. Then wait we shall, to see if the infamous statues are returned. Those that return it may be the killers you sought. Stated Master Yoda, and everyone knew that the meeting was concluded. XX. Naruto watched from the seat of his new starfighter as Plague Ace took off on the shuttle. Plague Ace was traveling to the Mustafarian city of Furladeja to meet with the other Mustafarians. His master had told him to put a summoning seal on the Tulrus body and to have one clone board the shuttle. Apparently the Tulrus would be an offering to the Mustafarian people to get in their good graces. With the acceptance of the offering, they would ask for help from the natives to fix their ship. Though not a spacefaring race, Plague Ace believed they were quite capable of repairing the ship for them, which saved him the trouble of doing it by himself. The ship certainly wasn't beyond repair, but what repairs it needed were quite extensive and slightly beyond what he was capable of by himself. Even with his clones, it might take a week or more to fix the hull breach and other systems while scavenging the pirate ship for needed parts and materials. With the help of the Mustafarians, it might only take a few days and they could be underway in a brief amount of time. This was likely what Plague Ace was really after, leaving the planet to arrive at Tatooine as soon as possible, which still made little sense to him. He doubted his master had determined what to do with the warship or base yet, or even the droid that had tried so hard to kill them. His own thoughts were a jumble as he started up the starfighter and prepared to take off. The outpost was full of building supplies and had a small working droid factory. The entire structure was an incredible resource, however they had no plans to stay on Mustafar for a long period of time. The starship flew over the desolate landscape and he headed for the crashed warship. He would need to switch to the other shuttle and take it back to the hideout to bring others with him, if they wanted to go. Plague Ace had also requested a few items and he would need to fetch them. Carefully guiding the ship into the hangar of the crashed ship, he grit his teeth as the pain from his injuries was flaring up. His adrenaline had worn off and now he was feeling his broken arm and other wounds. It was surprising that they were giving him as much trouble as they were, but he believed it was a result of cutting himself off from the Kyuubi. His body just didn't heal like it used to. Docking in the slanted ship, a few of his remaining clones helped him out of the starship and took him to the other shuttle where another clone already had the ship powered up and ready to go. He was eased into a seat as the ship took off and he knew it would be only moments before he was at the hideout. He reminded himself that the escape pod he had so brazenly used as a steamroller would have to be summoned back to the base and that their precious scrolls were still inside it. Perhaps I should stop and see Kabuto about my injuries, he thought, and waited patiently for the ship to land. XX. Plague Ace decided to land the shuttle a good distance away from the city. The Demon Brothers informed him of where the sentries and scouts were around the city and they avoided them as best as possible by flying extremely low. Walking to the village by foot, he planned to talk with the village leader as well as the village council. His host was not very popular or well liked among, but he would broker arrangements between the natives and his group. Naruto would represent their group and in exchange for the Tulras, they would garner the help of the Mustafarians. The creature was huge and would likely feed a portion of the villagers. The natives also used every part of such creatures so nothing was wasted and every part of the Tulras would be useful to them. Such a gift would certainly help their standing and elevate their status as more than just off-worlders. In exchange for the creature, they would ask for help with their ship and access to the Mustafarians' metal forges. During their battle with the creature, he found he was lacking in effective means for fighting. The simple fact was, he needed a weapon. Something that was powerful and that would strike down his foes, but also something that was also balanced and dependable. Now that he had usable body, it was a waste not to make full use of it. He may not have all of his force powers, but he was no longer waiting on others to do things for him like he was with Gato as his host. With his students' lack of chakra control, and the likely fact that they would encounter more trouble in the future, he needed something to defend his new body and help fight alongside the group. Without any means or resources to create a lightsaber at the present, he therefore decided to follow his students' example and create a Sith sword. Naruto's sword had shown to be quite dependable, and although it didn't possess the means of deflecting blaster bolts as well as a lightsaber could, it was still a formidable weapon with its own advantages. He wanted one, and he had wanted one for quite a while. The memories from when Naruto had constructed one were still in his mind and had never left, and he always held on to the secret desire to make such a weapon for himself. Ever since he first learned about the Sith swords from the texts he had. Naruto had already promised to make a sword for Suijutsu, and with the Mustafarians helping to fix their ship, they would have the time to do it. Along with gathering the others, Naruto was currently retrieving everything they would need to get to work at the forge. XX. As soon as the shuttle landed on the station's landing platform, Naruto headed directly for the infirmary while his clones did the rest. From his connection, he could already tell that his clones were talking with the others. They didn't have to go anywhere and could stay at the station, but he already knew that Suijutsu would want to come with them. Coming to the infirmary door, he could feel both Kabuto and someone else inside. He believed the other person was Gato and was surprised that the short man was still alive. Opening the door, he found an already smiling Kabuto looking right at him. Maybe he can somehow detect that I'm injured, thought Naruto at the devious smirk which spoke of Kabuto already knowing why he was there. He already had a feeling that Kabuto would have no interest in going to see the Mustafarian city, so he didn't bother asking. I have to leave soon, so I need to be patched up fast, ordered Naruto, and the smile on Kabuto's face only grew. Getting a bad feeling, he decided to push it aside in favor of getting healed and managed to get himself up onto the exam table while Kabuto readied some items nearby. Turning around, Kabuto had an entire tray of different instruments and items. It's been so long since someone was injured that I haven't gotten a chance to test out most of these amazing new devices and medical materials that are now at my disposal, commented Kabuto, and began a medical ninjutsu to determine all of Naruto's wounds. Naruto for his part went quite pale at the look of a few of the instruments that Kabuto was planning to use on him. Deciding to take his mind off of what was in store for him, he glanced around the room. The first thing he saw was an unconscious Gato on the other operating table. Is he going to make it? Naruto questioned as Kabuto prepared a few items to make a plastocast for his broken arm and then set about setting the broken bones. I believe he should make a recovery, though I can't say if he will ever be the same person he was. I also don't know what kind of person he was to begin with, so who's to say how he will turn out when he wakes up in the next few days? Kabuto explained while spraying a temporary cast on his broken forearm. Really? Naruto thought, and his mind wandered on the possibilities. Kabuto noted his patient's distraction and took advantage of the opportunity. The only person in the galaxy to have both the small organisms known as midichlorians and chakra just happened to be injured and sitting on his infirmary table. Taking one blood sample for standard analysis, he took a second blood sample for his own purposes. Though Plague Ace had forbade him from trying to experiment with midichlorians, that did not mean that he could not take samples from Naruto in order to study them without tampering with the sample. XX. Attaching the needed scroll to the back of his belt, Naruto followed the others down the ramp. Getting used to the new cast on his arm wasn't that difficult, and Kabuto told him it would be easy to take off in a day or so when his arm fully healed. He had piloted the ship and set it down right next to the one Plague Ace had taken. Along with him, everyone but Kabuto and D4 had come. Despite knowing Kabuto's likely answer, he still asked anyway right before he left, and Kabuto claimed he had important work to look into. D4 also couldn't make the trip because of the rugged terrain. Considering the others in his current party had already scouted the city, he stayed at the back of the group as he tried to extend his senses while they led the way. The city was supposed to have 20,000 Mustafarians, but he was still out of range. Karan could likely feel them, but he would have to wait. The city of Furladeja eventually came into view and was constructed in a canyon slightly reminiscent of the one that their ship had crashed in, only much narrower. The Mustafarians had built their entire city in the canyon walls where tunnel systems were hollowed out by creatures that used to live in the area. The unique city offered them protection if an eruption occurred because the resulting lava flows, should they flow through the area, couldn't reach their dwellings and would flow right by them. The dwellings themselves were both inside and partially outside the rock face. The visible saucer-shaped sections that covered the canyon walls reminded him of pieces of fungus growing at the bottom of a tree. It was possible that the structures even mimicked some type of fungus present on the planet. Long trails of steam came from several areas along the cliff face. Their observations soon ended as they were accosted by multiple Mustafarians, both northerners and southerners. They could tell they were being watched for quite some time, but the city patrol had waited until they were closer before making themselves known. Though not hostile, it was made obvious by the weapons and armor that they weren't supposed to try anything while they were guests. A few of the Mustafarians motioned for them to follow and they didn't hesitate. Hopefully Plagueis has already worked out an arrangement, Naruto thought, and they walked to a nearby part of the cliff face that was actually a long staircase that led to an entrance to the dwellings they could see. Once they were up the long staircase, they proceeded through a system of caves until they reached a makeshift lift that took them even higher into the canyon wall. The lift shaft was open on at least one side the entire way up, and they viewed many levels of the city before the lift came to a stop. They were met by more guards, and their escorts changed to the new guards who led down a tunnel that ended in two large doors. An additional guard was stationed at either side of the doors. One of them brought his staff weapon off the ground and then slammed it back down, which apparently alerted someone on the other side of the door that they should open it. Through the doors, the tunnel gave way to a good-sized cavern. The cavern appeared to be a meeting room with 2 rows of carved tables in the shape of parabola. Naruto could feel that each seat was filled and glow lights illuminated part of the room. As they entered, Naruto felt Plagueis, Jugo, and the demon brothers standing not far away. The first thing he spotted was actually HK-47, as the droid's coloring was a stark contrast to the dark rock of the room. With almost every member of their group standing before the gathered council, Plagueis began speaking in the buzzing language of the natives. Only the crazed droid knew what was being said, but it had not been asked to translate by any member of their group. Naruto could feel the emotions of the room and everything seemed to be in their favor. No one seemed hostile towards their presence, but perhaps nonchalant. Soon all eyes turned away from Plagueis' host and towards the rest of them. One of the older-looking Mustafarians began speaking directly to them. Naruto turned to HK and told the droid to translate. Translation: Normally we the Mustafarians do not attempt to get to know off-worlders. Our only contact with any off-worlders are the Techno Union, and that is for business. We were therefore surprised by your offering. It is most welcome. Such a large Tulris has never been seen or recorded in our history. No part of the creature will go to waste. Chivos informs us that you wish to use the Tulris to bargain for the repair of your vessel and the use of one of our forges for a day. The droid translated, and Naruto assumed that Chivos was Plagueis' new host. That is correct. He answered, but didn't know the name of the person he was speaking to, so he left out any address or title as well. He was about to have HK translate when he realized that the Mustafarians easily understood him. More buzzing continued, but shorter than the last statement, and HK again translated. Translation: Then we are in agreement. If your ship is brought here and the replacement parts supplied as Chivos bargained, then we will repair it and you shall have the use of a forge for one day. I thank you, said Naruto with a slight bow, which was far from his usual demeanor, and he could tell that the others of their group were surprised by it. The Mustafarians all nodded as well, and the same native began speaking again. Naruto assumed he must be the village leader or person in power. Translation began the droid again, and Naruto could tell it was getting agitated. If the restraining bolt was not there, HK would have likely already killed someone in the room. Since you brought such a creature to us, we would like to invite all of you to a feast to celebrate the kill. You may stay the night and the agreement will be fulfilled in the morning. We accept the invitation. Your generosity is most welcome, responded Naruto, and everyone in the room began getting up from their seats, likely heading to wherever the banquet was to be held. XX. I'm full, complained Karin from her mat. They had been given a small room to stay in and simple mats to sleep on. Naruto and the others were also feeling the same way. Less than an hour before, he had eaten the biggest steak he had ever seen before. Everyone was quite tired, so he applied detection seals outside of their room to make sure they weren't attacked or double-crossed in the night. HK was ordered to power down and left in one corner of the room so it wouldn't try to remove the restraining bolt in the night and perhaps try to kill them. Naruto's eyes soon widened as the seals activated, but he calmed down as he felt his master heading towards them. Given that Plagueis was still playing the part of Chivos, the Mustafarian, they had been separated after the banquet. Plagueis used a mind trick on the guards just down the hallway and gained access to their room. Naruto managed to sit up, despite his full stomach, and the others just decided to listen. Sitting in the center of the room, Plagueis began speaking to them. Everything seems to be going well. We will be able to use the forge in the morning, but there are still a few concerns to worry about. They are quite superstitious and you can't let them see you summoning the ship. I had your clone summon the Tulris to the shuttle and they took it in pieces back to the city. If they witness any of you using chakra, then it could cause definite problems. Did you bring the materials? I asked FO. Naruto tilted his head to the wall and Plague Ace saw the scroll there with the metal and tools inside to make the swords. Plague Ace nodded and was silent as Naruto began asking a question that he had wanted to ask since before the banquet. What are we going to do with the warship and outpost? The interest of the others was perked and Plague Ace thought over an answer. I'm not completely sure. I wanted to be on Tatoin by now. Both discoveries should be quite useful, but I don't think we can do anything with them at this point in time. I've been thinking about it as well, and I think I have an idea, said Naruto, and he waited to see if Plague Ace was interested. A slight nod told him that he should continue and he did. I was thinking that we could get the help of the Mustafarians to repair the warship as well. Everyone in the room was quite surprised by his words and Plague Ace soon countered, and how exactly will you get them to do that? My influence in the force can only go so far unless you want me to try and put the entire council under mind control. If that is not the case, then you would need something to give them in return. You'd have to kill every creature on Tulris Island for them to give us that much help. Actually, I thought about that as well. You told me that the Mustafarians had no qualms about exploiting this planet, correct? Said Naruto as he asked for clarification. Yes, they would love nothing more than to exploit this world to the fullest, answered Plague Ace, and Naruto was quick to get his idea out. Then why don't we help them do that? Despite no change in the Mustafarian's face, Naruto could tell that Plague Ace was lifting an unseen eyebrow at the statement. And how the hell do you plan to do that? Questioned Tawia from across the room. Though not part of the conversation, she was still quite curious and wanted an answer. They want to exploit their world, but the only resource they have is the minerals that are mined from certain lava flows. We have an entire unfinished outpost full of building supplies and various droids as well as construction equipment. I thought perhaps we would build them a mining facility instead of completing the outpost. They would be able to man and operate the facility with the help of droids. Explained Naruto, and the others were quite silent, none more so than Plague Ace as he thought about what his student was saying. The plan did have merit, but he could discern a few flaws. That kind of plan would take quite a while to implement, and I don't think any of you, or myself for that matter, wants to stay on the planet for months while such a facility is built. I plan to leave for Tatoin as soon as possible. Do you have someone in mind from our group that is willing to stay behind and protect our interests? Plague Ace asked with a bit of sarcasm. Yes, I do. Quickly answered Naruto without an hesitation. His feelings were not, however, shared by the listening group. Concern and worry spread throughout the small room. And whom have you chosen? Inquired Plague Ace as he himself tried to figure out a possible answer to the question. Gato. Naruto simply answered with a smirk, and Plague Ace was left slightly stunned. He's still alive? Plague Ace questioned, and Naruto nodded while adding, Kabuto believes he will recover from your possession. He managed to create a successful shipping business and had many illegal dealings without getting caught on a bonus. And what about the warship? I believe it is in need of fuel in addition to the repair work that is needed. That would also take some time to fix, stated Plague Ace as he presented his student with another valid point. The outpost has fuel for the ship. It's in containers inside the facility. I left a few clones to continue looking around. Based on what my clones learned about the ship, it might be able to take off and operate again. Explained Naruto. Despite having droids and droid construction capabilities, the supplies in the outpost are for an outpost, not a mining facility. You would need shielding against the temperatures and other technology that likely isn't in that storage area, explained Plague Ace, and he waited to see what Naruto would say. Would that kind of technology be the same technology that is currently in use on your hideout? Asked Naruto, and Plague Ace looked at him dubiously. You want to cannibalize my facility to build a mining facility? Plague Ace asked with some disbelief. You already control the facility and the communications. If after it was deconstructed and a signal was sent that it had a catastrophic systems failure, there would be nothing left for Sidious to find. You said it yourself that the outpost was well hidden. I don't think he would find it or even look for it. Countered Naruto, and Plague Ace acknowledged that the idea was doable. What about the mined material? We don't have anyone to sell it to or a way to transport it off the planet. The Mustafarians also wouldn't be interested in money. They would want technology in return for running the mining facility, explained Plague Ace to his student. I haven't worked that out yet. We would have time though, admitted Naruto, and though it was a problem, Plague Ace acknowledged that his student had definitely thought most of the plan through and worked out the majority of problems. Even if the plan didn't work out, they would still have a huge facility in the warship. Taking some time to go over numerous calculations in his mind, Plague Ace decided to test his student and asked, and you're sure that all of this can be done or arranged in just a few days? We're already on their good side and most of the arrangements don't seem to be that difficult. The ship would take a while before it would be ready, but the mining facility would be easier to build. The Mustafarians seem quite capable. Many of them already work or have vast knowledge of mining, and they may not require much convincing if they want to exploit their planet more than they already are. You're also still in control of Gato, so unless I'm missing something else that you've thought about, answered a calm Naruto, and Plagueis was satisfied with the answer. XX. Sitting at one of the Mustafarian forges, Naruto wiped the sweat off his brow and began unsealing all of the items that he would need. Their sleep in the city was uneventful, and Plagueis had already completed a Sith sword for himself. The sword didn't require any chakram metal but used up a good portion of the other metals they had left. Naruto had been in the forge since the early morning and spent several hours watching his master work on the weapon. The long sword that his master had created was quite amazing, though he expected no less, as he knew Plagueis had gone over the rituals and researched them much more than he had. The handle had been wrapped with the hide from a tulrus that had been provided by the Mustafarians, and the blade was mostly black with a purple blood grove running down the center. It had no real blade guard, but Plagueis likely didn't need one. They had no idea what its abilities might be, as Naruto had to seal up the sword right after Plagueis was finished. The last thing they needed was for Chivos to be seen acting strangely and creating weapons. Plagueis's host would need to keep acting normally until they could meet with the council again and put forth their plans. After that, Plagueis could just ask to go with the new business partners and be more of a representative of Mustafarian interests, while Gato would be their representative and remain on the planet. Naruto's careful preparation of materials was once again interrupted by Suigetsu, who had changed his mind about the sword several times already, and for each sword design that Suigetsu envisions, he kept changing his mind about the actual look. Maybe it should be a Nodoki, no, maybe just a Zanbato. I liked the stuff Master Plagueis used for a handle. And Naruto eventually tuned him out as he finished preparing the items. He already knew what the sword would look like and had an idea of what abilities the sword might have when it was finished. The base material would likely decided that, and he unsealed the final piece of metal that he had been holding onto for quite some time. Suigetsu instantly shut up at the sight of the piece of metal. Being from Kiri, he instantly recognized it, even if it was only a piece of the original sword. How the fuck did you get a piece of Kyubikaribasho? In Wave Country I fought Mamakai Zabuza and cut off the top third of his Zanbato with my ninjato. Holy shit, you fought Zabuza-senpai! Commented Suigetsu, and Naruto simply nodded as he looked at the piece of sword. After the fight with the seven swordsmen was over, he had used a water jutsu to hide his presence as he left, but not before retrieving the piece from the bottom of the ocean. He believed it would one day come in handy, and once he remembered that he had it sealed away, he knew it would make up a good portion of the metal for Suigetsu's sword. Given the special abilities associated with Kyubikariboko, he felt confident that at least some of the ability would transfer to the new sword he would make. Taking out some chakram metal and durasteel, he placed them into a large crucible and asked Suigetsu for some blood. The Kiri ninja agreed and had to concentrate not to turn into water, allowing Naruto's ninjato to cut his hand. Once the blood was added, Naruto put the crucible into the forge to melt the metal and began the chanting for the ritual, which would speed up the process in addition to melting the metal at a much lower temperature. For the time being, Suigetsu simply sat back and watched. The heat was making him too tired to question what Naruto was doing. XX. When the metal was ready, Naruto took it out of the forge and poured it into a simple form that he had created. The form would lessen a great deal of his work, as the sword would be quite large when it was done. He planned for it to be smaller than Zabuza's but have a similar shape. Suigetsu had trained with some of the seven swords from Kiri, and something similar to Kyubikaribasho would likely fit Suigetsu better than anything else. Once the form was cooled, he would take the metal out and begin shaping the blade. After the blade was finished, he would then have to create the handle and work on the other parts. XX. Pulling the unfinished blade from the forge with tongs, Suigetsu struggled with the massive piece of metal but managed to get it over to the anvil. While Suigetsu moved the piece of metal, Naruto hammered in the shape and continued the ritual. Suigetsu also poured his chakra into the metal while Naruto poured the force into the hammer. Both boys were quite tired already, but the process couldn't be stopped and picked up another day. It was all or nothing. Looking up from the tongs, Suigetsu found Naruto had gone into another trance as the hammer rose and fell, shaping the metal. He could tell the end result would be a Zanbato, and from the look of it, he was greatly pleased. A few of the features he didn't understand, but Naruto apparently knew what he was doing, or at least the force was telling him how to shape the sword, whatever the hell that means. Suigetsu thought, and Naruto soon stopped hammering, which was his cue to lug the metal back to the forge. XX. I need you to fill the trough with water, preferably from a water jutsu. Naruto demanded, and the tired Kiri ninja gave him a dull look. You're gonna kill me from dehydration, he commented, but Naruto just remarked, do you want me to finish the sword or not? Sighing, Suigetsu went through seals and spit a stream of water into the trough. The blade was apparently completed but still in the forge and needed to be placed in water for quenching. Once the trough was filled, Naruto helped Suigetsu with the blade and they dropped it into the water. The water sizzled and boiled from the heat of the metal. When the steam had cleared, the trough was strangely empty except for the blue and black blade. The water had all disappeared. While Suigetsu found it slightly strange, Naruto believed that he had succeeded in his creation and the blade would work how he intended it to. Pick up the blade and set it aside for now, we need to make the handle, the vibration technology components, and the attachment assembly so it fits with the blade like Zabuza's did. Ordered Naruto as he began unsealing a few of the materials he needed. Suijutsu drank the last bit of his bottled water and heft the blade up. He would have been lying if he said he wasn't immensely satisfied with how it looked. The blade had 2 semicircles cut into it for decapitating or severing of limbs and an additional handhold on the back of the blade. He wasn't sure why it had all of those features but he would have to test it out when it was finished to find out what it could do. XX. Closing his eyes and rolling his head to stretch his neck, Naruto pushed aside his weariness and opened his eyes to look over his work. Every piece was completed but the sword itself had not been assembled yet. Turning to Suijutsu, he was about to say something when he found that the Kiri ninja had fallen asleep on him again. Though not surprised, he believed the entire process took 3 times longer than it had to complete his ninjato. Grabbing the tulrus leather-wrapped handle, he tossed it at Suijutsu and it struck the boy in the head. What the hell was? But Suijutsu stopped as he looked at the object that hit him. Looking to Naruto, the Sith student merely nodded to let him know that the sword was done. Jumping up from his position, Suijutsu took the handle and inserted it into the attachment area on the blade. The handle locked in place and he went to pick up the sword. Damn, it's heavy, he thought as he tried to wield the Zanbato. Taking an experimental swing, he nearly fell over. Don't tell Karin that happened, he said seriously as he regained his balance. I guess I'll really need to practice with this thing, stated Suijutsu as he continued to examine his sword. Testing the handle grip, he found he liked it. Trying out the secondary handle on the back of the blade, he left one hand on the normal handle and put one hand on the second one. I kinda like wielding it this way. It's almost like a larger version of my vibro-knuckler, he thought, and was happy that the extra handle had been added. If you add some chakra to the handle, it should activate the vibrations, explained Naruto as he cleaned up their materials. Suijutsu did as Naruto suggested and cut a sharp gouge out of the nearby rock with little effort and no resistance from the material. Oh yeah, commented Suijutsu on the effectiveness of the weapon. Once he was able to wield it better it would be a force to reckon with. When Naruto was finished gathering everything up, they left the forge room and headed back to their room. Suijutsu's new sword was supported on his shoulder and just fit inside the height of the tunnels. On the way, they passed several small steam vents but neither boy noticed the steam noticeably changed direction as Suijutsu passed. It curved in the direction of the sword and then returned to how it was moving after they passed. XX. Once the damaged vulture had shown up on the plateau above the underground city, the Mustafarians examined the ship and then used one of the shuttles they provided to go to the crashed pirate ship that Plague Ace told them about and salvage some needed parts. The native people of Mustafar told them the ship would be ready in just over 2 days and had about 20 or more people working on it at once could replace one shift of workers with another. The hull breach, systems, and other damage would all be fixed. In those few days, Plague Ace planned to talk with the council again about the plan that Naruto had. He would convince them of how much they could gain from a business arrangement with the new off-worlders. Only a small portion of the city worked at the mining facility and having a second secret facility would almost double their gain. Secrecy was an issue as they couldn't let the Techno-Union find out about the secret mining facility but the Mustafarians did not interact much with the Techno-Union workers so there was little chance that anyone would find out. Plague Ace decided not to tell the Mustafarians about the warship yet. He wanted to gain their trust completely before revealing the ship to them and having them work to repair it as well. Once Gato was up and had been informed of what was expected of him, they would be able to continue their journey but would need to come back at least a few times to check on how things were going. There was much to do but in the next few days they would lay the groundwork for a future business on the planet and gain the Mustafarian people as an ally. They also had to reprogram their new droid to make sure it didn't try to kill them when they took the restraining bolt off. And XX. And I had to end the chapter there because it was just getting so long. I plan to have only a few pages of the next chapter devoted to them finishing up negotiations on Mustafar before they move on to Tatooine. The whole Mustafar arc was only supposed to be a single chapter when I initially planned it months ago but it's turned out to be quite a bit more. Concerning swords, I've added links to both Plague Ace's sword and Suijutsu's sword to my profile page. I also updated Naruto's ninja picture on my DeviantArt account because it needed more detail compared to the other 2 swords. XX. Responses to anonymous reviews. Review by Frozen Dude. This is a great story. Does Plagueis realize that doing it the main Sith way usually somehow comes back to haunt the Sith and might cause their downfall? Is that why he not being utterly ruthless like Sidus? Response, I think he is more afraid of being betrayed by Naruto the same way that Sidious betrayed him. He was surprised by Sidious's betrayal and he is hesitant to train/raise Naruto the same way. If he was as ruthless with Naruto as he was with Sidious, then logically he would have to expect the same thing to happen. He therefore did things differently to avoid a similar outcome. This will have repercussions later on. XX. Review by Peter Kim. Many reader wanted HK47 to join Naruto's crew, and will HK47 join Naruto's crew or not? We know that Kabuto has his own goals from reading the current Naruto manga, and how much of Kabuto's goal has changed that he is in the Star Wars universe? Response: most of what you asked was answered in this chapter, but as for Kabuto, he didn't have an extra 3 years working with Orochimaru and didn't develop goals like he has in the current manga. He isn't as interested in figuring out the secrets of the Sage of Six Paths as he is in learning about the galaxy. There is so much to offer that he is overwhelmed by the possibilities. Perhaps at some point he will move back to learning about the Sage of Six Paths, but right now he is focusing on adjusting to the galaxy. XX. Review by Azul. I was wondering, will there be a time skip? You write wonderfully, and the updates are awesome, but so little gets done in each chap. Just curious. Response: at some point there will be a time skip, perhaps there will even be 2, but I have to get to those points. It may seem like so little gets done in the chapters because I take a lot of time to add details so everyone understands all of the Star Wars stuff. I guess I just have a lot of details and not a lot of story progression, but that can't really be helped. Each of my chapters also focuses on a single planet, and they will start to culminate into something bigger. XX. Another review by Peter Kim. Why don't Plagueis go to the Valley of the Dark Lords on Korriban to ask the spirits of the Sith there that Naruto can be a Sith apprentice, since Plagueis was killed in sleep by Palpatine and Palpatine broke the rule of 2, allowing Naruto to become the Sith apprentice. XX. Review by Medin. In order to avoid a horribly contrived sounding name, as most groups of people who aren't in business together don't bother naming themselves in RL either, why not just refer to them as the crew of the, insert current ship name here, or the group of ninja whenever you need to refer to them collectively. Coming up with an in-story name for them other than that would really break with reality, in ways beyond the whole magic ninja / science fiction thing. Response: the whole naming thing basically came from the fact that every group in the ninja world is named. They have names like Team 7, Team Kakashi, and even newly put together groups have names that are assigned to them. It just seemed natural that their group would have a name. Sasuke named and then renamed his group for arbitrary reasons. Your suggestion might be best though, as I have given some thought about it. Having a group with no name is better than one that has a name. People will not be able to talk about them if they have no name or help identify them. I will try to change up the phrasing in the future. XX. Review by Cold Blue. Naruto Agra Jedi or something. Will Naruto get help from Plagueis and Kabuto to control Kyuubi? I wonder if the DNA from Mokuton, Sharingan, possibly midichlorians and alien species DNA will play out in story. Is Naruto and his gang going to settle down at base somewhere so they can build their power? Will there be any more time skips coming? Not that I don't like reading your story, but it would be nice to see Naruto have more greater effect on Star Wars universe. Plagueis seems to be getting soft. Will he pass on after teaching Naruto, or are they going to kill each other? There was a lot of tension in this chapter between them. How will Naruto react knowing what his parents are? Will he meet them again when he tries to deal with Kyuubi, and how will they react after seeing what has become of Naruto and what he is doing? Is Naruto going to cause a great impact to the Clone Wars, and are you going to kill off Naruto after the Clone War, since that you said in your response he was going to have an effect the Star Wars universe only during the Clone Wars, then he would not anymore after the war was over? Keep up the reading, and I can't wait to see what other Dryads you add to Naruto's group. Response: that is a lot of questions. Some of them I can't really answer while the others I will. Naruto will not be a Grey Jedi. He will just be at a fixed level in the dark side of the Force, meaning that he won't really fall to the dark side or be consumed by it. I don't plan for Naruto to control the Kyuubi, I have something else planned. I also don't want to have to worry about Mokuton or the Sharingan in this FIC because it would just be more to write about, and I have so much stuff already that I'm working on. He already knows his father is the Yondaime, I think he is more interested in learning of his mother. He won't meet his parents again. He will have an impact in the Clones Wars, and at this point in time I don't plan to kill him off. I meant that this fanfic would likely end after the Clone Wars are over. It's not going to go on forever. XX. Review by Veef Snake. Awesome. Guigon and Obuin are on the case, and now HK47 is there. Will Naruto get stronger in the Force? I would think he would find a way to do that. If midichlorians can be manipulated create life, then surely they can be manipulated to multiply when needed. Also they could learn to combat Kyuubi. Response: I'm responding to this in the chapter because I just wanted to make things clear. Naruto will not be increasing his number of midichlorians, nor will they try to get them to multiply. Naruto will find other ways to get stronger in the Force, and I already have a plan for that. XX. Review by Sam. I don't want to sound mean, but I am not liking your protagonists enough to fool for them. I understand that your Naruto is different than canon, but there are not many redeeming traits in him. You seem to be concerned about making him too powerful, but I personally think your Naruto is ineffective, almost like a side hero. Response: Naruto is a Sith, they really don't have many redeeming traits. You're expecting him to be a Sith with a heart of gold or something, but that really isn't the case. Later on he might start to have some of those traits you want him to have, but right now he is just Plagueis' student. He follows his master's orders and also comes up with ideas of his own. He is an effective and loyal member of their group, he isn't meant to be a heroic character. XX. Review by Bobadile. Nice chapter. I especially liked the reason you gave for Naruto's loss of self-control. I read what you wrote in your resp1s to the reviewers about Naruto needing the key to tighten the seal despite his knowledge of I think you haven't thought it through enough. Naruto, if I remember correct from previous chapters, has Posse Saiyan of the scroll of Forbidden Posse Saiyan of all the knowledge about his I think that he doesn't need the key and can instead study the seal and create a way to alter it. It can range from stopping Kyuubi from influencing him to completely isolating it from his body/chakra/soul, basically turn the seal in a pocket dimension whose only physical anchor is Naruto. He can even create a way to extract Kyuubi, without dying, that needs materials only found on giving him a reason to return there. Response: in some ways you are correct. He does have the scroll, but from what I know, which admittedly could be wrong, his key was made specifically by his father. I don't really know how Minato made something like that while dying, but I don't really think it is something that can be duplicated. Even Jiraiya couldn't understand how the key worked, he merely knew how to use it to tighten or loosen Naruto's seal. Even if he found a way to tighten the seal, it would just loosen as the Kyuubi would resonate with the hatred in his heart. It would only be a simple fix, which is basically what he has now. I also don't think the seal can be continually tightened. At some point it would wear out completely or just fail. I already have something planned so that Naruto won't need to worry about the Kyuubi anymore, but I don't want to spoil anything. XX. Review by Fanfic Addict. Well, first I guess I owe you a bit of an apology. Apparently the list of force powers I used as reference lacks quite a few of them. I really thought that some of the force powers you mentioned were your invention, since I don't know much about SW beyond the movies and the Kodour games. On another note, I'm practically giddy with happiness and anticipation. You really brought HK back. And in a manner that I absolutely wasn't expecting, no less. Kudos to you. That guy really is my absolute favorite SW character, and I don't know any really good fanfics with him in it. I don't have any questions regarding this chapter, which was great as usual by the way. I only have one question that's probably ways into the future, but I'm curious. What will happen to the Child of Prophecy? Since it must be a student of Jiraiya, that would only leave Konan and Pain/Nagato, who would either save the world or doom it. Well, unless you would have Jiraiya take on another student, of course. I guess you could also say that the Agama Sennin confused to get knowledge drained with to pass on knowledge, so that Naruto would still be the cop if you wanted. Also, since Naruto has Jiraiya's memories, he should know about that prophecy and also about the Agama Sennin's force vision-like ability. Response: it's okay about the force powers. I only found all of them because of the research I did for the story before I started. I also didn't know much about the Star Wars universe beyond the movies and games, which is why I started reading stuff on Wikipedia and learning all that I could, as well as finding things that I could put in the story. Thank you for the compliments. I already have something planned for the Child of Prophecy, so you'll have to wait and see, because I don't want to spoil anything like that, as it is tied into how Naruto will deal with the Kyuubi. Marshall. Is that HK47? Well, that'll certainly be an interesting addition to the story. I'm rather curious about your reasoning for wanting the group to be named. What's the point? At this time in the story, they are better off being anonymous so as to stay off everyone's radar. The last thing they need is a reputation of any sort. The exception to that would be if they are going to be looking into legitimizing a future financial holding of some substantial means, or will be establishing a corporation of some sort as a front. In that case, they would certainly need a name, but that name would likely be planned around the surname of the alias Plagueis would take as the CEO, or whatever. Or just name it after Gato, since that name wouldn't hold any recognition to the galaxy at large, allowing them to spread their influence without attracting too much attention. But if you're looking for a name for the group of fighters themselves, then again, I'd suggest evaluating the prudence of making themselves a known faction. If it's just a group name so that the members can identify with each other and strengthen those bonds a bit, I'd argue that they have all they need by being the only shinobi at large in the galaxy. Or maybe I'm thinking too grand, and you just need a group name so that they can have a visible presence on Mustafar without sounding like a group of pirates while trying to get repairs? If that's the case, something simple would be appropriate. Can't really throw out any legitimate suggestions for a group name until the purpose of the group is given context, i.e. is the name supposed to sound professional, intimidate, etc. Response: well, I did think about the naming stuff and decided it was best to not name the group. I apologize to those that came up with names and were hoping that there would be a poll. I also decided after reading 2 such reviews that it might be best not to name them. I have thought of Naruto or another member of his group gaining a reputation, and that would begin with the finding of the Tessence. Finding both would gain someone quite a bit of attention. I've entertained ideas that Naruto might be seen as an explorer, which would be tied into him looking into new hyperlanes and also using his instinctive astrogation ability that Plagueis is getting him to develop. I have also considered them creating or taking corporations and using them as fronts for other things. This chapter illustrated the beginnings of that as Gato will play a part in the galaxy. The problem with Mustafar is that it is technically owned by the Techno Union. The Mustafarians signed away the rights to mine the planet, so they couldn't really be a legitimate business on Mustafar without running into problems with the Techno Union. Chapter 23. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. Another chapter. Little shorter than what I usually do. This is for all of those that reviewed and kept bugging me to continue. Thanks. XX. 36.3 BBY current year. Chapter XXIII, Dealings with Huts. XX. It's almost incomprehensible, thought Plagueis as he once again examined the assassin droid's thought matrix. He had been working on it for the better part of the morning. The droid had been deactivated since the first night they slept in Philadelphia and was carried back to their shuttle, then ferried to his hidden facility so he could better work on it. He had been hoping to reprogram the droid to not see them as hostile targets and prevent it from ever attacking their group, however the situation just kept getting more complicated. Whoever designed the droid knew exactly what they were doing, but there was no way of knowing if it was the droid's own doing when it built its new body or it was the design of the individual that made the droid's original body. The Matrix allowed for an incredible amount of learning and adaptability, but it did not allow someone else to make alterations to the droid's primary thought processes. It could not be altered or wiped in order to make it something other than an assassination droid, and the assassination protocols could never be deleted. After several hours of trying to make sense of everything and determine how best to solve the problem, he decided to wait until Naruto returned. His student was at the warship gathering some supplies that they might need in addition to the droid's original body. Looking at the droid's original thought matrix could give him a better understanding of what he needed to do in order to make the desired changes. He suspected that the droid had made alterations to its new body to prevent tampering. His first inspection of HK-47 revealed that the restraining bolt on the droid had nearly been broken before Naruto deactivated the droid on their first night in Philadelphia. Had his student not deactivated the droid, then it would have broken the restraint and likely gone on another rampage. It was not a comforting thought, even if the droid could never actually kill him. Every member of their group had value, and losing just one member would hinder future plans. Despite his misgivings, even he found himself hesitant to just destroy the droid. Every time he looked at it, he could tell that something about it seemed familiar. Its designation obviously meant Hunter-Killer 47, but that told him little about who could have made the droid. Perhaps it was completely custom-made and created specifically for someone by a droid manufacturer. The only thing he could say for certain was that it was far more than an ordinary assassin droid. Once Naruto brought back the old body, he would look for manufacturer markings or perhaps some other form of identification that could be used besides just the droid's identification. After that, he could try and search records for any mention of the droid. One more thing to look into, he thought as he added the new item to his long list of tasks that he had yet to finish. As soon as he could make the required changes, he would then have to work out what he was going to say to the Mustafarian Council about the plan Naruto had come up with. It may have been his student's plan, but it was his job to sell it to the council and his now fellow Mustafarians. He had never actually given a speech before to a group of people, but was well versed in oratory techniques, both with and without using the force. XX. Looking over the belt, he removed it from the corpse and tossed it to one of the demon brothers to put with the rest of the stuff they were taking. Each brother was pushing a scavenged repulsor lift cart covered with either a few crates or just randomly piled up supplies. They had already been to the outpost, and their shuttle had the 4 crab-like droids they had encountered as well as the parts from a few HK-77 droids. Besides a few extra parts for HK, he was interested in the shielding that the 4 droids possessed and was surprised to find what appeared to be personal shielding devices on several of the bodies in the warship. They were mostly mounted on belts, and with the number that he had, he was confident that he could create some kind of hybrid with the chakra armor devices that Plagueis had brought. When I managed to find the time, that is. His close calls with HK's blaster arm had made him want something extra that would help their group and give them an advantage. According to what his master had told him, personal shield systems were very rare, extremely pricey, and quite often dangerous for the user. They may produce radiation and other hazards, so few if any people in the galaxy used them. The fact that he had managed to find so many personal shields worn by the deceased crew led him to believe that shielding technology used to be more common, cheaper, and perhaps even safer. When inspecting the starfighters, he had actually discovered that they had hyperdrives, which from what Plagueis told him, was also an oddity on such small fighter craft. He had informed his master about the discovery, and Plagueis was quite surprised. 1,000 years of peace must have had more of an impact on the galaxy than his master or anyone else realized. To think that older ships could be so much better equipped and soldiers carried around personal shields as if it was commonplace. Naruto thought and found it difficult to fathom. Over the course of their order's lifetime, the galaxy had seemingly stagnated in some areas of technology. The droids, the ship, and the starfighters were all proof of that. I wonder what else they had that was better than what the galaxy currently has now, he wondered as his clones helped the demon brothers load the supplies onto the shuttle. D4 soon entered the hangar as well and boarded the ship. He had told the droid to copy all of the navigation information and add it to their collection of star charts. When they got the chance, he hoped to thoroughly examine all of the information. Once they were finished, the hangar would be sealed and one of his clones was already sealing the breach they had created when they first entered the ship. Hopefully the ship could remain hidden and he would use some earth jutsu to cover the exposed pieces. When they were in a better position to fully uncover and recommission the ship, then they would have the Mustafarians work on it. Master should be about ready to give his speech, Naruto thought as he walked up the ramp to the shuttle. Looking in one of the seats on the shuttle, he came face to face with HK-47's old body, which was seemingly staring right at him with dull red photoreceptor. The bulkier metal droid was strapped into one of the seats and though he knew it was not going to reactivate, he still eyed it for a second before taking one of the other seats on the ship. XX. A pair of brown eyes opened and tried to adjust to the light that was overhead. Glancing around, he tried to turn his body but found it incredibly stiff. Oh god damn it, why couldn't I have died, lamented Gato as he spotted the cloaked figure that he knew to be Kabuto. Even if he was alive, he felt there was little chance that he would remain alive. He knew Plague Ace had no plans for him so he was likely as good as dead anyway. It would have been better if they had just killed him in his sleep to get it over with. The entire time that Plague Ace had been in control of his body, he was still partially conscious and aware of what was going on. He saw and heard almost everything that happened during the months of his possession but was unable to speak or move. It was basically a form of torture. Plague Ace pushed his body far beyond what it was physically capable of performing. He had been sitting behind a desk for decades or having people do things for him and his body was certainly not in any shape to be moving around and on his feet as much as Plague Ace used it. The Sith Lord didn't feel any pain or strain from the possession but Gato however did. There had been numerous blisters on his feet, too many to count. Sharp and prolonged pains in his legs, back, and hips as well as his entire body protesting to the movements Plague Ace put him through. He had never continuously felt so worn out in all his life. When Plague Ace had jumped out of the skyhook, he thought he experienced a heart attack but couldn't be sure. It was agony at first but eventually his body got used to it. Ironically, now that he was close to death, he was probably in the best shape of his life. He'd lost weight, and could move around better than ever, if he actually was in control of his own body. Only the degradation from his possession had recently been causing him discomfort. Headaches and random pain all over his body had been something he had to live with for the past month. He wanted to fight the possession but it was useless. Whatever had been done to him, he just couldn't seem to subvert Plague Ace control or even try to act against the Sith spirit. It was as if he was completely subservient by the powerful mind that was Darth Plague Ace. Now that it was over however, he didn't feel any bit of relief and the humming of the snake-like ninja on the other side of the room did little to assuage his fears. He felt that any second Kabuto would turn around, holding numerous instruments, and then inform him about how he would soon be part of some ghastly experiment. Why couldn't they have just killed me? He again thought and tried to lift his arms or sit up but his body was still heavy and unresponsive from prolonged deterioration due to the possession. Eventually the dreaded moment came and Kabuto did turn around. The glasses-wearing ninja was indeed holding a metal tray with a variety of different items. Gato's entire body tensed at the sight and Kabuto's smile only made it that much worse. He looked to the door and once again tried to move but was confined to the cold metal operating table. Now. Kabuto began with what he believed to be a reassuring smile. From Gato's perspective however, it was just the reflection of a pair of glasses and quite the sadistic smile. I'm not going to do something to you, if that's what you think. I've been tasked with patching you up and getting you back on your feet. Now before I get started with your treatment, I need to ask a few simple questions in order to determine whether or not you have any permanent brain damage. Explained Kabuto and Gato paled at the statement. XX. Naruto sat and looked over the shielding units he found on the warship's deceased crew and droids as he idly gave a few glances at his master, who was still working on their new assassination droid. They were both in the workshop area of the Sith Lord's hideout. HK-47 was still deactivated and would be until Plague Ace was finished. Though he was mechanically inclined, he didn't actually know what his master was having such a hard time with or what was taking so long. There wasn't much time before Plague Ace would meet with the Mustafarian Council again and put forth their idea. Examining between the two thought matrices, Plague Ace had already found several alterations that the droid had created. Both matrices were highly sophisticated and he could tell from the old matrices that it had been altered and added to many times. The new one was more refined though and the droid had made it that way in order to keep anyone from altering its basic programming. Are you having a problem? Naruto finally inquired as he began feeling his master's frustration increase. No, stated the Sith Lord and the word sharply resounded in Naruto's head. It's merely taking a while to make the desired changes because of the alterations that the droid has made on this newer body, answered Plague Ace as continued to search for an answer. But you could have made them in the old body? Naruto asked as he tried to understand the problem. Yes, the droid's thought matrix was more accessible and easier to make alterations to in its old body. Plague Ace replied and then began to see a solution. If the droid's old thought matrix is what I want, then why not switch it back and put it in the new body? Plague Ace mused and set about removing the old through matrix from the old body. Once it was removed, he could make the desired changes, and then use it to replace the thought matrix from the new body. Naruto watched his master work and decided that it was probably a one-person job. Whatever idea Plagueis had come up with was not something he wanted to disrupt, so he looked back at his shielding units. Using the available free time, he had already examined the chakra armor devices that they had gotten from Snow Country. In his mind, he was beginning to see a way to mesh the devices, two different shielding devices together, but it would still take time before he would be able to test a working prototype. XX. His systems booted up and it was only a few seconds before his photoreceptors activated. HK-47 glanced around the room and soon came face to face with the small meatbag he had been unsuccessful at killing. The droid's hand shot out towards the boy's neck in order to break it. Naruto looked down at the metal hand that was an inch or so away from his neck. The new programming had evidently worked and the droid could not harm him. HK looked at his own hand and realized that something was wrong. The restraining bolt was gone, but something else had been done. Query: what have you done to me? It demanded. My master removed your thought matrix and replaced it with your old one. Naruto answered calmly and glanced at the droid's old body, which was lying on the ground nearby. The droid's photoreceptor glowed with rage, but it quickly subsided. Recitation: I will not ever refer to you or anyone else as master. Naruto pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes at the droid's comment. He was curious about the droid's reasoning, so he asked, why exactly do you dislike having a master or even the idea of a master? HK looked away from its old body and back to the short meat bag. Explanation: my first master, though I can't seem to remember much about him, was better than all those that came after him. He created me and together we killed many meatbags across the galaxy. I have gone through many masters since him. Most died as a result of their own foolishness or because I killed them, accidentally of course. Only a small percentage were ever very enjoyable or used me to my fullest. A droid can live for a long time and I grew tired of being the weapon by foolish meatbags, so I sought to become my own master and make my own decisions on what meatbags to kill. Accidentally killed them. Naruto thought with some disbelief and was hopeful that Plagueis' reprogramming had completely worked and would continue to do so. Deciding to file the thought away for later, he kept the droid talking. How exactly did you end up on this planet? The droid thought for a moment as it tried to remember what had happened before the crash. Explanation: I stowed away on one of the containers on a supply ship and ended up at the base. Did you have some kind of plan or goal while on Mustafar? Asked Naruto as they were going to leave soon, and if there was something else on the planet of interest then he wanted to know about it. Explanation: no. Naruto's sweat dropped at the answer and thought, he may want to be more independent but he has no real purpose or long-term planning ability besides killing meatbags. My master and I are the ones that generally give orders, but you don't really have to think of us as masters. I don't think my master's reprogramming included absolute compliance with every order we give, and we don't own you like a piece of property. Like the others in our group, you'll merely be working for us, like a mercenary or something. Naruto explained to the droid and felt it might make it more cooperative. Query: will there be compensation? Asked the droid, and Naruto couldn't tell if the droid was interested in what he was saying or not. Thinking over what the droid might be interested in to receive as compensation, he soon responded, weapons, energy cells, free maintenance and repowering. So far on our short journey quite a few people have tried to kill us and we get into trouble quite frequently. Inner thought: perhaps I was too hasty in trying to kill this meatbag, decided the droid, but first it wanted to find out more. Query: what exactly are the goals of this group? Currently we're heading to Tatooine in order to sell our cargo, and then we'll be trying to spy on someone in order to observe, determine, and possibly subvert their plans for galactic conquest. Probably nothing of interest to you. Naruto answered while nodding his head slightly. The baiting was going well and he didn't have to wait long for the droid to respond. Clarification: and you say you have a habit of getting into dangerous situations and fights with other meatbags? Trouble seems to find me wherever I go. Naruto answered back, and the conversation was interrupted by the station's intercom system. Gato is as healed as he will ever be and he can have visitors now. Stated the disembodied voice of Kabuto. XX. Plagueis, or rather his host Chivos, looked over the Mustafarian Council as he waited for an answer. He had just given a long speech that explained everything concerning the Off-Worlders' plan. His words were laced with the Force, and the more he talked, the more council members he pulled into the plan. The base was mentioned but its location was not, and the warship was not mentioned at all. Considering that they didn't have any money, Plagueis told the council that the two shuttlecraft that the Off-Worlders possessed were to be gifts and compensation as an act of good faith. He also mentioned that to protect the Mustafarians' interests, he would be going with the Off-Worlders and an emissary would be staying in his place to further relations and completion of the mining facility. The facility would not be owned by the Mustafarian people, but they would work all aspects of the mining process and see to the retrofit of the facility, managing the facility, and all mining operations. This was a much better arrangement than what they had with the Techno Union, as their workers were only allowed to do more menial jobs and were not in charge of the facility. They merely did whatever the Techno Union employees told them to do, and Plagueis mentioned that fact more than once. Little more than slaves was how he put it during the speech. Considering that there was no investment on their part in the plan, it was a good deal if not for the fact that control of any mining rights on the planet still belonged solely to the Techno-Union. He couldn't be completely sure how all of them would react to the proposal. Even with the force, he couldn't persuade everyone with a single speech. On one hand they would be able to further exploit their world and reap the benefits, however it could cause problems if the illegal mining was ever discovered by the Techno-Union. It would only take a few words from one Mustafarian to a Techno-Union foreman for their operation to be discovered. Plague Ace initially could feel hesitance in most of council members, but by the end they were beginning to turn to his side. The few remaining members that were not completely on his side likely felt that the plan was a gamble and it may or not pay off. If discovered they could damage relations with the Techno-Union or perhaps even suffer some sort of consequences. The Techno-Union did not have a standing army that he was aware of, but they did create armed droids or could fill the pockets of any mercenary in the sector to give them a hand. Walking out of the meeting room when the speech was finished, Plague Ace left them so they could debate on the matter. He was confident that they would agree as more than half of the council seemed in favor of the plan and that was all that he needed. Their group's initial dealings with the Mustafarians put Naruto and the others in a favorable light with many of the people in Furladeja, and he had little doubt that the council would vote to work with them. Thanks to his influence, the Mustafarian council would completely overlook the fact that Naruto and most of his group were still children and mostly unknown off-worlders that they had only just met. XX. Hello, Gato. Stated Naruto right after the door opened and he looked at the short man sitting on the infirmary table. He found it slightly odd as for the last few months this person was his master's body and now he was back to being just Gato. He also found that he didn't know that much about Gato at all, nor how the man might react to his presence. The short man groaned upon seeing him and Naruto had to suppress a smile at the reaction. From what he surmised, Gato was still partly under Plague Ace's control, so he really wouldn't need to convince the man to help them, as he should be pliable and take well to his and his master's suggestions. Interestingly enough, I managed to convince Master Plague Ace that you could still be useful to us. That and only that has managed to spare your life for the time being. Naruto revealed, but he didn't expect anything in return from Gato or even a thanks. And you expect me to be grateful? Asked Gato with some derision. He had only just come out of the Bacta tank and while he was feeling better than before, he still felt rather lousy. Words from a child, albeit a powerful one, would not assuage his fears of what would happen to him. No, I expect you to work for us so you can go on living. Kabuto also said you didn't have any permanent brain damage. Isn't that good news? Naruto added in a mocking tone. Gato muttered something under his breath, which Naruto easily heard, and then demanded, then what do you want from me? Want? Nothing really. I personally don't like you. I'm merely giving you a chance to be useful and I expect you to work for us without any complaint or refusal. Answered Naruto while looking Gato directly in the eye with a hard stare that left little room for rebuttal. The shadowed but still visible piercing blue made Gato gulp. He knew what the brat was capable of and knew he really couldn't refuse. He witnessed the brat nearly kill the missing Ninmamakai Zabuza and was well aware that he was in no position to not accept. What do you want me to do so I can keep living? Gato asked with some reluctance while not taking his eye off Naruto, as if waiting for a killing blow. We'd like you to start up a business. Naruto simply answered as he looked away from Gato and walked over to a counter. The back of his cloak was met with quite a look of skepticism and then the immediate outburst from Gato of, here. Naruto said nothing and merely nodded his head in affirmation as he idly examining a few of the medical devices Kabuto had picked up along their travels thus far. What could this hellish planet possibly offer for you lot? Gato questioned as his mind sifted through the fractured images in his memory of the planet he had seen and felt through senses of a body that had been taken from him. Certain lava flows on the planet are rich in several minerals that can fetch quite a price. I'm sure you can understand the value in that. The business would begin with the mining of these lava flows. Answered Naruto while examining a particularly interesting device. Gato's mind raced at the new information and he began thinking about what would be involved. While his primary business was shipping, he did know a thing or two about mining. He had interests in gold and diamond mining but never mining lava. That certainly wasn't something he had ever even considered. He wanted to ask about what would be asked of him in the position, but the cloaked boy answered the question before he could even get the question out. You of course won't be mining or managing any workers. You won't even need to know how it all works. The Mustafarians can perform all the work and operations. You will be merely overseeing the progress of the facility, which needs to be built, or perhaps a better word would be modified, and after that you will be ensuring that the facility remains operating at peak efficiency, produces shipments, turns a profit, and remains hidden from anyone else. That is what you are good at, is it not? Asked Naruto rhetorically after a short explanation. Gato gave a smug smirk before answering, of course. My shipping business only began declining because I got bored with it. There was no competition, after I eliminated them, and I found that I could get more money through illegal means than legitimate ones. I never once got caught or even brought in for questioning by any daimyo, ninja, or authority. Few people in the elemental countries even suspected me of any wrongdoing or illegal activities. The short man gloated and ended with a small satisfied chuckle which soon faded as he remembered his situation. It's all gone now, he finally realized, and sobered some as he thought about his once great empire of crime and shipping. Well, this certainly isn't the elemental countries, so you'll have your work cut out for you. For now, your main concern is the mining. Later on that may change to encompass much more. Naruto alluded and waited for Gato to respond. How will it change? Gato questioned, and Naruto could feel the ideas swirling inside the greedy man's mind. Depending on your success, the dealings on Mustafar could change. The planet does have one other commodity, and that is the heat from the lava. The heat produced can be turned into energy that can then be sold to other distant planets. Of course, should you be very successful, then you may be able to leave this planet for much bigger and better things, stated Naruto as he kept his words vague in order to get Gato more interested. What kind of better things? Gato quickly responded. Well, I suppose if you did exceed Master Plagueis' expectations, then we might set you up with a legitimate business and you could take part in many of the illegal and underworld dealings offered in the galaxy. The galaxy is infinitely bigger and there are many more opportunities available than what you were used to in the elemental countries, Naruto explained. Gato absently licked his lips at the prospect as he thought about the possibilities being offered to him. His imminent doom, which hours ago had been the forefront on his mind, was completely gone from his thoughts. Along with different businesses circling in his mind, he kept thinking about names and instantly thought of Gato Galactic Shipping or Gato Industries, and many others. Now that he had Gato completely hooked, Naruto decided to get something to eat with the others while he waited for good news concerning Plagueis' meeting. He left the room without another word. XX. Ascending in one of the city's slow elevators, Plagueis watched the floors go by through the open elevator shaft as he thought about what would happen next. The Mustafarian Council had agreed to the presented terms, or at least a majority of the council had agreed. The rest would likely soon follow though. All that was left was for Naruto and Gato to meet with the council and seal the agreement. Right after finalizing the agreement, they would leave for Tatoin. There were better places to sell their weapons, but he wanted to go to Tatoin and it was slightly closer than many of their other options. Reaching the topmost level of the city, he walked down a hallway to where the final staircase to the surface was. Years ago when he visited Mustafar to look for a good place for a hideout, he never imagined what was really there, nor did he really go looking. A quick survey of the planet was all he did, and now it might end up a very important part of their plans and future operations. It was hard to pinpoint an exact cause of their good fortune. Though danger and problems followed them at every turn, thus far they had come out on top. Was it somehow the force guiding all of them, or was it something else? Most of the discoveries made were by his student or the crew. Naruto found the crashed ship before even acquiring midi-chlorians, and the other Ibonahis didn't have any midi-chlorians. Kabuto managed to get information on where an old Sith tomb was. The crew's choice led them to the second Tessent. The Demon Brothers found an old warship. He could go on and on, but most of what they were becoming involved with was by mere accident. They never meant to go to Mustafar, yet they were now leaving with much more than they came with. Was it something to do with chakra, or did the force favor the chakra users in their group? Was Naruto affecting them? He was unable to grasp their penchant for finding things without really looking for them. From an observer's standpoint, it was highly unusual. I'll have to investigate this further, thought Plagueis as he walked over the surface of the plateau to their ship. In the distance he could see the white shuttle that held the rest of the Vulture's crew. XX. Standing before the repaired Vulture, Naruto was about board the ship to leave. His gaze looked down at the gifts that he had been presented with by the Mustafarians. Apparently it was their custom to exchange such gifts when a business venture was made. Tucked under his arm were 4 long knives made from the tusks of the Tulris that they had killed. One pair was for him and the other was for Jugo, for they both had battled with the beast. The orange-haired boy and the rest of the crew were already on board the ship and had boarded while he met with the Mustafarian Council to finalize their agreements. "You're not going to just forget about me on this rock?" asked Gato, who was standing nearby. Naruto could tell that the short man was not being sentimental in any way and was genuinely afraid about being abandoned there. "Of course not, this operation has the potential to be quite lucrative. If you help it to be successful, that is," stated Naruto, and he could feel some of the man's worry lifting. It was a difficult position to be left in, not that he really cared. Gato didn't even understand the Mustafarian language and he would be working with them for quite a while, so the man's next thought was obvious. "What about that orange droid of yours? I saw it translating for you, couldn't you leave it here? I could also use some protection in this place," said Gato while glancing back at the strange-looking Mustafarians gathered behind him. "You're more likely to need protection from that droid than the Mustafarians if I left it behind," Naruto explained and began heading to the ship. Plagueis was in the cockpit and the ship was already finishing the pre-flight sequence to take off. Gato grunted in response and started moving away from the ship while favoring his cane. The only other option to get off the planet was to go to the Techno Union and ask for help, which was something that Plagueis' meddling with his head would prevent him from doing. He'd do just about anything to get off the planet, and if that meant working with the natives, then that's what must be done. XX. It's beautiful, isn't it? Commented Suijutsu as he continued to polish his new sword. Looking down over the flat side of the sword, he could see his own toothy grin reflection in the ceiling of the vulture. He had been at it for quite a few hours, and despite that it had been as polished as it was ever going to be, he still kept at it. Taewia and Karin gave the white-haired teen a dull look. It was bad enough when we had to listen to him complaining about not getting a sword. Now that he has it, he won't shut the fuck up about it. Taewia commented to Karin, and the fellow redhead nodded. You're just jealous that you don't have a unique weapon too. Suijutsu mocked with a toothy grin. Both girls frowned, and while they wouldn't admit, they both felt it might be nice to have a weapon that was made just for them. Continuing to smile at the effect that his gloating had, Suijutsu suddenly had a thought: where did Naruto and Master Plagueis get off to? Karin angled her head down so her glasses reflected the overhead lights of the ship, and she gave a small smile. She knew exactly how to respond to the question in order to set Suijutsu off. They went to the cargo room and are apparently practicing kenjutsu in secret, answered Karin, and she smiled at the effect it had on the white-haired boy. Suijutsu's eyes went wide and he ran to the cargo room door yelling about being left out. XX. Cargo containers were quickly moved with the force as a large circular sparing area was created in the cargo bay. The room wasn't overly large, but the newly created area would be enough to suit his purposes. Standing across from each other, Plagueis was the first to move and went over to one of the containers stacked against the wall. He picked up 2 metal rods that had been sitting there since they both entered the room. Until that point, Naruto had overlooked them. Throwing one of the rods to Naruto, Plagueis held the other and moved it around to get a feel for it. Naruto caught the thrown item and looked it over before asking, "Are we going to be sparring with these?" "One of the disadvantages of being merely a spirit when it came to your training was that I couldn't get hands-on," replied Plagueis to his student's question. "But why are we using these? We both have Sith swords," asked Naruto as he looked over the rudimentary weapon. "With these, we can't possibly pierce the hull," stated Plagueis, and he quickly added, "It's also better this way, so you won't get maimed or killed." Once the statement was made, Plagueis watched his student intently for any physical and emotional responses. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the statement and his grip tightened on the makeshift practice weapon. He knew he shouldn't let the words goad him, but with all that had recently happened, he didn't care about keeping his emotions in check. Plagueis could feel the conflict building in his student and was content that he had elicited the exact response that he wanted. It would only take a little more to push his student over the edge. "We may begin whenever you like. It won't make much difference either way, I won't be the one covered with bruises and with broken bones when this is over." Naruto was in motion the moment before the mental sentence was finished. He struck out with a ferocious swing and Plagueis was quick to react by putting up his makeshift sword to block. Naruto's strike would likely have broken any guard that Plagueis had put up, however the mutant Sith Lord was far more skilled and experienced. With a flick of his wrist, the block turned into a parry that sent Naruto's swing wide and completely over Plagueis' head as the Mustafarian body crouched. Exposed, Naruto let one hand go from the faux sword and blocked Plagueis' force push. The force attacks were at a stalemate while Plagueis' hand with sword came down upon Naruto. Noticing his backswing would not be fast enough to block, Naruto moved his hand to deflect his master's force push and moved his body to dodge. His reaction speed is faster than what I anticipated. I can't underestimate him like that and let him get this close again, thought Plagueis as he did something that Naruto would not expect and struck out at his student with a powerful kick. Naruto tried to back off as he pulled his shin up to block the kick and succeeded until he recognized that the kick was far more powerful than he thought possible. He's either amplifying his strength with the force or it's just his Mustafarian body. Naruto believed as his foot lost contact with the ground was thrown back hard by the kick. Quick to recover, Naruto ignored the pain and sprung back, keeping up a relentless attack against his master. However, every thrust and every strike were deftly blocked or parried by his master. Naruto tried every attack and trick that he knew in order to get past his master's defense, but nothing worked. Trying to overpower Plagueis or lead him into a trap failed as well. Even a few kunai had been loosed in order to try and gain an opening or catch his master off guard. It aggravated Naruto to no end that his master had barely moved from his original stance and foot placement in their dueling area, and yet he himself had been moving around the whole cargo hold. His earlier anger was replaced with frustration and he tried to calm himself. "Are you prepared for me to begin going on the offensive?" asked Plagueis as they stood opposite each other after a brief break in Naruto's continuous attacks. A brief thought passed through Naruto's mind as he realized that his master had yet to make an actual attack against him. Everything thus far had been a reaction to his attacks and nothing truly offensive or aggressive. The brief moment he stopped to think about it, was the very moment that Plagueis took to attack. Naruto's body reacted instinctively, but his response was exactly what Plagueis had wanted. Naruto's block left him open to Plagueis' next strike, which struck his shoulder. Though he had tried to dodge, Plagueis had moved his strike so it hit right where we wanted. The hard blow jarred Naruto greatly and nearly popped his arm out of the socket. Naruto was only able to take a quick glance at his injured shoulder before he had to duck and parry consecutive blows. During most of his onslaught on Plagueis, his master had barely moved from one place and at most, pivoted or make a single step, but now they were fighting all over the cargo room as Naruto backpedaled, dodged, and tried to use every advantage to protect himself and move off the defensive. He was now attached with chakra to the ceiling and fighting his master from there as he hoped the spontaneity of the move would trip up Plagueis' momentum, but it was having little effect. He had already taken a few more hits and large welts were in the process of forming. His arms and legs are so long that they give him an incredible advantage. I can't get past his guard or even move close to him, and his fighting is preventing me from using the force to any appreciable degree. If he didn't have that body... Naruto began thinking but stopped as he realized his own mistake. That body is very similar to Master's old body, which means that this is how he normally fights and what it would be like to face him as he was. There is no additional advantage provided, which means that had he not been a spirit, I would be in the same position whether in that body or his real one. That body also doesn't have the same force potential as his original, he realized and focused back to the fight. An interesting conclusion. I was wondering if you were arrogant enough to think that your position in this fight was solely due to the body I now possess. Plagueis began as his voice appeared in Naruto's mind and his eyes widened in surprise, but you really shouldn't get distracted during a fight, said Plagueis, and Naruto was only then made aware of the cargo container that was hurtling toward him from his side. It was just outside his vision and he couldn't move in time to stop or push it with the force. The container hit him full force and his feet detached from the ceiling, propelling him toward the other containers where he crashed into. Plagueis quickly used the force to unbalance other stacked containers just enough to send the stacks toppling down on his student. Naruto pushed the heavy containers that had fallen on top of him and quickly realized that he had lost his weapon. Seeing it near him, he moved, but his hand was stepped on by a black boot. An experienced dark side fighter, or really most non-Jedi for that matter, will not only attack the body but also the mind and take any advantage provided during a battle. Or perhaps they will just use underhanded means to create one. You also still have much to learn when it comes to facing a well-trained Kenjutsu opponent, lectured Plagueis as he talked down to his student, both figuratively and literally. The previous battles you have had were not that sword-oriented, though I believe Orochimaru did give you some difficulty as well as that missing nin from Kiri, but neither gave you a fight to your limit when it came to swordsmanship. The pressure from the boot was released as Plagueis walked away from his student to the opposite side of their arena. Naruto took that moment to pull his sword to his hand and jump to his feet, charging towards his master's back. Indifferent of the attack he knew would come, Plagueis merely said one thing to his student: "Your mother's name was Kushina." The words hit Naruto as if struck by a debilitating blow. His speed faltered and impending strike never fulfilled as his arms grew rather limp. The shock and surprise was enough that he never registered his master's two blows or the fact that his master had even made a move against him. The first blow was referred to as chomai and normally used to amputate a hand or arm, but while using a rod, it only served to force Naruto to release his weapon. The second blow quickly followed the first and would normally be to the neck in a classic sidechai, or decapitation blow, but instead Plagueis struck slightly higher to not injure his student's neck. The rod hit Naruto across the lower jaw and he was sent to the floor. When his vision focused, he found himself on the floor and noted the taste of blood in his mouth, a dull burning sensation in his jaw, and that one of his teeth had come loose. Pushing himself up, he looked to Plagueis. "I did mention while we were in Mustafar that I would tell you all that I knew about your parents. Of course you won't be getting this information without putting up a good enough fight. I've been a spirit for far too long and expect more of a challenge in the coming days." Put forth Plagueis as he took on a Form V opening stance with his makeshift sword. Spitting out the lost tooth, Naruto pulled his own sword to his hand with the force and took on his own stance, ready to continue. Suijutsu's frantic banging on the locked door was completely ignored by both. XX. An hour before their impending arrival, the crew of the Vulture were summoned to the meeting room to have a briefing on the planet. Most were excited at the prospect of getting some time off the ship, as being together in such a close area for extended periods of time was not conducive to good morale. As they took seats around the table, Plagueis went over his own plans for the planet. Should anyone ask, he was also thinking of a plausible explanation for leaving by himself to complete his own goals during their trip while everyone else would go or stay. His disappearance wouldn't go unnoticed by the more observant and paranoid members of the group, though most wouldn't care. His research was not something he wanted to share with everyone, and that would be the way it would remain for at least for the immediate future. Eventually, when Kabuto had caught up with the level of technology and knowledge required, he would have a competent assistant that would hopefully add to his research with the abilities of medical ninjutsu. Naruto did not seem very interested in his research, but that didn't bother him in the slightest. He spent decades researching the intricacies of midi-chlorians by himself in almost complete isolation, even while training an apprentice who was not that interested in his research either. The only thing standing in his way at the moment was the meeting, and then he would be free to find his test subject on the planet that they approached. He needed data, and even a failed experiment should provide valuable information for the future. As a formality, he decided to attend the briefing, but really there was no real purpose for him to be there, as he was going to let Naruto explain everything. The best method to get around any questions as to his own agenda was to have Naruto run the briefing and fill their thoughts with information that he himself wasn't all that concerned with. They could sell the weapons just about anywhere, but it would be a good lesson and task for his student to undertake. Dealing with the huts, or any hut for that matter, could be quite tricky. Naruto would undoubtedly also task a few of their crew members with finding the Rikutan temple on the planet. His teachings to his student that he had learned from ancient texts and holocrons, spoke of many such temples on various worlds throughout the galaxy. Each housed a map system that would show the way to the long-since destroyed Star Forge and the home world of the Rikutan people. A part of him thought it a fool's errand as the Star Forge was long gone, the Rikutan home world abandoned, the fact that the Rikutan map on Tatooine may have been destroyed, and the ruins weren't well known to anyone on the planet, which made finding them all the more difficult. Likely only a select few Tusken Raiders or perhaps Jawas know the exact whereabouts of such a place. I don't believe the ruins were near any city or settlement, and I doubt that has changed much, but if it keeps them out of my business, then who am I stop him from trying, were the thoughts of the Sith Lord. Once the crew was seated in chairs and quiet, he made a mental nod to his student to begin the briefing. After giving a brief glance at the crew members, both organic and non-organic, that filled the room, Naruto began, "The planet we will shortly arrive at is called Tatooine. It's an uncivilized planet that is controlled by the Hutts, which are a large slug-like species that are synonymous with crime and other illegal acts." "Is it a water planet?" interrupted Suijutsu with his fingers crossed. "Please tell me it has a lot of water. Large slugs wouldn't like it too dry. Our last planet didn't agree with me much." Suijutsu explained to the others as he awaited a favorable answer. "It's not a water planet," Naruto answered in a dull tone. "Lots of islands? Grassy? Plains? Rocky?" Suijutsu asked as he tried to picture a place where he would be at least a little comfortable. "Actually, it's a desert planet," explained Naruto, and he was met with silence as well as a frown from Suijutsu. The quiet atmosphere was only broken by a snort from Karin as she tried to hold back her mirth. "So it has a large desert?" inquired Suijutsu. "No, it's mostly desert," answered Naruto with a sigh. "How much is mostly?" inquired Suijutsu as he ignored the smiles and light laughter from the two redheads at the table. "The entire planet is one contiguous desert, marred with some rock outcroppings and plateau. Nothing grows there, and the only water moisture which the populace farms with machines known as moisture vaporators." Suijutsu stared at him with an incredulous look, and Naruto added, "It also has 2 suns." After banging his head on the table, Suijutsu sat up and stated, "So we're going to another fucking wasteland in the middle of nowhere." "You could say that," Naruto acknowledged as he tried to avoid the impending problems associated with Plagueis' choice of planet. "Can't we go to a world that doesn't discriminate against me? None of us would be sad if you evaporated." Teiwa chimed in and Karin laughed while Kabuto and Yugo couldn't contain their smiles. "But he does have a point, why can't we go anywhere nice?" Kabuto commented, and he glanced over to Plagueis to see if his words caused any visible reaction. He was slightly disappointed when they hadn't. Well, this briefing certainly became unproductive fast, thought Naruto and Plagueis. While the meeting got back on track and Naruto began explaining more about the planet, a pair of red photoreceptors scanned the meeting room. HK-47 watched as the meatbags prattled about nonsensical things that didn't concern him at all. Thoughts circled in his processor about taking a few of the weapons that were within his reach and killing as many of them as he could before getting stopped, but he could not act on these. Right before he was about to disable most of his auditory sensors, they picked up on a word that sparked some recollection. With renewed interest he began reviewing the accompanying sentences in which it was spoken. He did not record everything that his auditory sensors picked up, but he did have playback for a few minutes. Cycling through the last 30 seconds of the conversation, he heard the recorded voice utter the word one more time. Rikutan. It was familiar to him, and he began a search through his memory to try and determine where and when he had last heard it. A few of the others' words stated in the sentences also seemed to tug at his thought processes. The short Sith meatbag that was leading their group had also mentioned Tatooine, star map, and temple, all accompanying or describing the one word that had renewed his interest in the conversation. Cross-referencing these words together with Rikutan, he slowly began to retrieve information that had long been filed away and compressed in order to save room for more important things, like the best methods for killing meatbags. Initially he began sifting through information on Rikutans, but soon it changed to specific information related to the words he had searched for. Inner thought: I have been to this temple before and seen the map in question. The meatbags have no idea where the exact location is, I can use this to my advantage. Interrupting the briefing, HK began implementing his plan. Query: am I correct in my logic that you are after a temple containing an ancient map which in the eastern dune sea of the planet Tatooine? The explanation that Naruto had been giving Kabuto about Tusken Raiders and Jawa died as all eyes turned to the sadistic droid which sat in an area of the table with chairs farther away than the normal distance, as several people had moved over slightly so as to not be very close to the droid. While Plagueis was able to contain his surprise, Naruto was not and had a look on his face that few had ever seen. It wasn't that expressive, just mild surprise and shock, but it was more than most at the table had ever seen him display. Is this some kind of trick? Naruto wondered as he analyzed the new information. The ship that the droid was on was old, very old. It likely dated to near the same period of time as the rediscovery of the Star Forge. Does it really know about the temples and the star maps? Plagueis on the other hand was several steps ahead of Naruto in his deductions. It's obviously an assassination droid and its old body was customized and full of complex modifications. The model is not one that I have ever encountered. It's also several millennia old and now apparently it possesses detailed knowledge of the star maps, or at least the location of one of them. It can't be that droid, can it? I don't actually know what happened to that droid, nor can I remember its designation, thought Plagueis as he considered the possibility. With the moment of surprise having passed, Naruto couldn't keep himself from finding out more of what the droid had to say. And how exactly would you know something like that? Statement: I have been around for quite a while and seen many things. Naruto held back his frown at the lack of any definitive information in the droid's statement and quickly brought up a map of the planet on the hollow projector in the center of the table. Scanning over the terrain, he then looked to the droid and gestured to the map. HK-47 examined the hollow projection for a moment before looking back to Naruto. Query: should I provide this information, what do I get in return? Naruto eyed the droid as he mulled over the question. He wasn't sure what the droid would want. Hearing his thoughts, Plagueis answered, I believe he wants to go along with one of the two parties. Likely he has gotten bored during our trip and wants some assurance that he can get to kill something. You were going to take him with you anyway. How wonderful. I thought this was just supposed to be a weapons deal. You'll be going with me to see a hut about some weapons. I do believe you speak fluent Hutus. Naruto asked and the droid ignored his question in favor of something else. Ultimatum: I would also like my hand returned to normal. The droid said while looking to its hand that Naruto had changed. Though the others listening to the conversation were slightly confused, Naruto knew that the droid wanted one of its hands returned to being the blaster rifle attachment and not the articulated hand it now was. That can be arranged, but first, the information. Bartered Naruto as he motioned back to the Tatoin projection. The droid eyed him carefully and his red photoreceptors flared before its hand reached out and pointed to an area of the projected planet. Statement: the temple you seek lies in a cave in this area of canyons in the eastern Dune Sea. Though the projection has no identifying names for the areas of the planet, he pointed to an area in the eastern Dune Sea, noted Plagueis, in it becoming more likely that the droid was not making up its statement, but had likely been there before. Naruto quickly marked the location and zoomed in to study the area a little closer. They had only sparse information on the topographic of the planet and they certainly didn't have complete or explicitly detailed maps of the entire surface. There was no way of telling with the projection whether there actually was a cave containing the temple ruins in that area. Someone would have to go and find out. XX. As the vulture set down on the outskirts of a place called Tisk Station, the landing walkway lowered and Naruto was the first to disembark. The cool night air was a stark contrast to what the conditions of the desert planet must have been during day. Touching the last walkway strut as he stepped out onto the sand, he grimaced slightly and glanced to his right hand, which was covered in severe chakra burns. Along with his training with Plagueis, he had also been trying to master the technique he had taken from Kakashi's and Jiraiya's memories. The Raise Nan proved quite difficult, and while he had passed the first two stages while they were traveling from Ibona's, the technique was not yet complete. He had tried to surprise his master during one of their duels but wasn't able to even graze Plagueis with it. Instead he missed and hit an interior wall of the ship. Despite the power of the uncompleted technique, it only marked the metal with a shallow-edged spiral that radiated perfectly from the center where the attack had struck. The spacing between the lines of the spiral was exact to within less than a millimeter. He could have asked Kabuto or Karin to heal the wound, or perhaps even done it himself, but he wanted to let it heal normally. Pain was not something that should bother him, but it had been quite a while since he had experienced such heavy chakra burns. He was so focused while practicing with the technique over and over again that he never even realized that his hands were becoming burned by the channeling, compression and movements of his own chakra. Looking out over the sand, he knew that over several dunes one direction was Tisk Station, which was a power station that supplied most of the surrounding towns with power via underground transmission cables. In another direction was Ancho Riyadh, which was relatively close. Far to the east was the eastern Dune Sea, which was where HK-47 had claimed the Rakuten Temple was, and somewhere even farther to the north was Jabba's palace and several larger cities and space ports. The rudimentary plan was to head to Ancho Riyadh and then split up into two groups from there. He would be traveling with HK and Jugo to Jabba's palace while Kabuto would be taking Karin and the Demon Brothers out into the desert. It wasn't wise to put both medics together on a single team, but Karin was likely still reluctant to kill and would be needed to sense for crate dragons on the open dunes and canyons of that group's journey. Kabuto would be leading the group as the Snake Ninja had more experience on higher-ranking missions, and traveling so deep out into the desert was not an easy task. He thought about sending HK-47 with that group, but the revelations during the meeting made him want to keep a closer eye on the droid. Master Plagueis also seems to be getting ready to disembark, but I have no idea where he might be headed, remembered Naruto as he could feel Plagueis his adjacent room getting things together for some kind of travel, though he knew not how heavy or light his master had packed, or what Plagueis would want on the planet. From earlier conversations, Plagueis did not know much about the planet, aside from basic knowledge about the controlling huts and some history. He'd probably notice if I tried to follow him, thought Naruto as he checked his gear. Suijutsu would be staying in the ship, along with Teiuya. He had noted that the redhead had been rather secluded during most of their journey and sometimes not coming out of her room for a day or more at a time. Karin would sometimes take food to her. However, nothing showed in her expressions when she was around that indicated a problem, and he couldn't glean anything from her. Perhaps she still doesn't like her situation here with the rest of the group, he guessed as he looked in the direction of where Anchoriad was. It wouldn't take long to get there. By foot they would arrive at dawn, and from there they would have to secure some kind of transport to their different locations. Chapter 24. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.3 BBY current year. Chapter XXIV, Dealings with Huts. XX. Morning was quick to come, or a more accurate way of putting it was that the first sun was soon over the horizon with the second close on its heels. I've never actually walked through a vast desert before. Naruto realized as he led the group in a single file line with Plagueis at the rear. The heat wasn't that bothersome at the moment, but even in their survival cloaks taken from the warship on Mustafar, by midday, the heat would certainly affect all of them. A quick henge had him looking a bit older than usual. He was the shortest of the group now that Plagueis no longer had Gato's body and negotiating with a hut would be difficult enough. He didn't need the hut and entourage laughing at him because he looked like a little kid. The cloaked group entered the town of Anchoriad and moved silently in the early hours of the morning. Few people were out that early, just a few merchants setting up street shops, and it seemed the only business open was the local cantina, and Plagueis soon moved to the head of the group, taking the lead and choosing a path straight for the establishment. Once the starport came to life, they would split up and move to accomplish their separate missions. XX. The kid has guts, I'll give him that, thought Tsunade as she once again went over the medical records of a genin, Rock Lee. The surgical procedure that would be required to heal the boy involved quite a bit of risk invoked, but the genin desperately wanted to continue being a ninja, despite not even being able to use chakra. Her eyes looked up from the paper for a second before she grabbed the nearest item on her desk, which happened to be an empty sake bottle, and threw it at the intruder to her office. Jiraiya reached out and grabbed the bottle before it smacked him in the face. What do you want? Tsunade said with sigh as her projectile had failed to hit. Jiraiya held the bottle up and tipped it over his mouth to see if any sake was left, but nothing came. She certainly finishes it to the last drop, he thought before stepping down off the windowsill and taking a seat opposite the buxom Hokage. I came to give you my final report on the Kyuubi container. Began Jiraiya, and Tsunade put down her papers to listen. I've exhausted all the means at my disposal in order to determine everything I could about him. I've looked through all his records, tapped out all of my contacts and even called in a few favors. Jiraiya informed her, and she waited for him to continue. I can't find him anywhere. No sighting, no rumors, he just vanished. There haven't been any sightings of that machine he used, nor any sightings of any member of the group he was traveling with. Tsunade sighed and wasn't really surprised by her teammates' finding. She knew he did everything he could, but whatever flying machine the boy had used, was going completely unnoticed. He did say it could go incredibly high in the air. Someone might just mistake it for a bird, she thought before asking a question that she had been waiting for an answer on. Did you find anything new about the machine itself from the Land of Spring? Jiraiya nodded, and Tsunade's interest in the conversation was renewed. I talked with all the scientists that took part in whatever Naruto was doing. Not one of them was privy to all segments of the project that they were working on, but from piecing it all together, they think they were building the components and fuel to create a power source of some kind. Jiraiya informed her. A power source? Like some kind of electrical generator? Tsunade questioned, and Jiraiya tried to explain it better. They weren't completely positive what the end result would be. And Jiraiya closed his eyes for a second as he took a thinking pose to remember the words given to him by one of the scientists. Most of what they had been trying to tell him was so far over his head that they had to explain it to him several times. It would create a reaction that would produce an incredible amount of heat and energy. Jiraiya said, reiterating the words that the scientists had told him. How much power? Tsunade asked as she leaned forward slightly and awaited the answer. Jiraiya again tried to remember exactly what the scientists had explained to him, but numbers were never his strong suit. A lot, came his uncertain reply. Tsunade's eye twitched and she decided to try a different approach with her teammate. Enough to power the village. More than that? Jiraiya answered, and her eyes widened slightly at that. The entire country. She put forth, and Jiraiya quickly nodded and added, that and probably more. They said it could produce more power than anything they had ever seen before. A moment of silence elapsed as the two sat and thought over the implications of such a power source. Tsunade was the first to break the silence with another question that she had been waiting to get answers to. Did you ever determine where the flying machine came from? Jiraiya shrugged and quickly responded. No one in Spring Country seemed to know anything about it. I can't determine where it came, and the Hyuga girl said it didn't have any marking on it that she could remember. Moving on, Tsunade asked, have you found out anything else about Akatsuki and their movements? My contacts inform me that someone is definitely expending a lot of resources looking for Naruto, his group, and the ship. I suspect it is Akatsuki, but I can't get anything definitive. Aside from that, I still don't know what it is that they want with him. At that point, Tsunade had nothing left to discuss with her former teammate and was about to continue with her duties as Hokage, but it was apparently now Jiraiya's turn to ask a question of his own. What of the Tsunaboy you still have in a cell? Tsunade sighed as the subject had been one of heated debate with the village elders and council. It's a political nightmare, you know that. She said, and Jiraiya's frown was evidence that he did not like her answer. I can't let him go because he attacked the village and did a great deal of damage. We also certainly can't execute him because of what he contains. As much as I hate to say it, Danzo is right, handing him over would be a sign of weakness on our part. The fact that he is the son of the deceased 4th Kazekage only complicates things further. She informed him, and Jiraiya was quick to protest. Doesn't his own village want him back? I don't know anymore. They seem to, but we can't come to any agreement over the matter. No matter what kind of arrangement we've discussed, the elders are adamant that it would put us in a bad position, even if the terms for his return are a peace treaty. As far as I know, this kind of situation has never happened before. You're talking as if he's some object. Tsunade gave him a look and he backed off. Heavy sighs were made by both Sunin. For now he's a political prisoner and will remain where he is until this can all be sorted out. A messenger bird comes every few days relaying more terms, but neither village is willing to meet and sort it all out. It's just a complete mess. And she gave Jiraiya a look that said, this is all your fault, for making her deal with all of it when she became Hokage. Jiraiya took the silence as his cue to leave and decided he would visit the boy again to make sure the seal he put was holding. Aside from that, there was really nothing more he could do about it. XX. Finding a single person on the desert planet was proving incredibly difficult for the Sith Lord as he looked through one of the few information terminals in the starport of Anchoriyad. Despite knowing exactly when his experiment had traveled to the desert planet, he still had difficulty finding any record of where she ended up or even that she came to the planet. It was doubtful at best that she would be in Anchoriyad, but it was one of the safer ports on the planet and more civilized, so it had better access to information. Being such a backwater planet, this may take me quite some time. Plague Ace thought as he sifted through files and was finding no results. There was no networked database like on most of the more civilized planets. Records of who came and went from the planet were spotty at best. Anyone could come and go as they pleased, and few if any would use a real name. He would be lucky to find any records at all of her arrival, given that so many shady dealings took place on the planet. The Hutts wouldn't keep records on who came and went to keep their dealings secret and provide anonymity for their business associates. But perhaps I need a different strategy. She is a slave and some kind of record of her ownership must exist, even if a record of her arrival doesn't, he realized, and started searching for the location of where slave records were kept. From what he knew of the slave trade on various planets, each slave owner needed some kind of proof of ownership for each of their slaves, and such information would be kept on file somewhere with a copy or original with the owner. Without it, anyone could claim that they did not own the slave and take ownership for themselves. This would likely be especially true when it came to the Hutts, and as a result, records were kept for each slave. However, he first needed to find the location of the records. Anchoriyad was obviously not the location for such records, as it was one of the more civilized starports, and it was exceedingly doubtful that he could access those records from the terminal he was at. I'll have to go there in person, he idly thought as he searched. The screen on the terminal changed and he finally managed to gain the location of where the records were kept. Mos Espa, Plague Ace thought and frowned. Naruto had just left for the city in the last hour and he would have to wait for the next transport. Thinking ahead and planning his next moves, Plague Ace decided to go back to the ship instead of waiting for a transport and simply fly there. I'll probably need the astromech droid to slice into the database to get the information I need and remain unnoticed, he thought, and headed in the direction of the ship. As he walked through the sand, he didn't notice a slight movement behind him. The sand bulged slightly and a winding path was made for a short distance in Plague Ace's direction before the bulge subsided and the creature moved deeper into the sand. XX. It feels pathetic. Naruto thought as he sat on the modified skiff that was being used as a transport between starports on Tatooine. He was on his way with Jugo and HK-47 to Mos Espa, followed by Mos Eisley, and they were taking public transportation to get there. We'll definitely have to use something else if Jabba is in his palace. I'm not going to show up on a makeshift bus to make a weapons deal. Even walking would be preferable, he believed, and looked to the others of his group. It was obvious that their droid was also not happy with the accommodations either. Jugo on the other hand seemed rather preoccupied with other thoughts. He's rather troubled with something, and that's the last we need when going to meet with a Hutt. I'll need him to be more focused and aware, thought Naruto as he debated about how to go about remedying the problem. After quite a bit of internal debate and indecision, he began, "You seem troubled." The question was asked in Ibonahi so as to not allow anyone else to overhear what they were talking about. Jugo stopped looking off across the horizon and came out of his thoughts to answer the question with a question, how many slaves are on this planet? He asked while glancing across the narrow skiff to the chained individuals sitting across the ship on nearby benches. I don't really know. Naruto answered, as it was never a question he considered during the briefing. I would guess around 50% of the inhabitants of the planet, but that's only a guess. I have no idea how many indigenous sand people and Jawas there are to make an accurate figure. He estimated. Why doesn't anyone help them? Jugo asked as he continued to stare from beneath his hood. Naruto could think of plenty of reasons why no one would even try helping them. The Hutts owning the entire Slavi trade on the planet, and the fact that people didn't make enemies of the Hutts. The slaves Jugo was looking at were likely going to someone of influence or wealth in the starport, or perhaps leaving the planet, but it would detrimental to their mission to even try and free a single slave. If half the planet were slaves, what would even be the point of freeing a small handful, other than trying to appease a conscience? I don't decide how the galaxy works. Many planets outlaw slavery, especially in the Republic, while on others it is a thriving business. There is nothing that can be done for them. Plague Ace mentioned that they likely have a chip in their heads which would prevent them from leaving the planet. Naruto mentioned, and Jugo quickly asked, how would it prevent them from leaving? The chip would likely explode if they left the planet and kill them. I guess there would be some kind of signal or beacon somewhere on the planet that transmits a signal, and once the chip no longer receives it. Naruto stopped the sentence short as he answered truthfully and could instantly feel Jugo's unease at the statement. It seems I'm just making things worse. Why does it concern you? Naruto asked of Jugo as he was curious to know the answer. I suppose I was a slave of sorts, while in the care of Orochimaru. I was chained up and put away in a cell, but that was of my own decision. They don't have a choice. Only to keep existing as they are, or death it seems. Jugo answered and then looked to Naruto seriously. Doesn't it bother you, even a little? Don't you feel anything for them? Naruto earnestly thought about the question and then glanced to the slaves Jugo had been looking at a moment earlier. Up to that point, he had simply ignored the other slaves they had seen on their journey. Questioning himself about the answer, he decided to explore what Jugo had asked. He opened his mind to seek out their thoughts and feelings and was hit full force with a crushing despair. Loneliness, sadness, anger, despair, and more filled him as he began seeing a few images that they were thinking about. He learned about how they were treated, where they were going, and how one was close to either ending her life or attacking her captors despite the fact she knew it wouldn't end well. Stop, his own thoughts forced to the forefront of his mind and pushed everything out. A second went by before Naruto realized where he was and that he still had yet to answer Jugo. His heart was beating rapidly and overall he felt unwell, despite feeling fine moments before. No. I don't feel anything for them. He answered with finality and the conversation was over between the two. Jugo was not surprised by the answer but was less than pleased with it. Why did I almost expect him to say something different? Maybe I shouldn't have even asked in the first place. While Naruto was getting his emotions back under control, HK-47 was completely engrossed with processing and analyzing the conversation. The droid had no idea what was said and that was what it found so interesting. He had allocated all processing power to his translation programming in order to decipher the conversation and unlock the language that his new associates were using. The language didn't explicitly match any of the ones he had in his database, but it was very close to several and therefore it would still be possible to piece it together. Inner thought, I need to hear more of the language in order to properly decipher it, and while this was true, there was nothing he could think of to convince them to speak more of the unknown language. They would presumably only answer a question put forth by him in basic. It was at that moment that Naruto's COMM link began indicated that someone was trying to get in touch with him. XX. The skiff swiftly moved just a few meters above the open sands. A hot wind whipped by them and none of the four could honestly say that they weren't affected by the dual suns beating down on them and the hot sands below. After some initial problems, Kabuto had managed to get a hang of the controls on the borrowed skiff. They were made to be as easy as possible to pilot and Kabuto was piloting them to the location that the droid had specified on the map. Currently they were almost halfway there and had managed to cover a vast distance that would have been nearly impossible to cover by foot in such a timely fashion. Glancing to one area of the ship, Kabuto once again looked at the minimal damage taken during their brief encounter with a troop of sand people herding large hairy creatures a few minutes earlier. Though the skiff wasn't really damaged, they had taken a few hits that had actually dented the hull in a few spots. Those projectile weapons are scary. Kabuto thought to himself as he focused back to the controls and their current course. I could barely see the metal slugs as they were coming at us and the distance was such that I may not have been able to dodge considering the speed at which they were traveling. Supposedly they're archaic weapons but clearly still very dangerous. A single hit taken would have easily pierced his body and possibly kept on going if it didn't hit bone. They didn't stop when they came across the hostile natives and just kept on going, but that didn't stop the sand people from opening fire at them. Glancing at his chronometer, he looked to Karin and said, "It seems it's about time to check in with Naruto." Karin also glanced at her timepiece and then pulled out their communicator. Naruto had demanded regular check-ins with their group to update him on their progress. Activating the communicator, she found Naruto's channel and tried to reach him. The answer was nearly immediate and showed just how much interest Naruto had in their mission. Update, Karin. Naruto's disembodied voice commanded, and Karin frowned slightly at the response but was curious as to why he was using Ibonahis instead of Galactic Basic. We're still traveling through the desert, responded Karin's dull voice in the same language which Naruto was speaking. They really had nothing to report and she found the exercise tedious at best. There was a moment of silence as Naruto expected a little bit more. And you've encountered nothing so far? Questioned Naruto as he wanted at least some bit of information. You really wanted to come on this mission instead of the one you're on right now, didn't you? Asked Karin as she threw away any semblance of tact. Another moment of silence took place in which Karin regretted her statement and then Naruto said coldly, then update me when you have something to report. A moment later the communications channel was terminated and Karin stared at the communicator as if wary of it, before putting it back in her pocket. That may have not been the best thing to say, Karin, commented Kabuto, and he continued, you remember his reaction during the meeting. This mission is far more important to him than what Plagueis tasked him with, and certainly much more important than whatever mission Plagueis is on. Gozu put down his electrobinoculars and looked toward the snake-like ninja from his post on the starboard side of the skiff. And what mission is Master Plagueis on? The other two looked to Kabuto as well, and the medical nin smiled under his hood while replying, I don't know yet, but I will. I don't even think Naruto knows. The other three didn't want to know what schemes Kabuto was up to, so they decided to leave it alone for now. XX. Arriving in Mos Espa, both Naruto, Jugo, and HK got up from their seats and exited the skiff. The three had been quiet for the remainder of the journey, and the sadistic droid had barely spoken since their journey on Tatoin had started. While the others on the skiff got off, only the slavers still remained unmoving in their seats. The slaves they were escorting began to get nervous, and then one decided to act. She quickly reached for the blaster on the slaver's side and managed to get a hold of the weapon without being stopped. Pointing the weapon at her captor, she realized that the Rodian hadn't moved at all. She briefly wondered if he had fallen asleep but noticed that his eyes were still open. Not a second later, his body began to slide sideways on the bench, and once it got a point, it fell over completely. The other slaves finally realized that the man was dead, and the ones that were closer could see a piece of sharpened metal sticking out of the back of his neck. Looking to their other two captors, they found them dead as well. The smarter ones in the group quieted the others so as not to draw attention and went about searching for the keys that would unlock their chains and cuffs. Oddly, no one really noticed what they were doing until they were free and moving away from the skiff. By that time, the trio from the Vulture were already a good distance away from the skiff and could only hear some commotion, which was drowned out by the noises of Mos Espa. They wouldn't be able to stay at all in the spaceport as they needed to get to another transport that would take them to Mos Eisley, which was closer to Jabba's palace, although they didn't know the exact location of it. In the distance, the Vulture slowed down as it began landing preparations at one of the hangars of the spaceport. It remained unnoticed by Naruto or his two companions. XX. Plagueis swiftly moved through the crowded midday streets. Throngs of people passed by and with him as he headed for where he knew the slave records were kept. D4 was a short distance behind him and struggling to keep up with the Sith Lord's long strides. Slightly annoyed, Plagueis turned to make sure the droid was still behind him, and no sooner had he spotted the droid through the crowd than someone bumped into him. Coming to a stop and turning back, he looked down upon a small blonde-haired child that quickly got up and blurted out, "Sorry, mister," before running to catch up with his worried friends. Not wanting to make a scene, and unable to speak anything but Mustafarian in his current body, Plagius didn't ask for any apology or make any movements at all as he briefly watched the group go. He noted that the boy was carrying a severed droid arm with him and found it slightly strange. Already stopped, he didn't have to wait long for D4 to catch up, and the pair proceeded at a fast pace to the records building. Upon arriving at the address that was indicated in his search at Ancho Riyadh, the Sith Lord found a set of large adobe buildings near a much larger and more lavish compound. Probably owned by one of the huts that lives here, he believed, and kept casual as he passively surveyed and sensed out the area. Cautious as he wasn't sure what to expect, he walked right on by and would then double back. The buildings were unmarked, save the worn exteriors. A few guards were stationed outside but nowhere near as many as the nearby compound, and he wondered if the buildings were owned and operated by one of the huts. Unlike some worlds, Tatooine did not have regular slave auctions. Most of the population of the spaceport were slaves, but everything was more low-key. Slaves were traded or bought from other slavers, and some were imported from off-world. New slaves were born from parents that were slaves and sold to others or kept by the owner. A person completely unfamiliar with the planet could walk by hundreds of slaves and may never realize it. After turning around and coming back, Plagueis headed into the main building. No sooner than he got in through the door than he came upon several guards stationed in the hallway. They wore no uniforms and each dressed differently with dissimilar weapons, and they were different species. After he tricked them into thinking they had already checked him for weapons, he made them let him pass and progressed deeper into the building. Down a staircase and along a hallway, the passage opened up to a larger room with guards and presumable HUD-affiliated personnel at the slave station trying to calm down several loud individuals who Plagueis assumed were slave owners. Several slaves and new owners or sellers sat on benches along one wall as they waited for processing, and several other guards were seated or leaning against the walls around the room. D4's head swiveled completely around as it took in the room with its several photoreceptors. "I'd rather not have to wait in line, nor let anyone know what I am here for," Plagueis thought as he looked towards the complaining individuals crowding what few people were working in the building. Moving at a sedate pace, the Sith Lord made his way to the back rooms where the records must be kept and which were likely not accessible to anyone but those employed by the Hutts. Before being stopped by any of the guards, Plagueis overheard the conversations of the slave owners shouting at each other and the staff. They had apparently purchased new slaves that were being brought to Mos Espa only for them to escape along the way. Using the Force to create a distraction, he fueled the emotions on the already squabbling slave owners and made use of a light Force push that led to a brawl starting in the room between civilians and guards. As more people were brought into it and reinforcements moved to break it up, no one noticed as he slipped past everyone and proceeded through what was supposed to be a secure building. The first computer terminal he came across, Plagueis made sure the coast was clear and motioned to the droid in tow. D4 beeped in understating while moving to the terminal and breaking through the security systems to access all of the information it could. A few short moments later, Plagueis interpreted the beeps from the droid that all of the slave records were digitized and stored in the building's computers. Pleased but unable to speak to the droid in anything but Mustafarian, he moved to the terminal and typed in the surname he wanted the droid to search for. Making sure to cover their digital footprint and access, D4 soon found the information that Plagueis was after. 2 listings. Plagueis thought as he looked to the readout on the screen. The droid had succeeded in finding Shmi Skywalker, which pleased him greatly, but another listing was also there under the surname of Skywalker. Hearing the fight being broken up, he quickly downloaded both files to a data chip he had and proceeded to leave out the nearest exit with D4 following right behind. XX. The skiff cruised at a quarter of the normal speed as Kabuto piloted the ship over the eastern Dune Sea. They had also increased altitude to see above a few of the dunes, and both demon brothers were on watch while Karin actively scanned the area as far as her range could go. The farther we travel to the location the droid gave us, the more sand people we seem to come across. "We may be passing by camp of theirs," concluded Kabuto as he manned the controls and put them on a more sinuous course to their destination. Having run into 4 groups of indigenous people, they decided to err on the side of caution. Karin had a close call from one long-ranged weapon of the nomadic tribe, and she was not eager to be on the receiving end of any more near misses should they exchange fire again. The animals that they heard probably noticed us before they did, and they had enough warning to get a few shots off as we flew by. And Kabuto's thoughts were interrupted by Karen's shout of, "Bank left." Working the controls, Kabuto lowered their altitude and hugged the dunes as he veered their course around what must have been another group of nomadic locals. Having an idea, Kabuto picked one of the larger dunes and slowed to a stop along its side. Letting the ship hover, he went to the bag he was carrying and searched for his electrobinoculars as he asked, "Another troop?" To Karin. "Why did you stop? They may have seen us," questioned Karin as she moved from the front of skiff to the back where Kabuto was. Kabuto's reply was to smile and say, "You'll see." The brothers looked to each other but didn't really care as the weapons wielded by the sand people could not hurt them. Jumping off the skiff, Kabuto sunk in slightly to the sand of the large dune and leapt his way to the top. He was quickly followed by Karin and the demon brothers, and when they had all reached the top of the dune, Kabuto was already adjusting his tan cloak to better hide his face and any exposed areas. Creeping to the top of the rune, he covered as much of his head as possible with the sand-colored cloth and just peeked over the top of the dune near the highest crest. Zooming in with the binoculars, he spotted the group that Karin had sensed. Counting their number, he reached 10 and then focused on their weapons and the different animals that they were herding or riding. The hairy ones must be banthy and the others could be the dubak that Naruto spoke of in the briefing. He realized and observed anything else of note. "What do you see?" asked Miizu from his position with his brother and Karin lower on the dune. "Only a few of them appear to have ranged weapons, most just have the same style of club. But that isn't what troubles me," admitted Kabuto as he studied their current heading and where they had come from. "And what's that?" answered Karin as she curiously moved a little closer to the top but stayed below the crest. "They seem to be heading in the same direction that we are," explained Kabuto with a sigh at the implications of what that meant. XX. There was nothing of note to see in Mos Eisley as the trio led by Naruto headed on foot for Jabba's palace. The only stop that they made was to ask questions and find someone that knew the location of the palace. Not many people knew exactly where it was, but they had found a Gran that knew the way, and Naruto had ripped that information from his mind. The Gran had gone to the palace on only a few occasions, and while it did not know the coordinates, the memories were enough to piece together a route to follow that would lead them where they wanted to go. Few if any people normally went to Jabba's palace. There was no shuttle or transport there, and the few people that probably could take them there, knew to stay away from it. So they resigned to travel by foot. Each member had been quiet for nearly the entire journey. Jugo hadn't said anything since their discussion on the slaves while riding the skiff transport. What unnerved Naruto was the fact that HK-47 had been giving them glances and had said nothing since leaving the vulture. The droid was not usually so reserved and he could only guess at what was going through its processor. Taking out his communicator, Naruto attempted to reach Plagueis once again but the Muun-turned-Mustafarian was not answering again. Kabuto should be sending me an update soon. It shouldn't take that long to reach the cave on skiff, he calculated and decided to proceed. In a few hours they would be reaching Jabba's palace and he needed to mull over exactly how to address the crime lord so as to get a good price on their weapons and how to set up a deal so they wouldn't get double-crossed. XX. Putting her flute to her mouth, Teiwaya began to play in the comfort of her shared room with Karin. The music began slow and sped up a little as she continued with the soothing melody. Closing her eyes, she lost herself to the tune and kept playing. Right before concluding the piece, the sharp pain made itself known at her shoulder. Gritting her teeth, the sudden pain caused her to miss a note and she put down the flute as he rubbed the sore area on her shoulder blade, near her neck. It started as a dull pain that had been bothering her for the past month or so but now occasional sharp pains would come and go. The area experiencing the pain had also increased in size and was no longer as localized. It's spreading and getting worse. She knew exactly what the cause was but chose to ignore it as there was little anyone could do and her stubbornness kept her from asking for help. It hurt worse after periods of moderate chakra usage and was less frequent during their time spent aboard the ship in transit but that didn't mean that she put it out of her mind. The thought of what the pain meant was constantly in the back of her mind. Soon it would become unbearable but she didn't want to think about it at that moment and decided to go and take a shower. Leaving her room, she walked by one of the other rooms and noticed Suijutsu packing a small travel bag along with one of their large empty ceiling scrolls. The former Kiri ninja also seemed to be making some type of rudimentary harness in order to carry his cumbersome sword. "And where do you think you are going? Not that I care if you evaporate out there." Teiwaya commented at the entrance to the open doorway that was Suijutsu's and Jugo's room. Suijutsu looked up and smiled, "I'm going hunting as soon as night comes. I won't have to worry about the suns after sunset and I need to get out and try my new sword," he explained as he patted the large blade that lay on his bed. Deciding it wasn't any of her business, Teiwaya continued to the shower. XX. Sitting in a small restaurant, Plagueis looked over the data pad and the information it was showing him. The information was telling him something that should be impossible and it didn't help that Force was not offering any insight. Everything seemed clouded but the more rational side of his mind soon took over and he stopped jumping to conclusions without any evidence. The data showed that his experiment had a son shortly after coming to the planet. Shmai was owned for a time by Gargula the Hutt, whose compound was the location of the slave station and records. After being lost by the Hutt in a wager to a junkyard dealer named Watto, the woman had moved to a new home in one of the many slave areas of the city. However, during her time as a servant for the Hutt, she became pregnant but there was no father listed. This wasn't unheard of as some men of status didn't want to be associated with an illegitimate child of a slave and it was equally likely that the records were incomplete or had not been updated with that information. There was no need for him to come to the conclusion that his experiment had somehow worked after the better part of a decade since its inception, no matter how much he wanted it to be true. The odds were so far beyond astronomical by that point that it was ridiculous to even consider it. Calming himself and pushing such thoughts aside again, he looked to the boy's file and began going over it and looking for anything that stood out about the 6-year-old. He was immediately surprised to find that he recognized the picture shown in the file. It was a year or two out of date but the boy shown was the same one that ran into him an hour or more previously. Despite all his wisdom and knowledge, he couldn't keep his stolen body's heart from beating faster than it should at the faint possibility. He had to find out, even if it meant finding nothing more than a normal child and facing another failure in his long line of failed experiments concerning that subset of midi-chlorian manipulation. Finishing his meal, he decided to take the droid back to the ship and then strike out on his own again as he went to the address shown in the stolen files. He would gather information from afar and would have to wait until night before doing anything significant. As he stood from his seat and walked out of the shop, a pair of slit yellow eyes were watching from a nearby alley, slithering across the ground and entering the sand once more. The creature continued its pursuit of the target. XX. After evading more sand people, the eastern dune sea leveled out and the large dunes had all but disappeared. Despite a short distance between them and their ultimate goal, the slowing down and evasions had cost them quite a bit of time in their journey and the planet cycle was reaching the afternoon by the time they finally neared the coordinates that HK-47 had given. Stopping the ship once again, Kabuto hid it as best as he could behind one of the only rock outcroppings in the relatively flat sand sea of sand. "There's definitely a cave," announced Gozu and his brother added, "and it's quite occupied." Grabbing his own pair of electrobinoculars, Kabuto found the cave on the horizon and increased the magnification on the device. The cave was very large and right in the middle of the flat sea of sand. It looked as though sand had been poured over it and it was the only such feature for miles around. Focusing on the inhabitants of the cave, he found dozens of sand people were at the entrance in a small village made of tents and presumable they were also in the cave as well. It seems my assumption was correct. They've made it into a shelter for themselves and an entire tribe or clan is living there. Kabuto realized and he turned to Karin, how many do you sense? Karin put down her optical device and extended her range to the maximum distance that she could. Shutting her eyes and forming a single hand seal, her range extended and ended just before the cave. Pushing her chakra and ability as far as she could, she managed to capture the tents at the outside of the cave in her range but couldn't get beyond that. Sighing in frustration, she stopped her attempt and reported, I count nearly 80 at the cave entrance but I can't sense anything beyond that. More are heading there as well. She added at the end and Kabuto scanned the horizon to find one more group of sand people, possibly one that they had passed along their way, headed to the cave village. Going over all the information, Kabuto weighed their options. He thought about contacting Naruto but he quickly realized that there was no point. The conversation would result in a single response, which he could picture the cloaked boy saying. Get in the cave and get me that device. Naruto wanted what was in the cave and nothing less would be acceptable. While he did not outright fear Naruto, he had no idea what the former Konoha ninja would do if they failed. Naruto was strong and he did not yet understand the strange powers that the boy wielded. Naruto was also unpredictable, unlike Plague Ace, so the only thing to do was to go in and find out if the device was even there. We'll wait here until it gets darker and then move in under the cover of darkness. Put forth Kabuto as the best plan he could come up with. What about using a henge and getting inside posing as one of the returning groups? Suggested Miizu and they looked to the appointed leader of the group. It's too risky. None of us speak their language and they'll be able to tell something is off when we can't respond to a simple question or greeting. Kabuto explained and Karin decided to get something to drink and eat as they waited behind the rocks they were hiding behind. It would still be a few hours before the suns had fallen to the horizon enough to give them cover. XX. The palace came in sight, situated on the edge of the Great Mesra Plateau. They had been walking along the wall of a canyon created by the plateau for quite a while and Naruto was positive that their presence had been detected while they were still kilometers away from the palace. It doesn't really look like a palace, commented Jugo and Naruto had to agree with him. Jabba's complex consisted of one large rotunda building, 2 spires, and a few smaller buildings. In a way, the main buildings looks rather similar to the Hokage Tower, although it's about 2 or 3 times the size, thought Naruto as they continued to get closer to the building on the carved path they were following. HK scanned the area with the heat vision of his photoreceptors and recorded the locations of the lookouts and sentries that were watching them. It's possible someone has the scope of a weapon trained on us right now but I can't sense anyone with my limited range. HK, how many can you identify? Naruto asked in half Abonahese and the remainder basic. Had the droid possessed facial expressions, it would have smirked but decided to hold its vocalizations. Answer, I have identified several meat bags in the smaller buildings and larger main rotunda. None seem very concerned with our group, which is certainly a mistake on their part. The droid answered and the 3 continued to the arched stone bridge that would take them across the remainder of the canyon and to a steady incline that led to the palace above. With the huge Durasteel dark portcullis in view, Naruto looked for any monitoring systems or some method to announce their presence. I don't suppose we just knock, he wondered, but as they drew closer, it seemed more and more likely to be the case. Finally, they stood in front of the large and heavy door while the only sound in the area was the wind blowing against and around the large building. Reaching forward, Naruto knocked several times on the door. Immediately a small round plate flipped open and a large photoreceptor protruded out the opening. The eye looked at all 3 and stated a sentence that was completely incomprehensible to the pair of humans. Confused by the unfamiliar language, by the time Naruto looked to HK for a translation, the eye had already been pulled back into the opening and the plate quickly shut behind it. The trio stared at the door for a second before turning to HK once again and expecting an explanation, to which the droid quickly complied. Translation, its response was quite derogatory and rather amusing. It seemed to think you were a Jawa. The droid said to Naruto. The thin Durasteel plate gave way to Naruto's rakery and his hand reached in to grab the droid's only photoreceptor. Yanking it back out of the door frame, an angry Naruto proceeded to convince the droid why it should open for them. A moment later the large door opened for them and once high enough, they proceeded to walk through the opening and into a large cavernous hallway. HK-47 had fallen slightly behind as it mulled over what it had just seen and tried to figure out exactly what kind of technique the boy meatbag had just used. It seemed quite similar to Force Lightning but he had never seen it rip through Durasteel plate or used in that fashion. Inner thought, the more I observe these meatbags, the more different they appear from normal meatbags, the droid thought as it increased its pace to catch them up. Moving slowly down the dark hallway, a large lumbering spider-like droid passed by and was completely indifferent to their presence. The trio each noted the glowing pinkish container it carried at its abdomen, but only Naruto realized upon first glance that it was a detached brain in some kind of fluid. He also realized that it was still alive and in deep thought, but he could not however glean much. Its thoughts were so jumbled and cryptic that it was as incomprehensible as the gate droid. Once the walking distraction had passed, they noted several guards at the edges of the hallway hidden in alcoves or just watching them. The group slowed down as 2 guards came forward to bar their way with large axes. As they came closer and more into what little light the center line of the hallway had, Naruto and Jugo were finally able to see more of their visage, which was that of a green-skinned pig-like humanoid. The two grunted and oinked to make them stop while crossing their weapons together with an audible clang. The two humans looked over the two guards, who Naruto believed to be Gamorenes, while they presumably waited for someone else to arrive or for either party to make a hostile move. A few moments later, another humanoid emerged from a nearby staircase. He had dark clothing and the only exposed skin was his neck, head, and what appeared to be a long tentacle that wrapped around his neck. None of the exposed skin had a single hair and the skull was shaped differently than a human's. With small red eyes and pointed teeth, the man crossed the distance in a short amount of time as he took long strides. Maybe it's a Leku. Naruto thought as he contemplated the tail-like feature emanating from the man's head. It would therefore make the man a male Twi'lek, which the ninja of the group had yet to encounter. Jugo for his part tried not to stare as Naruto moved to head of their trio in order to present himself as the leader and the person with whom the robed man should speak. Though the first sentence out of the man's mouth was not in a language Naruto could understand, he could still guess at what the presumed Twi'lek was saying. "We've come to speak with the great Jabba," Naruto said and hid the frown that was formed by uttering the respectful words. A response was quickly given and Naruto didn't bother to have HK translate before responding back. "We have a shipment of weapons for him. He won't be disappointed," he added with a slight wave of his hand, and the pale Twi'lek nodded and then asked one more question. From the motions the Twi'lek was making, Naruto was positive that the man wanted a name from him. Thinking fast, he quickly blurted out the first thing on his mind. "Rasen." And he cut himself off to not saying the full name of the jutsu that he had been working on in his spare time, and the one that had recently injured his hand. The Twi'lek nodded again while telling the guards to let him pass. The three walked past the guards and the Twi'lek motioned to a wide staircase that they were apparently supposed to take. The man himself walked to the much narrower staircase he originally came out of, which Naruto believed led to a lift. As they proceeded to walk down the dark and winding staircase to what was likely Jabba's main room, Naruto could hear the faint sound of music and smell of some smoke like the Sandame used to use in his pipe. Pushing the old memories aside, he focused on the current situation. "He never checked if we were armed," he noted upon taking another step down the staircase and scanning for any traps or danger. "Perhaps the droid at the gate scanned us. But even if the guards had searched us thoroughly, they wouldn't have found anything considering he knows nothings of Fuinjutsu. We will get this over with as soon as possible, and then I can find out if Kabuto managed to find it," he thought with a small smile. Walking down another, and much shorter staircase, the Twi'lek Bib Fortuna went to the hidden turbolift that would take him down to his master's throne room. As the newly appointed major domo for the hut, he would inform Jabba of the new birthday guests and the gift they were bringing. He wasn't sure who they were or perhaps who they represented, but many criminals and business partners of Jabba had arrived much sooner or sent gifts for the hut's birthday. The party had started that morning and was starting to wind down. "They must have the weapons on a ship in Mos Espa or will be bringing them here shortly. I suppose the Great Slug will be pleased with their gift, but I doubt it will surpass the rancor that I just acquired for him. That gift will help assure my continued living for quite some time. Jabba's already fed at least 2 people to it, and if the weapons aren't of a high enough quality, he'll add them to the menu as well," he believed and smirked derisively as he reached the bottom of the shaft. XX. Realizing that he was staring, Plagueis started walking again and continued moving down the street, away from the hovel that he had been looking at intently for an unknown amount of time. He had found the home of the Skywalker slaves and would have to come back under the cover of darkness. Looking back over the area, he took note of anything he could in order to mark the area in his mind and make it easier to return later. The slave homes along the roadways of Mos Espa all looked alike. They were the same style, size, and shape, so he needed to look for the differences in order to memorize which one he wanted. A part of him wanted to go back and break into the house to begin his search for answers, but he knew it was a little risky and would therefore have to wait. He hadn't spent most of the day trying to find his experiment only to get caught breaking into her home. "Waiting an hour or two longer won't hurt me, but I do find my patience waning and curiosity as well as eagerness winning out over common sense," he admitted, and began thinking again if there was even the remote possibility that his experiment could have worked. The thought simple would not vacate his mind. "The boy is 5 and I've been dead for 15 years. It just doesn't seem possible, and yet why do I feel that it could have still worked?" he wondered, and decided not to go back to the ship and instead just wander through the city while letting his mind contemplate the situation. XX. It was a long staircase, and the farther they went down, the louder the music got. The smell of smoke only increased and voices could finally be made out by the time they reached the last bend in the winding stairs and their final destination. The stairs opened to a dimly lit room that reminded Naruto of something akin to a basement. The three looked to the nearby hut that sat on a rectangular slab or rock that made him the most prominent figure in the room. The two humans stared for quite a few seconds, as the hut was indeed a species that they had trouble processing and trying to figure out anything that they had seen previously that even looked remotely similar. The hut's attention was completely focused on the two dancing Twi'lek in the middle of the room on a sunken floor slightly lower than the surroundings. Most of the room was gathered around that area to watch or mingling on the outskirts or at the few tables in the room. A live band played in the corner and several droids roamed the room serving drinks. There were a good number of different species and a large number of people in general for such a space. In the darkness and with all of the people moving around or dancing to the music, it was unbelievably difficult to count how many people were crammed into the room. The three were ushered into the room by the movements of the guests. After moving just a few steps away from the staircase, they eventually found a place to stand next to a few columns on the opposite side of the room from where the hut lounged. "Do you think it's always this lively?" Jogo questioned while few well-armed people bumped into him as they moved closer to the gathering around the dancers. Naruto contemplated the question and wasn't sure how to answer. The scene before them was not what he had pictured in his mind when he planned how he would approach the hut and haggle a price for the weapons. Looking around the room like his two meatbag companions were doing, the droid HK-47 wondered how fast the situation would deteriorate to violence once the hut learned that they would not be giving a promised gift. Inner thought, many meatbags will be killed in the chaos that ensues. The droid celebrated and knew he just needed to wait for the inevitable to happen. Though not able to hurt his new owners, that didn't mean he had to keep them safe. He had held his voice synthesizer when he learned of what the Twi'lek was saying and how the small blonde meatbag did not understand, nor cared to understand what was really going on. They however were proving to be more interesting than he originally anticipating, at least for meatbags. XX. Few if any eyes were watching the dark sands of the surface as Kabuto swiftly moved underneath and the demon brothers moved through the air voids of the sand particles in their smoke form. Their target was supposedly housed inside of the cave, but they needed to get past quite a few obstacles to get there. HK-47's information about the location of the cave had been accurate and they moved to find if the map that Naruto sought was still inside. Sitting back at the skiff, Karin prepared the ship for a quick getaway and then focused on sensing within her range. Should a problem occur, she would have to get to Kabuto and the brothers as fast as possible to make an escape. Given that the sand people only seemed to have animal mounts and no vehicles of any kind, they wouldn't have to go far to outrun as pursuers. She could feel Kabuto and the presences of Miizu and Gozu. Tracking the three, she soon found that they were on the fringes of her range and she would not be able to help anymore until they had completed the mission inside the cave or sent her a message via COMM link. As they neared the cave, Kabuto came very close to the surface and his snake appendage moved out of the sand just enough to expose its head. Tasting the air with its tongue, the snake eyed the surrounding encampment and judged the distance needed to continue to a safer place before completely surfacing. The air was thick with the smells of sand people and their herds while many sand people were still moving around the camp and busy with settling in. "I still can't determine how many are in the cave. We should probably surface in a more secluded area, if we can find one, and then try to blend in as we move to cave," thought Kabuto as he moved to a calmer area of the camp. Feeling the vibrations through the sand, he quickly located the best place to surface with the demon brothers following. The sand bulged as Kabuto's form came up from the depths with the use of an earth jutsu. The area he had chosen was surrounded by tents, most of which were empty and offered good cover so they could remain hidden from the rest of the camp before trying to blend in. They weren't far from the cave and could seemingly make it there without much trouble. While smoke rose from the sand and formed into the demon brothers, Kabuto chose the best disguise he could and formed a henge. Once the smoke had dispersed, the form of a sand person stood and examined himself. Completely formed, Gozo and Miizu did the same, except they didn't have to form a henge and instead just used their smoke to change their appearance. Looking each other over and inspecting the clothing and coverings to make sure they were as authentic as possible, the three proceeded to leave their cover and enter the camp. In a single file line they headed toward the opening of the cave. XX. Watching two gay Marines arm wrestle, aboard Naruto looked to his chronograph to figure out how much time he had wasted. He had already scouted the room and identified the threats, of which there were many. The majority of the beings in the room were either mercenaries, bounty hunters, various sorts of criminals, or perhaps just personal guards of the hut. It was difficult to tell one thug from another sometimes. They had been offered numerous drinks and food that neither human would even think about touching. He was annoyed and getting more impatient by the minute. The party didn't seem to be stopping or even slowing down. In fact, many were taking copious amounts of drugs or even stimulants in order to keep going longer. The only part that didn't annoy him was the fact that the hut also seemed to be growing restless as well. Jabba was apparently bored with the current dancers and yanking on the chains that bound them to the dais he was sitting on. Watching the hut with renewed interest as he renewed his search for an opening in which he could speak with the giant slug. Did he just step forward and approach the hut, or was there some type of protocol that had to be followed? While thinking on the matter, he noticed the Twi'lek they encountered earlier had moved to Jabba's side and spoke to the hut while looking in their direction. At first he thought it was finally time for his audience with the hut and to negotiate, but he felt something else entirely with the Force. Something's wrong, he realized, and felt he should turn towards the stairway and leave as soon as possible. Jogo seemed to notice something too and stopped leaning against the wall nearby. The hut's eyes widened slightly as the Twi'lek spoke to the side of his head and presumably through some kind of ear. The hut and Twi'lek then looked to Naruto's direction and his feeling of unease only intensified. The hut began talking directly to him and the majority of the partying in the room stopped as all eyes turned to the host. There was no translator droid present during the speech, so Naruto turned to HK-47 to see what the Hutt was saying. Translation: the Hutt is demanding that you present your gift to him. Naruto did a double take on the droid and questioned in a hushed voice, gift, what gift? Explanation: the gift you promised to provide when we were stopped by the Twi'lek Major Domo up above. The droid explained, and Naruto began putting together the pieces of the mistake and assumption he had made. What kind of celebration is this? Naruto demanded, and HK-47 was quick to reply, answer, a birthday party for the Hutt before you. Naruto could have sworn the droid had smiled behind the unchanging face, and he had no idea what to do. He thought about dismantling the droid, but that would serve no purpose at the moment. The Hutt spoke again for presumably just a sentence or two, and coming out of his thoughts, Naruto found that all eyes had turned towards him and the Hutt was growing impatient. Statement: you should have paid more attention to your own situation. HK-47 told him in near perfect Ibonahese, and both Naruto and Jugo and looked in surprise at the droid. XX. Smelling the air and scanning the darkening terrain, Suijutsu smiled as the temperature had dropped significantly and more than adequate for him to venture without worry of dehydrating or perhaps even evaporating. Considering his techniques and the village he came from, he had never actually been to a desert before. Not knowing exactly what he should bring, he had only taken his sword, some water, and the last of their sealing scrolls, but was determined to find a few of the creatures that Naruto had spoken about during the briefing. A great dragon sounds like fun, he thought as he slid down a large dune and headed towards the mountains in the distance. Given the dimensions that Naruto had mentioned, he tried to imagine in his head exactly how large it would be compared to himself and his sword. Besides a general description and the fact that they were more prevalent in the mountain areas of the planet, he had no other information about the creatures or their habits. It would only get darker as the sun continued to set in the west, but that didn't bother him. He knew that most creatures in the desert would be out and hunting at night, at least that was how it was supposed to work. The galaxy had proved to be anything but ordinary and predictable. In order to hunt something so big and probably elusive, I'll have to find some way to lure it to me. Suijutsu planned as he scanned the dunes for some smaller prey to use as bait. Just about anything he ran into on the way to the distant mountains would work for his purposes. He just hoped it would be enough to attract something much larger. XX. Moving past the standing beasts, Kabuto and the two brothers navigated their way through the masses and further into the cave. As it turned out, the cave was primarily used for the herd as some kind of barn to keep them during the night. Traveling in and out of the herds, they managed to get past many of the tribe who were in the cave and tending to the needs of the animals. Reaching the end of the herd, they found that cave kept going while the animals seemed to stay towards the front of the cave and not venture any farther than a certain point. That's rather foreboding. Kabuto thought, and decided to keep going as there was no point in backing out now. Making sure that no one would see them, the three proceeded deeper into the darkening cave. Eventually the sand disappeared as only bare rock covered the floor, and in the darkness they could make out fallen structures and statues. Moving over the fallen architectural features, they ventured deeper and searched for the star map. It didn't help that none of their group actually knew what such a device looked like. Naruto and Plagueis could only offer a guess. Basically they were looking for a metallic piece of equipment that looked similar to the hollow projector that was on their briefing table. As the cave grew darker, Kabuto frowned at their lack of success. It had gotten too dark to distinguish rock from metal, and he dare not use a glow rod as it may alert the sand people at the mouth of the cave to their intrusion. Touching every rock and surface that they could in the dark, proved to be extremely annoying. As the three groped in the dark, Miaizu eventually came to a shadowy outline of something that looked rather different from everything else he had encountered up to that point. Reaching forward, he touched the object with his non-gauntlet hand and felt cool metal. Something told him that the object was what he sought, and he felt as if it was reacting to him in some fashion. I think I found it, he said to the others in a hushed voice to make sure it didn't echo throughout the cave. Kabuto and Gozu quickly found his position, and they too began examining his find. It's a lot bigger than what Naruto and Plagueis were describing, commented Gozu as he moved around the device. In the darkness they could make out that it was taller than them, with 3 long feet that stretched from a center column or spire. Roughly 3 meters high and nearly the same distance around for the feet. Does it have an on switch? Kabuto wondered as he examined the device with his hands, and his snake appendage moved around it to determine its dimensions. He could feel that the item was what they sought, but something told him that he couldn't activate it. I'd hate to bring this back only to find out it's broken or won't work. After not finding any discernible activation mechanism, he began looking to the base to see how it was attached to the ground. I wonder if it's a self-contained unit, or does it have a separate power source and is just an emitter? Kabuto thought out loud as he tried to see if there were any cables or conduits going to or coming from the unit. Miaizu and Gozu looked at each and then proceeded to step forward and grab the feet, forcing their fingers into the rock beneath to get a firm grip and then pulling the entire device up off the ground. After a brief struggle, it broke free from the rock and they couldn't see anything attached to the underside as they both tilted one side up to examine it. Self-contained, how wonderful, commented Kabuto with some unease. The brothers' actions could have easily destroyed something had it been connected to anything. Now we just need to get it back to the mouth of the cave. stated Kabuto as he moved ahead of the former Kiri shinobi while they walked much slower behind him as they hefted and dragged the device. XX. A lone, tall shadow moved through the darkness of the row of slave hovels. In the light of the moon and few street lights, the shadow distended to gigantic proportions and would then soon shorten to almost nil or seemingly change direction with the fluctuating light sources. Nothing else was around and no one else seemed to be walking the streets or around small similar buildings. The cloaked figure moved from one shadowy area to the next and headed for a particular hovel that he had memorized a few hours before. He'd spent the remainder of the late afternoon wandering around the winding roads of the city or sitting in a cantina and going over his thoughts. The only distractions were the two pickpockets that had tried to steal from him and the search for escaped slaves which had still not been dealt with. The freed slaves were apparently hiding somewhere in the city or perhaps had left Mos Espa entirely. With the correct domicile identified, Plagueis moved to the locked door and reached out to sense the building. Both occupants of the home seemed to be sleeping, which was what he wanted. Using the force, he tricked the lock on the door and let himself. Once inside and with the door shut behind him, he waited in the pitch-black room to see if anyone had noticed the sound from the door. Moments went by as his host's heartbeat and breathing accelerated slightly. When nothing had happened, he moved through the home without a sound on his way to the bedrooms. He examined every inch of the dark main room and noted that the accommodations, while being very small, were on the nicer side for slaves. Keeping his host's head down to not hit the low ceiling, he first went to one of the rooms. Using the force, he silently brushed the fabric door aside and crept into the room. He found his experiment fast asleep in her bed and noted the changes in her features during the 15 years since he had last seen her. Moving to the side of the bed, he kept her sleeping while he drew blood and tissue samples from her. He didn't currently possess the facilities to run the tests that he wanted. This will have to suffice for the present, at least until I am able to do more, he thought, knowing he wouldn't get many answers from a mere blood sample, but he still wanted to accomplish something while he was there and intended to get anything he could. Moving out from her room, he went in search of the boy and quickly found him to be in the adjoining room just past the bathroom. Entering the room, he found it slightly larger than Shmai's. A workbench caught his eye and he went over there first to look at it. The boy evidently collects junk, or at least items that he believes to be worthwhile, he thought while inspecting the trinkets and other things on the bench. Glancing to a box on the floor, he found pieces of a slightly older model of protocol droid. He had seen the boy earlier that very day ferrying one of the pieces that appeared in the box. Many pieces were still missing, but it looked like the boy planned on trying to rebuild the droid and was possibly bringing it back piece by piece from somewhere. He seems a little untrained for such an endeavor. Plagueis noted as slaves often did not have any schooling or any lessons into droids, especially not when they were so young. Quietly, he moved to the boy's bed. Making sure the boy remained asleep, he took multiple samples, pocketed them, but remained where he was. He could sense something as he stared down at the child. Something he had completely ignored or had overlooked during their very brief encounter before. There's something different about the boy, he believed, but couldn't be sure what it was at that moment in time. Slightly hesitant to leave, he finally walked out of the room. His short steps increased in speed and stride while he walked. I must get this sample back to analyze it on the ship, he thought with urgency while exiting the hovel and quickly heading for the ship. Once he had walked far enough away from the hovel, a small sand snake moved out from underground and took one last look at Plagueis before disappearing in plume of smoke. XX. Standing before his companions and in front of a very expectant Jabba the Hutt, a cloaked Naruto quickly thought of something to say. He was on the spot and therefore decided to put on a show in order to appease the Hutt as much as possible. All eyes turned to him as he began speaking. "Oh great and powerful Jabba, this is our first time meeting and I hope won't be our last. My name is Rasen, and I have traveled far to bring you a gift on this very auspicious occasion. I bring you a shipment of weapons that I acquired, and give to you in hopes of promoting future business." And he ended the small speech with short bow. The Hutt seemed pleased by the speech and spoke. A nearby translating droid had been brought out while Naruto was speaking and it began translating for the Hutt into basic so Naruto could understand what Jabba was saying in Huttis. "The great Jabba wishes to know of what sort of business you are currently involved in and wish to become involved in within his organization," the droid said in a mechanical voice. "Everything," was Naruto's only response as he wasn't about to give the Hutt any more information about himself or their group as was necessary. The Hutt let out a loud, deep laugh and several members of the room followed suit as if they were obliged to. The Hutt soon began speaking to him again and he glanced to the droid for the translation. "The great Jabba wants to know where this shipment is, as it obviously isn't here before him," said the droid in monotone and obviously not conveying the dangerous intent that the words were meant to have. Naruto chose his words carefully and disregarding the bad taste that flattery and respect put in his mouth, he began, "I have the shipment close by at a hangar in Mos Espa for safekeeping. One can never be too careful and I wanted this gift to be presented to you without any incident. If I could back up the surface and contact my ship, as I can't seem to get a signal from here." He left the inquiry hanging and waited for the response that he wanted. The hut seemed appeased with the answer and the droid quickly translated his speech. The great and powerful Jabba says that you may use the communications terminal in the room. Hiding his frown at the news he hadn't expected, nor wanted, Naruto looked to where the droid was pointing and indeed found a communications terminal. Looking back to the hut and nodding, he moved through the guests and to the terminal while the party guests began resuming conversation and music. He looked completely calm and composed on the outside but was seething inside. He wanted to get to the surface, not only to contact the ship, but to give him a moment to create some clones in order to switch with. He had no intention of giving over their weapons and wanted to make a quick getaway as soon as the ship arrived. Unfortunately there were people in every corner and crevice of the room. It wasn't wall-to-wall people but there were enough people that he couldn't create a clone anywhere in the room without it being noticed or making a commotion. He could have gotten away earlier, but too many eyes were now on him, despite the party returning to normal. Cursing in his head as he found the frequency for their ship and began transmitting a message, he waited for a reply. Several eyes watched him as he waited for someone on board the ship to answer his call. Seconds went by as no one answered and he was getting more concerned while the ones watching him were getting more inclined to believe he was lying. Getting desperate, he began thinking of an alternative plan. As he tensed for action and told Jugo to be prepared, the screen he stood in front of changed and indicated that his call was accepted. He let out a breath that he had been holding and expected to see Plagueis, however someone else answers his call. "The fuck do you want? I'm trying to sleep here," answered an annoyed and very tired looking Teiwaya in Ebonahese. Naruto stared at the screen for a second and then remembered why he had tried to reach the ship. "I need to you tell Master Plagueis that things aren't going well and we need retrieval." Naruto answered back in Ebonahese in order to keep anyone else from overhearing his conversation. "Are you at some type of party?" she asked while ignoring his question. Getting angry, Naruto reinforced his previous statement, "Get Plagueis." Teiwaya's look became annoyed but she responded calmly to his dangerous tone, "You'd have better luck contacting him yourself. He's not on the ship." Naruto questioned as it seemed a great deal of time had passed since their arrival and he estimated it to be nearly nighttime on Tatooine. What reason would his master have to leave the ship during the night? He left hours ago without a word and Suijutsu left within the last hour. "It's just me and the droid," she replied and then asked with some hesitation, "Is there anything that I can do?" "No," came Naruto's terse reply and he ignored the glare that the redhead gave him. "I don't even want to know why Suijutsu is gone, it's only her and D4. He put together and had an idea. "The droid, put the droid on," he demanded and Teiwaya called for the droid, who soon came into view and beeped several times in greeting. "D4, I need you to interface with the ship's computer, take over the autopilot, and bring the ship to where I am." He began quickly and was interrupted by a question from the redhead, "Where are you right now?" Naruto's sentence and thoughts stopped in their tracks as he realized something. He truthfully didn't know his current location in terms of geographically on the planet. The information concerning the location of Jabba's palace had been ripped from the mind of some thug in Mos Espa and it was only a memory that led to Jabba's palace. It was also an encrypted terminal, and they couldn't latch onto the signal from his transmission or find the signal from his personal COMM link as the palace seemed to be shielded or jamming unauthorized transmissions. "Did the screen freeze?" Teiwaya commented and rapped against the monitor on her side a few times as Neruti's pictures had stopped moving. "Shit, I can't get any backup," and that was the only conclusion he could make from the situation he was presented with. "Bring the shipment to Jabba's palace," he commanded in a louder voice and in basic. Teiwaya gave him a weird look and before she could comment he added in a much lower voice, "Just say yes in basic." Yes," replied the very confused former sound ninja and Naruto took the opportunity to end the transmission. He didn't mean to cut Teiwaya off or not explain himself but he had already wasted a great deal of time for what should have been a very short conversation. Turning to the watching Major Domo Twi'lek, he nodded with a fake smile to the man which conveyed an unspoken statement about the weapons being on their way. "I have 5 to 10 minutes at the most before they realize the ruse and everything begins going to hell," he realized and looked to Jugo who had been hoping for some reassuring news, but he had none to give. XX. "That bastard hung up on me," raged Teiwaya and she looked the droid, who backed away from her a few feet in order to stay out of her way. A moment later, the landing ramp lowered and she was on her feet, blaster in one hand and kunao in the other as she prepared for an intruder. She however blinked in surprise as Plagueis quickly moved aboard the ship and completely ignored her presence while moving to the medical bay. Remembering the conversation with Naruto, she tried to catch his attention but the door soon shut behind him. Going up to the closed door, she expected it to open but it would not. Trying the panel she found it was apparently not responding and would not open. Pounding on the door with the ring end of her kunao, she tried to get the Mustafarian's attention but he neither seemed to rouse him from the room. After trying to raise him on the ship's internal communications system which D4 tried to convey to her was disabled by someone inside the room, indecision took over as she gave up trying any other means. If the Sith Lord didn't want to be disturbed and went to such great lengths, then fuck him she thought and sat down in her seat at their circle table. Despite trying to put the thoughts out of her head, a fair amount of guilt still remained. Naruto had needed help and there was nothing she could do. Plague Ace was completely shut in and there was no one else that could pilot the ship or locate Naruto. She hated feeling helpless. He looked desperate, too, she thought, and that thought made her wonder, what would he do when he was desperate? XX. Nearing the mouth of cave, the trio stopped and Kabuto scouted ahead while the demon brothers rested. Fuck, this thing is heavy, thought Miizu as he and Gozu were out of breath and lay against some nearby rocks. Their enhanced strength was being taxed to the limit. The star map was not made to be lifted by people, it was as cumbersome to handle as it was heavy to drag. The task got easier as soon as the floor was covered with sand again, but that did not mean it still didn't leave them drained. Close to the entrance, Kabuto found that many more sand people were inside the cave than when they originally came in, and even more still were slowly filing in. Do they come inside during the night? He wondered, but it didn't make sense as there would have been no reason to make camp just outside the entrance. Deciding on the best way to make their escape, Kabuto determined that a wide area genjutsu should work best. Focusing his chakra, he began making seals for his Temple of Nirvana technique, which would put the nearby sand people to sleep and allow them to make a getaway. Finishing the hand seals, he pushed out his chakra and cast the genjutsu. It didn't work. The sand people were all still moving and completely unaffected. They should have been dropping into a deep sleep, I don't understand. Can they be immune to genjutsu? He wondered. After some internal debate, he decided to make a call to someone that might know. Taking out his COMM link, he was reasonable sure that being near the mouth of the cave, that he could reach their ship. Sending a signal to the vulture, and after waiting a brief period, he received an response. Would you people stop bugging me, and do you have any idea what fucking time it is? Came Teiwia's annoyed voice from the small device, and Kabuto smiled while replying, on which planet? Smart ass. I should hang up. Started Teiwia before Kabuto intervened in a placating manner, so sorry, but I seem to be experiencing a problem here. He explained, and Teiwia fired back, I've heard most guys have that problem once in a while, just start thinking of Orochimaru and that should do it. Kabuto's eye twitched and slight blush developed while he ignored the stifled laughter from the resting demon brothers. No, that is not the problem that I'm having. Kabuto began but was cut off, do you even have one of those anymore, now that you're all snakish? I won't dignify that with a response. Kabuto repeated in his head several times. It appears that I am having trouble casting a genjutsu on the people we are trying to not get caught by. Explained Kabuto, and he heard her mutter, you can cast genjutsu. And smiled slightly as the redhead knew very little about him as a result of all his time spent as a spy for Orochimaru in Konoha and elsewhere. Yes, I can. However, I cannot seem to cast my genjutsu successfully over these desert people. Well day. Came Teiwia's swift and eloquent response. I don't follow. Admitted Kabuto, and he waited for her response. They don't have chakra systems, dumbass. You can't cast a genjutsu over them in that way. She informed him, and he was about to ask how she had been able to use genjutsu when he remembered her flute. Teiwia's method of casting a genjutsu was different than the norm. She used sound to affect the target and then the brain and other senses, as opposed to the normal method of the caster's chakra affecting the target's chakra system, and affecting the brain and senses. Well damn! Kabuto exclaimed out loud at the realization, and the line went dead as Teiwia severed the communication. I suppose that is the reason that Naruto was so set on bringing Teiwia into the group. She's one of the few genjutsu users that uses the medium of sound for casting. Did he really think that far ahead? Questioned and impressed Kabuto, and he began thinking of other methods to solve the dilemma that was literally in front of them. Commotion at the cave entrance brought him out of his thoughts as he tried to figure out what was going on. More people were entering the cave, and despite the darkness he could tell that they were in a rush and could make out a few shouts and yelling. Something must be happening outside, he thought, and cursed as it seemed the entire tribe was going to be coming into the cave. Curious to know exactly what would scare them, he pulled out his COMM link and contacted Karin. Kabuto. Came Karin's disembodied voice, and Kabuto adjusted the volume even lower to prevent the growing number of sand people from possibly hearing the conversation. Everyone seems to be coming to cave, what's going on out there? Outside the cave, Karin grabbed her binoculars and viewed the encampment and described what she saw to Kabuto. Everyone's packing up and heading to the cave, they're scared of something, one of them is pointing near my direction. She noted and panned her view to the direction indicated. Confused at first, she zoomed out, and it wasn't until she was at one of the lowest zoom settings that she started to understand what it was that she was seeing. It was a wall of sand, kilometers long, and hundreds of meters high. It also seemed to be headed right for her, and fast. She put down the binoculars, as they weren't needed, and continued to stare dumbly at the daunting storm. The wind was just starting to pick up, blowing her red hair, and a low howl could just be heard by her ears. Karin. Came Kabuto's hushed voice, and he said her name again louder, which seemed to break her hypnotic gaze, and she put the COMM link closer to her mouth and said, sandstorm. Which was all she was able to get out as she looked out again at the endless moving wall of sand. Karin, listen to me. Get the skiff and straight for the cave. But what about? And she was cut off, Don't worry about anything else, just keep your head down and we'll meet you outside. Came Kabuto's voice over the COMM link and it was much louder than before. Acting on the command, Karin jumped onto the skiff and worked the controls as she turned the skiff towards the cave and headed there at full speed. XX. Think. Naruto repeated over and over in his head as minutes passed, but he had nothing. Mind tricks didn't work on Huts. Plague Ace had put emphasis on that when explaining to him about Huts in general. Jabba would be no exception to this, and that meant he couldn't coerce his way out of it. No clever plan that would make everything right and let them get away unscathed and without repercussions. The only viable option he had come up with was to spam a huge load of clones all over the room and try to escape in the chaos. Creating clones near the entrance was no problem, but it was too difficult for one of his clones to switch with Jugo or HK to get to the staircase as fast as possible. He just didn't possess the chakra control to accomplish something such as that. There was also the issue that his clones didn't react well to plasma bolts. They tended to go right through clones and the distraction would offer no real protection. I'm backed into a corner, he realized, and it was time to implement the only thing he had left. He had made a modification to HK and Seal's hiding weapons on his and Jugo's belts, all of which would surprise the mercenaries and guards around him, but he needed a distraction first. What do I have to work with, he thought while itemizing everything going on in the room in order to come up with something. He had Jugo and one psychotic droid on his side. They had hidden weapons but no opportunity to use them. A room full of guests that were either mercenaries, guards, bounty hunters, criminals, and trained or at least ruthless killers. Dancers, musicians, slaves, and others who were not armed and inconsequential. A male Twi'lek that he wanted to maim and possibly kill. And a large fat Hut that he hated very much at that moment and whose patience was growing thin and getting more annoyed and angry with each passing minute. Could I capitalize on that? He wondered and explored the possibility. While Hut's minds were very resistant to mind tricks, he had no idea if they were completely immune to every subtlety of force tricks or if he couldn't break through that resistance. The Hut was already experiencing negative emotions and he was curious if he could make those emotions boil or at least amplify them enough that the Hut would do something. When it came to making a distraction, everyone in the room paid attention to the Hut more than anyone else. Nearly every eye would turn to see what was happening. Standing still and focusing with the force, he sought out the Hut's mind. Almost immediately he encountered difficulty as Jabba's mind seemed completely blocked from his influence. Focusing on just emotions coming off the Hut while ignoring everything else, Naruto closed his eyes and shut out every other concern and sense. He began feeling many different emotions that the Hut was experiencing. Annoyance or frustration was at the forefront of these emotions. What exactly would he be so annoyed about, wondered Naruto as he tried to guess what could be bothering the Hut. Was it the party or the surrounding company? Not enough people or gifts? The fact that the Hut was made to wait for the supposed weapons shipment? To be honest, he hadn't noticed all that many gifts being presented while they were there. Had they missed that part of the party? I really don't know much about birthday parties, or how they work in this part of the galaxy. Deciding that the reason behind the emotions may never be determined in the time that he had, Naruto instead focused on just the feeling itself and sought to amplify it. Whatever the reason, if I can magnify it, he might explode given the slightest provocation. Naruto determined and focused solely on that task. After 15 seconds, he wasn't producing any results. Jabba still seemed the same, but he pressed on, determined to not give up without a result. Gritting his teeth, he employed every trick and technique he could think of to make it work. He even began trying to transfer his own frustrations at his lack of success to Jabba. After nearly a minute, he began feeling results. The Hut's emotions began increasing. Keeping at it, he eventually opened his eyes and began to see his efforts taking their course. The Hut began voicing some demands which Naruto could not decipher, but he could feel the anger starting to boil just under the surface. Two dancers that had been entertaining the Hut and other party members throughout the night were quite tired by that point and their dance had been slowing. The Hut's ire soon changed to them and he reached for the lengths of chains that bound them to the slab of stone that he lounged on. Taking the chains, the Hut flicked the chain which jarred the collars on both Twi'lek girls' necks. It seemed that Jabba was demanding that they stop slacking. "What are you doing?" questioned Jugo in a hushed voice as he looked upon the unfolding scene, and Naruto smiled slightly as he continued watching his success. "Trying to make us a distraction. We can't keep whatever deal he thinks we've promised him and need to leave immediately. Be ready to act and start picking targets, and when I give the signal, we'll head straight for the staircase." Naruto responded in a similarly hushed voice. "What about them?" asked Jugo as he moved his head in the direction of the two Twi'lek dancers. "Unfortunately they will be in the wrong place at the wrong time, as will many others at this party," whispered Naruto in all seriousness, and while Jabba was creating a scene in the room, the trio slipped into the crowd and moved towards the staircase. He doubted they would make it all the way there without being stopped, but that would be when the blasters and weapons were unsealed. Determined to keep going and not look at what was unfolding, Naruto could still feel the scene playing out as a crowd gathered around the depression in the floor where the dancers were performing. The two slaves were getting pulled closer to an area of the floor which he had noted earlier. It seemed to be a different grating than what was used elsewhere on the floor, and after sensing the room and finding a very large animal in some kind of cage beneath them, it was obvious that it was a trap. The placement was right before Jabba's platform, and anyone there to speak to Jabba directly would likely be led to that particular spot. They'll likely be pulled to the trapdoor and then fall into the pen beneath us, Naruto thought as he tried to ignore everything else except for the goal of escaping. Not everyone in the room was paying full attention to the hut, and he could feel several of Jabba's more capable men were moving for their position to prevent them from leaving. Should I unseal my weapons or wait a little longer? Naruto debated as he pushed past a few people. No one had stopped him yet, but if he began creating a scene, then the two slaves would be spared. However, it would be more difficult for them to get to the stairs and get up before someone started coming down. Everything else in the room seemed to fade away as his mind focused on the hut and two struggling slaves. They were probably almost on top of the trap. I can't stop. Even attempting such a thing would put me in the middle of a room full of well-armed combatants, he argued with what little conscience that remained in him and plagued him at moments such as the present. His thoughts were interrupted as his trained senses noticed that something was off. Adjusting his senses to the entire room, he found that Jugo was no longer following behind him. Naruto immediately turned and went back while HK-47 continued on. Pushing through the gawkers, he saw Jugo just as Jabba's fist came down on a button on the dais that activated the doorway, and the two slaves screamed as they dropped through the opening. As the hut began laughing, Jugo smashed through the last line of standing people and ran 2 steps over the floor before sliding the remainder of the way and going right into the opening as the grate was closing. Staring between the arms of 2 humanoids, Naruto watched the scene unfold and continued to stare as he was unable to do anything to stop Jugo. If he used force grip, Jugo would be helpless in the exact middle of the room. It was best just to let him go. A few moments passed by as the grate completely shut and Jabba's platform moved forward to put the hut in position to watch the show beneath them through the larger grating on the floor. The hut began speaking and laughing, but the words were lost on Naruto as he stood, somewhat dumbfounded at what he should be doing. He didn't need to glance around to know that at least 4 weapons were trained on him at that moment and that most of the room had shifted to give the hut a perfect view of where he stood. Eyes were torn between himself and looking down through the metal grate as the sound of a rusted gate opening began making itself known. Jabba said something else in Huttus, and another area of the gathered crowd soon parted to reveal HK-47, being led at blaster point by 2 guards. The droid held its arms up in a placating manner and said, "Frightened statement, don't shoot, I am but an innocent protocol droid." A few people in the crowd, including Jabba, laughed while Naruto's sweat dropped and thought, there's no way they'll buy that. The 2 guards however lowered their weapons as they ignored the droid and focused more on him. They actually bought it. I don't know which is worse, the fact that they are well armed or the fact that they are completely stupid, thought exasperated Naruto as he stopped himself from shaking his head. The hut again spoke in Huttus and Naruto guessed it was something along the lines of, "You're next." Or, "And now you watch your companion die." Hearing a roar from below, which he knew not to be from Jugo, Naruto quickly glanced around and debated his options. Now there are 6 with their guns trained on me, he noted, and looked for something that could be done. The attention was focusing down below, which was good, and the Wiki standing next to him had a short bandolier with 2 thermal detonators on it. Naruto smirked under his cloak hood as he slowly moved his hands up in the air to show that he was unarmed and surrendering. Focusing on the 2 detonators, he moved one of his hands slightly and the switches on each grenade activated. The sound of the arming detonators was well known, and most people that surrounded the Wiki were instantly aware of what had just happened. Before the shouts rang out and the man himself tried to disarm the explosives, Naruto took the moment to act. Moving swiftly, he palm thrusted the man in combination with a force push and sent him across the room, straight at the lounging hut. Impacting the hut's sizable gut, Jabba yelled while grabbing the mercenary with his short arms and with surprising strength, physically throwing the man away from himself right before the detonation. Forming a blade of wind with his hand, Naruto swung at the other combatants around him and did serious damage before he jumped away from the blast area as the grenades exploded. Forming a seal in the air, HK-47's right arm disappeared in smoke as it was sealed into a fuinjutsu on the droid's stump, and with the activation of a second seal, he unsealed the droid's blaster arm attachment and his own weaponry. Naruto's belt looked to be ornate, but it was actually a series of seals engraved on metal plates that held all of his weapons. Landing and taking cover behind stone columns, the entire room went to hell as chaos and mass hysteria consumed nearly every person. Screams, shouts, yells, and random or concentrated blaster fire were the only sounds Naruto heard as he drew his blaster and sword and began picking targets from his cover. He assumed HK-47 was doing the same but couldn't be sure where the droid was at the moment. His cover however was soon compromised as heavy blaster fire burned through the stone pillar and he was forced to flee along the row of columns. Taking aim between the architecture, he fired off several shots and sheathed his sword, as it was not helping him, in favor of drawing his other blaster. What appeared to be a small rocket impacted near him and sent rock and debris into him, which caused him to stumble, roll, and crawl to the nearest obstruction to hide behind. Focusing on the location of his many assailants, he found that new fighters were coming down the staircase from the floors above, as at the same time frightened guests swarmed the staircase to get out of the firefight. The situation created a bottleneck in the stairway, which meant that no one would be getting out of there fast. There also appeared to be many guards coming up from another staircase at the opposite end of the room from the lower floors near where Jugo was. Stuck in a corner area, he found that those left in the room were slowly closing in on him. Now he really was cornered. Unfortunately, it will be continued in the next chapter, as I was really running over on this one. I had hoped to finish it in one chapter, but that won't be the case. Chapter 25. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.3 BBY current year. Chapter XXV, Escape the Palace. XX. A shrill cry of pain could be heard throughout the mountainous area as Suijutsu waited for something to take his bait. If there was one thing Suijutsu knew, it was fishing. Fish were simple predators, if they could even be called that, but they still followed the same instincts as much larger and more dangerous animals. It was also easier to prey on the weaker or injured as food. Less energy was expended to find and obtain the meal, and some animals ate such a prey when they weren't even hungry. This was the reason why he had severely injured and then immobilized the large rat he had come across. It was now his bait for a larger predator, and he was casting his line out in the hopes that the blood and sounds would attract suitable larger prey. I only hope something fearsome actually eats these huge disgusting rats, thought Suijutsu as he tried to pierce the darkness with his eyes and look for motion of any kind in rocky terrain. Taking out his binoculars, he activated the night vision, which he found incredibly useful, and scanned the area from higher ground. He was in on a very wide ledge of a canyon surrounded by larger mountains. It was quite cold, but the low temperature was much preferred to the heat of the day. Listening and waiting, his patience was rewarded when he heard a sound echo off the canyon walls. It was not a roar but sounded more reptilian. Suijutsu noted how the rat became still at the cry and attempted to flee. Very promising, he thought, putting the electro-binoculars away and readying his sword as he tried to determine which direction the predator would come from. XX. Looks like we need a fast escape, thought Kabuto as he bit his finger, drawing blood and then making several hand seals. Slamming his palm into the ground, a large portion of the cave entrance was filled with smoke. Two medium-sized snakes dwarfed the other animals in the cave and pushed their way out. Numerous shouts and weapons fire came from the startled sand people as the snakes carried the three out of the cave and into the dark sands. Karin was nearly to them, and Kabuto wanted to keep moving so as to put more distance between themselves and the cave, but the snakes had other ideas. Their survival instincts told them of the incoming sandstorm, and they weren't about to put themselves at risk for Kabuto. Coming to a stop, Kabuto and the demon brothers nearly lost their balance as the star map slid off the back of one of the snakes and landed with resounding thud in the sands below. Turning around, the snakes each struck and grabbed a fleeing animal in their mouths before disappearing in a large expanding plume of smoke. The three ninja riding the beasts were left to fall to the ground. Because of the smoke, they couldn't see the sands and all landed in a heap near the star map. Cursing profusely, the demon brothers recovered before Kabuto and began moving to attack the sand people who were regrouping after the disappearance of the snakes. Kabuto began frantically, looked around and found the star map sticking out of the sand nearby. Its weight and the fall made it sink almost halfway into the sand. Quickly looking it over for damage and finding none, he then scanned the terrain and found that Karin was already slowing down the skiff to stop. Signaling her on where to stop, he instructed her as she moved the skiff over the device. Ignoring the fighting nearby, he jumped onto the bed of the skiff and Karin moved aside as he began operating the controls and activating the magnetic grapple, moving it and the ship into position. He secured the star map beneath the ship and began moving away from the cave at a slow pace. Miaizu and Gozu were both fighting hand-to-hand with the sand people while numerous projectiles went right through their bodies. They had each picked up some of the typical weapons wielded by the tribe and were using them to great effect against the nomads. Hearing Kabuto's and Karin's shouts, they stopped attacking and fled to the slowly moving skiff while taking fire from the cave. The remaining sand people outside the cave did not give chase and instead fled back to the cave to escape the storm. The demon brothers jumped to the skiff and as soon as they were aboard, it picked up speed and moved away from the cave and just ahead of the incoming storm. Increasing the ship's speed, Kabuto began plotting a random that would take them in any direction that was away from the storm until he could determine where they needed to go. Finding the signal from their ship, he found that the ship was no longer near Anchoriyat and had moved hundreds of miles to the northeast. Frowning as no one had bothered to mention that to him, not even Naruto, he mentally commented and slowed the ship slightly as he wasn't completely sure what terrain they would be in for on the journey. It was dark enough that he couldn't see large obstacles until they were very close, and the most direct path to the vulture would lead them around a very large plateau. The ship's instruments were also telling him that the repulsor lifts were running at greatly reduced efficiency, probably because of the large metal object that's attached to the bottom of the ship. He believed and knew they couldn't get much altitude from the ship and would be forced to follow the most level and smoothest routes. It looks like we'll probably be to the ship by dawn, he announced to the others based upon his estimates from the ship's instrumentation. The only thing he received were a few groans and complaints, but at least they had what they came for. He kept the skiff's course as he moved just faster than the storm and had the demon brothers keep lookout for rocks and other obstacles. XX. 15 signatures still in the room. 5 of which are closing in on my position and the rest likely have their weapons trained directly on my position. Another 30 closing in from upper and lower levels and a mass of living people escaping up the stairs. The hut must have a secret escape route or lift. He's already outside my range. Naruto thought as he stared blankly at the stone wall ahead of him and slumped against the last stone pillar in the line he had run down. His plan on getting to the staircase had horribly failed, but it wasn't a very solid plan from the start. Is Jugo all right? Where is HK? He wondered in his jumbled mind as he tried to think of what to do next. If I try to make a run for it, I won't get far and I can't even move out from this spot without getting hit by blaster fire, he thought and tried to calm his mind down. It wasn't until he could feel his heartbeat lowering that he could finally think clearly. Looking down at the weapons he kept carrying with him, he frowned at the fact that, besides his sword, he favored those blasters over everything he had grown up with and trained with. These blasters aren't going to save me right now. They're useful but only up to a given point. They don't require hand seals to first activate and are accurate enough at distances, however I can't keep trying to rely only on them. My chakra control isn't where I want it to be because of the seal I put on, but I need to stop holding back. Otherwise I really will be killed, he thought, and his musings caused him to laugh as he realized something. I'm thinking like an idiot. Like some spacer from the galaxy. That's not what I am. I'm a shinobi. This kind of predicament should be nothing to me, he realized with a wry smile. It had been years since he had smiled at all and he found it hard to stop, despite there being nothing amusing about his dire situation. As the mercenaries neared his position he put his blasters away in their holsters. The situation seemed far less dire than it had a few moments previously. I'm surrounded by rock. Just normal rock and not metal, he realized while continuing to smirk. Getting to the edge of the columns, Anikto quickly moved around one of the other columns, ready to fire at the person they had forced into a corner, only to find no one there. Taking his eye off the gun sight, he lowered it slightly as he moved a little closer and examined the area to figure out where the brat had gone. The others were just as curious and a few moved closer to see while others demanded to know what was going on and if they had killed the one called Rasen. Confused, the closest 3 turned back to respond that he was gone but stopped when they heard something sizzling. Looking back they found several pieces of parchment stuck to the wall which seemed to be sparking. Unsure of what to do, they weren't prepared for the explosion that sent a good part of the gathered group hurtling backward. The column Naruto had been hiding behind was destroyed in the blast and debris from it spread across the room. During the brief confusion, a lone figure emerged from the stone floor, moving out of it like through the surface of water. Naruto was quick to act and take advantage of the opening. Throwing 2 smoke bombs into the fray, Naruto charged one of his attackers and decapitated the silhouette of the man before anyone knew he was there. Many shouts filled the room as he kept attacking and as more of Jabba's men came up and down the stairs from floors above and below. Unsealing one of the disc blades, he tossed it toward the lower level staircase while controlling it with the force while simultaneously moving to his next target. The spinning blade curved toward the staircase and cut down the first Gamorrean guard while it continued to the stairwell and ricocheting off the stairway walls and cut through other guards as Naruto gave up controlling it. After slicing apart several other combatants and throwing a volley of kunai that hit their unseen targets, Naruto was forced to block a blaster bolt with his sword just before it hit him. He barely managed to deflect the bolt in the smoke and was pushed back by several more rather accurately fired blaster bolts. Other blasters were being fired in the room, but none as accurate as his foes began firing wildly. This one must have infrared or some other vision that can see me. Naruto thought as he tried to defend himself, but his own smoke screen was hindering him and he was finding it harder to try and dodge or block the bolts. After several grazes, he found the blaster fire began to intensify as his opponent had evidently pulled out another blaster. Completely overwhelmed in the dissipating smoke, he knew he was in trouble, but the blaster fire was cut off by opposing fire from a different side of the room. Blaster fire from the second source cut down on the individuals left in the room as well as the ones coming down the stairs. Taking advantage, Naruto retreated to the back end of the room as HK-47 emerged from the dispersing smoke. The droid was walking backwards and heading to him while keeping concentrated fire upon their foes and those that were just entering the throne room from the stairs. Naruto could hear the droid saying something involving the word meatbags and a variety of other words, and he watched as the droid slowly reached his position in the room directly opposite the upper level staircase. Peering around the wall he had his back against, Naruto surveyed the damage and sensed who was still alive in the room. The opposing blaster fire had died down significantly and only a handful of life signs remained in the room, but on the fringes of his senses, he could feel an entirely new group just reaching the bottom opening to the throne room. He only had a few seconds to warn the droid as the moment the newcomers reached the bottom step, the blaster fire coming at them increased tenfold and both were forced to take cover behind the stone archway of the opening of the room they were in. Taking a moment to assess the situation, Naruto found that they were in some kind of trophy room with many different shelves full of items that the hut had evidently collected over the course of many decades. On first glance, he saw nothing of value in the room and no other way out. The firefight being exchanged across the length of the room was very one-sided as Naruto and HK were completely pinned down. Feeling the cold stone behind him begin to heat his back up, Naruto realized that the blaster fire would soon eat through the rock and he quickly weighed his options. He however wasn't able to come up with much as the safety of their shelter was further diminished when a small explosion rocked the backside of their room. His eyes had caught the briefest of movements before the explosion and he had seen a projectile travel through the arched entryway of the room. His thoughts were confirmed by the droid hiding on the other side of the arch. Observation: microgrenades. Having never encountered that type of weapon before, and Naruto was not thrilled with the thoughts going through his head, a weapon that shoots small explosives faster than I can dodge and deflecting them will only cause an explosion. The wall HK-47 stood against was the next to explode and Naruto covered his head from small pieces of rock debris. The devastation was readily apparent as Naruto moved his hands away from his head and glanced over to find the wall at half the thickness it had been. Another projectile impacted the back wall of the room and trinkets were sent flying to the floor off the shelves. Closing his eyes, Naruto sensed out the person that was shooting and found him, as well as the others moving closer to them. Evidently confident enough that HK and himself were no longer much of a threat. Standing, he took out a single kunai and kept his eyes shut. He blocked out the sounds of the next small explosion and the small pieces of rock that impacted him as he focused on the shooter. He knew where they were and their height as well as the distance between them. Covering the kunai in wind chakra to increase its cutting and penetration ability, he turned and tossed the kunai at the wall he had been hiding behind. The wind-covered kunai pierced through the crumbling wall and kept going, undeterred by the rock. It quickly covered half of the distance to the far staircase before eviscerating the trans-DOS hand holding the microgrenade rifle. The kunai however did not stop and cut through another person's leg before embedding deeply into the wall at the opposite side of the room, only a foot or more off the floor. HK-47 was not as awestruck as the others in the room and took full advantage of the distraction. Unleashing his blaster arm as well as another blaster he had picked up from earlier, he fired at the meatbags standing in the open room. At least 4 were hit by his blaster fire before they began returning fire and dispersing. The droid ensured that no one went for the Trans-DOS hand's rifle and forced Tem away from it. As the two were once again bogged down by blaster fire from various sources, Naruto concentrated on the room again and began making hand seals. As long as I don't leave anyone alive, I can use whatever I want and now have enough time to concentrate, he thought as he finished slowly making hand seals and put both of his hands into the ground. HK-47 was confused at the motions as he had never seen the boy make such motions before and was even more surprised when a second after Naruto put his hands to the ground, his auditory sensors picked up screams from the room. The blaster fire stopped seconds later. Naruto opened his eyes, satisfied that he had taken care of the problem. Taking a step forward and about to head out of the trophy room, his foot kicked something on the floor and he looked down to find a familiar object that he would never have expected to be there. Immediately picking up the object, he sealed it into his arm before remembering that he needed to get to Jugo and moved out into the throne room before locating the lower staircase. He scanned the throne room before going to lower floors and found only a single life sign that was slowly diminishing. He should be dead soon. Naruto decided and ran down the narrow staircase past the bodies of the gay marines that he had killed with his disc blade earlier. HK-47 entered the throne room along with Naruto but didn't follow him down the stairs. He instead wanted to look and see what had happened. He had counted at least 10 remaining meatbags still in the room and from his perspective, Naruto had done nothing to eliminate these remaining targets. Cautiously walking into the room, he looked over the area and found it was far different from what it had been earlier. Long, thin rock spikes covered a good portion of the room. They jutted out from the columns and floor, impaling the remaining meatbags that had been hiding in the room. Thicker and longer spikes had come out from the walls of the upper spiral staircase and were preventing anyone else from coming down. Searching his memory for anything similar that he had ever seen during his years of operation, the droid was unable to match the scene to anything he knew that Jedi or Sith were capable of performing. Inner thought: the small meatbag is becoming more interesting as time goes by. Disappointed that no meatbags were still moving and needed finishing off, the droid promptly realized that more meatbags were likely below and hurried to follow after Naruto, but not before grabbing the microgrenade rifle. XX. Minutes earlier. XX. Sliding down a short rock chute, Jugo flew out and fell a short distance before landing on the floor. He was instantly to his feet and on guard, ready for whatever was in the pit. He had no idea what he had gotten himself into and had acted without thinking. For all he knew, the chute led to a quick death that he could not have prevented from suffering or saved the dancers from. Taking in his surroundings, Jugo found the cave empty save for the 2 Twi'lek girls that had fallen in before him. He could tell they were very afraid and it likely had to do with the large metal door that was in front of them. A moment later, the grinding of gears and grate of metal on metal announced the opening of the door. The crowd cheered from above and Jugo paid them no mind as he slowly awaited whatever was on the opposite side of the door. With the door only a few feet off the ground, long clawed digits moved under the edge of the door and gripped the bottom, trying to lift the door and get it moving faster. What emerged from under the open door was something Jugo had never seen before. He was transfixed in position as the creature moved towards him. The creature stood over 8 meters tall with long arms and sharp claws. It had grayish-brown skin, a blunted face and exposed fang-like teeth. He had seen summoning creatures before and much larger ones but not something as fearsome. It was the epitome of a monster. The shouting and yelling above him as well as the screaming of the 2 slaves near him were not something that he heard. What he did hear was the voice of the creature. It was despondent and angry. He could hear bits of pieces of what it was furious over but good portion of what it said was incoherent. It had apparently been taken from its home and family, then forced into a cage. It was also accusing him of being like the ones that had enslaved him. Zhuge attempted to use his ability to try and speak with it and convince it that he was not like them but it just wouldn't listen. Zhuge looked on in pity at the creature. He really didn't want to fight it. He could see burns and other injuries as it got closer and it seemed the creature had been tormented during transport or when getting it into the cage. An explosion above dislodged rocks and dust that fell to the ground of the cage. Zhuge could hear screams and blaster fire above and realized that Naruto was fighting everyone in Jabba's throne room. Turning back to the beast that was standing right in front of him, he said out loud, "I'm sorry." And his skin began getting darker as his bloodline began to activate. Dodging a swipe, he jumped and rolled underneath of it and moved to its right side. He quickly delivered a heavy blow to the back of the creature's knee, which caused that knee to collapse. It swung back at him but Zhuge was already moving up its back. He wanted to lead the creature away from the 2 hiding Twi'leks and needed to get the creature to completely focus on him. As it struggled to reach behind and grab him, the creature kept turning around and around. Moving up to the back of its neck, Zhuge transformed both of his arms and slammed them down on its neck. He had hoped to knock the creature out but realized that he either hadn't hit it hard enough or its physiology was different and it couldn't be knocked out that way. Angered by the attack, the beast renewed its efforts to grab him and then resorted to selecting one of the flatter walls and charging at it, only to twist around at the last moment in the hopes of squashing him. Zhuge leapt off its back at the last second when he realized what it was up to. The entire room shook from the impact and Zhuge didn't have to wait long for the rancor to stand up and move at him. It raised both hands above its head and slammed them down where Zhuge was standing. The mutated ninja was faster and lunged forward between its forearms. He leapt upwards with some help from the chakra boosters that formed on his legs, delivering an uppercut to the creature's jaw. The creature stumbled backwards and hit the wall again while Zhuge rotated himself to land on the ceiling with the leftover momentum from his boosters. Moving around, he dodged and batted away the creature's attempts to grab at him on the ceiling as he tried to convince it that he could free it and asked where the weakest walls were. Somehow Jabba had managed to get the creature inside the cage, so there must be some kind of access way or area where the rock was removed and then replaced. Zhuge reasoned while keeping the creature busy. They were already in trouble and having a rampaging creature in the facility could give them a much-needed distraction to get away. On that thought, Zhuge began looking for areas of the rock that stood out as he dodged the creature trying to grab at him. Even in the dim cage, his eyes found one area was a slightly different color than the rest of the rock. "I'll need to make a hole big enough for it to get out," he thought and had an idea, though he was less than thrilled with what it would require. Jumping to the ground and ducking the creature, Zhuge sprinted at the wall and further transformed. His arms mutated and grew while the boosters on his legs and back propelled him at the wall. He landed 2 heavy blows that did little to damage the faux rock, but the follow-up of the new pistons that had formed at his elbows, smashed into the wall through his arms. The pistoning action put numerous cracks in the false rock face and he smirked as it would be enough for what he had in mind. His success was pushed aside as he noticed a moment too late that the creature was already upon him. He knew he couldn't evade the swipe, but he could get away from the claws and ended up being hit full force by a smack from the palm. Zhuge bounced off a wall and landed on the thin layer of sand that was the cage floor. His vision was swimming but soon settled as he stood and looked to the creature as it looked back at him. The wall he had damaged was now directly behind the creature and it was angrier than ever at him. Zhuge frowned as his anger increased while he struggled to maintain control. He knew the monster in front of him was intelligent but it didn't want to help and was getting ready to charge him. Allowing his bloodline to further mutate his body, the transformation nearly completed as he bent down and more powerful chakra jets formed on his back and legs. The rancor roared and charged forward at him in the same moment that he roared and rocketed headfirst with both fists outstretched. XX. The fight hadn't been going well for Jango Fett as he tried to shoot at the cloaked young man who had disappeared for a brief moment, only to reappear and start cutting down everyone in the room. He could see through the smoke with his helmet's infrared but was having difficulty getting a clear shot with everyone else that was moving blindly through the smoke and getting in his way. A moment later he found his opening and opened fire on the brat with one of his blasters. He was surprised to find that in the smoke, the boy was able to deflect his shots with the sword. It reminded him of a Jedi and he hated Jedi. With every shot being deflected, he quickly pulled out his other blaster from his thigh holster and began firing with both, trying to overwhelm his foe with the rapid-fire weapons. He had never seen a sword that could deflect blaster fire so well and he made a mental note to take the blade after his target was killed. No sooner than he had the thought, than blaster fire came from his left. He was struck twice, a glancing blow to the helmet and once in the upper chest by the new attacker and forced to retreat to cover while trying to return fire. Getting behind a column near Jabba's vacated platform, he waited for the firing to lessen on his location before coming out and exchanging fire with the two hiding in Jabba's trophy room. He quickly reloaded his weapons but stopped as newcomers came in. One of them was holding a microgrenade rifle, definitely overkill, he idly thought, and wondered if they would have anything left of the cloaked young man to present to Jabba for a reward. The Trans-Dosan began firing indiscriminately at the trophy room and Jango decided to step back from the fighting. It was one thing to damage Jabba's throne room a little while trying to take out someone that had nearly killed the Hutt, but it was something else entirely to destroy the Hutt's prized trophies in order to succeed. He wanted whatever bounty Jabba would put on the boy, but taking part in such an action would earn all those involved a brutal death by the enraged Hutt. It didn't matter how much the bounty was worth to Jabba, if they destroyed his trophies he would probably make trophies out of them. It was a shame that he wouldn't be able to take down the prey himself, but he knew when to restrain himself from making foolish mistakes. As the droid and human's cover was whittled away, he was taken by surprise when an object pierced through the wall, and then through the Trans-Dosan. It continued through someone else's leg and then embedded deeply into the adjacent wall. He instinctively moved for cover as blaster fire cut down a few of the newly reinforced group. As he waited for it to die down and give him a chance to return fire, he was even more surprised when spikes appeared out of the floor and walls. Jango looked down at the spike that had pinned him to the wall and couldn't make heads or tails of what had just happened to him. The spike had erupted out from the column he had just moved behind and had forcibly pinned him to the wall. The transfigured rock was no match for his armor, but that did not mean that he was safe. It had pinned him with such force that it compressed his chest and actually forced his body off the floor. His feet were a few inches off the ground and he was no longer able to get enough air into his lungs as the spike prevented him from properly inhaling. Trying to get a clear view of the others, he wasn't able to determine if any of the group he was with were actually left alive. He could hear movement and his helmet picked up two new heat signatures move into the room as the other heat signatures no longer moved. One was warmer and smaller than the other and he knew them to be the two they had been facing. As he struggled to breathe and get free from the spike he realized that both his blasters had been knocked out of his hands. He had far more weapons on him than just the blasters, but those would make noise and at the moment he did not want to attract attention to himself while trying to get free. He was in no position to fight off such attackers, so he stayed as still as possible. The boy could find him and finish him off while he was in such a state and he waited unmoving as time slowly ticked by while he suffocated. The boy looked directly at him, despite not having a direct line of sight to determine where he was, as if somehow knowing that he was either still alive or not as dead as everyone else in the room. They looked at each other for a few moments before the boy moved on and the assassin droid followed a few seconds afterward. Jango began seeing stars the moment the two went down lower staircase. Waiting as long as he dared, he hurriedly used his wrist-mounted vibroblade on the rock spike and began cutting away at it. He cursed that the blade was not very long and the tip of the spike had broken on his armor, leaving a much thicker broken tip pinning his chest. He kept hacking away at it as the outer edges of his vision began getting dark, and panicking at the thought of dying in such a state, he used the wrist-mounted blaster on his other arm to blast off the last few inches. Freed from the spike, Jango unceremoniously dropped to the floor and took his first full breath in over a minute. He removed his own helmet and breathed deeply while still on the floor. After taking several deep breaths and when the stars had left his vision, he frantically searched for his blasters and began scanning the room from his cover. Had his blaster fire been heard and were they coming back? Truthfully, he had never seen so much blood before as his uncovered eyes scanned the room. Most weapons cauterized wounds so people didn't bleed out, and certainly it wasn't normal for people to be skewered by rock spikes that formed out of the floors and walls. Jabba's throne room was now a war zone and he had trouble believing that one young adult and one assassin droid could do so much against the men that Jabba kept in his service. They certainly weren't highly trained soldiers, but most were experienced fighters and more deadly than any common thugs. From what he had seen of his prey and how he moved, Jango could tell that the boy had training, most likely from Jedi. It was obvious to him that the boy was not someone's Padawan or on any mission from the Jedi. He was almost positive that the young man must have been a failed Jedi and left the order to strike out on his own. This explained the use of the sword and why he had no lightsaber. What he had nearly been killed by must have been a force technique then. Though I've never seen something that can shape rock and use it as a weapon. There are even thicker spikes at the staircase to prevent more reinforcements from above. And that knife, it went right through rock and people, he thought as he remembered the scene as it played out in his head. Getting up off the ground, he moved to where the weapon had stuck into the wall. Finding a metal ring and part of a handle sticking out of the wall, he grasped the ring and began pulling with all his might. The knife unwillingly came free and he fell backwards from the force he had been pulling with. Grumbling under his breath, he got back up and then looked over the weapon. It was ordinary, which confused him even more. He expected it to be a vibroblade or perhaps some other technology, but he could tell that it wasn't. He was holding just a simple metal knife. What metal is this? Plain steel, he wondered and put the knife away in one of his pouches to look at later. Hearing a roar from below, he remembered why he was there in the first place and ran to fetch his helmet before heading down the lower staircase in search of his targets. XX. Jumping from the rock face, Suijitsu flipped in the air and evaded the slashes of the crate dragon that was chasing him. Smiling, Suijitsu played with the creature as he waited for the right moment to strike. He was confident his sword would easily pass through the creature's thick hide but wanted to prolong the fight as much as he could. He used his blade defensively as the creature's claws raked across its surface, but he was sure that they left no scratches or scrapes. Jumping back to escape a swipe by the creature's tail, Suijitsu landed on the wall of the canyon. As he prepared to dodge the next strike, the rocks beneath his feet began to give way. Losing his balance and concentration on the loosening rocks, Suijitsu was grabbed by the creature's mouth as it charged and teeth sunk deeply into his body. Shaking its head back and forth to tear into its prey, the crate dragon released its hold and Suijitsu's mangled body was tossed down to the canyon floor. Playing coy, Suijitsu's body slowly reformed while he remaining completely still, waiting for the moment when the creature was nearly on top of him. As the creature slowly lumbered forward, confident in its victory and meal, Suijitsu remained motionless, and as the creature moved to take another bite of him, he rolled, got to his feet, and swung at one of its front legs. The leg was easily dismembered by his sword. Keeping the momentum of the swing, he spun and changed his footing, jumping to strike again at the other front leg, severing it as well. He expected a torrent of blood to spray from the grievous injuries he had dealt the creature and waited to subsequently be covered in the liquid, however he wasn't. His cloak was dry and in the dark he couldn't determine if any blood had even gotten on him. As the creature struggled in pain with the loss of its front legs, Suijitsu looked over his body and the ground in the hopes of finding out what had happened. Finding no blood, he examined his sword and ran his hand over the blade. Expecting it to be slick with blood, he instead found a covering of warm dark sludge came off onto his fingertips and palm. He could smell the usual metallic odor associated with blood, but not a single drop could be seen, and what was on his hands wasn't blood. Weird, he thought, and his investigation was soon interrupted by the cries of the wounded creatures. "Fine, I'll finish you off," he said. With a powerful swing, he severed most of the neck and followed up with second swing which severed the exposed spinal cord, killing it. Looking over the newest wound, he again found an absence of blood, however upon pulling his sword out of the wound, blood freely began flowing from the neck. "Well, that's better at least. I was beginning to think this thing didn't have any blood." Stabbing his sword into the ground, he began looking over his kill and going over all that needed to be done. The creature was about 60 or more feet long and below average, going by the size of 100 feet that Naruto gave as typical for adult dragons. Suijitsu wasn't about to let it just sit there and was set on using as much of the creature as possible. He just needed to start carving it up and putting the meat into the scrolls to cook later. If he had the means to make a fire, he would have started cooking up some of it, as he did feel a little hungry. Maybe when we finally stop somewhere for an extended visit we can have a nice cookout, he thought with a smile. Looking around the canyon, he searched for the scrolls that he had brought with him. He dropped them when the creature came into sight and the battle began. Running up the canyon wall, he looked for the dead rat creature and soon found the scrolls he was after near the creature's partially eaten body. Brushing off the strange sludge he had on his hands onto his clothing, Suijitsu encountered something slick. Looking down, he found that there were several areas of his jumpsuit that had some kind of liquid on it. Touching his hand to one of the areas, he brought it up to his nose and quickly recoiled. It certainly wasn't blood and had a pungent odor to it. Venom, he guessed, as there were areas of it where the teeth had entered his body. Ignoring the finding, he went back to the creature and unrolled the scrolls in order to seal up the soon-to-be carved meat. Going to his sword, he stopped as he saw something. The creature's dark blood was moving to his stationary sword. That, however, wasn't the strange part, as the blood was moving uphill to touch the blade. XX. Panicked from the recent events and the fighting below, Jabba quickly slithered out of his personal turbolift and into his large and decadent living quarters. His form was followed by the pale Bib Fortuna, who seemed equally panicked and completely lost as to what he should do. They had no medical personnel at the palace and not even so much as a medkit. Jabba, unlike Bib, had not escaped the blast from the thermal detonators. He was missing an arm and had burns on the side of his body. The resilience of the Hutt species had saved him from further injury and diminished what could have been major or life-threatening injuries. That, however, did not mean that he wasn't in a severe amount of pain, and that pain as well as his thoughts concerning his attacker turned to anger. Immediately the Hutt began circling his living quarters, thinking up horrible fates for his attacker and shouting orders to his major domo. Bib went to the only computer terminal in the room and began looking up the information that the Hutt had demanded, which was the surveillance feed from his throne room. The Twi'lek found the live feed and they both watched the displays on the large screen. Bodies littered the floor as fighting continued. Both spectators had thought that the human android would already be dead or captured, but that did not seem to be the case. The room they were viewing suddenly began to fill with smoke and they lost sight of all the combatants, as the only things they could make out was the blaster fire. Someone was out to assassinate him and had gotten closer than any other assassin in the nearly 6 centuries that he had been alive. As the smoke in the room cleared, some fighting continued and there were many bodies on the floor as blaster fire was exchanged between the trophy room and the rest of the throne room. The Hutt soon laughed as he noticed from one camera that reinforcements had just arrived. The laughter however died as the Hut saw what the Trans-Dasan was using and where he was firing. He yelled enraged at the destruction of his trophy collection and was almost happy when the reptilian humanoid was killed. The two continued to watch as the battle soon went out of their favor, but they were not prepared for what happened next. In a split second, the remaining fighters in the room were all killed by spikes that seemed to come right out of the walls, floor, and columns. Bib was so shocked by what he saw that he backed up from the screen and nearly stepped on the Hut's tail. A few moments passed until the human android came out of the trophy room and looked over the area before moving off screen. They didn't have monitors covering every inch of his throne room, and from the angle the Hut was viewing, he couldn't tell where the short human had gone. Whether it was to the lower staircase or to the hidden turbolift that they had just taken. Worried that the controls on the lift could be overridden, Jabba decided to vacate the palace and take to his sail barge to get him back to Mos Espa and to his compound where he could get medical treatment. Before he went, he left final orders with Bib Fortuna and then proceeded with haste through the room's door and on the route to the hangar. He would monitor the situation through the barge's communication systems and uplink with the palace, while his remaining guards at the palace and the reinforcements that he would send for would take care of the human android inside. Bib continued working at a furious pace as he searched through the security footage for a picture to use and made up a bounty poster and message to transmit to the entire planet and other notable bounty hunters that Jabba used, which may in nearby systems or sectors. Finishing up, he just had to add the number that Jabba had wanted. 500,000 credits should be more than enough to put the entire planet and sector after the human. Normally I would consider getting my blaster and joining up with a few guards to try and split the reward, but there is no way that I'm facing that butcher, he concluded as he transmitted the message and then left the room out the same door as Jabba. Hurrying down many hallways and one turbo lift, the Twi'lek arrived at the hangar right as the Ketana was being ready to leave. An alarm going off and subsequent message over the loudspeakers in the hangar let everyone know that a sandstorm was approaching and they would either have to leave in the next 20 minutes or stay. Pulling the cloak on his hood down and covering his face as best as he could, Bib got to the boarding ramp for the sail barge and pushed his way past everyone else. Being the major domo, he was tasked with taking care of Jabba's affairs in the palace when the Hut left, but he wasn't about to stay with such a trained killer running loose inside the palace. XX. Grabbing his disc blade at the bottom of the steps, Naruto continued on to get to the cage which Jugo was still in. He was too distracted with his enemies to properly sense Jugo and found out how the orange-haired teen was doing, but now that he had a moment, Jugo was just outside of range. He could only sense the two Twi'lek dancers and feel how scared they were. Blocking his path were numerous gay marines that were slow to respond to the call for help from the throne room and just making it to the upper staircase. He cut them down with both disc and ninjato as he continued moving down the wide arched hallway. There was an intersection up ahead that the Force told him would lead to where he wanted to go. The gay marines however just kept coming and he was getting tired of them. He was about to do something when the closest one to him exploded. Glancing behind him while the gay marines stopped in their tracks, Naruto saw HK holding the microgrenade rifle. Crouching, Naruto jumped to the ceiling, stuck to it, and continued running towards what he believed to be Jugo's location. He heard many more explosions behind him and the squealing of the gay marines, but he paid them no mind. As he ran, he heard a roar and the walls and floor shook as if there was an explosion. He nearly lost his footing on the ceiling but soon increased his speed to get to Jugo. Moving down a passageway, Naruto knew that what he wanted was just ahead. He heard another roar echoing past him as he turned the last corner and found the hallway empty of combatants. There was however a huge hole in a nearby wall and he jumped down, cautiously moving to the hole to figure out what could have caused it and what beast had been Jabba's pet. He knew it was at least the size of the giant Tulrus that they had killed. Walking into the cage, Naruto peered through the darkness and saw Jugo, alive and helping the two Twi'lek dancers who were hiding in some alcoves at one end of the cage. Confused, he extended his range as far as he could and just caught a large life sign leaving the extent of his reach. Jugo noticed someone was there and turned to see who it was. "You came to save me?" he questioned of his companion, and Naruto stared at him for a second before quickly replying. "No." Naruto lied and Jugo tried to hold back a smile as he knew Naruto was lying. He did think for a few moments that Naruto would be furious at him, but that did not seem the case. "Then why did you come running down here so fast?" Jugo questioned and Naruto was quick to explain, "The upper staircase was blocked so we came down here." He explained and then asked a question of his own, "What exactly was down here?" "I know I felt something large, but what happened to it? I don't really know how to describe it. It was just an enslaved creature that wanted to get free. Unfortunately he wouldn't listen to me when I tried to help him, so I had to hurt him a little," explained Jugo seriously, and Naruto just stared for a moment before saying rhetorically, "You make it sound as though you could speak to it and it could speak and understand you." Moving back to the large hole in the wall, Naruto looked both ways down the hallway to see if anyone else was coming and to confirm that the creature had indeed left. "Well, I guess it's a good thing it didn't run in the direction I was coming from," he thought, but was brought of his musings by Jugo's reply, "I can speak to and understand all animals, even the ones that don't have chakra." Turning around and looking back at Jugo, Naruto was slightly confused as he could not detect any hint of falsehood in what Jugo just said. "You mean to tell me that you can talk with animals and they can understand you?" Why am I just hearing of this now? He demanded and Jugo just shrugged. Regardless, we need to leave now before they find us. HK is almost caught up to us. What about them? Asked Jugo, and Naruto looked to where he had indicated and found the two dancers. Frowning, he debated about what to do. If he left them, they would either get recaptured or perhaps be killed, either by Jabba's men or perhaps the creature still roaming the lower levels. It will be hard enough for ourselves to get away, Jugo. If you haven't noticed, the entire palace is after us and you just released Jabba's pet into the lower levels. Elaborated Naruto while gesturing to the damage they had already created, but Jugo was resolute in helping the two girls. Fine, but you're responsible for them. If they know where the hangar bay is, then I'll meet you there. I need to destroy any evidence of our being here. And Naruto watched the trio leave and head in the direction that HK was. Making a earth clone, Naruto left the cage and proceeded in the same direction that the creature had traveled. The slaves wouldn't have known where the security and surveillance systems were. What he needed was a living person to question and find out where he needed to go. As Naruto left, the earth clone proceeded to slowly make a set of hand seals for a single jutsu. Slamming its hand into the cage floor, the rock directly above it began to crack and loosen as the entire ceiling came down on top of it. XX. It was night by the time Kabuto got the skiff back to the new location of their ship. It was outside the city of Mos Espa and Kabuto had made sure to stay a good distance away from the outskirts of the city so as to remain unseen. Parking the skiff next to the ship, Karin jumped off to go and activate the loading elevator for the Demon Brothers so they could put the star map on it. Looking out over the sand and to the nearby city, Kabuto saw the incoming sandstorm. It seemed to slowly approach the city, but that belied just how fast the storm was moving and the distance they were from it. As the storm began to envelop Mos Espa, Kabuto moved to the ship to get aboard the ramp. Boarding the ship and shutting the ramp to keep the approaching storm out, Kabuto passed Karin in the hallway and asked about Naruto. He's not back yet. She explained as she couldn't feel his signature on the ship or nearby. Perhaps he got caught in the storm. If so, I probably won't be able to reach him by COMM link, reasoned Kabuto. As he continued down the hallway, he passed Teiwaya sleeping on the meeting table, and though he thought it strange, he decided not to try and wake her up. He passed the medical bay door and tried to get it but found it locked. Master Plagueis must be working on something, he thought, and knew he would have to summon his snake later to find out what the man had really been up to while on Tatooine. Heading to the storage area, he found the Demon Brothers struggling to move the star map onto the elevator, and as soon as they were finished, he hit the switch to bring the loading elevator back into the ship. It was a shame that they couldn't keep the skiff, as it proved to be quite useful, but it was simply too large to fit in the ship. Once the elevator was inside the ship, the Demon Brothers decided to leave the star map where it was and move it in the morning, or at least after getting some rest. Kabuto thoroughly agreed, as they had been nearly killed several times that day and he just wanted to get some sleep. XX. Cutting out the stomachs as they weren't something that he was going to eat, Suijutsu struggled to get the large collection of organs out of the creature's abdomen without piercing them and possibly contaminating the meat. With great effort, he managed to get the organs out and drag them away from the rest of the creature. Curiously, the contents of one area of the stomachs made a strange sound, and he looked at the organ for a few seconds before taking out a kunao and deciding to see what the crate dragon had eaten which would make such a sound. Carefully slicing into one of the stomachs so the contents did not spill out onto him, he first came across part of the newly dead rat-like creature that he had used as bait. Cringing slightly, he moved the portion of the creature with his foot out of the way so he wouldn't have to look at it and continued his search. Cutting into the next stomach, he came across a partially digested body of one of the locals. Suijutsu wrinkled his nose and thought about stopping his dissection, but an oddly shaped weapon caught his eye. It was a type of club that had evidently been wielded by the corpse before being eaten whole. Setting it aside and wiping his slimy hands on his pants, he continued and in the last organ finally came across what must have made the noise. It was a collection of rocks. Curious why such a creature would eat rocks, he thought there must have been some kind of purpose, or perhaps it was just accidental. He was about to toss the organ aside and continue inspecting the body to see if anything else could be found on the corpse when something in the pile or rocks reflected what little light was in the canyon. Using his kunao, he pushed the smaller rocks aside, found two rocks that didn't match the others. Picking them both up and wiping them off, he moved to a better area in order to catch more moonlight on them. Both rocks were perfectly smooth and one reflected green while the other blue in the moonlight. Both were a darker color closer to the surface with a very light and brighter shade at the center. The green was larger than his hand while the blue fit just perfectly. They looked gems or pearls, not rocks, thought Suijutsu, and looking towards the severed head of the creature, Suijutsu asked, "Man, what did you eat?" "Somebody's treasure." Putting the pearls in their own storage seal on the scroll, Suijutsu got back to cutting up the crate dragon meat. XX. Dropping the unconscious monk, Naruto reviewed the information that he had just drained from the man and figured out where he needed to go. He needed to get to the power plant for the palace, which wasn't very far away, and then he would have to travel a roundabout path to get to the communications dome that also contained the surveillance equipment for the palace. Both of these were in the Alcara Tower, which was the tallest tower of the palace buildings. He could go outside and up an exposed staircase that was carved into the canyon side but decided against it. The staircase would leave him vulnerable to snipers and any patrols that Jabba had around the facility. He could also travel throughout the lower levels of the facility and through a myriad of passages to get to the lower level of the Al-Kara Tower, but he knew from the monk's memories that he would be traveling through areas that Jabba had numerous guards, locked doors, and that had either suffered from cave-ins or been deliberately blocked. Naruto therefore determined from the monk's knowledge of the complex that the best way to go was to the power plant. The monks shared the large complex with Jabba, and though Jabba called it his palace, the monks lived, operated, and maintained the majority of the complex. Jabba had his areas and the monks had their areas, with marginal crossover through the facility. The power plant was beneath one of the other large spires of the complex. He would travel through the power plant and then up the wandering meditative staircase used by the disembodied monks and the spider-like droids. They constantly traveled up and down the staircase and based upon his previous encountered, would not be concerned with his presence there. From there he would re-enter the main palace and go to the other spire. Reaching one of the entrances to the power plant, he quickly hinged into a standard-looking monk. Walking past several monks that seemed to be monitoring the power plant, he glanced at the huge generator and wondered exactly how it operated or what it used as fuel, but pushed those thoughts aside as he looked for the hallway that would lead to the wandering stair. As there were none of Jabba's guards present and the monks were busy, he moved with impunity towards the passageway. He thought about damaging the controls for the power plant or even causing an overload, but realized that such actions would hinder him as he still needed the building to have power so he could access the systems. Finding the stair, he ended the henge and began running up the circular staircase. It was about 8 stories tall, but since only the disembodied monks used it, they wouldn't even notice his presence. XX. Stepping over the gay marine corpses and reaching the bottom of the staircase, Jango Fett stumbled as the ground shook from what he thought may have been an explosion. He must be trying to get to his companion in the Rancor pit. Fett guessed and wondered where the explosives had been procured from. His communicator suddenly went off and he stopped briefly as he accessed the message through his visor. It was a simple holographic message that had been apparently sent out to anyone within range of whatever transmitter was being used. It contained a picture of the boy he was after and an amount of money listed for the capture or killing of the person shown. "That's a lot of zeros," commented the former Mandalorian to himself. With that amount of money he could finally replace his aged ship with something better. Passing more corpses, Fett came to an intersection and, relying on his heat vision, caught the heat signature of someone moving just around the corner down one of the passages. Running after them, he wondered if they knew where they were going. He hadn't been working for Jabba long enough to know his way around the lower levels of the palace, and he didn't have a good schematic of the palace. Coming to the end of the hallway, he moved around the bodies of more guards and came around the corner but found it empty, so he continued his pursuit. Glancing around, he determined that he was in the prison area of the palace, given what he thought were many sets of prison cells along the wide and long hallways. Noting that his quarry seemed to be keeping the same pace that he was, or perhaps even outstripping him, Jango activated his rocket pack and kept a controlled upright flight down the next hallway in order to catch up. XX. Breaking the prison guard's neck and tossing its corpse aside, HK-47 processed the information he had just gotten from the brief interrogation while his 3 companions cringed slightly at his deeds. Creating a rudimentary map from the directions he had extracted from the meat bag, the droid led the others to the turbo lift that was in a nearby hallway down the hall. Using the lift they would be able to get back to the main floor and make their way to the palace's only hangar bay, where they might find a transport. Moving to the controls, the droid tried the door but found the controls were locked, and without some form of access keycard or perhaps passcode it would be difficult to get in. Ripping the panel cover from the wall, the droid exposed sets of wires and components. "I can get the door," offered one of the Twi'lek dancers, and HK looked at her critically for a second before stepping back from the panel and letting the meatbag dancer work. It wasn't that he couldn't get the door himself, and probably faster than the dancer, but he would then have to leave himself open and let the 3 meatbags guard him while he worked. Standing guard with microgrenade launcher in hand, HK-47 contemplated his current companions while simultaneously watching for more meatbags to kill. The male meatbag was apparently ruled by emotions that he could not understand, or perhaps it was something to do with hormones and the 2 dancers. The 2 Twi'lek meatbags were more understandable, but he found it interesting that they appeared to be able to slice through locked doors. So far they were proving more useful than the male meatbag. Glancing to the hallway that they had just come from, the droid would have smiled if he had the facial structure to do so. It seemed he wouldn't be bored while waiting for the door to be opened. XX. Trying to look over the dancer's shoulder to see what she was doing, Jogo was immensely curious on how it was that she would manage to unlock the door for them. He had never witnessed slicing or electrical lock-picking and had no idea how it was done or could really comprehend the mess of wires and other electrical components that the Twi'lek girl was sifting through and rewiring. So distracted was he, that he never noticed the former Mandalorian stealthily moving down the hallway to their position at the turbolift alcove. "Freeze!" came a voice from behind the 3 in the alcove. They did as they were told and froze in place, waiting to either be killed or given some further instruction. "Drop the blaster, kid," demanded the voice, and Jugo dropped the blaster to the sandy floor. He had only unsealed it from hiding a few minutes prior and didn't even have the chance to fire it. Thinking over the situation and trying to determine what the best course of action was, Jugo as well as the Twi'leks turned to look at their captor and found a man mostly covered in armor with 2 blaster pistols pointed at them. Jugo noticed the marks on the armor but didn't know if the man was injured or not. He didn't think he could disarm the person or escape injury if he tried something. "Where's the brat with the sword?" asked the figure, and Jugo decided to be as responsive as he could. He left by himself to go somewhere else in the palace. Django mulled over the answer for a few minutes while he thought of what to do next. He had been ready to unleash his weapons and for a fight, but he had apparently only found the 3 from the Rancor pit. How the hell did they get out of there alive? He suddenly wondered as the orange-haired teen in front of him seemed amateurish at best and very different from the highly trained swordsman in the throne room. Before he could ask, he was struck with another thought: where's the droid? He was however instantly aware of the answer, and his instincts told him that the droid was right behind him and had set a trap. A clicking sound that did not cause his immediate death was the only thing that told him that he was still alive for a little longer. XX. Watching from the depression of a small ventilation unit in the ceiling, HK-47 viewed a Mandalorian move towards the 3 at the turbolift. He waited until the armored meatbag was distracted and moved from his position, soundlessly dropping from the ceiling to the ground below. The sound dampness in his feet worked how they should, and the Mandalorian was still unaware of his position. Taking the microgrenade rifle from his back, the droid aimed carefully. The meatbag may have been wearing heavy armor, but the back of the neck was still slightly exposed to him, and a single microgrenade to that location, just under the lip of the back of the helmet, would instantly kill the meatbag that followed them. Squeezing the trigger, the droid's eyes glowed slightly brighter in surprise as the telltale click sound of an empty weapon echoed through the quiet hallway. Django instantly turned with both blasters ready to take the droid down, but HK had already thrown the empty rifle at the Mandalorian. The heavy weapon struck Django in the helmet and stunned him for just a moment, which was not enough time for HK to reach him, but the kick behind him from Jugo to the side of his head gave the droid more time. Regaining his balance before he fell, Django recovered to find himself being tackled against the wall by the droid. Several shots were fired as the two struggled against each other. Django found himself overpowered by the droid's strength, and he ended up being forced to drop both of his blasters. That helmet really hurt, thought Jugo as he kept off his foot for a few moments and turned to the 2 Twi'leks, wordlessly telling them to continue. He then grabbed his blaster from the ground but found HK was already dealing with the situation and he didn't have a clear shot. The droid grabbed Django's throat with one hand, lifting him off the ground, and stopped the bounty hunter from using his left arm effectively, which had his wrist-mounted blaster on. A shot from it which had been intended for HK struck the ceiling instead, and Django switched tactics. Using his right arm, Django extended his vibroblade and tried to stab the droid's head or arm, but HK moved or deflected the blows with his elbow or knee joint. Statement: It has been quite some time since I have killed a Mandalorian meatbag. This should bring back many fond memories. And HK began to squeeze much harder with the intent of breaking Django's neck. Knowing his wrist-mounted flamethrower would do nothing to the droid and neither would activating his rocket pack, Django used his last option and the only trick he had left. Reaching under the droid's arm with his right hand, he activated a button on his left-hand gauntlet. The missile on his rocket pack ignited and launched upwards at the curved ceiling. It didn't travel very far before striking the rock and exploding right above the droid. With such a close impact, the concussive force pushed the droid off him and sent both to the ground. Stunned from the blast, it took a few moments for either combatants to come to their senses or perform a quick diagnostic. HK was back on his feet first, but Django acted first and touched a button on his right gauntlet, activating his whipcord launcher. The fiber cord whip wound around HK's legs and torso, pinning his arms to his side and preventing him from walking. Sitting up to a crouch, Django held the struggling droid steady with one arm and took aim with the blaster mounted on his left gauntlet. Still disoriented from the blast, his first shot missed the struggling droid's head and he re-aimed for a second shot. A boisterous statement of "I got the door" fell on deaf ears for Django and the droid as they were more concerned with killing each other. Django however was taken by surprise when a blaster bolt that came from the turbolift alcove sliced his whipcord and freed the droid from being bound to his wrist. The fiber cord however did not loosen much or free droid's limbs. Leaning out from the alcove, Jugo tried to shoot the armored guard and help HK but was forced back by blaster fire. HK took the opportunity of distraction to lunge for the open turbolift and Jugo helped drag the droid the rest of the way into the lift as the door closed and protected them from blaster fire. Finally to his feet, Django punched the rock wall in frustration after the lift door had closed. None of his shots had landed and the distraction from the teen had let the droid escape. That was probably the most dangerous droid he had ever encountered and he had to use almost every trick he had just to keep from getting killed. And it still got away, he fumed. Looking to the ground, he went to get his blasters. He could bring the lift back down and continue his pursuit in a few moments. Picking up his prized weapons, Django stopped as he heard something. It sounded like heavy breathing. Looking to the end of the hallway, he came face to face with a rancor that was crawling along the ground under the arched ceilings. The creature looked at him with its small beady eyes and then roared. Cursing loudly in Mando, Django holstering his blasters and began running down the hallway the way he had come from. His left hand moved to a button on his right gauntlet and activated his rocket pack to increase his speed and outrace the rancor. They didn't survive the rancor, they released it, he realized. The chasing creature wasn't fully grown but had enough headroom in the wide corridor hallways to move on all fours. Django thought about using his blasters and believed that if had an accurate enough shot, he could take it down, but he remembered that it was Jabba's birthday present and killing it would be the same as destroying the Hutt's trophy room. It would mean a painful death if Jabba ever found out. XX. Reaching the top of the spiral stair, Naruto pushed the button for the outside door. The large metal door instantly opened and he was hit by powerful winds. Putting his hands up to his forehead to keep the sand from getting into his eyes, he peered out from the door. Looking across the bridge at the palace building, he checked for sentries and possible snipers but found none. It was night outside and he was finally able to see how much time had passed since they first arrived at Jabba's. The suns of Tatooine had long since set and it was probably early in the morning, he guessed. In the darkness he could see a few guards on the open areas of the main rotunda, but he knew he would be protected from the gun emplacements due to the closeness of the tower to the main building and the overhangs of the main building being just above the bridge that connected the two buildings. Running out the door and across the bridge, Naruto shielded himself from the sand. The wind tunnel effect of the two rounded buildings in close proximity to one another, in conjunction with the harsh sand that was picked up, were enough to dispel his henge. He however wasn't worried about that as it was so dark out and Jabba apparently didn't believe in any architectural lighting to show off the building at night. Increasing his speed, he was distracted for a moment when he spotted something in the distance to his right side. It took a few moments to figure out exactly what he was looking at before he realized that it was an incoming sandstorm. Nearly to the other side of the bridge, Naruto didn't find any guards at the door, nor could he feel any guards behind the door, so he didn't hesitate to hit the control panel and quickly move through the opening. Coming out of the windy darkness, he found himself in a silent windless hallway and putting back his henge, he swiftly proceeded further into the main building. The end of the hallway opened into a surprisingly large room that caused Naruto to stop as he looked around. It seemed the majority of the main rotunda was just comprised of the single room he was in. It had a large center column as a structural support with rows upon rows of detached brains sitting in little alcoves all around. The setup seemed reminiscent of a theater or arena, but there was no show playing at the center and the audience of detached brains had no eyes with to watch anything. Many colorful banners hung from the ceiling and a very large bladed fan spun at the top of the room around the column, providing a cool breeze. Using persuasion on a few of the monks that still had attached brains, Naruto moved up one of the staircases, passing row upon row of brains. The monks seemed to be attending to the brains and he could tell that each of the monks held the brains in high regard, though he knew not why. What a strange religion, he remarked to himself and began focusing, pushing his sensing inward as he tried to keep from gleaning any information from the brains, lest he get lost in their incoherent thoughts. Coming to the top of the staircase, Naruto proceeded down another hallway and finally let out a breath he had been holding as he relaxed his senses and extended them again. Reaching the end of the hallway, he could feel people up ahead and thought that they were standing guard or at least patrolling. This must be where the monk's area ends and Jabba's begins again, he thought, and released his henge while unsealing both disc blades. Calming himself, he activated the door mechanism by smacking it with one of the disc blades and found himself exposed to the harsh weather again. Shielding his eyes, he quickly tossed one of his blades as he identified his two targets. He was in the middle of both and they appeared to be each stationed at a laser cannon emplacement. Both guards were alerted to his presence by the opening of the door and the first one was cut down before he could get to his blaster. Naruto called back the first disc blade and quickly threw the twin. The second target managed to get off a shot before the disc blade reached him, but the blaster fire missed. Catching one disc blade and then the other, Naruto moved out from his position into the short ledge. He was on the open hallway or concourse that circled the rotunda just above the first overhang. Glancing at the spire that he had just come from, he then looked to the Alcara spire and pulled down his goggles to determine the distance and where he had to go. I can make that gap, he concluded, and was about to move close to the inner wall in order to get a running start when he heard something besides the wind. A moment later, 4 life signs entered his range and he watched as a skiff moved slowly into view as it circled the rotunda. He saw them and evidently they managed to identify him in the darkness as they opened fire from the skiff. There was nothing to hide behind except for the laser cannon emplacement and Naruto ran to the closest. Moving the corpse off the seat and targeting controls, he rotated the laser cannon and aimed for the skiff. The firing slowed as the men realized what he was doing and the pilot attempted to get away by accelerating out of the range of the turret, but Naruto was faster. 4 laser blasts were fired at the skiff while 3 of the blasts struck the armored skiff in close proximity, piercing what armor it had and striking the skiff's power source, which caused an explosion. Knowing that the explosion would alert any other patrols as to his general whereabouts, Naruto created 2 shadow clones that manned the laser cannons while he moved to the inner wall. Picking his trajectory, he sprinted across the short distance of the concourse, jumped over the small ledge, and began running down the sloping overhand. Using the force to increase his speed as best as he could, he reached the end of the overhang and force jumped into the gap between the spire and the rotunda. A weightless sensation soon overtook him as he moved away from the rotunda into the spire. He reached the apex of his jump and was confident that he would land exactly where he wanted, however the wind and storm had other plans. Cursing at the powerful gust, his body was pushed off course and instead of landing on the side of the spire, his body moved past the structure and headed off the edge of the canyon. Acting quickly, Naruto deeply inhaled and formed a single seal, the dog seal, and then exhaled a powerful stream of wind that pushed him back to the spire and away from the canyon floor where he had been heading. His own wind jutsu and the natural wind caused him to spiral out of control and he struck the backside of the spire. With his breath knocked out of him, Naruto fell but unsheathed his sword and stuck it into the rock to slow himself and get his feet situated on the side of the tower to stick to the surface. Looking around from his perch, he noted the storm was nearly upon the palace and ignoring the pain in his back, he began running up the side of the spire to get to the top. He could hear and see laser fire from the opposite side of the spire and knew his clones must be distracting anyone else that had come to investigate the destroyed skiff. Damn, they're persistent, he noted and questioned why such thugs would be so loyal as to stay out during a sandstorm in order to capture or kill him. Memories of the clones soon filled his head as one was killed by blaster fire and he believed the other died as a result of the jutsu being dispelled by the sand in another powerful gust of wind. Slowing down his pace as he neared the top, he searched the uppermost levels of the tower for life signs. It seemed that no one was guarding the top of the tower. Landing on a balcony just below the large communications dome at the top of the Alcara Tower, Naruto walked in through one of the many openings around the circumference. The entrances all led to a large open floor that was dominated by the conduits and relays that went to the communications dome above him. Perhaps I should try to contact the vulture or at least turn off whatever is jamming normal communications, he thought and proceeded down a staircase that would presumably take him to the communications equipment in lower levels. From what he had previously gleaned, all of the complex's security monitoring equipment was on the floor below the communications equipment. He would need to erase anything that could be used to identify them. Reaching the bottom of a staircase to the floor below, Naruto stepped over cables that were haphazardly strewn on the floor and connecting various devices. Looking over the equipment, he tried to identify what was around him and find what he was after. Some of the equipment he couldn't identify but he guessed that he was looking at an illegal signal interceptor. The hut had numerous transceivers on the outside of the tower so he was able to receive the holonet, but it seemed that Jabba could also intercept other people's transmitted messages over the holonet and monitor normal communications throughout the sector. He must be tapping into the local relay station, he thought, and was surprised by what expense it must have cost to implement such a system. Though he would be privy to most interstellar communications going to and coming from the planet and even those messages which are being relayed to other nearby sectors, he realized and decided how he could use it to his advantage. Taking his fuinjutsu supplies while a few newly created clones looked around the room, Naruto began putting seals on some of the equipment and the hyperspace transceivers which were mostly on the inside of the tower with just the antenna sticking out. Short on time due to the incoming storm, he settled for a few of the most expensive looking pieces and would have to acquire the remaining equipment in order to copy the setup when they eventually settled somewhere. Leaving a clone to finish up, Naruto moved to where his clones had determined was the surveillance equipment, which was one level below. Exactly where the monk had thought it was. Bypassing security measures, which were incredibly lax, Naruto sifted through all of the holo recordings and other surveillance that the palace had. Coming across recording from several devices that he had evidently missed or not been aware of during his time spent in Jabba's throne room, he systematically deleted every occurrence of himself, Jogo and HK-47. While working, he had a disturbing thought and looked to see if anyone else had accessed any of the files. Going over access times, the look on his face soured as he found that someone had tried to cover their tracks and deleted one of logs which showed recent access. Restoring the information, he found that the recordings of the throne room had been accessed twice by two different terminals in the palace. Looking over a layout of the facility on the computer, he found that one terminal was in Jabba's personal quarters, which made sense, however the other was in another part of the palace. Looking over the security recordings from that area of the palace, he matched the timestamp and viewed one of the robed monks accessing the terminal. While he found nothing strange about Jabba accessing security recordings from within the confines of his quarters, one of the monks slicing into a terminal and apparently downloading the footage of him was something that he found very disconcerting. Trying to follow the monk through the facility and track the individual down, Naruto found that surveillance recordings were only in Jabba's areas of the palace, and as soon as the indistinguishable monk left those areas, he could no longer track him. Ignoring the storm outside, he sifted through the monk's entire journey to the terminal and away from it. At no point does he show his face from under the hood. He knows where the cameras are, concluded Naruto, and his frown deepened. While staying glued to the screen, his right hand removed a kunai from his pouch and with a single motion, he tossed the weapon behind him. He watched in the reflection on the monitor as the kunai embedded into the neck of a Wiki who had been sneaking up on him from below. The body fell down the staircase and Naruto resumed his focus on the terminal. He doesn't work for Jabba, but I also don't know who he does work for. Probably spying on Jabba for someone. I won't be able to find him in the palace, there's too many monks, and if he's smart, he already left or has a good place to hide and wait, he decided, and continued with the complete wiping of all information on his activities. We have a problem. Came a shout from one of his clones in the room above him. Damn it, the real Naruto thought, and he got up from his seat at the terminal and walked to the stairs. Stopping to pick up the blaster rifle that his would-be assassin was carrying, he aimed at the surveillance equipment and fired several shots, destroying the terminal and memory cores. Despite what I said before, they are really useful, he thought, and decided to keep the weapon as he ascended the staircase back to where his clones were. Coming to the top of the stairs, he looked to where the clones were all looking and found a hollow projection of a bounty listing, specifically his bounty. That's a lot of zeros. Maybe I should turn myself in, commented Naruto as he looked at the number listed and then examined the picture. It was very poor, for which he was thankful. Apparently they didn't have a very detailed image of his face. His whisker marks were exaggerated or at least distorted enough that it looked like the entire side of his face was scarred and the opposite side was not shown. The hologram had no color besides a generic blue, so there was no way to tell his hair, eye, or skin color. The height indicated in the bounty information was when he was in the older looking henge, so it was many inches off from his actual height, and the weight was proportionately off as well. Also, nothing was listed on the various jutsu that Jabba had seen him use, it only noted that he used a vibras word, knives, and blasters. In addition to being extremely dangerous. It's not that bad, right? Naruto commented to his clones, and most nodded with a few shrugging, and one noted that it could have been much worse. It was transmitted over many frequencies and channels across the planet and system. One of the clones informed him, and Naruto's earlier relief was quickly squashed. Ignoring the fact that anyone with a blaster on the planet would be after him, Naruto asked, "Can it be retracted?" "Not from here. Communications are down because of the storm. If we stayed until it cleared, then maybe we could, but that won't prevent Jabba from putting out another bounty. Make a copy of this bounty and put it on my day top pad," Naruto ordered as he tossed his personal device to one of his clones. "Alter whatever jamming system is being used to jam all frequencies and communications," he ordered of another clone, and proceeded up to the next level while one of the clones tossed back his data pad after downloading the information. XX. Staying inside the room while the search party passed, HK was the first to the door and hit the controls with the back of his palm as he had blasters in both hands. The door immediately hissed open and the droid broke into a run as it chased down the search party. He was upon them before they had finished turning around to respond to the noise. The members at the back of the party were taken out easily, and the others were so surprised at the situation that they were unable to respond to the threat and were killed as well. Standing at the center of what was once a group of 6 living mercenaries, HK-47 made sure he had gotten all the meat bags in the immediate area before scrounging for weapons and energy packs. He had put the Twi'lek dancers to use and had them carrying extra weapons and his spent microgrenade launcher. He was now fond of the weapon and wasn't about to toss it away like he would with any ordinary blaster. Peeking out from the doorway of the room, Jogo looked down the hallway at the carnage and was once again thankful that the droid was on their side. Though he had been trained to use those weapons, he had never used them in such a situation and decided to step aside and let the sadistic droid do what it did best. That was the third patrol they had come across since facing the armored man, but only the second patrol that they had attacked. HK had decided that one of the patrols had too many men and was too heavily armed for even a surprise attack, especially since they had no explosives. Continuing to the hangar, they moved down 2 more hallways before coming to a large metal door. The door was not the main entrance to the hangar, which was perfect for their needs. Coming in through the main door would attract a great deal of attention. Jogo and HK again acted as lookouts while the 2 dancers worked on the door. It was a tense a few minutes, but they eventually managed to force the large door open enough that a person could squeeze through the opening. Moving through the door, they found themselves in a cantina-like setting with many tables and a nearby bar area. There was a staircase off to one side and a balcony in front of them that presumably overlooked the hangar. Jogo cautiously moved to the balcony in order to get a better look at the hangar and found himself looking at an expansive cave that was at least 3 stories tall and probably 40 to 50 meters wide. The opposite side of the hangar had numerous arched alcoves that had various supplies, tools, and workshops, as well as what appeared to be pens for animals. Moving closer to the railing of the balcony, Jogo looked down to the floor and ducked out of sight as soon as he recognized the threat. Motioning for the others to crouch down low, so as not be seen, Jogo and the girls waited where they were while HK-47 moved closer to the balcony to see what had put Jogo on guard. The droid crawled forward and peered through the openings in the railing. He counted 3 armored skiffs and 19 meat bags. It appeared that they had just arrived, and the 4 could hear a loud sound at the end of the hangar that turned out to be the hangar door shutting closed. Focusing on the faces of the meat bags, HK zoomed in and began analyzing the movements of the lips in order to determine what they were saying. He was able to get bits of conversation from various meat bags and pieced together that there was a storm outside and no more reinforcements would be coming until after the storm passed. They were apparently splitting up into groups in order to search the palace, but broke out into various arguments. They disagreed over claiming a bounty, and no one seemed to be in charge or giving orders because most of the group wanted to go after the bounty alone. Inner thought, it appears the blonde meatbag has gotten a bounty on his head, the droid realized from the conversation, and he wondered if he also had a bounty. Thinking over the situation, HK believed that they could wait where they were while the others left to check the palace. Once the hangar was empty or nearly empty, they could secure a skiff. However, if what the meatbag said about the storm was true, then skiffs would not be of much use in the storm. Flying a skiff in a canyon during a sandstorm was more of a risk than he was willing to take. Inner thought, it also means that if we wait until the storm passes, we'll have to evade or burn holes through all of the new meatbags that could arrive, he realized, and wasn't sure how best to proceed. The thought of waiting out the storm and hunting down all the meatbags in the palace was tempting. XX. Better adjusting for wind, Naruto ran and leapt off the tower towards the rotunda roof. He couldn't see it clearly anymore in the sandstorm but could approximate where it was to avoid serious injury. The roof came up fast and he struck the surface hard and went into an uncontrolled slide. He slid right off the first level of roof and landed on the second level, picking up speed as he neared the edge. The sand blowing over the roof surface proved difficult for him to stick to with the amount of momentum he had from the jump. Before going right off the roof, he again used his sword to anchor himself. Hanging halfway off the roof, Naruto looked below him to the next overhang. He could barely make it out through the storm but now knew that he could drop and land on it. Removing his sword from the roof, he let himself drop and landed on the sloping roof with his hands out to steady his impact and make sure he didn't lose his balance. Glancing around out of habit, he realized that there was no one around who would see him. Turning away from the building, he noticed something in the distance. He could see several lights emanating from a single position close to the palace. Thinking back to when they first arrived at the palace, and determining where he was and where the lights were, he knew that there wasn't another building in that area. Maybe it's a ship, he thought and smirked as if it was a ship, then it meant that he could hijack it and get out of there. All he needed to do was get to the others, who should have made it to the hangar by now. Grabbing the edge of the overhang, he let himself fall off and used the edge to guide himself towards the building's outer wall so he could slow down his fall. Skidding down a portion of on the wall, he jumped to the sand below and hoped that he would never have to perform such feats in a sandstorm ever again. Without taking a moment to recover from his impact with the roof, Naruto went through several hand seals and began sinking into the sand in order to get to the hangar below him. The storm was only getting worse and unless they wanted to wait it out inside the palace, they would have to leave soon. XX. Jugo, I'm right above you and am coming through the ceiling. Make sure the droid doesn't shoot me, asked Naruto through telepathy. Jugo's head jerked to the ceiling and he quickly reiterated what Naruto had said to HK. Emerging from the rock ceiling, Naruto dropped silently to the floor below. He was about to say something when a short shriek from behind him pierced the silence. Turning, he found one of the dancers had her hand over the other's mouth and both were incredibly shocked at what they had just seen him do. They already saw Jugo partially transform. You've got to be, but Naruto's thoughts were cut short when Jugo pushed him to the ground and blaster fire tore through the balcony railing and scorched the ceiling. They didn't even bother to see who was up here, thought Naruto, but a memory of his bounty surfaced and he remembered that it did say dead or alive for the listed price. They probably didn't care if it was him or their competition for the bounty. Slowly making the hand seals for one of Jiraiya's earth jutsu, Naruto slammed his hands into the rock ground of the second floor and said Doton, Yami Numai. The completion of the jutsu was rewarded with shouts from below on the hangar floor. Though he couldn't see it, Naruto knew that most of the shooters were now sinking into the floor, which had turned into a large swamp. The blaster fire stopped immediately and Naruto ignored the cries for help as he turned to the others. I think there's a ship outside on the surface, we need to get to it. The confused group of four could only nod and they proceeded back through the door that they had just sliced into. Naruto was in the process of determining the best way to get to the surface when he felt a few life signs heading straight for them. Taking out his sword and ready for combat, he tensed as the two life signs neared but was completely confused when they moved right by him. They had only been a feet away from them and Naruto looked right at the path they had taken and found the wall of a hallway that presumably went the length of the hangar. There in the walls, he questioned and thought perhaps there was another hallway behind the wall, but that didn't seem likely as there were no doors along the entire length of the hallway that he could see. He had the feeling that he should follow them, so he went through more hand seals for another earth jutsu. Placing his hand against the wall, the surface turned to mud and Naruto pushed himself through the wall. Part of his body emerged on the other side in an excavated tunnel that was shorter than average person's height but just enough for him to walk. The tunnel had no lights so it was completely dark, but he decided it was better than searching for another exit. Pushing his head back through the liquid wall, which was still retaining its shape, Naruto surprised the others before his disembodied head told them to follow. Reluctant at first, Jugo was the first to put his hand in the mud and found it rather cool to the touch and easy to move through. Pushing himself through, his hand emerged in an area that was slightly cooler than the wall and he kept pushing until his head and the rest of his body emerged. Surprisingly, the mud stayed on the wall and did not stick or collect on him. The others soon followed and it was a strange experience for the Twi'leks and the droid. Once they were through, Naruto re-solidified the wall and from the outside, it appeared as it had before, with only a slight shift in texture from the surrounding wall. HK proceeded first down the tunnel as he slightly crouched to fit. His photoreceivers provided him with the best distance viewing and night vision of the group. Naruto followed up the rear to make sure that the other three, who all had limited night vision, would not fall behind. He wasn't sure why the Twi'leks were still with them, but it was probably better than leaving them behind considering how much they knew about him. The only other option was to kill them, but he knew that Jugo would be against it. Continuing on until they could hear the sound of the wind, the group finally emerged out of the tunnel and right into the storm. Naruto noted that the winds were much more powerful than they had been and he struggled to see any distance ahead of him. Sand pelted their exposed skin and began to sting as they tried to get their bearings. Naruto couldn't even make out the lights he had seen earlier. Observation: there is a large sand crawler 50 meters ahead of us and numerous Jawa loading it with junk, said HK as his voice just barely registered over the wind. The droid presumably began walking towards the sand crawler, as none of the others could see it due to the low visibility. A hand outstretched to him and Naruto looked at it, and then to the Twi'lek and found that she, Jugo and the second Twi'lek were all holding hands to make sure that they didn't get lost in the storm. Taking the hand, Naruto focused on his sensing rather than using his eyes to try and find the crawler in the dark sandy storm. While HK was not moving very fast, the droid had almost completely vanished in the sand-laden wind. Naruto could feel the life signs of several Jawas as they hurried to secure the crawler, and he guessed they were stealing from Jabba or taking the palace's garbage and getting as much as they could before the storm got too severe. A large grouping of life signs soon came into his range and he moved towards it, taking the lead of the group of four while he assumed HK was still near them or heading in the same direction. Opening his eyes so he didn't run into the ship, he could barely make out HK just ahead of him and could see a dark shadowy area ahead which must have been the crawler. Moving along the side of the vehicle, HK apparently activated a control panel and a ramp lowered for them. The light coming from inside the vehicle told them where they needed to go and the five boarded the ship. XX. Coming to the end of the mountainous area and the beginning of the seemingly infinite sand, Suigetsu looked out over the dark dunes and smiled as he believed he had several hours until morning. This meant that he should have enough time to get back to the ship without worrying about the setting suns and the heat of the desert. It's actually gotten really cold, he realized, shivering and pulling his cloak tighter around him. Making sure he knew the approximate direction of where he was going, Suigetsu jumped out into the sand from the rock outcropping he was on and continued at a good pace. He had no idea that he was heading right into a sandstorm. XX. Looking over to the sleeping trio, Naruto shook his head slightly at the fact that they were able to sleep with bumpy ride of the crawler. Tricking the Jawas was easy enough and they settled in the main hold of the ship, surrounded by droids and large piles of scrap and junk from various other vehicles or equipment. He had used to force to move items and better hide their small group from any Jawa coming into the hold, otherwise he would have to use mind tricks on nearly the entire crew of the crawler. The Jawas were apparently able to navigate the sandstorm, despite other vehicles being completely incapable of such a feat. Given the speed that they were traveling, they would make good time to wherever it was that they were going. Naruto could only tell that they were heading in a westerly direction. Looking from the sleeping trio, Naruto locked eyes with the droid's photoreceptors and asked, "Do you need recharging? Did you sustain any damage?" HK looked at him strangely for a second before his photoreceptors dimmed as he ran a self-diagnostic. Summation: I do not require recharging and have only sustained minor damage to my armor plating and abrasions from close-quarter blaster fire. Indicated the droid as he glanced to the wound on his side and then the discolorations of his metal from some of the firefights he was in. Looks like someone tried to stab him with vibroblade, thought Naruto, and he looked around the hold for a similar metal to put a quick patch on the hole. XX. Running the same skin for the third time, Plague Ace was given the same results. The boy has over 20,000 midi-chlorians per cell, he repeated in his head as it still seemed hard to believe and even harder to accept. That thought inevitably changed as realization hit him: the experiment worked. The boy was conceived by the Force through my midi-chlorian manipulation on his mother. Standing over the scanner and looking blankly at the display, he tried to think of what he should do next. He began getting ready to leave but stopped as he realized something. While he may be able to kidnap the boy and perhaps even make the boy his new host, he would have to explain to everyone about his experiment. No one was to know about it until he was sure that the information was not going to get out. Going back to his machines to double-check the results, he stopped again as he remembered that he had already done that, twice. He'd never been so befuddled and confused before in his life or during his afterlife. What do I do next? He confessed to himself and decided to sit on the operating table and think it over as he felt foolish standing dumbfounded in the room, despite the fact that no one could see him. He had just made one of the greatest achievements in the study of midi-chlorians and he had no idea what he should do. Obviously he couldn't tell anyone, though a part of him wanted to make it known to receive some kind of praise for the success or at least share it with someone so more people could know of the miraculous thing that he had accomplished. I don't even know how it actually happened, he realized and stood back up to look over the information he had. Was it just an accident caused by his experiment? A side effect of his manipulations, or had his experiment taken much longer to produce results than he originally thought? I don't have enough information to answer those questions and I don't really know how to get that information, he realized as his experiment had already been in progress for years by that point in time. He hadn't been around to document or determine how it had worked. So much information lost that can never be recovered or determined, he lamented and remembered back to the beginnings of his research. The original design and theory behind the experiment was to see how such a being would interact with the force and other beings. A being conceived by the force and with such force potential would be something worth studying. He hadn't set out to create a weapon, but just to study the subject and see capable they would be. He remembered decades ago when he boasting to his own master Tenebris, that his future research would one day let him create the being of the prophecy. It was an arrogant statement, but he of course had never believed in such a prophecy. Seeing the future was difficult enough to navigate when you saw just a glimpse into the near future, days, or even weeks in advance. But seeing thousands of years ahead and making a prophecy of a chosen being. How accurate could it be? Taking all of these thoughts in, he unavoidably had to consider the situation from a different perspective because as scientist he couldn't be biased. Despite not believing in prophecy, his creation of the boy could be something detrimental to himself. Now that the being was created, the prophecy stated that he would bring balance to the force. But what did bring balance to the force even mean? Most Jedi took it to mean that the being would destroy the Sith. The Sith were still around, unbeknownst to the rest of the galaxy. They were also likely getting close to taking over the galaxy. Sidious might even be poised to take over the Republic in the next few years, he really didn't know. Had he created a weapon that would inevitably destroy his apprentice and himself and possibly even Naruto? I'd never considered that train of thought before. Plagueis admitted to himself. Those dark thoughts were however countered by what he had seen of the boy. Anakin Skywalker was currently the slave of a junk dealer. What would the boy ever be able to accomplish? Would he sit in obscurity his whole life? However, for a being that was the embodiment of the Force, that made no sense whatsoever. Someone would come along and find him eventually. On that very thought, he wondered if that someone was himself. Was his insistence on their group coming to the planet supposed to cause something, or was he supposed to take the boy with him? Should he kill the boy? Take him for study? Train him? Make the boy his new host body? He truthfully had no idea what he was supposed to do in such a situation. Would the outcome of his own meddling turn out something similar to his apprentice? Would his actions be what led to the complete downfall of the Sith? How do I proceed? He asked out loud as if someone would answer. The Force was not giving him any guidance on the matter, but that may have been to his own lack of clarity and calmness over the situation. After meditating on the dilemma for an unknown amount of time, Plagueis decided to take his own thoughts and emotions out of the decision. He would look at the problem from a purely logical standpoint. My project has succeeded, but there is no evidence of what will happen next. My meddling could conceivably create my own downfall, but at the same time, my inactivity could also inevitably create problems. The best thing that I can therefore do is to monitor him as much as I can from afar. If something should happen, then I will respond to it as best as possible. I should also try and keep the Jedi and Sidious away from him, he concluded, but didn't like the decision. It was almost the same as doing nothing, but he realized that it was no different than what had been happening up until that point. No one had discovered the boy yet. To implement this plan, he would need some way to monitor the boy at all times, or at least as much as possible. His mind moved to tracking devices and other such monitoring equipment that he didn't currently have access to. One idea did have promise, however he would need to go back to the small domicile and then find some droid parts. Looking to his arm, he realized that he needed to document his finding, and his holocron was sealed into the arm of his host. A seal that he was unable to retrieve it from. Coming out of the medbay, he walked down the ship's long hallway and past the meeting area to get to the landing ramp. Just after passing those rooms, he stopped and backed up several steps. Looking into their meeting room, he stared at the lone occupant of a seat at their round table. The red-headed Tawia was asleep at the table with her head on her folded arms. There were several data pads strewn about the table, and the droid D4 was charging in the corner, which was not where it was normally charged. The scene had instantly struck him as odd, which was why he had stopped and gone back. She's never slept on the table before, nor does she seem the type to do such a thing, he thought, and moved into the meeting room to see what was going on. Walking over to the girl, he moved to touch her on the shoulder and wake her up rather than sending a nudge into her mind. As his hand reached her shoulder, he recoiled as he felt that something was wrong. Using the Force, he moved her hair away from her neck and shoulder. Instantly he was aware of what the Force had telling him. I'll have to mention that to Kabuto, he mentally noted, and shook the girl's shoulder to wake her up. A bleary-eyed Tawia looked up, and it wasn't until her eyes focused and she realized who she was looking at that she remembered what she had been meaning to tell Plagueis. Naruto messaged for help. She said in an even tone, as she knew that the message was rather old, and she looked to him to see what his response would be. When? Demanded a slightly surprised Plagueis. Receiving the telepathic message, she looked at her watch. She said, a few hours ago. Hours, repeated Plagueis indignantly as he summoned up the dark side of the Force, and something akin to killing intent filled the meeting room. Don't give me that attitude, asshole. I tried to say something but you shut yourself off in that room with your metal play toy droid. You even blocked off the COMM system so I don't wanna hear it. I can't fly this fucking ship and you know that. I don't even know where the guy's palace was and neither did Naruto. Said a brash Taewheel with no fear of any reprisal from the Sith Lord. Begrudgingly, Plagueis calmed himself as the girl had won the argument with logic. He certainly didn't approve of being talked to in that manner but he would let it go. Foregoing his earlier plans completely, he analyzed the situation. He had never known Naruto to ask for help. Something must have definitely gone wrong during negotiations with Jabba. What about the others? Have they arrived back? He questioned as he wanted to know if he could take off without worrying about Kabuto's group still being out. They got back about an hour ago, right ahead of the big sandstorm. Taewheel informed him and he was slightly surprised that he hadn't even noticed their arrival or the sandstorm. Despite being in medbay of the ship, he should have still been able to hear something of the raging winds and sand on the hull. Stopping to listen, he could easily hear the winds raging outside. And there hasn't been any further word from Naruto, he asked while moving quickly out of the meeting room and down the hall to the cockpit. Taewheel followed behind him and replied, no, there hasn't. Getting to the cockpit, he looked at the dark sandstorm outside the windows. Did he think Naruto was dead? No. Did he think that Naruto had created a problem for them and that many other people were dead? It was a definitive yes, with questionable intensity as to whether it was just a small incident or whether they would get on the radar of some powerful adversaries. Given that the storm had not let up yet, he leaned back in the chair and said, once the storm passes, we'll look for Jugo and Naruto. Glancing at the instruments, he noted that a message had arrived. It wasn't a transmission from Naruto, but something that was sent out to anyone that could receive it. Examining the message, he found that it was a simple hollow recording but there was no audio portion. Leaving the cockpit, Plagueis went to the meeting room and activated the hollow projector on the table, displaying the sent message. The display activated and showed a single picture surrounded by text in various languages. It was a bounty poster of Naruto with a hefty price on his head for taking him dead or alive. This was sent to every holopad and device in the sector. Plagueis realized with disdain and knew that anyone with a weapon would be after Naruto for such a sum of money. XX. Tracking the path of the droid and company he was after, Django followed the corpses left behind and was led to the sail barge hangar. With both blasters drawn, he found the sliced door and entered into the upper cantina of the bay. Noting the destruction, he gave the area a once-over before cautiously approaching the balcony. Given the number of blaster strikes, he expected to find numerous bodies strewn about the bay floor but instead found 3 empty skiffs and not a single body. The only thing he could see was a single blaster dropped carelessly on the floor a short distance away from the skiffs. Taking the staircase down to the main level, he examined the area. Both the door to the hangar bay and the outside door were shut. A single noise put him back on guard and he stealthily moved towards an area of cargo and supply containers. Strafing around the corner of one of the large containers, Django found a green-skinned Ryodian cowering on top of the smaller metal crates. The man was sobbing and he lowered his weapons as the Ryodian was unarmed. Get off the floor! The man screamed and Django looked at him strangely. What happened here? Django demanded, thinking that the individuals he was after had been attacked and run either outside or to another part of the palace. If others were giving chase then he needed to hurry up. They're all dead. The Ryodian said and he wouldn't elaborate further. Getting angry at the lack of valuable information and thinking that perhaps the 4 he was after had been killed and bodies taken off somewhere else, Django grabbed the man's shirt and pushed him against the larger metal crate demanding, where are they? In the floor. Responded the man and he began talking incoherently in his native language, begging for his life and praying to various gods. Dropping the man, Django went back to skiffs as he thought about what the Ryodian had said. Something had scared the man enough to put him in such a state and he couldn't understand what it was. Looking to the lone blaster on the ground, he bent down on one knee to pick it up and checked the energy cell. He never fired a single shot he realized and it was at that point, from his crouched position, that he noted the discoloration on the ground. A large oddly shaped area beneath the repulsor lift vehicles was a darker color than the sand around it and looked to be solid rock instead of the sand that was everywhere else. Looking to that area of the floor, his visor began to pick up heat. Viewing with just infrared, Django found multiple heat signatures. He found 18 individual sources of heat. The temperature for each were the same and just below normal body temperature, and dropping he noted as realized what the heat sources were. They're really in the floor, he thought to himself in disbelief, but it confirmed exactly what the hysterical Ryodian had said to him. Going back to the man, Django decided to ask something else. Did the ones they were shooting at come this way? While not responding with words, the Ryodian did shake his head in the negative and Django looked back up the balcony. With all other doors shut, and if the scared Ryodian was to be believed, then they went back into the palace or left the palace entirely, he concluded, and ran back up the staircase. Squeezing through the sliced door, he looked down the long hallway that was the only other way that someone could have gone, unless they completely doubled back. Moving swiftly down the hallway, he knew that it ran along the length of the hangar bay and in addition with leading to other areas of the hangar, eventually exited outside. He didn't pick up any heat signatures and didn't stop until reaching the outside door. Noting that the door was not sliced into, Django nonetheless opened the door as he knew the security code. The door instantly opened and howling winds pushed sand into the hallway. Given the severity of the storm, there was no way for him to get to his ship, Jaster's Legacy, and he knew it would not be able to take off in the storm. It was too old and the engines were not sealed to prevent large amounts of sand getting in. Closing the door, he walked back down the hallway and considered whether or not the group had doubled back and if he should continue searching the palace. Were they foolish enough to try and make it in the storm? He wondered but couldn't answer that until he had a look at the surveillance system that Jabba had installed throughout the rotunda. Then perhaps he would be able to figure out where they went. XX. Hours later. XX. A hand reached out of the sand and used chakra to harden the sand and make a stable area for him to grab onto and pull himself out. The pale face and hair of Suijitsu emerged from the sand and gasped for air. I thought I was a goner. He wailed as he struggled to get the rest of his body out and his sword. He had been overtaken by the storm and while he tried to continue on, eventually he had to hide behind his sword and use it as a windbreak, shielding himself with his cloak from the abrasive sandy wind. When the winds became too much for him and began affecting his hydration technique, he burrowed into the sand for shelter. Looking at the cloak, Suijitsu frowned at the fact that it was in tatters. The strong sand-laden wind had destroyed the cloak and it was barely usable. Looking up to the morning Sunday. Suns, he corrected himself and his frown only deepened as he viewed the twin suns nearly finished coming up over the horizon. This sucks. When he started out, he knew exactly where to go but now, I just see sand in every direction he realized and kept turning around and around until he eventually got dizzy and stopped. There were no landmarks to be seen. The mountains should have still been on the horizon but he could no longer see them. Shit, I must have gotten lost in the sandstorm and traveled in the wrong direction he concluded and dropped to his knees as he stared at his dark shadow in the sand. A familiar sound quickly caused him to search the sky as he recognized the sound of a ship. Not a second later, a fast-moving starfighter zoomed overhead. Taking the stick that he found in the dragon's stomach, Suijitsu began waving it overhead in order to catch the ship's attention. Though it did circle once more around him, the ship soon continued on in another direction. Thinking that no help would come from the starship, Suijitsu assumed that it was heading back somewhere populated and followed the ship's heading as he moved up and down the dunes. He guessed that the direction was northeast but couldn't be sure as he didn't know if the planet rotated the same way around its suns as his own planet did and whether the suns rose in the east or not. XX. Looking over the 4 meatbags as they slept, HK-47 reviewed the previous day's events. He was quite pleased with the situation he had caused and with the new information that he had seen. Though he knew not how, the orange-haired meatbag had managed to handle what the Twi'leks claimed was a rancor with seemingly nothing more than his puny flesh hands. Inner thought, it's unfortunate that I was not able to be there to see it, lamented the droid at the loss of valuable information. He was however able to see more of what the short blonde meatbag could do and was rather impressed with the abilities. He had seen the boy change his height or even age. Use force lightning to stab through thin but strong metal. Create rock spikes from the ground to impale opponents. Create an area of quicksand-like material, and turn a rock wall into permeable mud. These were not things that he could ever recall seeing a Jedi or Sith perform or even be capable of performing. Inner thought, perhaps he has more of the special techniques. HK theorized and wondered when he would get to see them. While not overtly destructive, they were effective at eliminating or evading pursuing meatbags. It was at that point that Naruto's eyes opened and after focusing and remembering his surroundings, he looked around and locked eyes with HK. The two looked at each for a few moments before Naruto pulled out his data pad and communicator. He was about to start trying to reach the vulture when he stopped. Statement, it seems you've realized that they will be monitoring all signals in the area. Said the droid and Naruto frowned as that was exactly what he had realized. If the Hutt still had a bounty on him, and he was confident that there still was, then anyone with the ability would be monitoring all communications and investigating anything out of the ordinary. He could try to use a coded transmission or speak in Ibonese but that would still be risky given that he was likely in an area where no other transmissions were being made. It could be traced. If we can get to Mos Espa, or any town for that matter, then there will be so many other transmissions and chatter that they won't be able to distinguish mine from everyone else and even if they did, they'd have to search a whole city. He reasoned and got up from his position, cracking and stretching his back from sleeping against the hard metal wall and on the hard metal floor. Looking over to the others, he found Jugo laying with the 2 dancers underneath his cloak which was being used as a blanket. The 2 Twi'leks were laying on either side of Jugo and the orange-haired teen was drooling slightly. He smirked slightly at the sight and then looked to the droid and said, I'm going up top to see where we are. HK watched the meatbag leave and then glanced down to the left side of his torso. Looking over the welding job that the boy had done to repair him with some scrap metal, he was at least satisfied with the work. Though it was a blemish in his new body, memories surfaced of many other instances when he had been damaged and hastily repaired by the only human he had ever truly considered his master. XX. A pair of Mustafarian eyes opened as Plagias was roused from his meditation by the ending of the sandstorm. Prepping the ship, he began actively looking over the scanners and found that at least 4 other ships were also in the process of taking off from Mos Espa. Watching the other ships on the scanner, Plague Ace waited for them to clear the city and determined the path that they were headed. It seems I won't have to search for Jabba's palace. These other ships will lead the way, he reasoned, and piloted the ship in the same direction. He kept pursuit with the other ships but increased the ship's altitude so that he was moving through the clouds instead of just over the surface. Turning to the other person in the cockpit, who had woken up from the takeoff, Plague Ace ordered, "Go and wake Karin, we'll need her sensing ability. And have the Demon Brothers take positions in the laser turrets." It only took a few minutes to traverse the distance from Mos Espa to Jabba's palace. During that short time, Plague Ace counted at least 7 skiffs that they had passed and which also seemed to be en route to Jabba's palace. Oddly, they had passed by a single ship that seemed to be heading in the opposite direction of everyone else, but Plague Ace paid it no mind as he could only detect a single life form aboard. The location of the palace wasn't actually that hard to find as a trail of smoke was coming off one of the towers. "Is that a rancor?" questioned Plague Ace, but he couldn't be sure as he was a few thousand feet in the air and circling over the buildings below. Karin entered the cockpit and strapped into one of the chairs. Without looking back, Plague Ace commanded, "Extend your senses out and search for Naruto and Jugo." Karin quickly complied and extended her range in every direction. Encountering numerous entities, she sifted through them and looked for any hint of chakra. Though she could feel a lingering of Naruto's and Jugo's chakra beneath the surface, she could not find them. Plague Ace didn't need her to tell him that they were not within her range, as he could feel through her emotions that Naruto and Jugo were not down there. These ships wouldn't have made the trip unless they had not been captured yet, which means that they are still out there somewhere. Plague Ace deduced but wasn't sure where to look. The most logical course for Naruto to take was to head back to Mos Espa or another populated area, but through what means he had no idea. No one was stupid enough to try and brave through such a sandstorm. Taking a skiff would be out of the question. They either found something before the storm hit or commandeered a ship after the storm, he thought, and headed back to Mos Espa. There was no point in drawing attention to their activities, so he took a meandering course back and continuously scanned the area to try and find any trace of the missing crew. Checking all the ships' recently received transmissions, Naruto had yet to try and make contact. No doubt the storm had wreaked havoc on most communication devices, but he did wonder why there had been no contact, although he may just be keeping radio silence in order to not be tracked. Plague Ace contemplated trying to contact Naruto but decided to trust that his student could take care of himself. "So what are we going to do?" questioned Karin, and Plague Ace responded after a brief pause, "We will head back and wait for Naruto to make contact. I don't know how he managed to get away from the palace, but it seems he has evaded everyone that is after him, for the moment at least," answered Plague Ace. XX. Moving through the sand crawler was easier said than done. Naruto ran into many Jawas and had to use mind tricks on all of them in order to remain undiscovered. The Jawas had likely also received a copy of his bounty and he wasn't about to underestimate them. Opening the top hatch on the crawler, Naruto climbed up the ladder and used chakra to stick to the surface of the roof as he neared the edge of the flat-topped vehicle. Pulling down his goggles, he examined the horizon and looked for any recognizable features. They were moving very close to a wide but shallow canyon area that was just beyond the last of the dunes. Looking to where the vehicle was heading, he found that its course appeared to be towards an area of mountains that were a good distance away to the west. "I doubt they are heading to a city in that direction," he concluded, and knew that they would likely have to leave the crawler and make their own way to civilization. Pulling out his datapad, Naruto brought up many of the maps and scans of Tatooine that he had downloaded from the ship before setting out. Closing his eyes, he tried to retrace all of their movements from when they had left Mos Espa. Looking over the maps, he estimated what path they had taken. "I only know that the crawler went west and I don't know exactly where Jabba's palace was," he thought, and frowned, but one of the maps that he had contained some elevation data and he looked it over as he determined what plausible paths the crawler was capable of taking. "We either went right by Mos Espa or we went around it to the south," he concluded, but that still didn't tell him where they currently were in relation to a city. Bracing himself as the crawler went up a particularly tall dune, Naruto again looked to the surrounding features and tried to pinpoint where they might be. Trying to correlate what he was seeing in 3 dimensions, with the 2-dimensional maps was difficult, but he guessed that the canyon area nearby was the Zelric Draw and that they should move north and hopefully be able to see Mos Espa or another town in a few hours. Moving back to the hatch, Naruto proceeded to the lower decks of the crawler to wake and inform the others. XX. After a quick check of the palace and getting some needed sleep, Django had set out shortly after the storm passed. He waited an hour or so to make sure that it had passed over Mos Espa, before heading out. The Jaster's Legacy was an old amphibious interstellar assault vehicle and had belonged to his mentor for decades before eventually coming into his possession. He wasn't even sure if it had any owners before that. It was beat up and considered ancient by everyone that saw it, but he had come to rely on it for some time and kept it as maintained as he could. Django knew he should get a new vessel and hoped his bounty hunting would provide enough. If I manage to get this bounty, I could afford a new ship, thought Fett as he looked at the newly updated bounty that had been sent out to a select few that morning. The price had been increased and he knew what game Jabba was playing. With the lack of success, Jabba still wanted the bounty fulfilled and was willing to pay more to a certain few to get the job done. However, on the chance that someone else got lucky, someone that wasn't that useful or couldn't be useful to him, he could pay the original bounty amount to them and save the rest of the money. Providing multiple bounties was something that he had encountered before in his short bounty hunting career. Passing numerous ships on his way to Mos Espa, Django smirked as he knew something that they did not. Well, he knew several things that they did not. The first was that a rancor was loose in the palace or had finally broken out and his competition probably wouldn't find that out until it was eating them. The second was that the target was no longer in the palace and had managed to find some way to leave before the storm or during the storm. Whether or not the target was still alive, he didn't know. There was always the possibility that the small group had been killed by any number of occurrences that could have befallen them in the deserts of Tatooine. Despite this, he still felt that the blonde was still alive. The third piece of information that he had and which the others apparently did not, was that the blonde was likely an assassin or at least after revenge against Jabba. The boy certainly wasn't the first person to try and kill the Hutt. There had likely been countless attempts but he doubted they had been so close or done so much damage to the criminals' operations or gang. It was really the only explanation that made any sense concerning the blonde teen, the droid, and the orange-haired teen. Revenge against Jabba more sense than the group being assassins but he still couldn't seem to dismiss the hired assassin angle. While amateurish, the blonde teen was deadly, well-trained in combat, and had strange powers. A person simply didn't develop such abilities without specialized training that wasn't very easy to come by. He also didn't get a, "I'm out for revenge," feel when he had seen the blonde teen in the throne room of the palace. With all of that in mind, if the blonde teen was an assassin, then the place to find him was not Jabba's palace. Combing the desert for any signs of him was also foolish and a waste of time. If the contract was not fulfilled and if the teen wasn't backing out, then the place to find him was wherever Jabba was. Django was confident that the teen would try again and so he aimed to find a good place near Mos Espa to land his ship and would proceed on foot to Jabba's townhouse which was roughly in the middle of the city. XX. Getting off the crawler was easy as they just needed to open the loading ramp door and jump from the moving vehicle. Jugo was currently having polite conversation with the two dancers while Naruto and HK remained silent but were listening. The two dancers were sisters. Tan and Angela were their names and they had only recently been sold into slavery. At the lead of the mostly single-file line, Naruto noted that the dunes were beginning to even out and flatten as they neared the Zelric Draw. Looking through his goggles and on the lookout for any patrols, he relaxed slightly as he realized that Jabba's men and other bounty hunters would be looking for him in the area between Mos Espa and the palace. They were currently on the opposite side of the city from the palace. The feeling was short-lived however as he heard the familiar nose of a starship. There wasn't time to find cover and there was also no cover to find as the ship moved overhead. Evidently they were of interest to the pilot as the small starfighter began circling their position. Naruto cursed as the pilot might recognize their group, even from that altitude. The only thing they had going for them was that they only knew his face and not their group, however HK and the two Twi'leks did stand out. The ship broke the circle and accelerated away from them which caused everyone to relax. The group was thankful until the starship began making a very wide arc as it circled back. Now heading right at them for a strafing run, Naruto yelled, "Scatter!" XX. After traversing a few dunes in the direction of the starship, Suijutsu was immensely thankful that he could now see the mountains he had come from which were behind him once again. The storm had apparently reshaped the dunes and the area he pulled himself out of seemed to be a depression with taller dunes around it, prevented him from seeing anything. Back on track, he hurried up and down the large dunes as he rushed to get back to the ship. He had no idea when they were scheduled to leave and he had planned to be back on the ship by now. Reaching the crest of one of the taller dunes, Suijutsu saw a vehicle moving across the dunes and stopped to look at it. It was a large brownish vehicle on treads that moved slowly away from him and to the northwest. Seeing as it wasn't headed in the direction he wanted, Suijutsu continued on for a few minutes until he heard sounds coming from up ahead and saw the same starship as before. This time however, it seemed to be attacking and firing upon something that was on the ground. Over the dunes, he couldn't make out what it was firing at but decided to get closer and investigate. XX. Running as fast as he could and jumping along the dunes, Naruto dodged laser fire from the ship. The last few shots struck the sand near him and the impact sent him rolling down the last small dune that gave way to the flat canyon. Protecting himself from pieces of molten glass that rained down near him, Naruto extended his senses to search for the others but they had each gone a different direction and were outside of his range. Running along the very wide canyon floor, Naruto unsealed a disc blade and kept his eye on the starfighter as it circled around to come back for another run at him. Stopping on the flat sands, Naruto readied himself and the disc blade for a throw. The small starfighter was likely raise-heeled and protected from any energy weapons fire, not that they had any weapons that could actually damage it. It was very unlikely that it had particle shielding to protect it from physical objects, which meant that his disc blade would pass right through the shields. The starfighter descended as it moved past the edge of the canyon and into the wide basin, and Naruto could hear the sound of the ship getting louder. Waiting until it came within range and could not dodge, Naruto fought the urge to move and stayed where he was. The ship began firing at his position, with the shots missing and impacting the sand not too far away from him. Pulling back, he let loose the disc blade and used the force to guide it at his target. As more blast fire rained down on his position, Naruto focused on controlling disc blade as he went through seals for a jutsu. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said as another pair of laser cannon shots struck right near him. What had been one disc blade, became 10, and the pilot of the starfighter attempted to avoid the projectiles by banking hard to starboard. Despite having perfect control over 2 disc blades, Naruto struggled with 10 and was only able to focus on 3 of the disc blades, with 2 striking successfully into one of the craft's wings. Spiraling out of the control, Naruto retrieved the real disc blade from the throne group while the ship crashed with a loud thud out in the dunes he had just run from. Naruto felt the impact, and the second he caught his disc blade, sprinted to the crash. The others were just moving into his range when he reached the craft and began going through hand seals for a water jutsu. The crashed ship was starting to smoke and he didn't want to draw unwanted attention. Rising smoke could attract the attention of any patrols or predators from miles away. Once he had finished dousing the craft, the cockpit opened and a Wiki brandishing a blaster took aim at him. Using the force, Naruto yanked the man forward, removing him from the cockpit and toppling him over the fuselage. Landing hard on the sand, and before the man could get back up, the blaster was pulled from his hand. When he looked up, all he saw was a swift-moving boot before everything went black. "I think it's a Z-95 headhunter," Naruto idly thought while the others came to look at the crashed ship. Pulling himself up into the cockpit, he checked the status of the ship. It would certainly never fly again, what with missing an entire wing, but he wanted to see if the man had sent any messages. Not for at least 5 minutes, he noted, and was satisfied that he didn't have to worry about someone else coming to collect on him in the meantime. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Naruto tried to determine what to do next. "I need him alive for the moment," Naruto said out loud, but with his eyes shut in contemplation. HK-47 removed his blaster rifle from the back of the Wiki's head, and Naruto ignored whatever the droid muttered in response. The problem he was trying to deal with was what he should do about the bounty. It was something he had been thinking over before getting some sleep earlier in the morning, and it had also been on his mind after getting up. He could only think of a few possible paths for him to choose. He could simply do nothing and leave Tatoin once getting back to the Vulture. That, however, was not the best scenario that he had come up with. Going straight to Jabba, he could force the Hutt to rescind the bounty, but his feelings on that were that Jabba would either refuse or agree and then put a higher bounty on him right after parting ways. Killing the Hutt was still one of the best options. The only other course of action was to fake his death, which would be incredibly complicated and require coercing someone to take his corpse or some other evidence to Jabba and collect. Jabba had seen all of them. Observation: someone is coming from the south, HK announced, and Naruto opened his eyes. Leaning over the side of the cockpit, he looked out over the sand and saw someone making his way over to them. The person was waving some kind of weapon that looked similar to what the Sand People were known for carrying. Pulling down his goggles to get a better look, as the man was outside his sensing range, Naruto was about to say something when another voice cut him off. Statement: Sand People. Such an annoyance, but amusing to kill. And without another word, the droid took aim through the rifle's scope and fired once. Zooming in on the figure, Naruto watched as the blaster bolt pierced the person's chest and the man dropped. Stunned slightly at the events, Naruto watched silently as the person that should have been dead, raised a clenched fist and extended a single finger in their direction. With the derogatory gesture completed, the group could just make out words traveling over the sand. No doubt it was yelled out at them, but over the distance it came as no more than a normal speaking voice: "You stupid motherfuckers." "Oh, it was Suijutsu," announced Jugo as he recognized the voice. The two Twi'lek turned to him and wondered why he was so blasé about the person that had just gotten mortally injured. "He's gonna be pissed for a while over this," Jugo added, and Naruto went back to his contemplation as he leaned back in the pilot's seat. Jabba hasn't seen Suijutsu, Naruto idly thought and expanded on that statement. Looking to the ship's controls, he looked for the readout that would tell him about the ship's current load. Still one in the tube, ready to fire. "It's a good thing he didn't use that against me," he noted, and began planning a contingency in case his newest thought backfired. Getting out of the cockpit, he moved forward on the fuselage and began moving the sand away from the side of the ship with his hands to get access to what he wanted. Taking his sword out, he began cutting a large, horizontal L shape out of the side of the ship's hull. Using the force, he peeled back the metal and exposed the internal structure and systems of the ship. While Naruto looked over the insides of the ship, Suijutsu walked up the group. "You friggin' shot me. I would have expected that from Karin and possibly Teiwaya, but not from you," Suijutsu said to HK while pointing his finger, and the droid continued to look at him. Anne and Tan both stared at the teen before them in shock as they both thought he should be dead. The burn hole through part of his tattered cloak and purple jumpsuit underneath was clearly visible. Curious statement, you're not dead. Why the hell is that a curious statement? Demanded Suijitsu. Response, I didn't miss. Are you about to die and currently in agony? I could end your suffering. Offered the droid, and he pointed his weapon at Suijitsu again but was stopped by Jugo and both Anne and Tan. Naruto, I thought you said that droid couldn't kill us. Questioned Suijitsu, and Naruto responded while trying to extricate something from the ship, you were too far away for him to tell it was you and not a Tusken Raider. Next time don't wave around that weird looking weapon. So if tomorrow I started wearing different clothes and maybe a funny hat, he might take the opportunity to shoot me again. Naruto didn't dignify the remark with a response but instead said, somebody take this. As he held up an object over his shoulder. Suijitsu was actually the closest and moved forward and snatched what Naruto had been holding. Damn, this is one big ass firework. Commented Suijitsu as he looked the missile over and held it without a care in the world. When he turned to the others, they all looked at the item with some fear and trepidation. Getting an idea to get back at them, Suijitsu turned to them and said, oops. As he purposefully let go of the object and then grabbed it before it touched the ground. The four in front of him had all been completely shocked when he had dropped it, and three had been on the verge of running away before he had grabbed it. He, just kidding. What's the matter with you guys? Questioned Suijitsu at the looks of fear as they began taking a few steps back. The warhead tip on that big ass firework has more than enough explosive yield to destroy this starship and kill us as well, if it exploded. Naruto said as he removed a few more items from the ship, mostly circuitry and nothing like the first item. Staring at the concussion missile with a new and informative understanding of what it was, Suijitsu instantly began moving to the others and offering it, someone else take it. The others backed away as many steps as Suijitsu took forward and kept shaking their heads. Oh come on. Suijitsu said as he looked towards HK, you just shot me a minute ago. You owe me, metal man. Statement, you volunteered to hold it, meatbag. Perhaps you should go play with it a few hundred meters to the south. A small smirk formed on Naruto's face as he knew the concussion missile wasn't armed. It could still be set off with an explosion, but it wasn't something that Suijitsu could accomplish unless he shot at it with a blaster. Getting the rest of the useful items from the ship, he turned to the others and told Jugo to head on out ahead of them with the dancers. Taking the concussion missile from Suijitsu, which the white-haired teen was thankful for, Naruto sealed it into one of the few remaining storage seals that he had left. Looking to the body, Naruto bent down and began examining the man's head. He found where Jabba was staying in Mos Espa and got a better understanding of where they were and where they needed to travel in order to get back to the city. That's a big compound, and a good amount of new guards have been hired since the incident at the palace. Naruto gleaned as he looked through the man's knowledge of Jabba's townhouse and recent events. Though Jabba did not stay there very often, it was where the Hutt kept his large luxury space yacht, the Star Jewel. It was the only ship that he took off planet and was primarily used to take him back and forth from his palace on Tatooine and his luxury tower on Nar Shaddaa. Jabba had people combing the desert looking for him, but only a few starfighters had been sent out to look over the areas to the west and south of Mos Espa. The majority were to the east of their position, and he hoped it would stay that way. In addition to the people currently after him, Jabba had more on their way to the planet. His forces on Tatooine were just a small contingent of his over-criminal empire, and that didn't even consider what would happen if the Hutt got his clan involved. Taking his hand off the man's head, Naruto went to the arms and motioned for Suijitsu to take the legs. Getting the man back into the cockpit, HK was readying his blaster when Suijitsu snapped the man's neck as he couldn't use his sword in such a position. Turning to the droid, Suijitsu smiled at the droid, who only glared back at the teen for taking the kill from him. Following in the footsteps of Jugo and the Twi'leks, the three were silent until Suijitsu began to start up a conversation. So, who are the two blue girls? I believe one is named Tan and the other is Anne, though I can't say for certain which one is which. Answered Naruto. And why are they following us? Suijitsu got to the point of what he really wanted to know the answer to. Jugo. Was Naruto's response, and Suijitsu laughed as he understood what Naruto was getting at with such a seemingly vague statement. They seem to really like Jugo. Guess it's because they haven't seen him transform yet. Actually, I think they have seen him in that state, and seen more than that about us. Admitted Naruto. What are we gonna do? Asked Suijitsu seriously, and Naruto waited before replying, I don't know yet. There was a silence between them as Naruto contemplated his answer, and HK chose not to join in the conversation but still to listen to them. Sisters? Suijitsu asked, trying to break the silence. No, they just happen to have the same facial features, skin color, and have rhyming names. Was the sarcastic reply from Naruto. On edge a little. Handing Suijitsu his day top pad, the white-haired teen looked over the information that was displayed and found himself looking at Naruto's bounty. Shitty picture. Suijitsu blurted out. That's about the only good thing about it. Naruto admitted with a sigh as he took the data pad back. He's gonna electrify you when he finds out about this. Thought Suijutsu out loud concerning Plagueis' reaction to the bounty. Not if I can fix the problem before I see him, answered Naruto. You got a plan? Questioned Suijutsu with renewed interest. How would you like to become a bounty hunter for the next few hours? XX. Cycling through frequency channels and listening to everything that he could, Plagueis continued to wait for a message or response from his student. From what he had gathered listening to the various channels, no one had yet to claim the bounty, so Naruto should still be trying to make his way back to Mos Espa or one of the other spaceports on the planet. There were two ways that his student was likely to get in touch with him. Naruto could send a message over one or multiple channels and hope that he was listening. They could then converse on one channel and use a variety of codes or even a different language. The second method was to send a direct signal to the ship. Sending a coded message over one or multiple frequencies was likely the best choice, as anyone could hear it, and that meant it was more difficult to find the intended target of the message if the code could not be broken or figured out. As the communications equipment switched from channel to channel, one voice caught Plagueis' attention. Stopping the cycling, he went back to the channel he had heard Naruto's voice on. Naruto was repeating a single phrase over and over again. It was a short sentence that immediately caught his attention, as it was in Sithis, student looking for master. Naruto repeated, and Plagueis was about to respond when he remembered that his current body could not speak in basic, but it can speak in Mustafarian and the droid is with him, he realized, and responded. There was a long pause on the channel, as no doubt Naruto was deferring to the droid for a translation to determine who had responded and what they were saying. A response soon came in Sithis: problems with negotiation. What is your location? Outside your location, responded Plagueis, as he guessed Naruto was currently in Mos Espa, as he knew that was where Jabba was. What about the bounty? Asked Plagueis, and he awaited Naruto's response on the matter. Working on it, Naruto responded, and Plagueis was unsatisfied with the answer. You have a strategy for removing the bounty from your head. I have Suijutsu, came the reply after a small pause for the translation from the droid. Plagueis was rather surprised at the statement. He had no idea that Suijutsu was not on board, and no one had mentioned to him that the teen had left. Turning to Teiwaya, who had heard the mention of Suijutsu's name and was dreading a conversation with him, Plagueis asked, and when were you going to mention that Suijutsu was not on board? I forgot, admitted the redhead, and though he knew she was telling the truth, he wondered if she had remembered, whether or not she would have told him. Will you return to the ship when you are finished? Asked Plagueis, as he figured out what Naruto was likely up to. I'll need a skiff if everything goes well, responded Naruto, and Plagueis was quick to ask another question that was on the forefront of his thoughts, and if everything does not go well, I'll find my own transport, Naruto concluded, and both knew the conversation was over. Plagueis sat back in the pilot's seat for a few moments to absorb and review the new information. He soon got up and headed back to the medical bay. A few hours previously he was completely immersed in the success of his old experiment, but he had dropped everything after speaking with Teiwaya. We need to acquire more secure communications equipment, decided Plagueis. The normal equipment that they had was proving to be woefully inadequate. What they really needed was secure, military-grade equipment. He had an idea where and who to get it from. The next planet on their journey should provide what they needed. He hadn't wanted to go there, but it seemed like the best place after the current events. Perhaps I can also acquire some monitoring devices for here as well. I'll need to closely monitor the experiment if I am not able to involve myself in his life at this point, he decided, and tried to determine what he would need as he shut himself into the medical bay. He however decided against locking the door or disabling the intercom system. Chapter 26. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.3 BBY current year. Chapter XXVI. Mos Espa fiasco. XX. Turning off the communicator, Naruto put it in one of his pockets and moved through the alleyways, back to the cantina that the others were currently getting food in. The conversation with his master went as well as it could have considering the circumstances. He was hinged to look like an average teenager with short brown hair and no whisker marks. His hood was no longer covering his head, but he had to wonder if someone would recognize him without the henge. It was difficult to know what the people searching for that bounty were really looking for. An assassin droid was mentioned in the bounty poster, but there was no picture of HK or a good description. Jugo was not mentioned at all, and he wondered if bounty hunters and the rest were even looking for orange-haired teen and the two dancers. Does Jabba know that they weren't eaten by the creature? He wondered as he walked into the cantina and took a seat to eat the food that had been ordered for him. Despite not knowing what it was, he still devoured the food as he hadn't eaten anything in over 12 hours. Finishing his brief meal, Naruto looked to the others and then to Suijutsu. The plan is quite simple. Suijutsu and HK will head to Jabba's compound and collect on my bounty. With the bounty removed and money secured, everyone will meet up at the Vulture so we can leave this planet. There will be one contingency plan in place should things go wrong. What about us? Asked one of the slave girls who he believed was named Anne. You don't have to stay with us and may leave whenever you like. said Naruto as he thought about the best way to remove their memories of the past 12 hours or at least keep them from talking about their group. It isn't that simple. What about our implants? We can't leave the planet because of them, questioned the sister. Naruto looked at Tan but with unfocused eyes while he tried to think what to do. They weren't supposed to be his problem and Jugo wasn't supposed to jump in after them. How exactly do your implants work? Asked Naruto as he really had no idea what configuration the device had or where it was even implanted. Unfortunately for him, neither Tan nor An seemed to have that information either. While the others prepared to leave, he decided to ask someone where the nearest junkyard was. XX. Reviewing an old and well-used data pad, Watto glanced over his inventory once again. The Toydarian hovered near the checkout counter and glanced up from his pad to watch over his recently acquired slave. The small blonde boy was trying to lift something onto the shelves that was a little heavier than what he was able to handle. Though the child showed excellent mechanical aptitude, Watto wished he had acquired someone a little older. Can't be helped, he thought as he remembered that he acquired the boy in a bet with Gardola the Hutt. Deciding to finally speak up before his merchandise was damaged, if you break that equipment, you'll have to work it off with extra hours. He shouted across the room but the possible bad situation was averted by one of his potential customers. Jugo's hand reached out, steadying the piece of equipment and keeping it from falling. Letting the boy help, the pair pushed the item onto the shelf. Jugo smiled at the boy, who smiled back and Naruto ignored the entire situation as he searched through the shelves for the devices that he required. Various items soon filled his arms and he even spotted a few things that he wanted for the other projects that he was working on. Walking up to the register, Naruto emptied the contents of his crossed arms onto the table and Watto looked the items over before adding up the price in his head. As he created a list of the items and put prices with them, he began to realize something. While the items being purchased could be used as replacement parts for any number of different machines or devices, the sum of all the parts together could be used for something rather different. All the parts needed to make a bomb with remote detonator, the Toydarian thought idly as he kept his eyes away from the customer and appeared to be still adding up the total cost. The only thing missing was the explosive, but with the power packs being purchased, a much smaller explosive device could be created, or the power packs could be used to enhance a more powerful explosive, he realized but kept it to himself. If the person in front of him was planning something, then telling the Hutts could earn him a nice reward. His thoughts however were interrupted by the voice of his slave. Hey mister! What do you need all that stuff for? Glancing down to the boy standing right next to the customer and realizing what had been said, Watto's face instantly changed from his aloof but sly expression to one of shock and surprise. It was only on his face for a brief moment but more than enough to be noticed and understood by Naruto. Stop bothering the customers! Demanded the Toydarian owner and he moved to usher the boy into the back rooms of the store. Naruto watched the scene and thought over his options. He had been having great difficulty trying to read the owner's mind and now he knew that something was wrong. He must have put together what I planned to use these parts for. He realized and stayed completely calm while acting as if he hadn't seen the owner give himself away. From how the creature looked and the lack of success at reading thoughts, he guessed it was a Toydarian, which Plagueis taught him were one of the few sentient species that were immune to force tricks. Does that mean that I can't extract knowledge from his head either? Naruto wondered but didn't have time to ponder the question long as the owner soon returned. While the being hovered back to its original position behind the countertop, Naruto ignored the man's excuses and determined what he was going to do. Before the owner could give him a price on the items, Naruto spoke. I was also interested in something else and I was hoping perhaps you could help. He said and put the Toydarian completely on edge. I was interested in acquiring some slaves and hoping perhaps you might know where I would be able to do this. You see, I'm not from Tatoin, only visiting, and have quite a bit of money to spend that I just won. Naruto explained as he completely diverted the owner's thoughts and seemingly offered a reward for the information that he wanted. The new topic caused Watto's eyes to slightly widen, though he was unaware of this. Pretending to think the question over and figuring out how much he could swindle the customer for information that was common knowledge to those that lived in Tatoin, he answered, well, there are several auctions going on each week but most of the merchandise there is just substandard and probably not worth your time. However, there are a few other private auctions that have much nicer merchandise. I thought so. Naruto lied and continued, but, I was looking for something a bit special, or, let's say rare. I'm sure if they don't have it, then they can get it for you if you pay enough. Responded Watto with a look as if he'd just won something. They'll also take care of the implant process at this place, won't they? Naruto questioned in a slightly more serious manner as he had finally gotten the real question that he wanted answered. Of course, that won't be a problem. The boy that was in here is my slave. I won him and his mother from betting on a pod race and they were already implanted at the same place you're inquiring about. Watto said in a matter-of-fact tone and made sure to add, this information isn't known by everyone. Watto lied, and it won't come cheap. That's understandable. Naruto said in as cheery a voice as he could and he reached into one of his pockets, pretending to grab something from it. He then placed his hand down on the edge of the table. His palm was slightly elevated over the top of the counter and the positioning of his fingers made it seem like he was placing something on the table. Sliding his hand over closer to the owner of the shop, the Toydarian leaned forward, hoping for the hand or fingers to move slightly so he could view how much he was getting offered for the information. Taking advantage of the distraction, Naruto used his other hand to grab the creature's head and slam it onto the countertop. Pulling out a kunao and placing it on the cheek of the owner, Naruto said in a deadly voice, "You've got 3 seconds to tell me the location of where they do the implants, otherwise I'll start by cutting off your wings." XX. Naruto left the shop into the hot midday suns with his stolen merchandise in a bag and quickly moved to a nearby alley so he could change his henge. He'd left the owner alive but the Toydarian wouldn't be waking up soon. A customer had walked in during their exchange so he had left the injured owner on the floor behind the counter. From the information he gathered, it turned out that the place he wanted was one of 2 main slave stations for Mos Espa. Slave implants were also installed there by medical staff. It was also attached to Jabba's townhouse which worked out perfectly for him given the proximity to where his other plans were being put in motion. While Suijutsu is taking care of the bounty, the rest of us can go into the slave station, he thought as he left the alley and went to the meeting point. The others were already making their way to a location near Jabba's compound, in fact it was right across the street. He had tasked Suijutsu with scouting the outside of the compound, while the others stayed off the main streets to avoid suspicion. He wouldn't be able to get an idea about how many were inside but that didn't matter. The goal was not to finish off the hut or start a siege of the massive townhouse. But it doesn't hurt to know what Suijutsu was walking into, he admitted, and passed by many different establishments on his way through the winding sand streets of Mos Espa. Glancing back and forth to both sides of the streets, he saw his bounty posting displayed almost every 30 feet. No doubt everyone in Mos Espa knew his incorrect face. XX. Quickly moving through the streets of Mos Espa, Plague Ace traveled to a specific location that he had gleaned from the mind of his young experiment. He knew that their group would be leaving the planet soon and he still had one last task to take care of before he was ready to set out. The demon brothers were on standby with the skiff and the others were merely lounging about the ship when he left. No one asked him where he was going and he wouldn't have answered them anyway. Moving around a corner, he stopped and began searching in the alley. From his memory, he knew the location was correct but he couldn't find what he was after. Exploring nearby alleys and even looking inside a few of the abandoned homes, he continued the search for the items he sought. He was in a less crowded area of the city and off the main street that meandered through the city. Many of the buildings around him were abandoned and run down but he wasn't interested with them. Concerned that he may have the wrong location, he began to move away when his foot struck something in the sand. Reaching down, he pulled out a severed droid arm that had been almost completely covered by the sand, obscuring the part from view. Recognizing the arm as part of what he was after, he set the piece down and looked back to the sand to find the remaining pieces. The recent storm must have covered the rest of the parts, he realized, and knew that he was in the correct location. Unable to find the other pieces he sought, Plague Ace turned to the Force. Concentrating on his surroundings, the Sith Lord created a small dust storm. Not concerned with anyone that could be watching, the spinning wind lifted the sand up and exposing the remaining pieces. He had seen several pieces of that particular droid in his experiments room and now he had found the rest. After looking through the boy's memories, he knew that piece by piece, Anakin Skywalker had been coming to that exact location and collecting those parts. Not wanting to be seen with all the parts at once, and since the boy was so young, he wasn't able to collect much at a time or be able to come to such a location very often to scavenge the parts. That was the main reason why the collection of the dismembered droid was proceeding slowly. But I intend to speed things up. Plague Ace thought as the whines died down and he looked to the uncovered pieces that now littered the ground. Now that he could see more of the droid, he determined from the parts that it was a Cybit Galactica Protocol droid model but he couldn't be sure of the age. Scanning through the parts and reconstructing the droid in his mind from the parts in on the ground and those from the boy's room, he found that the droid was just over 50% intact. The protective outer shell was completely gone but the appendages and robotic skeleton all appeared in good condition. However, some of the more important systems and likely the circuitry as well as all the wiring would need replacement. Picking up the head, Plague Ace examined the droid brain and found it missing a few key parts but he knew that they were rather generic and could be obtained from many different places. With a lot of work and some scrounging, I think he could finish the droid in a few years, believed the Dark Lord of the Sith, but he was confident that with a little more help and after procuring a few more parts, he could drastically cut down that time for the boy. Collecting the parts and wishing he had a storage scroll or the chakra to use it, Plague Ace proceeded to take them to the boy's house. Along the way I'll have to make a quick stop at the junkyard he works at, thought Plague Ace as he promptly walked in that direction with arms full of droid parts. He would have to walk halfway around the city but he already planned on going to that particular junkyard anyway. XX. Looking both ways as he stood at the end of an alley, Suijutsu determined that the coast was clear enough for his entrance to the compound. Coming out from the alley with HK-47, he dragged behind him part of corpse. It had a head, torso, and arms but was missing the everything below the beltline and was wrapped inside a cloak. Smiling as he walked past a few people, Suijitsu found that while most were a bit weary when they saw the huge sword he had strapped to his back, the ones that had a clue as to what he was dragging made sure to move to the opposite side of the street or into a nearby alley. Seeing the largest building in the city, the pair moved past numerous small buildings and shops as they looked for the main entrance to the building dominating the backdrop. Eventually they came to a street that's only purpose was to lead to the palace-like complex. The Desiligic Townhouse, as it was known on account of Jabba's clan name, was a collection of interconnected buildings with the main complex at the center. On the western side of the compound were 3 open-top hangars, with one several times larger than the others. Apparently Jabba's transports would land at his complex and unload illegal goods or even slaves that would be implanted and sold at the station in front of the compound along the main roadway through the city. There were many other buildings but their purpose was unknown. Seemingly Jabba owned every property adjacent to his massive townhouse. East of the hangars was the palace part of the compound. It was dominated with 4 domes of different sizes and several towers. Nothing on the compound save for the towers randomly placed in between the domes was over 5 stories in height, with the towers extending several stories above everything else. HK eyed numerous organic targets as he examined the compound from afar. It seemed Jabba had significantly increased security. Even the roof of the building had guards posted or patrolling. He could see snipers in the towers and several ground-to-air laser cannon emplacements where guards waiting to use them. He guessed that the 400-meter-long complex should have its own shield generator, though it did not seem active if it even existed. Inner thought, there is also no way to tell how many levels are beneath the surface. Noted the droid as he continued to review the outside of the complex and marked the locations of everything he could see on a rudimentary map that he was making and saving changes to. Looking down the street leading to the main gate of the palace structure, the two nodded to each other and made their way down the street. Suijitsu noted that aside from the main gate, there was no protective wall around the compound. The walls of the continuous building were tall enough, and likely thick enough, to create a protective barrier that had no low windows or easy access points. Coming to the gate, Suijitsu stepped forward as several guards barred their path. "I'm here to collect on a bounty. The big man definitely wants to see me," he said, and the Gamorrean guards looked back and forth between each other. XX. Leaning against an alley wall, Naruto watched Suijitsu and HK move out of his sight before taking the lead of his group and walking straight towards Jabba's slave station. He wanted the collecting of the bounty to go uninterrupted. Adopting a henge that had a breather mask on as well as bandages to cover most of his face, Naruto stopped in front of the 2 guards posted outside the building he wanted. "I'm here to have my 2 slaves implanted, step aside," he told them, and they quickly complied, moving out of his way to let the group of 4 pass. Walking into the facility, they proceeded down to a lower level and eventually came to a business-like area that retained the aesthetic of Tatooine interiors. Standing in line and waiting for their turn, Naruto looked around the room and thought it looked like a shady dentist's office or small clinic, rather than a place to have slaves implanted with exploding chips. Looking at the line of people ahead of him, Naruto frowned and sidestepped the others patiently waiting. Moving past them without a word, he arrived at the head of the line and waited at the counter for a moment before someone noticed him. One of the personnel at the facility yelled out something to him, but Naruto had no idea what language the man or possible woman was speaking. "He says you can't skip ahead of everyone in line," another employee informed him after Naruto ignored the previous statement. "Yes, I can," said Naruto in an even voice, and the man agreed with him. "Where are your forms?" he then asked, and with another wave of his hand, Naruto said, "You've already seen the forms. Let's move on to the implantation." Despite the outrage of those that he had cut in front of, Naruto and his group of 3 were ushered through a door and led to an operating room. XX. Stopping his sprint just short of where he thought a junk shop was, Plagueis rested his Mustafarian body against the wall of a building out of sight from the main street. Mos Espa wasn't a large city, but its construction was not laid out in any coherent manner. The main road winded its way through the city from its start at the southern edge to its end at the very northernmost area of the Mos Espa. From it, numerous other roads were offshoots at various angles, and most of the main shops in the city were along the man road, while very large areas of slave quarters being placed in the outskirts. Unfortunately, this meant that it was extremely difficult to travel off the main road and through the city, because of how easily it was to get turned around or take a wrong turn. This was exactly how he had been traveling, but it also meant that he could cut through different areas and bypass long bends in the street, which would have significantly added to his journey. Stashing the pieces of droid in the alley and covering them with sand to keep anyone from finding them, Plagueis proceeded to find the junkyard he was after at a walking pace that was no longer impeded by the heavy droid parts. After a large curve in the main road, Plagueis could see the tall outer walls of the junkyard as well as the stacked scrap materials that lay beyond. Heading for the door, he walked right in, and his size as well as presence startled the hovering Toydarian behind the counter. Though unaffected by the encounter on the outside, Plagueis was very curious as to why the male Toydarian was holding his nose with a bloodied rag and was so startled by his entrance into the shop. It made him wonder if someone had robbed him recently, and he noted how the man eyed him while keeping a hand under the counter. Presumably the action was to be in close proximity to a hidden weapon, but he couldn't actually tell if there was a weapon under the counter or if it was just an act. Looking through the shelves, Plague Ace moved toward an area of the shop that displayed droid parts and he searched through the racks for the items that he sought. What he needed was a droid brain as well as a few other key parts for the head. Those would be the most expensive to obtain on Tatooine. While searching, he detected the presence of 2 other life signs entering the shop as well as 1 other life sign of someone who appeared to be on the property, though out of sight. Glancing to the front entrance, he saw 2 Mos Espa police walk into the establishment and immediately go to the owner. As the owner began describing his assailant, the Mustafarian features of the Sith Lord turned into a frown, or what would have been passable as a frown for the species. That sounds an awful lot like a henge that my student would wear. Plague Ace thought, and though he tried to keep his eyes to the shelves, his attention was brought back when the owner called out for someone. Initially he thought the owner was calling to him, which he remembered would be a significant problem as he couldn't speak any language they would be familiar with. However, the call was not directed at him and was soon returned by a much softer voice. A blond boy ran in from a back room and Plague Ace instantly recognized who it was. Now I remember why I knew the exact location of this shop, he realized as the memory surfaced of his investigation into the slave records. He had seen the address because the junkyard owner, Watto he believed was the name, also owned his experiment and the mother. The blonde walked up to the counter and began answering the questions that the police were asking. Still keeping to the shelves, Plague Ace finally found some of the parts he was after and began collecting them, but he slowed down his progress as he didn't want to get involved with the local law enforcement. It would be difficult to talk his way out of a problem, especially when they wouldn't be able to understand his speech. Once the police had left, he would purchase the parts, and he also had something else in mind. He had been presented with a better opportunity than his original plan had entailed and wasn't about to let it pass. Naturally resistant to mind tricks because of being a Toydarian wasn't the same as being impervious to all mind tricks. With the knowledge that he had and control of the Force, it wouldn't be impossible for him to dominate the mind of the simple store owner. It would simply take a little finesse to deal with the strong-willed and resistant species. Once the police left and the boy went back to work, he would approach the counter and implement the newly conceived plan. XX. You know the guy must be loaded when he's the only person on a desert planet with a water fountain, reasoned Suijitsu as he examined the courtyard. It was also the first time since being on the planet that he had seen actual plants that were growing. The open courtyard had a number of palm trees but also other plants that didn't necessarily look suited to being in an environment such as Tatooine. HK ignored the plants in favor of memorizing the layout of the building and escape as well as choke points. Moving past the aesthetic features, a contingent guided the pair into and through the luxurious building, presumably to meet with the owner. The inside proved to be more extravagant than the outside, with numerous decorative carvings on the sandstone walls and wide hallways with tall ceilings. After many turns, the pair was eventually led to a large circular room with a very tall, domed ceiling. Many different armed mercenary types were surrounding the central figure, and Suijitsu looked at their weapons to see what they were using. Lots of melee weapons, he noted with a small smile, as even if getting hit by blasters wouldn't kill him, it still hurt and he wouldn't mind collecting a few of the implements that he saw. Sitting on a platform that seemed to hover off the ground, was a large green slug-like creature. While HK was unaffected by the appearance of a hut which he had seen countless times before, Suijitsu was rather disappointed. All of these dangerous-looking people follow this helpless-looking slug, he thought, and held back a frown. From his perspective, the hairless and unclothed slug was completely unarmed and lounging, but nothing gave him the idea that it was dangerous or even strong. The bandages on the side of the head and missing arm only made the hut look more pathetic in his eyes. He guessed it further emphasized that the slug had a great deal of money and all the surrounding people were hired help. I suppose I used to be like that, he realized, because before joining Naruto's group he worked for whatever client paid for his services as a ninja of Kirigakure. Coming to a stop in the middle of the large room, the pair glanced around them at the possible hostiles before Suijitsu dragged the covered corpse a little closer to the hut and dropped the end that he was carrying on the floor. Be careful, you fool. Any harder and you would have destroyed my clone, resounded a voice in Suijitsu's head, and he mentally apologized before clearing his voice and announcing to the crowd, I've come to collect on the bounty. Fishing out a small hollow projector from his pocket, he turned it on and showed the bounty poster of the person known as Rasen. Everyone present stared at the pair before the largest occupant of the room began a deep mocking laugh. As if on cue, the others in the room began laughing as well, and the laughter grew in volume as fast as it grew in participants. They're all going to die. I'll start with. Were Suijitsu's thoughts on the laughter before he was interrupted by Naruto. Don't let them get to you so easily. They're only laughing because Jabba is laughing. We still need them, if only for a little while. The voice informed him, and Suijitsu let a small smile form on his face. The information put him at ease because it seemed that Naruto didn't really care what happened to any of the individuals laughing at him. The laughter soon died down, however, and with a small motion from Jabba's head, one of his men stepped forward and grabbed the shoulder of the corpse, pulling off the cloak and turning it up to get a look at the face. They were apparently not the first people to come in with a body and try to collect on the bounty. Though Suijitsu was the youngest person to come in. Seeing the face of the corpse, the being that went to identify the body quickly said something in a language that Suijitsu didn't understand. While the words were lost on him, the effect it had on the hut was more than enough for him to know that they believed that he had killed the person shown in the bounty. The hut spoke while directly looking at Suijitsuo, and despite not knowing the language, he had a general idea of what was said based upon the surprised look on the hut's face. Before the translation droid near the hut could convey the words, "I wanted to bring him in alive and demand more money, but he bled out on the way here," Suijitsuo answered with a shrug. The effect was a short period of complete silence in the room. Despite failure by countless others, the adolescent in front of them had apparently succeeded and done so with ease, or at least not accruing any injuries. The silence was ended when a more jovial-sounding laughter began coming from the hut. It was much louder than before, and Suijitsuo smiled in turn as it appeared that the slug was pleased with what he'd done and brought. When the laughter started to die down, recognition dawned on the hut, and he pointed to the droid that was standing close to the newcomer. Weapons were drawn by the various villainy around the room and pointed directly at HK. Guessing what was going on, Suijitsuo stepped in front of the droid and said in a placating manner, "Relax. He's got a restraining bolt. He's my droid now and completely harmless." The statement evidently put the hut at ease, possibly because the black restraining bolt was clearly visible on the droid's rust-color armor. Although no one else in the room besides the pair knew that the device was something that Naruto had picked up at the junk store. It didn't work at all and was just for show. Jabba gave a deeper laugh and nodded his head in understanding. He knew he could always try and barter for the deadly droid later, but not in front of the crowd. Though the person before him was a complete unknown, he was very impressed by the work and the sword that the young human carried on his back. He did wonder if the teen had actually done the deed or perhaps taken the body from some other successful bounty hunter, but either way it didn't really matter to him. He was still interested in adding the boy to his syndicate, which recently had lost many of its Tatooine-based members, and since the boy wasn't on his personal list of people who were contacted about the bounty increase, he only had to pay the lower amount. In a loud booming voice, the hut began to speak, and any murmuring in the crowd died down instantly. A brief moment passed after the hut stopped speaking, and Suijitsuo was confused about what to do next until a droid near Jabba began translating the words to him. "The great Jabba congratulates you on your bounty and wishes to know what currency you would like the payment in." Before Suijitsuo could even answer the question, a voice in his head began conveying different types of acceptable currencies: Orodium ingots, Nova crystals, or... But Suijitsuo ignored the voice and turned to speak with the droid near him. Surprised at being completely ignored, Naruto tried to once again deliver the message by speaking through the clone's mind, but Suijitsu paid him no attention. "Suijitsu, what are you doing?" he demanded, but was again ignored and had to try and guess concerning the developing situation. With the clone's body staying motionless, Naruto tried to catch the short conversation with the droid but had no success. "What did you just tell that droid?" he demanded of the white-haired teen, but could only feel amusement on the mind of his comrade. Said droid began speaking a moment later in what Naruto knew was Huttis. Through the link with his clone, Naruto could feel perhaps surprise from the hut, but he wasn't sure what had been spoken and he couldn't use his powers through the clone to get more information from Suijitsu's mind. Does he know of this limitation? He wondered with disdain. Since Suijitsu refused to answer, the clone, he simply waited for a verbal response from the hut to find out what was going on. Undecipherable words were spoken in response to HK's response, and the voice of another droid quickly translated, "The mighty Jabba is amused with your choice of payment. Someone will take you to collect your reward, and afterward a banquet will be held which the great Jabba wishes for you to attend." Suijitsu readily agreed and was then led out of the main. Naruto wanted to have the clone reach out and grab Suijitsu's leg but refrained, and the clone remained completely still to keep the position it was in. Trying to keep his anger in check, he pulled back from his connection with the clone to focus more on the situation his real body was in. "XX. I refuse. I won't do it," said the clinic doctor with finality as he looked upon the two young humans and two older Twi'leks. The man gave a quick glance to the alarm button situated next to the door's control panel. Upon touching it, all of the guards in Jabba's entire complex would be alerted to a problem in his operating room. The problem was, it was across the room from his current position. Naruto glanced in the direction that the doctor's eyes had looked and saw the alarm panel. The operating room had 2 beds with numerous instruments and other equipment attached to it. There were only 2 doors that led out of the room, one which they had come through and one more that the doctor did not seem to be concerned with. Probably that means that it doesn't lead anywhere helpful to him. Naruto surmised, looked to the man with a satisfied smirk, believing that the doctor was trapped. It may be best to emphasize for him that I don't care about the huts and make him fear me more than Jabba, and on that thought, Naruto broke the silence. "Fine. You don't have to remove the chips from these 2 Twi'leks," he said, and quickly received concerned looks from the other 3 in his group but ignored them for the moment. However, before the clinic doctor could be the least bit relieved from the burden of going against Jabba and freeing slaves, Naruto kept talking. "It would be terrible to force you into doing something that you don't want to. So here's what we'll do." And he paused for a moment before finishing, "I'll do the surgery." Surprised looks were shared by everyone in the room, and the 2 would-be patients started to protest until Naruto held up his hand and silenced them. "I'll start by strapping you into this chair and then begin implanting chips into you." Naruto explained to the doctor while motioning to the many slave chips which were in clear view on one of the nearby counters. I'll put 1 or 2 in each of your appendages, followed by 1 in your neck. After I've successfully completed these operations, I'll cauterize the entry wounds and then begin the process of removal. You may lose appendages during the process of removal as I may not get the first one right, or the second or third. But I assure you that although I may look young, I'm not that inexperienced at playing doctor. I can surely stop the bleeding before you lose too much when an appendage explodes and probably keep you from going into shock despite such trauma. By the time I get to the chip in your neck, I'm confident that I'll have the process down and can then begin on these 2 young ladies with confidence. This way you can remain firm in your stance against helping us with your knowledge and skills and I'll get to have some fun. How does that sound? The long explanation was met with horrified looks around the room. You're out of your mind, were the words that the clinic doctor blurted out, and Naruto gave a fake smile in response before explaining, no, at the moment I'm just really frustrated and annoyed with your non-compliance. So, I think I'll be better off doing it myself. I'm certainly not going to think about removing their chips before I get some experience first. That's just crazy. After a short period of shocked silence, Naruto added, so, who's going to be doing the operation, me or you? The doctor stared at him with disbelieving eyes and short heavy breaths before looking to the 3 companions. He quickly determined from the expressions on their faces, that the leader of the small group didn't appear to be joking. With a nod that began slow and increased with speed, the man agreed. Good. And just remember, I'll be watching over your shoulder. If anything happens to them, I'll make you suffer for a long time before I kill you, said Naruto darkly as he put further emphasis on the doctor performing favorable with no complications. I could just take the information from his head, but it's probably best to leave it to someone who actually has the physical experience. XX. Waiting at the large blast door while one of Jabba's men used a keycard and code was agony for Suijutsu. The guard had already messed up the code once, delaying them from gaining access. His prize was just on the other side and he was tempted to just cut the door apart with his sword. If there was one important thing he learned during the briefing before disembarking on the planet, it was about the dangerous lizards that stalked some areas of the planet. But he also learned that Jabba was heavily involved in the illegal arms shipping business. That information to him meant that illegal melee, energy, and projectile weaponry was continuously coming into the Hutt's possession and then being sold or transported elsewhere for sale. So it made sense to him that at any one time, Jabba may have an extensive inventory or at least supply of illegal weapons on hand. There was always the chance that nothing came through Tatooine and the arms business was conducted elsewhere, or that nothing was stockpiled, but as the door opened, Suijutsu's imagination was put to shame as a veritable armory of items came into view. The blast doors opened up into a very large circular storage room which was filled with crates, and on many of the differently shaped containers displayed examples of what they were filled with. The room was divided into different areas based upon classification of weaponry. One area featured strictly energy weapons of various types and likely with different effects. Another area seemed to be completely melee weapons such as vibroblades and other paraphernalia. The rest of the room was devoted to explosives and other projectile weaponry. It's beautiful, exclaimed Suijutsu as he fell to his knees and looked upon the cache of his dreams. Jabba was amused at the young man's reaction to his main armory and storeroom. Some of the weapons in the room were to be moved out soon by his various gun runners, but he always felt it was best to keep a large stockpile of weaponry on hand or at least close by. Motioning to his men and translation droid, he gave out orders and proceeded to leave the room. The droid relayed the information out loud to everyone in the room and informed Suijutsu and HK that they could take from the room whatever they wanted, but with a cost not exceeding the bounty price. With that said, Suijutsu started moving throughout the room and examining the items on display and inside the crates because he was just approved for 500,000 credits worth of illegal weapons and he aimed to get some of everything present in the room. Hey, what's this one? Suijutsu asked and waited for the assassin droid to move over to where he was. Response: that is a unguided or dumbfire rocket launcher, stated the droid as it looked the item over and then proceeded to begin its own search. As Suijutsu rummaged through another area, he held up another weapon over his head and yelled out to HK, "What about this?" Turning to see where the white-haired meatbag had gotten to, HK examined the item. Response: a disintegration rifle. We'll need at least a crate of these, right? Suijutsu asked and the droid's photoreceptors grew slightly brighter before answering. Response: agreed. Looking through the explosive, HK proceeded to find that certain individual weapons were missing from the crates and containers. Based upon what was missing, he guessed that Jabba armed his newly hired or previously hired men with the weapons from the room. Upon that guess, he searched for the same model of micro-grenade launcher that he had picked up at the palace. Said weapon was still slung over his back, though the magazine was empty and the rifle essentially useless. Finally opening the correct container, HK removed the spent magazine and replaced it with one of the full ones that was sitting in the case next to other magazines and rifles. Glancing at the guards that Jabba had left to watch them, he marked their positions in the room and went to pick out other weapons that he wanted to keep for himself. I'll start making a pile. yelled Suijutsu with his arms full of weapons as he moved to an area of the room with more open floor space. XX. This is progressing rather fast, thought Naruto as he watched at the doctor work. One Chuilak, and he believed, was already done and her procedure had only taken a few minutes. Watching over the man's shoulder, he guessed that most slaves had the chip implanted into the neck, which it seemed that both dancers had. Glancing to the closed door at the opposite end of the room, he curiously stretched out his senses to that room. At first he thought it was a large animal and thought it best to just ignore it, but as he concentrated on the adjacent room, he found that the large life sign was actually numerous smaller ones that were very close together. Not only in the horizontal direction but also vertically. Too close to be multiple floors. Naruto thought, and turning back, he caught the doctor eyeing him for a second before going back to work. He doesn't want me to go in there. Naruto realized, and now he was even more curious about what lay behind the door. Once he's done with Tan, I'll open it and find out what's there. He thought and continued watching to make sure the operation was successful. In a few moments, the chip from the Tan's neck was removed and made a tink sound as it was dropped in a nearby metal dish along with the other chip. As the doctor began sealing the wound, Naruto looked at the two small devices. They were only the size of his fingernail and perhaps a little thicker, but apparently they were not only able to pick up a signal from a transmitter, but if the person strayed outside of the signal's range, the explosive in the device would detonate. Given that the device was placed in the back of the neck, even a small explosive under the skin would ensure death. A thought dawned on Naruto as he turned his eyes back on the doctor's work. When we left the palace, shouldn't their chips have exploded? Although he had prior knowledge of the existence of such chips and was well aware that both girls were slaves, it was not something that he had thought about as they moved through Jabba's palace and fled the area. I didn't even think about their chips until they mentioned them. But why didn't they activate? Are they duds? He wondered, glancing back to the chips. Both devices certainly looked intact. His features turned sour as he realized the reason that both girls were still alive. The interference from the sandstorm must have stopped their chips from detecting the signal. Given how frequent sandstorms are, the device probably knows when the signal is lost because of interference and won't explode because of it. Otherwise there would be a massive amount of dead slaves after every sandstorm moved through. However, that really isn't that comforting. If there wasn't a sandstorm when we were leaving, they both would have been killed when they left the transmission area. It wasn't something he should have cared about, especially considering that they had just met and Jugo was the only one that wanted to save them and bring them along. They weren't actually a part of his group, and after leaving the building they would be parting company. Despite knowing that, he did find himself wanting to help them. They weren't annoying or getting in the way. It also probably helps that they are easy on the eyes, so to speak. His attention quickly turned back to the operating table as it seemed that the doctor was finished closing the wound on Tan's neck. Naruto reached forward and touched the back of her neck with his hand, as he had earlier with her sister. After a brief moment of using the force to examine the wound and work, he retracted his hand, satisfied that nothing was amiss. Locking eyes with the very nervous doctor, Naruto asked a single question: what do you keep behind that door? Naruto indicating over his shoulder with his right hand as he didn't want to break eye contact while he tried to learn more about the room beyond the door. The physical response from the question was instantaneous. He's scared, even more scared of me when I suggested operating on him. Since he's not talking, I guess I'll have to see for myself, thought Naruto before turning and heading to the door. Ignoring a shout from the man to stop and not go in there, Naruto pushed the control panel for the door and it opened instantly. It wasn't just the smell of body odor or excrement that stopped him in his tracks, but the view he had from the doorway of the rows of pens, stacked 4 high. Nearly every cage was filled with a humanoid, with their total number ranging in the 60s or 70s. They varied in age from very young to no more than middle-aged adult, though for some species it was hard to tell. The cells were just high enough that they could sit inside of them but not high enough for them to be able to stand up. While the sight and smell alone of such a scene was something he wasn't prepared for, it was the feelings coming off the people in the cages that hit him the hardest. Crushing despair, hopelessness, and other foreign emotions were coming off of every being in the large room and it was overpowering. He could feel that many were more willing to die than to become slaves. Naruto's mind retreated inward as he tried to push the emotions out his head. Everything had been fine before he opened the door, but now he was bracing himself against the door frame for support. During his own life, he had never felt despair or lost all hope. It was therefore not something he could easily deal with when confronted or perhaps bombarded with such feelings. Plague Ace had taught him to control and harness his emotions, but he had never felt like the slaves were feeling, so he found no way to get them under control. The only thing that brought him out of his state was his body's reaction to an external stimulus that he was familiar with and knew what it meant. An alarm was going off. With adrenaline pumping and awareness coming back to him, Naruto turned to determine the source of the noise and quickly found it. The doctor had taken the opportunity to run towards the other door and pushed the alarm button before trying to leave. What he hadn't counted on was that Naruto had disabled the door before they entered, so he couldn't run away. Panicked, the doctor turned back to the room and his captors. For a brief second he realized that he was trapped again but decided to act instead of give up. Practically lunging to the nearest counter, he opened one of the drawers and pulled out a weapon that he remembered was hidden there. Naruto saw the weapon, realized the danger, and his body reacted by pulling out his sword to block what he assumed would be a blaster bolt. The weapon was fired not a second later, but instead of a bolt of plasma, the weapon fired with a bang, but softer in volume than a projectile weapon. A pellet left the gun at high speeds, much faster than Naruto could feasibly dodge. He moved to deflect the projectile, but when the pellet was a few feet from him, it did something that he certainly wouldn't have expected. It exploded. Thin durasteel flechettes inside of the pellet were launched at him at supersonic speeds. They moved so fast he could barely make out anything at all, especially with the small explosion distracting him. The small 12mm projectiles spread out, and while his sword was positioned where the weapon had been aimed, it only managed to stop a few. The first needle-like flechette to impact either hit the sword or embedded themselves in his fingers gripping the handle. The remaining darts flew beneath his guard and primarily hit his forearm and then shoulder. Several passed by his neck and at least one outliers went into his chest. Trails of blood came out of his arm as the thin flechettes pierced right through skin, muscle, and even bone. Most had passed clean through him save for the ones in his hands, which had impacted the tang of the handle, preventing them from exiting his fingers and stopping their movement. It all happened in an instant, and Naruto was left with the feeling of incredible heat where the injuries had occurred, right before the intense pain started. The henge he was using gave out immediately, shrouding the area around him in white smoke as his larger figure disappeared and showed his shorter body. Though the doctor was distracted for a second, the pain caused Naruto to stumble and grab his forearm to stop blood loss, and he lost the moment of opportunity. Looking up, he found that the doctor was sneering and about to fire again. His eyes widened at the imminent danger because he didn't know what he had just been attacked with, nor how to properly defend himself. Before firing again, the doctor's head jerked to the side and his arm went wild as he stumbled and almost fell. He struggled to determine what had happened and tried to aim his weapon to fire again, but he couldn't see the large white blade sticking out of the side of his head, nor understand that he was dying. The doctor collapsed to the floor a moment later and didn't get back up again. Jugo didn't immediately collect the Tulris tusk knife that he had gotten on Mustafar, but instead went to Naruto to check on his wounds. Warm blood poured through the fingers of Naruto's left hand, which were applying pressure to the terrible wound on his right forearm. "I'm losing a lot of blood," he realized, and his mind struggled to determine what he needed to do next, but the decision was made for him as Jugo grabbed him, pulled him to his feet, and ushered him over to the operating table. Laying his arm on the table, Naruto looked around and struggled to figure out what he needed in order to take care of his injuries and where to get it from. "Why can't I think? I'm going into shock," he realized, and began trying to calm his mind so he could take care of himself. He knew medical ninjutsu wasn't going to work, especially without the use of his right hand. "I need..." And before he could finish the sentence, Jugo had taken over, applying pressure on his arm so that his hand could be freed to begin treatment. Looking to the supplies at hand, which the doctor had just used, it was readily obvious that it was insufficient for his injuries. Before he could go and start searching through the operating room, both Anne and Tan moved into his view. Their arms were full of medical supplies that they had just pilfered from the drawers and cabinets along the wall. They both dumped the supplies onto the table and Naruto began sifting through it as his blood began pooling on the table. Items were pushed aside and some fell to the floor as Naruto picked out what he needed. He thought about a pain reliever, but he wasn't sure how much to give. He watched when the doctor had administered a local anesthetic to the girls, but he had no idea how much to give himself, and "I can't run the risk of giving myself too much of any other drug." Foregoing pain relief, he grit his teeth, began to work on his arm. Despite the pressure Jugo was applying, he was still bleeding heavily and knew that the projectiles must have hit one or both of the arteries in his forearm. With the alarm sounding, it was only a matter of time before Jabba's guards in the facility went to work on the door, and I expect reinforcements to be coming from his townhouse. Naruto thought as he worked as fast as possible to stop the bleeding and patch himself up enough for them to start working on escaping. XX. Bomb-carrying clone to boss. "You still there?" said the henged clone in his mind. The connection between himself and the original had been severed and had yet to be re-established. "I don't know what that means," thought the clone as he analyzed the situation. Everything had been going smoothly as people had all filed out of the room minutes ago after Suijutsu left with Jabba. He was then put on hold, so to speak, as something was going on at the slave station, but the connection was abruptly terminated. "Does that mean that he's in trouble and needs me to act?" Unfortunately he just didn't know, and the plan had involved him getting a signal before finding somewhere to set off the bomb. His analysis however was put on hold as he heard footsteps approaching. Walking back to what he guessed was called the throne room, Django found the body of the young man still on the floor. No one had bothered removing or disposing of it, which actually fit his purposes. Something was bothering him about the situation and he had doubled back to get a closer look at the body, even completely ignoring the alarm that had been sounded at the slave station in favor of satisfying the questions that he had. Reviewing the scenario of the past day and a half in his head, just gave him a headache. Some brat who no one has ever heard of and who doesn't appear to be working for anyone, shows up and tries to kill Jabba the Hutt. Putting aside how stupid such an action is, he nearly succeeds, wounding the Hutt, and then kills a large number of guards and mercenaries before seemingly disappearing completely. And if that isn't hard enough to believe, another brat who nobody knows or has ever heard of, shows up having killed the first and claiming the bounty. He thought and shook his head at how much it sounded like a spacer's tall tale and not something that he knew had just transpired. Someone so skilled at such a young age was uncommon enough, but two such people at nearly the same age showing up out of the blue, that was a little much for him to swallow. The appearance of the second individual was actually more disturbing to him than the appearance of the first. And that Wookiee-sized sword that he carries around. Can he even lift that thing on his own? He questioned as he reached the body he wanted to look at. Stopping and glancing around the room to see if anyone was watching, Django knelt down to get a better look at the body and confirm that it was indeed the person that he had fought. Oh shit! Thought the clone as he held his breath and remained completely still. Cut off from the original, he couldn't use any force powers, and if the person there did anything to his body, not only would the henge be dispelled but so would he, and then the bomb would be useless until the original detonated it by remote. Of course that is only if this person doesn't disarm it, or if the signal from the remote can even reach here from the below-ground slave station. Thought the clone as he considered his options. Besides the obvious injury, I don't see any other wounds. Observed Django as he looked over the damage to the corpse. Considering that he had his visor on during the entire fight and was looking in infrared, it was difficult for him to tell if the face matched. No defensive wounds he noted, and he realized that he didn't see the sword that the boy had been carrying. It wasn't on the body and it wasn't on his killer. Nothing was mentioned about the other teen or the dancers that could have all been working with him. He also noted and found this even more strange. Though he couldn't be sure, his intuition and experience was telling him that the person who came to collect the bounty was extremely dangerous and probably did kill the person that was dead before him. The two botch the job of killing the Hutt, so another is sent to clean up. They know each other and are caught by surprise without enough time to even fight back. He reasoned but knew that the hypothesis had flaws in it. 3 people all around the same age, probably trained together, but I have no idea who could train them to do what I saw. This also means that Jabba might still be in danger, though the new one seemed far more interested in acquiring the bounty, and I don't know anyone who accepts such a high payment in just weapons. I don't know if he is more or less dangerous than you. Django thought while looking at the body and decided that going to the armory and watching the new kid very closely would be a good idea. However, before he could stand, a hand from below struck him in the neck. The swift blow went right underneath the bottom of his visor and higher than his chest plate, straight into his throat, which was only protected by armor weave. Choking because of the attack to his larynx, Django fell over from his crouched position and was enveloped in smoke. Getting to his feet and into a fighting stance to protect himself from further attack, Django was surprised to find the body missing and nobody in his immediate vicinity. He caught motion heading down one of the hallways and looked between the running person and where the dead body had once been before he started to realize what had happened. You gotta be kidding. He forced out between coughs and took off in pursuit. XX. Finished with final spray bandage on his arm, Naruto used a hypo-injector to give himself some of the painkiller that was on hand, and he then gave himself a stimulant to counteract some of the effects of the painkiller in case he used too much. With Jugo's help, he had managed to stop the bleeding from the artery, or at least lessen the flow, and stop the rest of the bleeding with a heavy application of coagulants and the spray bandage. His hand proved slightly difficult as the very small senbon-like projectiles had pierced his fingers and pinned the bones in his hand to the handle of his sword. Jugo had to wrench his hand from the sword and remove them with forceps, but it was clear from the damage that he wouldn't be making hand seals anytime soon. Alright, for the moment, Naruto knew that getting to Kabuto, Karin, or a medical droid was top priority for him in the next hour. It was stupid to put both mednins on the same team. He realized and was determined never to make such a simple and costly mistake again. Examining the wounds on his shoulder, he found no projectiles in the wounds and the bleeding wasn't very significant, so he had Jugo patch up both sides of the wounds with spray bandages. Carefully removing his cloak and ninja flak jacket, he found 3 blood spots on his chest. They went right through the armor weave. He realized and was actually impressed by the sheer penetration of the weapon. He racked his brain to remember if Plagueis had ever told him about such a weapon and did recall learning about something called a flechette launcher. Using the force, he determined how bad the puncture wounds were. My lungs were pierced, but the hole is small and shouldn't be too much of a problem. I don't think air can get in and deflate my lung. The other holes are right through my shoulder. I won't be able to even rotate my right arm for a little while, but even if I could, with the damage to my hand and forearm it won't make a difference. He analyzed, and someone had quickly sprayed the wounds with more bandage. Once he had gotten his clothes and cloak back on, sparks began flying from the door that led back to the rest of the clinic. It was obvious that the guards on the other side were using a fusion cutter and that they would only have a minute or so before a fight would break out. Looking towards the still open door where the slaves were being kept, Naruto realized that there might be another way for someone to circumvent the locked door of the operating room. Do you know if there is another way out of here? Jugo asked, and Naruto shook his head as he wasn't sure. Fleeing the operating room seemed to be the best course of action at the moment, unless they wanted to fight their way out of the building and through an area of the city almost completely owned by Jabba. Further into the facility it is, concluded Naruto as he quickly walked to the door he had opened. Once inside, he confirmed that 2 more doors were along the wall, which meant that there were either 2 more operating rooms or just additional access to the front of the facility. Secure those doors, he ordered to the 2 Twi'lek dancers, and they quickly moved to disable the other entryways into the slave-holding area. All eyes were on the newcomers to the room, as they certainly didn't look like they worked for Jabba. For Naruto it was a nice change, as with attention focused on who he was and what he was doing there, he didn't have to worry about how they had been feeling before. Ignoring shouts from those still trapped in cages, Naruto calmed his mind and extended his senses. It was hard, but not because of the slaves, more because of the cocktail of painkiller and then stimulant that he had taken. There isn't anyone above or below us, but I can feel something beyond the far wall, and about 7 people waiting for the doors to be broken down behind us. He discovered and began thinking about the best course of action for an escape. I could use Jugo to make hand seals and try to move through the floor, but trying to move all 4 of us at once would be difficult and dangerous. Naruto thought as he began coming up with eliminating other strategies, but something else came to mind that might be better. I'm surrounded by slaves that want to be let out, so why not let them out? He realized, and reaching down with his left hand, he unsealed one of his disc blades and handed it to Jugo. Your bone knives won't cut through the locks on the cages, but this will, he explained, and Jugo readily took the weapon, moving to free the slaves. Drawing his sword with his left hand, Naruto began cutting the locks off the nearest cages. Their actions were greeted with shouts and exclamation from those in the cages who were being freed from bondage. Leaving the locks on the higher levels for Jugo, Naruto pulled out his communicator and started trying to reach Suijutsu or HK. After several unsuccessful attempts, he realized that all transmissions were being jammed. Probably started after the alarm went off. I won't be able to tell where Suijutsu is until I get within range of him, Naruto reasoned, and decided to try something else. With his connection to the Demon Brothers, Naruto attempted calling out to them for assistance. The plan was for them to be ready with a skiff near the edge of town to pick them all up. They shouldn't have been very far. Unsure of his success, he returned to planning what to do next. We're currently underground, but I could make a nice hole through to the surface. However, we could run into anything out there, thought Naruto as he continued calmly analyze the situation and search for the best strategy. There were sentries on the roof of Jabba's buildings. I can still feel them there, and no doubt the alarm has sent a good portion of those in Jabba's employ to this building in response. However, Jabba's main complex and this building are close enough that they could be connected either through underground structures, or perhaps I can just make a tunnel, he concluded, and tried to figure out where best to make such a tunnel while his body continued to break locks on cages. While Jabba's men are headed into the clinic, we'll take a shortcut through his complex and get a ship. If it's just the 4 of us, we should be able to slip through relatively unnoticed. At some point I'll make an escape route for the slaves. They'll take off through the city and give us an added distraction while we try to find a ship, or I feel someone familiar. Until we receive a signal from Suijutsu, I'll have no idea where in the complex they are, and with the jamming signal I won't be sending out any communications until it's down. If the Demon Brothers get here first, then we'll just meet up with them so I can get back to our ship and get healed, he concluded, and glanced down to his arm, which, after the painkiller, was only a dull ache. With Jugo, Ann, and Tan just finishing freeing the rest of the slaves, Naruto chose which wall he planned to use. Looking to Jugo, he said, "Get ready." The orange-haired young man took him very seriously and pulled out both of his knives from Mustafar. Where exactly are we headed, was the question he posed to Naruto in response to the younger blonde's intense staring contest with an area of the far wall in the room. That wall is about to become a door, and if there are similar structures beneath the buildings outside of Jabba complex, eventually they could lead us directly into it, he replied, and was unaware that everyone in the room was listening to him. Sheathing his sword and forming a kind tight in his left hand, Naruto threw it at the wall. XX. In unison, the heads of both Miizu and Gozu jerked up as they felt something. Though no clear message had been given, they both jumped into the skiff and headed into Mos Espa, directly towards the large complex owned by Jabba. They were supposed to receive a signal through the communicator, but both were getting a bad feeling and almost an urge to head out. XX. Blocking all of the security measures that he could with the force, Naruto and a group of over 20 former slaves quickly moved through the halls of Jabba's upper complex. After blasting through several walls of the underground levels, they finally made it into Jabba's main building. Although he gave all of the former slaves a chance to escape, only about 2/3 had taken the opportunity and escaped through an opening outside that Naruto had inadvertently created. With good cover and few guards in the area, he told the group to slowly make their escape, and they parted ways. The others had remained and were determined to go with him. At first Naruto didn't know why, but after gleaning information from a few of their minds, he knew that everyone present had an idea of who he was, a newly infamous person called Rasen who had tried to kill Jabba the Hutt. Apparently that name and bounty was known even amongst the newly arrived slaves, despite the fact that the events only happening the previous day. They think I'm heading to finish Jabba off and foolishly want to come with me. He gathered from the gleaned information as they moved down a hallway. I can't protect them from their own idiocy, though I do find it interesting that they are following someone as young as me on something so dangerous. Must be the power that I displayed, or maybe they just hate Jabba to such a degree that they are willing to face death in order to kill him. They had a chance at freedom and it's too late for them to back out. He thought as he slowed and waited for the guards to come around the corner. Likely they were responding to the commotion from his kini-tide attacks but would have trouble coming after them considering the winding path he had taken through the underground structures. I should probably be more concerned about what Jabba has ahead of us. Naruto suddenly thought but calmed himself and waited for the moment to attack. The first guard was walking slightly ahead of the second and evidently they didn't suspect any opposition as they sedately approached the hallway intersection. Naruto moved quickly and lopped off the hand of a guard that was holding the vibroaxe. Instead of finishing the surprised guard, he walked right on by. He was short enough that his figure was hidden by the first large Gamorrean, so the second didn't even see him coming until his sword was already piercing its neck. Jugo quickly swung his knife and cut the throat of the first guard. Naruto expected outcry or at least gasps at the brutality of what they had done from the slaves, but they surprised him when nothing was said. Two members even stepped forward and picked up the dropped weapons, intent on using them in the near future. Surprised but mindful of the present situation, Naruto led the group down the hallway and extended his sense to find three other guards motionless ahead of them. Stopping as they neared another intersection, Naruto crept to the corner and inched his body around to get a view down the hall of the guards while exposing as little of himself as possible. Are they guarding a doorway? He questioned as he peered around the corner. From his vantage point, he couldn't make out a door, but because he could feel three life signs and only see two guards, he reasoned that the two were guarding a door and that the third was inside. This shouldn't be too hard. How's your throwing arm? Naruto questioned of Jugo, and the orange-haired teen turned to ask, kunai or shuriken? Remembering from their training in Snow Country that Jugo wasn't particularly skilled with throwing kunai, though he is good with those Tulris blades, Naruto admitted before answering, shuriken. I've gotten better, was Jugo's optimistic reply. Good enough, said Naruto before removing two shuriken from his thigh holster and putting wind chakra in them. He didn't sharpen the chakra but merely infused it into the weapons so Jugo would have an easier time handling them. Taking the chakra-infused weapons from Naruto, Jugo moved closer to the intersection and inched around the corner wall before throwing the two shuriken. Acting quickly, Naruto formed a single hand seal and sharpened the wind chakra in the projectiles before then using the force and guiding them to their targets. The shuriken took an arced path down the hallway to catch both guards who were standing almost side by side. One shuriken may have been enough if it had been thrown straight and the guards didn't move, but two projectiles ensured a more certain outcome as Naruto could guide both independently from all his practice with the disc blades. The two guards did not have time to react as the shuriken nearly cut their heads off and embedded into the wall behind them. Quickly running down the hall, Naruto directed the slaves to form positions around the door. Two others picked up the blasters from the dead bodies and several kept lookout down the long hallways while he went for the door panel. Finding it locked, he was about to try and slice through it when An and Tan brushed past him and began working on it. Realizing that it would probably take them less time than him, especially without the use of his right hand, he gave them space while focusing back to the individual inside the locked room. This might be a security station or some kind of checkpoint, but I don't recognize the writing above the door. It must be important if Jabba keeps guards stationed outside, but the person inside seems rather calm. Does he not even know that the guards are dead and that we're breaking in? He wondered but focused back on the situation when it seemed that the two sisters were close to getting the door open. Looking to him for a signal, Naruto nodded and prepared to throw his sword at the person inside. His heartbeat quickened and he took a breath before the door opened instantly. While the plan was straightforward, Naruto stumbled slightly in his execution. He had expected to come face to face with an armed guard, but instead he found a Gamorrean lounging in a chair in front of several monitors showing camera feeds, presumably the immediate area of the complex. However, what made him stumble was the fact that, he's asleep, Jugo blurted out, and the others who were also at the doorway just stared. A few of the former slaves even crowded around to get a view of what had made everyone stop in their tracks. After letting the twitch of his right eye settle, Naruto walked calmly into the room while the others watched from their positions at the door. Moving to the console, Naruto used his right foot to gently push the chair containing the sleeping guard out of the way to give him some space. The snoozing Gamorrean continued a low snore but otherwise remained unfazed by the movement or his presence. Wrinkling his nose slightly at the smell coming from the room, Naruto scanned the monitors and looked through what was being shown. It was immediately apparent that the monitors only showed him a portion of Jabba's entire townhouse and underground levels. Likely they are only positioned in my immediate area around this security station. There must be more of these throughout the compound, he realized while glancing over the feeds. Before he could turn around and look through the Gamorrean's mind, movement on one of the screens caught his attention. Several figures turned a corner and came into view of one camera. Naruto watched them carefully and ignored the members of his group that had decided to enter the room and look around. Jugo moved to stand next to him while the others began looking through the adjoining back room. Should we be concerned about them? Jugo asked without needing to point out the armed men on the screen. Not sure yet. I don't have a good map of the facility and can't say for certain where those cameras are positioned. I can't sense them and for all I know, they could be going right around us. Naruto admitted and watched as the ones in the front of the group walked off camera angle. Though he wanted to be able to avoid a conflict with that many enemies, it seemed that may not be the case as they quickly appeared on the next camera in the line of monitors. 9 heavily armed combatants and they're probably headed right here. Naruto said low enough so that only could Jugo hear. Before the orange-haired teen could ask about what to do, Naruto asked him to gather everyone inside the door and look for any weapons that were lying around to bolster their group's firepower. Admittedly, he knew he wasn't in good enough condition to take on that many in a tight corridor. I could down a few with my disc blade before taking them by surprise with Jugo's help, but if even one of them gets off a message then we'll need to expect more company and be on the run. Unlike our communication devices, theirs are probably unaffected by the jamming signal. Naruto reasoned as he searched for the best option. The monitor feed which showed the door they were inside of was only about 6 cameras away from the slowly walking group of potential enemies. It wouldn't be that bad if we had some explosives. Naruto idly thought and nearly moved for one of his pouches before remembering that he didn't have any more explosive notes. Looking up, Jugo had returned but shook his head indicating that there weren't any weapons, and he informed Naruto, "It's really just a break room and bathrooms back there. This is the only room with anything of interest in it." Preventing himself from sighing, Naruto then asked, "You don't have any more explosive notes?" It wasn't as much a question as he was relatively sure of the answer before Jugo even shook his head to confirm that they were out. "What I wouldn't give for, oh." Naruto suddenly thought as he remembered something he had forgotten and began reaching out with his mind. XX. Being absolutely still, the clone waited and listened from its position behind the working machinery. Peeking around the corner and looking for a particular bounty hunter, the clone sat tight and waited to hear anything from the original. In panicking and running from the armored hunter, he had gotten lost in the complex and could no longer figure out where he was going. After a game of cat and mouse, he eventually realized that the reason he kept being found was a result of the bounty hunter using infrared, so he had found a piece of machinery that was giving off more heat than his body temperature and was using it as cover. The bomb was all prepped and ready to go, but he couldn't decide if he should manually detonate or leave it somewhere and try to figure out what happened to the original. Peering around the machinery again to make sure his hiding place was not compromised, the sound of a voice caused him to jump and nearly yell out. Doing a complete 360-degree rotation, the clone couldn't find anyone near him and then realized that the voice was only in his head and it was very familiar. "Where the hell have you been?" The clone questioned in a voice slightly higher than a whisper before remembering that he merely had to think the words for them to be heard by the original. "Good, you're still alive," was the original's response, and the clone quickly shot back a retort, "You completely forgot about me." A short silence elapsed before the original spoke again. "Events unfolded that took me by surprise and I was injured." Despite that the clone couldn't see the original, it could tell that something had indeed happened and knew the original was not one to exaggerate. "Fine, whatever," responded the clone with a pout, right before asking, "Where is the target I need to use the bomb on?" "I got turned around by that armored bounty hunter. He's managed to chase me over a good portion of the complex. He's still alive," the original commented as he briefly glimpsed an image of the person the clone was referring to. A more serious voice continued, "Forget the bounty hunter, I need you to bring that bomb here and deal with an armed group before they get to me." "Do you know where I am?" questioned the clone, and he received a mental nod from his creator. "I may not be able to feel you since you're outside my range, but I have a good idea what direction you need to travel in, and with a bomb like that, you won't need to get that close in order to be helpful." "All right, tell me which direction to head in," responded the clone as he relinquished his hiding place. XX. Opening his eyes, Naruto looked to the cameras and found that the armed group had progressed further towards their location while he had been speaking with his clone. Taking a few deep breaths, he noted that everyone he had brought with him was in the same room and looking directly at him. Some looked very nervous and he could feel a steady undercurrent of fear and trepidation throughout. Perhaps it's finally dawned on them that they're a little out of their element and following someone younger than they are. He thought, and though it was completely true, he found that he instantly disliked his own thoughts. Deciding that it might be best to rally the troops or at least keep them from falling apart, he said in a voice that everyone could hear, "You're all worrying too much about the men on the camera. I have a plan, and in a few minutes they won't be a problem anymore. Then we'll pry their weapons from their hands and head straight for Jabba. All we need to do is wait. You might as well take a short break." Ignoring the relieved looks of the group and focusing on the screen, Naruto glanced to his left as Jugo had walked up beside him again, presumably ask a question. While pretending to look over the monitors, Jugo leaned closer and whispered, "I thought we were going for a ship and getting out of here." "We are, but what am I supposed to do with all these extra people? I could just trick them into leaving, but there's no telling what we'll run into on our way to the hangar," replied Naruto in a calm voice, to which Jugo quickly interjected, "We're not using them as shields, are we?" "No, but I can't guarantee their safety. which is what I told them when they all wanted to stay. Answered Naruto in as low a voice as Jugo's. And how exactly do you know where Jabba is right now? Asked Jugo as he looked over the monitors and found that they didn't show very much and certainly not the whereabouts of the large hut. I have no idea where he is right now. Admitted Naruto, and before Jugo could say anything, he explained, I don't need to know where he is. Since we're heading towards the hangar bays, I'll just have to make sure that Jabba is there too. Slightly confused, Jugo was about to inquire as to how Naruto would do it, when the blonde pointed to a button on the controls panel for the monitors and said, when I tell you I'm ready, push this button. And with that, he walked outside of the room with the door shutting behind him. XX. Where did that kid go? Questioned Django as he slowly moved down the hall with blasters in hand. Both were on the stun setting and he was holding one pointed down the hall before him and one pointed behind him, switching his view between the two as he stealthily moved. Though he had run into quite a few guards and staff employed by the hut, it had been several minutes since losing sight of the boy. From those that he had bumped into, he learned that something else besides the alarm sounding in the slave processing area was going on in the buildings, but he ignored it as he focused entirely on finding his quarry. And whatever it is that he's carrying. Django thought as he tried to remember what exactly he had seen the boy holding. An improvised explosive. He questioned and very much hoped that the boy was not acting as a suicide bomber. Whoever he was after, they seemed to be able to change heights or at least appear taller and then shorter, which made him wonder if he was facing a shapeshifter. So I may have no idea who I'm really after, he thought with disdain as he could have already passed the individual, posing as one of Jabba's many employees. Hearing the telltale sound of a door opening, Django instantly turned to the sound with both blasters ready to fire. However, all he found was a single open door of the many that lined both sides of the hallway he was in. They were all locked. He noted and remembered going to that very door and trying to open it as well as looking through the door with his heat vision to find any signs of the boy. When nothing emerged from the door, he began slowly and methodically making his way to the doorway. It obviously wasn't a faulty switch or short. He must be baiting me and set a trap. No one has come out and the door was locked, so it must have been opened from the inside. Django thought, and he remembered seeing heat signatures in the room but had attributed them to the machinery that the utility room contained. So he's also managed to find a way to hide himself from my heat vision. Clever. He commented as he moved closer. Listening before he even considered entering, Django was able to hear to the hum of various machinery but nothing else. With his back against the wall close to the door, he weighed his options and decided to accept the challenge but would not go in unprepared. Holstering one weapon, his now free hand moved to his utility belt and carefully removed an item which he had purposefully put there in case he had run into Rasen again. Using his thumb, he activated the flash grenade and waited a moment before tossing it into the room. Turning his head away from the door, he waited for the flash and loud explosion which would incapacitate anyone in the machinery room. The moment the grenade was done, he rushed into the room with both guns drawn. His trained eyes and heads-up display took survey of the room but identified no targets or threats. No other doors to have escaped through. He instantly noted and looked to the large pieces of machinery, believing that the boy was probably hiding behind one of them, temporarily blinded and deafened. As he took his first step towards the first piece of machinery, his boot brushed past something on the floor that he hadn't noticed upon rushing in. It was the control panel cover, the same style that was adjacent to nearly every door in the complex and operated the opening, closing, and locking. A sudden bad feeling washed over him. Glancing up from the item, he slowly turned to look at the door that he had just entered through. Sure enough, the control panel face of the door had been removed, which confirmed that the item on the floor had come from the door. In addition to the missing panel, a pair of wires were running from the circuitry and controls of the panel, up the wall, and into a conduit that had been ripped open in the ceiling. It was at that moment that a door opened on the opposite side of the hallway, directly adjacent to the room Django was in. Standing in the opening across the hall was the boy, and in his hands were the ends of two wires that looked identical to the size and color of the wires running out from the panel. With a large satisfied smile adorning what was visible of the partially concealed face, the boy moved to touch the wire ends together. Django's eyes widened and he raised his hand to fire a stun bolt. The bolt, however, did not reach the boy in time. The wires touched together, completing the circuit, and the door of the machine room instantly shut with the stun bolt harmlessly impacting the hard surface. Before Django could even make another movement, the open control panel erupted in sparks and the two wires were forcibly yanked from their connection, moving up the wall and into the conduit. It took a brief moment for Django to absorb everything that had just happened. There's no other exits and he just overloaded, probably fried, the door's control panel. XX. Outside the disabled door, the clone kept a large smile on his face as he put down the wires and picked up the explosive. Before running away, he listened intently and could hear muffled shouts as well as the sound of either someone banging on the door or perhaps kicking the door. That was great, he said out loud, right before laughing and running in the direction that his creator had indicated. After moving a short distance, he heard what he thought were the dulled sounds of blaster fire, which only made him laugh more as the door would definitely hold up against that. XX. 50 seconds. Naruto announced suddenly in a loud voice as he ignored the many questions about his abilities that were being directed his way. Some of the slaves asked if he was a Jedi, and despite telling them no and pointing out that he had no lightsaber, they didn't seem to believe him. I'll have to use some mind tricks on them before we part ways, he thought before someone asked, 50 seconds until what? The statement had stopped the questions about his abilities and confused most of the room as to what he had been referring to. A large explosion that will demolish a portion of Jabba's complex and deal with that group on the monitor, answered Naruto in a calm voice. Where? Another person questioned. Not too far away, but hopefully far enough to keep us safe, replied Naruto, and he tried to ignore the unease that spread throughout the room at his use of the word hopefully. Shouldn't we be concerned? Inquired one of the former slaves as she and others tried to read emotions on his face. I can only estimate its overall destructive potential, and I really don't know enough about this building and how it was made to be sure our area can withstand the explosion. Naruto replied, and decided that based upon the annoyed looks and vagueness of his words, that he would simplify his statement. You may want to move with everyone else to that back room, and assumed some kind of crash or fetal position. The statement caused a mass movement and shuffling of feet as everyone crowded into the back room. The only ones that stayed were Jugo and the sapphire-colored twins. Is this really a good idea? Jugo asked. Could we deal with those 9 guards without further injury? Countered Naruto, and he explained, I'm injured and the others only have a few weapons that we took off the guards. This option has less variables and we should probably use the bomb before something else happens. It's not a bad plan. So it's safe? Inquired Tan, with both her and her sister nodding their heads with the hope of an affirmative answer. No, not really, Naruto said honestly, and the three were not thrilled with the news, and were also slightly disturbed by the amused tone that he suddenly seemed to have about the situation. They, however, were unaware of what was going on with his clone. Does that mean that the walls might not hold up to the blast? Asked Anne, and Naruto was quick to reply while continuing the countdown in his head, actually, I'm more worried about the ceiling collapsing. The ceiling? Was the collective response of the twins, and both girls began looking towards the ceiling as if looking for a weak area or perhaps something that might tell them whether or not it would survive the explosion. Shouldn't we run and get farther away? Commented Jugo, but instantly knew that if they had time to run or get to a safer place, Naruto probably would have done that already. There's no longer any time to run, and being caught in the hallway when it goes off would kill us instantly because of the pressure wave. This is what I'm counting on for that group heading our way. We also have the security monitors in here and can keep them locked out until the blast goes off. 15 seconds. Commented Naruto, and he announced the last sentence far louder than the first. Seeing the worried outlooks on his closer companions, Naruto added, Don't worry, I'll make sure to detonate a little farther away and perhaps take off one of the additional power packs to lessen the blast. Trust me, I have no intention of killing myself, well, apart from my clone, which will indeed be consumed in the blast. And he decided not to continue with that line of thought because neither blue-skinned girl had ever seen him make any of his clones or wouldn't understand what he was referring to. If anything, he's got the right idea, Naruto said while pointing to the guard that was still asleep in the chair, calm as can be, and completely unconcerned with the happenings around him. It wasn't the best pep talk, certainly not as good as the one he had given earlier, and left the three realizing that they only had seconds left until the explosion, so they went to the back room to take shelter. Jugo concluded that it must be the drugs that Naruto had taken earlier for the pain in his arm, not knowing about the recent humiliation of the bounty hunter. At the same moment, Naruto was thinking with a slight smile, that was pretty funny with the bounty hunter. My clone's still laughing about it, so unstable those clones. I wonder what the look on his face would have been when he realized he was trapped in a utility room. Looking to the monitor, he realized that his clone had appeared on one of the screens. XX. Still sporting a large grin on its face, the clone set the explosive down and began removing one of the power packs, tossing it down the hallway behind him. He was at an intersection of hallways that was larger than normal and circular. The guards his creator had talked about were quite a ways down one of the hallways, but he paid them no mind as he activated the explosive. A loud whining began as the overload of the remaining power packs started, which would set off the explosive from the concussion missile. Forcing his eyes to remain open, the sound stopped and everything instantly went white because of a flash, and he was dispelled. XX. Walking down a narrow street between slave housing that all looked the same, Plague Ace was pleased with the delivery he had just completed. After his experiment put together the droid, he would have a good way of keeping tabs on the boy and determine progress or learn interesting events that might occur which he may normally not be aware of due to his choice of non-interference and lack of any available surveillance devices to place. Stuck in his thoughts while making his way back to the Vulture, he was taken by surprise when a large explosion sounded. At first he thought it was close, but soon realized that it came from across the city. Despite being a borrowed body, he could still clearly feel the thud in the Mustafarian's chest as the created shock wave passed over him. Noting the direction in which the blast occurred, mostly because of the smoke rising in the air, he realized what was the cause and mentally frowned. I should have just assumed that things wouldn't go well, he thought while trying to reach Naruto on his communicator. No signal was going through, however, and trying the ship as well as the demon brothers produced no results either. If someone has already activated a signal jammer, then it must be going worse than I originally thought. He realized and broke out into a run so he could get back to the ship as soon as possible. The ones that had been left on the Vulture would have no idea what was going on and wouldn't be able to do anything by themselves. XX. Reacting to the explosion, it only took HK less than a second to realize that the signal had been given. Taking his newly loaded weapon, he took out the 3 guards in the armory before they even knew what was happening. 2 more shots to disable the security systems in the room and he shouldered the weapon, pulling out his communicator. After 2 failed attempts to reach Naruto, he knew what the cause was. Inner thought, the jamming signal is likely coming from a device or array situated on the roof. Searching through the collections of weapons, he chose a scoped blaster rifle and then picked out a proton grenade. Not having extra hands or anything to carry it in, he magnetically attached the grenade to his body so he could have his hands free to use the rifles. Going through his recorded memory of the facility, he identified where the best and most likely access point to the roof was. "Hey, where are you going?" questioned Suijutsu from behind him. HK stopped and turned to look at the water bag. Statement, to the roof to remove the jamming device and to kill any meat bags that get in my way. What about all these weapons? The white-haired teen questioned as he motioned to the 2 full repulsor lift carts that they had just finished loaded. "Half of this is yours," he added, trying to get the droid to help him as ferrying weapons and explosives through a chaotic complex by himself was not something he was looking forward to. Though hesitating for a moment, HK responded, "Conclusive statement, acquiring all of those weapons will not leave me satisfied later when I know that we will only meet a few meat bags with which to use them on in hurried transit out of the facility. Taking a few weapons and having free reign of this complex to use them on any meat bag I can find will be much more enjoyable in the end." And with that the droid left the armory. "Damn, he's wise," Suijutsu admitted out loud as he realized that what the droid was saying was right. "I guess I'm still naive, because I'd rather have all the weapons I can get my hands on," he thought, and with that he began pushing one cart and pulling the other as he made his way to the door. XX. Holy shit! Thought Naruto as he covered his head from any possible falling debris as the ceiling literally seemed to be weeping dust or sand, and a few small stones. The explosion had been huge and his entire body had felt it. Despite knowing that he was still alive, with the memories from his clone flooding into his head, he stopped and checked just to make sure that he had not been consumed by the blast. From his crouched position, he noted the large horizontal cracks that had developed on the outside wall but found the door seemed to be in good shape still. Glancing at the monitors, he noted that more than half of them were just static and no longer functioning. Good idea to take that power pack off, he admitted and took a few deep breaths. Standing, his eyes widened when, despite the ringing in his ears, he heard a snort. Slowing unsheathing his sword he turned to look at the guard. Though the gay marine had woken for a brief second, the green-skinned sentient promptly went right back to sleep without ever completely waking up. He has no idea how lucky he is, thought Naruto as he put the sword back, deciding not to pointlessly kill the guard. "We're alive!" Came several shouts from the back room and Naruto frowned at the fact that he felt disbelief emanating from the huddled mass. Moving to the door, he pushed the control but found that the usually ultra-fast opening doors he had come to know didn't react well to explosions. The door had instantly screeched to halt without opening more than halfway. Unperturbed, he ducked under the door and peered down the hallway. The life signs of the guards were gone and he found them all on the ground less than 30 feet from the door. Looking at the wounds, he found blood still slowly dripping from their ears and likely mouths as well as noses. Ducking back under the door, he moved to the monitors and took control of all the screens. With the pushing of a few buttons, all of the camera feeds had changed to show a pre-recorded message that was stuck on a loop. It was a short video of himself, standing just outside the door from earlier. Looking directly at the camera positioned at the door, which up until moments ago was still functional, he was making motions with just his hands. A hinged older version of himself was the focus of the video. First pointing at himself, he then pointed at the camera and then motioned across his neck. Despite a language and cultural barrier between himself and the hut, he was positive that his message would be universally clear and completely understood by Jabba. "I'm coming to kill you." Briefly touching the sleeping guard in the chair, Naruto got the location to the hangar bay and found an image of what Jabba's ship looked like. Once he sees one of those camera feeds, he'll be on his way there, he thought, confident that Jabba would be at the hangar, but knowing that in order to make it worthwhile, they had to arrive at the hangar first. "Jabba's not going to kill himself," he yelled to the former slaves who were still woozy from the explosion. Moving under the door, he was soon followed by the entire group. Walking past the dead guards, he waited as they scavenged any weapons that they could. Looking down the hallway, the farther his eyes traveled, the more damage he came across. There had likely been other rooms down from them, but the walls had not held, and all he could see through the openings in the broken rock was collapsed pieces of ceiling. At some point ahead, the hallway just disappeared completely as there was now a drop-off. Walking forward, he reached the end of the hallway and noted the step down of about 3 feet from smooth hallway to broken rubble and crater. Seemingly an almost circular area of about 30 meters was missing from Jabba's complex, and another 10 or 15 meters beyond that was just completely trashed walls, floors, and ceiling. It was easy to see where the intersection of the hallway should have, but there was little left that was still recognizable. The ceiling in the very center of the blast was completely gone, possibly vaporized, or blown onto other parts of the roof. The rest had fallen to the floor, which was significantly lower than it had been before and was composed of dust, small rocks, and large chunks of rubble. Smoke emanated from the various spots that were still burning, and Naruto idly thought, "I didn't know you could set fire to rock." Stopped in his tracks for a few seconds by the scene before him, Naruto eventually realized that everyone else had gathered and was crowded behind him. Jumping down to the crater, he ushered them to follow so they could reach the hangar before Jabba left. XX. While all of his servants were preparing for a big feast to celebrate the death of the assassin, Jabba was lounging in his large private quarters. Finally he could relax and heal without further incident. In a few days, after the Rancor was recaptured, he would even be able to get back to his palace. However, his tranquility was continually being disturbed by matters within his complex. First, a group of newly delivered slaves had managed to get free in the processing complex. It should have been put down instantly, but despite his head of security and all of his new mercenary guards, it remained unresolved. The small slave revolt had occurred nearly 20 minutes ago, and since then he had received updates that they had blasted their way into his main complex through the underground storage areas. At first this didn't bother him, but further updates made him think that his security forces were completely inept. Not only could they not find the group of slaves, but guards were turning up dead all over the complex. Annoyed at the tenacity of the slaves, he had come to the conclusion to have their chips activated, but that was before he learned that none of the slaves had been processed. Growing increasingly concerned, he did the only thing he could, which was to throw more men at the problem. Believing that the problem would finally be dealt with, he tried to sleep. He could feel his body finally relaxing and the pain relievers he had taken finally kicking in. A huge and resounding boom instantly changed all of that. Jabba was forced awake and very confused as seemingly his entire complex shook from what could only have been an explosion. Yelling out for his guards and security, he slithered off his bed and out of the bedroom. Moving to the monitoring station that he kept in his quarters, which showed him nearly every part of his complex, Jabba began looking through security cameras while he simultaneously listened to the chatter on the frequencies his security used. Checking the outside of his complex, thinking he was under attack from the air or perhaps, he looked through the roof camera feeds. Ignoring his personal guards that had entered the room who had answered his call, Jabba finally found something on the screens. One of the outside cameras showed smoke coming from an area of the roof. Demanding over the communication system to know what was happening from the guards in that area, he only received bits and pieces of information that all pointed to an explosion, but none of his sentries reported that the complex was being attacked from outside. Checking all notification systems, his eyes widened and he looked through the various alarms that the facility had, noting that many fire alarms had all been set off. A holographic view of his complex showed that the alarms were all in a ring around a large area that was used mostly for storage. Accessing the feeds from that location of his complex, Jabba moved slightly backwards in shock as he caught the tail end of a looping message. Watching as the soundless message replayed itself over and over, he silently shook as the implications of the message were quite clear. The longer it went on for, the more afraid he became. Switching to other camera feeds in the vicinity, he watched as the screen changed to 9 different viewings of the same recorded message, all showing up on different cameras. The recording was definitely taken from inside his complex, and the corner of the image indicated that the video was time-stamped only a few minutes prior. It had been a long time since he had felt afraid for his life, and no one individual had ever put such fear into him. That person was dead. He had seen the body and paid the hunter who killed him, but now he was back and coming for him. Pushing past the guards he had called, Jabba moved out his quarters. The only response to their questions was a loud frightened sound that did little to convey the sheer terror he was actually feeling. It wasn't until he came upon someone he thought could help that he started talking sense and demanding to be taken to his personal yacht by as many guards as could be mustered. He even went so far as offering a reward for keeping him alive and getting him off the planet. XX. Jumping over a railing and sliding down an incline, HK-47 killed 2 more guards before taking cover behind one of the many architectural features that dotted the landscape of Jabba's roof. Inspecting what was around him, his targeting program and sensors identified numerous targets and several laser turret emplacements, but no signal jamming device. Pulling up the blaster rifle, he zoomed in on several meatbags that had heard his shots and took them out before they were able to figure out what was going on. Changing positions, he analyzed the best possible choice for mass destruction and computed that heading towards one of the gun emplacements would be best. The closest laser turret was empty, its controller having already tasted his blaster, so he ran to it. That particular emplacement was one of two that were situated on either side of the large courtyard at the entrance they had walked through less than an hour ago. Before reaching the gun, he identified two targets that were heading for the gun on the opposite side of the courtyard. With his rifle, he managed to get one of the meatbags without slowing himself down but was unable to get the second. Both he and the other meatbag took the controls of the laser turrets at nearly the same moment, but his turret had the advantage and he rotated to acquire a target lock first. As two shots struck the other emplacement, he watched its destruction for a brief moment before he picked other targets and soon opened fire on anything on the roof which moved. 3 more turrets were downed and numerous combatants were killed or maimed by his fire. One meatbag even jumped off the roof in order to escape his deadly laser fire, which got a short chuckle out of the droid before he heard something from below. Targeting an incoming skiff, HK stopped from pushing the firing button as he recognized the pilot and passenger as part of their group. Rotating to look over the courtyard, HK's head tilted to the side as he found a unique sight. Suijitsu was moving through part of the large courtyard while trying to pull both repulsor carts. Some individual had started shooting at him. Inner thought, foolish watery meatbag, was his thought as he watched the scene. Trying to cart weapons and explosives through what was fast becoming an active war zone was not a very good plan. Deciding that watching the scene unfold, with the blaster shots eventually hitting one of the many explosive devices on one of the carts, would not be as fun as mowing down everything in the courtyard, HK rotated the turret and lowered the guns into position. Inner thought, perhaps this act will increase our camaraderie and make up for when I shot him. Were the thoughts going through his droid brain moments before he opened fire on Jabba's complex. Switching to alternating fire for the double laser cannon was best as he slowly moved around the building's features in the courtyard, destroying pillars, fountain statues, blasting apart walls and taking out anyone that came into view. Before finishing, he concentrated fire on the bottoms of both the large spires adorning the very front of the building, causing them to fall over and possibly finish off someone that he had already injured. Satisfied with his work, HK peered around the control screen and found Suijitsu slowly standing up from a crouched position and surveying the destruction. Turning to him, the fellow group member made a gesture towards him with the thumb sticking up in the air while smiling. Inner realization, that gesture looks different from the one that was given when I shot him. I'll inquire later about whether it is derogatory or not and decide if I should shoot him again. Starting to rotate the turret and look for fresh targets, HK stopped as he spotted a sensor device on the control screen. Zooming in, he discovered that with the spires gone, he could now see the complex's sensor array package, complete with signal jammer. Firing several shots, the array was destroyed and he stopped for a moment to use his communicator. After waiting a moment, the signal was accepted and he asked, "Inquiry, are you meatbags still alive?" A brief moment elapsed between the end of his statement and the reply. Despite not being in the same room, HK could tell that Naruto was frowning at him. "Yes, still alive, and I assume you are as well. What about Suijitsu and where are you two?" Turning to look down at the courtyard before answer, HK said, "Report, the watery meatbag has met up with the 2 smoke meatbags at the entrance to the complex. I am positioned on the roof. You could call us by our given names," commented Naruto's voice over the COMM link before he asked, "I'll." But before he could start, HK turned to find that a small ship was exiting the facility from one of the hangars and he asked, "Inquiry, are you currently on a starship?" as he rotated the laser turret and locked on target. "No, why do you?" But before anything more could be said, the voice was drowned out with laser fire as HK bombarded the ship before it could reach any altitude. One of its engines exploded before it plummeted back into the hangar and exploded. "I see," came Naruto's response as he understood what had just happened. "We're heading for Jabba's ship and could use some support from above." Looking over the destruction on the roof and satisfied that no other targets were available, response, "Understood. I will be there shortly and take up a sniping position from above." XX. The large explosion hadn't damaged the room or fazed him much, but hearing the muted weapons fire and other explosions was really getting on his nerves. Making one last adjustment to his handiwork on the nearly destroyed door panel, Django yanked his hands back as sparks erupted from the panel again. His work was rewarded as the door opened, 6 inches. "I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but this is getting ridiculous," he complained while picking up something from nearby to use as a lever arm and force the door open wide enough to crawl out. Pushing up on the lever arm, he began talking to himself. "When someone asks where I was when Jabba's townhouse was being demolished, there is no way and I mentioned being locked in a utility room." Pushing up as hard as he could, he stopped for a second before tossing the lever and bending down to grab the bottom edge of the door. Pulling up as hard as he could, he was rewarded with a screech of metal on metal as the door finally gave a few more inches. Briefly checking to see if anyone was outside, more out of fear of embarrassment than caution, he slipped under the door with just enough room to get himself and jetpack out. Sitting in front of the door, he leaned back against it and took a few breaths before trying to stand. After a few seconds, he forced himself to stand and began deciding what to do next. No one had tried to communicate with him, but given the explosion and fighting he had heard, it was certain that everyone was either fighting, dead or panicking. Not hearing anything happening in his immediate area, Django headed back the way he had originally come. This turned out to be the right choice as the farther he went, the louder the sounds got eventually. He spotted several individuals that he recognized as being employed by the hut. Anxious for any news or update he could get, Django ran down the hall and managed to stop someone that was headed in the same direction. "Tell me what's going on?" he demanded from the Gran. The man spoke quickly before pushing his way past and continuing on his way. "So Jabba's leaving and now everybody is headed for an exit or the hangar," repeated Django as he translated what the man had said. "Where would I go if I had come all this way?" Django questioned as he put himself in another person's shoes. Quickly realizing that he should head for the hangar, he got his bearings and took off in that direction. XX. Amazed at the destruction and desperately wishing he could be up on the roof in that laser turret, Suijitsu's attention was diverted as the demon brothers arrived in a skiff. "Great, you are both here. Help me load these weapons onto the skiff," he said while starting to pick up what he could. "Did Naruto tell you to take all these weapons?" questioned Miizu as he didn't remember hearing about such a thing. Yes he did," lied Suijitsu, and he quickly furthered the fib. "He also said we could get as much as we could out of the armory and help ourselves to anything else." One brother looked to the other and shrugged. They hadn't been able to reach Naruto by COMM link, but evidently Suijitsu had spoken with him. It did sound like something Naruto might say, so they went with it and started helping load the skiff. XX. The main hangar which held Jabba's ship was the farthest away from them and also by far the largest in the complex. They could take a longer winding route, but time was short, so Naruto took the lead and decided to go through the hangars to save time. The 3 hangars were all positioned together in a line, and a straight shot without any turns should be easier. Not feeling anyone ahead of them, Naruto opened the door to the first hangar and was surprised to find the burning wreck of what was likely a small freighter, but quickly remembered the conversation with HK. Putting his good arm up to shield his face from the heat of the flames, he entered the hangar and skirted the circular outer wall, around the downed ship. Moving to the next door, which should take them to the second hangar, Naruto stopped when he felt life signs on the other side. One was up much higher than the floor, another was lower than that, and the third was floor level. Must be getting ready to leave. The destruction next door must have caused them to pause, not knowing if they would be shot down as well should they take off. Naruto realized and tapped the control panel with his sword. The door opened and Naruto instantly threw his sword, impaling the individual standing nearby that was going for his blaster. Noticing that another was sitting in the pilot seat of a large transport ship which took up most of the room, Naruto was about to deal with the third person when he felt danger. Jerking his head back to the pilot, he noticed that something was going on in the cockpit, and soon one of the blaster turrets on the ship started moving for his direction. His left hand shot up and motioned to stop the rotation of the turret with the force. A few degrees from reaching his position, the turret was halted, but the pilot was unaware and proceeded to start shooting. The wall to Naruto's right exploded, and while he held the turret, his attention was diverted away from the pilot. On a ladder to his left and above his position was the third life sign he had felt. Despite not turning looking in that direction, Naruto was sure that a blaster had been removed from a holster and was being pointed at him. With only one good hand and no time to move, he knew he needed help but was unable to call out before he heard blaster fire. Flinching but keeping the turret at bay, Naruto froze for a second, thinking he had been hit, until a body unceremoniously hit the floor to his left. "HK is here," Naruto noted and let out a sigh of relief before issuing an order before the opportunity was over. "Someone go take care of that pilot," he shouted, and 2 of the former slaves rushed forward, intent on boarding the ship. The pilot noticed the danger he was in, and Naruto watched him go for the controls that would likely raise the boarding ramp. Wishing he had a second hand, Naruto mentally gave an order to the volunteers, "One of you help the other one onto the ramp," before he switched his focus from the turret to the ramp. He barely managed to keep it down long enough to watch one of the 2 be helped on board before he started to move in order to evade the turret. Reaching back, he simultaneously force-pushed anyone standing in the doorway to get them farther into the other hangar as he bolted to escape the blaster turret. Knowing that his best chance at survival laid with the individual that had gotten aboard the ship, Naruto split his attention between running and reaching out to the 2 aboard the ship. "He doesn't know you made it aboard," Naruto conveyed to the former slave as he could feel worry coming from her, which was not something that he currently needed. "Keep moving as silently as you can to the front of the ship," he ordered, and he oddly found that, similar to his connection with his clones, he could get glimpses of what the inside of the ship looked like and what the woman was doing. "Not yet. You may miss at this range. Get closer," he informed her as he saw a blaster being raised and felt her apprehension over pulling the trigger as well as how scared she was of being caught. "Wait until you have a clean shot," he's focused on me in the hangar door. Taking cover behind some crates as blaster cannon fire continued to chase him, Naruto's focus shifted back to inside the ship, and as he helped the woman aim the gun and told her, "You can do this, shoot." Before the last of the blaster cannon's shots stopped, a muted shot could be heard, and Naruto knew that she had been successful. Telling her how to lower to the ramp, Naruto got up from his position and looked around, disoriented. For a second he had forgotten that he wasn't on the ship but inside the hangar. Getting his bearings, he moved to retrieve his sword as the loading ramp touched the hangar floor. While all the others flooded into the room, Naruto looked up to HK and nodded to the droid before motioning to the next and larger of the 3 hangars. The droid understood and moved on to scout ahead of them. With sword retrieved, Naruto looked over the damage to the wall due to the blaster cannons. Many parts of the rock were scorched and some parts were missing, but his focus was more on the fact that he couldn't remember much of himself running and moving for cover. He remembered more detail about being on the ship and shooting the pilot. It was different than what he did with his clones. He had no real connection to the woman that killed the pilot and barely knew her at all. What was that? He questioned as the experience left him with an odd feeling. Pulled from his thoughts as he realized the group was looking at him, he realized their time was short and they needed to keep going. The ones that don't have weapons, get aboard the ship. Everyone else can come with me to the next hangar. If we got here before Jabba, then we can set a trap for him. The words were greeted with agreement from around the room and Naruto took that moment to wave his hand and say something else. All of you will be leaving on this transport. When you leave, you won't remember that we used any special powers to facilitate your escape or Jabba's demise. The words were repeated by everyone in the hangar, save the 3 standing next to him. Hopefully that actually works. Thought Naruto before using the COMM link. Is Jabba in the hangar? He questioned of the droid as he could feel life signs ahead of them but couldn't determine if Jabba was among them. Response: negative. I see several guards and maintenance personnel but no hut. Take them out. Naruto ordered and proceeded to walk to the final door as muted blaster fire could be heard. Tapping the panel, Naruto found 2 dead guards that had recently been shot. Unlike the other 2 circular hangars, the 3rd hangar was rectangular to accommodate the immense ship that filled up its space. Naruto estimated that the length of the hangar was about 600 feet and needed to be that long in order for the 500-foot space yacht to fit inside. The vehicle was shaped like a trowel or spade and was currently supported by large landing legs. The area near the door was rather empty and they had to walk nearly half the length of the hangar before getting to an area that would provide them cover. Turning his eyes away from the vehicle, Naruto focused on the room to determine what he had to work with and where best to make an ambush. The area near the door was rather empty and they had to walk nearly half the length of the hangar before getting to an area that would provide them cover. 3 entrances/exits, one of them we control since it leads to the commandeered ship. So only 2 that we need to worry about. I doubt Jabba would go through the other hangars. He believed and looked over the items that covered the floor in that area. Various sized cargo containers and crates were stacked beneath the prow of the ship, leaving enough room for it to take off and land. He couldn't tell if they were just extra supplies or it meant that the ship was not prepped and ready to take off. 2 Z-95 headhunters were also on the hangar floor and it appeared they were in the process of undergoing maintenance. One was being partially disassembled while the other was either done or next in line. 2 large and very beat-up looking lifter droids were stationed in alcoves seemingly carved into the wall with other small storage and workshop areas, presumably for maintaining the ship and starfighters. The roof is 3 stories above me and there are no other levels or balconies that we need to worry about this time. The walls are solid and go straight up. If we move around the crates and maybe reposition a fighter or lifter, it shouldn't be too hard to ambush Jabba as soon as enters the hangar. The only question that remains, which way will Jabba come from? Naruto thought as he closed his eyes and tried to reach out in order to possibly feel any approaching groups. The choices he had to choose from were a pair of large horizontal opening doors which were on opposite sides of the room apart from each other near the front area of the hangar. With his limited range, he found nothing immediately around them. Retracing his steps and overlaying them with a mental map of the compound, Naruto found that they had only penetrated about 50% into Jabba's complex. The larger domed areas of the complex, and presumably living areas, were something that they had not come across yet and would have been towards the far eastern end of the complex where Suijutsu and HK had entered through. So he'll come from the left. Naruto surmised while turning to that door and began issuing orders while preparing to lift some of the large objects. XX. At a hurried pace, Jabba led a large group towards his personal yacht, the Star Jewel. He wasn't actually leading the group but merely moving as fast as he could and therefore at the front of the party. No one dared outrun him despite their ability to do so. Even with his immense girth and slug-like appearance, it appeared that when the situation called for it, he could move pretty fast. His closest advisors were almost all with him, along with a number of guards and other hired soldiers that they had passed along the way. Seeing the hut running, they had obviously realized that the situation was bad enough for Jabba to leave his own townhouse, so they should probably follow and make sure to leave with him, otherwise they might not get paid. Jabba wasn't going to wait for any more people to show up and would leave with the group he had. The hut had already demanded to know the status of his ship and was informed that it was fueled but not fully stocked for a long voyage. Also, the fighter escort was not all on board. One had been lost to the desert that morning while 2 others were still being worked on. Jabba ignored all of the information save for the fuel. He planned for a journey deeper into hut space and wouldn't stop until he was safe in his spire on Nar Shaddaa. Reaching the hangar door, the hut waited impatiently as someone activated the control panel for him. The heavier doors were slow to open and Jabba pushed his way through first. Looking to his large yacht, he smiled as soon he wouldn't have to worry about an assassin. Giving an order to an attendant, the person pulled out a small device and activated one of the ship's access lifts because Jabba was too large and not strong enough to move up the ship's main boarding ramp. It was while the lift lowered that Jabba's majordomo, Bib Fortuna, noticed that there were no guards in the room. He clearly remembered that 6 should have been present in the room along with the mechanics. XX. Let him go and focus on the others, said Naruto as he mentally gave the group instructions. HK was with them and he knew the droid could deal with the pasty-colored Twi'lek, who had realized what was going. Rearranging the items on the floor, they had kept themselves completely hidden until Jabba was already a good distance into the room. Slowly the group came out of their hiding spots and Naruto gave them explicit instructions not to fire. It was best if each person chose a target to shoot at. It would be even better if they chose different targets and everyone didn't start shoot at the same person. Briefly he contacted each person, looking through their vantage point on the enemy group and assigning them a target. They weren't spotted immediately but Jabba's group was unable to mount an offensive as Naruto gave the mental signal and coordinated blaster fire cut down their quarry. A sword cut through the air and pierced the control panel of the open hangar door, causing it to start closing. The lone Twi'lek did not get far as HK sniped him from on top of a container and then turned his attention to the remaining guards. Jabba was too large and out of breath from his fierce rush to the ship to take any cover from the shooting and went straight for his ship's lift, which hadn't even reached the ground yet. As the last few members of Jabba's group were shot down, Naruto turned his focus to the hut and found him climbing onto the lift and trying to activate the controls. Looking to the door to recall his sword from the control panel, Naruto was surprised when he felt Jugo rocket right past him. The orange-haired teen had partially transformed, using chakra boosters to propel him forward and had also changed part of his forearm to that of a heavy axe. The surprised hut had no chance of moving and everything from his bottom lip up was removed by Jugo's attack. Holy shit, Jugo! That was the clothesline from hell, thought Naruto with surprise evident on his face. He hadn't expected Jugo to do anything, especially not decapitate the hut. While the twitching body collapsed onto the lift, the head was sent into the air and landed just off the lift. Everyone in the hangar moved closer to the body in order to inspect the damage. Possibly to check and make sure the hut was dead or perhaps purely out of morbid curiosity. Soon the silence was shattered as people started cheering at the hut's death and quite a bit of attention was given to one who had done the deed. Naruto too went to get a closer look until his attention was diverted as he heard something land near him. He tensed but relaxed as he came face to face with HK-47 who had jumped down from the containers. Can you prep this ship for flight? Naruto immediately asked and glanced up at the ship while processed what it was looking at. Normally it would take multiple people to start up such a large ship but he was confident he could manage by himself. The only downside was that it would take a few minutes for the engines and other systems to initialize and he could either prepare the ship or stay outside to fend off any attackers that showed up. However, seeing the bandaging covering Naruto's arm and the way he was favoring it, the droid relented and nodded before shouldering his weapon. Before the droid left, Naruto asked, "Is that a grenade?" Stopping, HK remembered that he had secured the explosive to his leg and had planned to use it before he got his hands on the laser cannon. Demagnetizing the cylindrical bomb, he handed it over before moving onto the lift. Despite the distance from the ground to the ship, HK vertically jumped from the ground to edge of the opening and proceeded to pull himself in. Watching the droid go out of sight as he entered the ship, Naruto felt pain in his arm and looked down to the bandaged injury. Painkillers are wearing off. He guessed and wasn't surprised as there were many factors, including his own body's resistance to drugs that were likely at play. Realizing that they needed to get moving and part with the slaves, Naruto tried to get everyone's attention but rather than raising his voice or shouting, he took his sword and ran the tip up one of the lift's struts. The result was a piercing metal-on-metal screech that instantly caught the attention of all those present and even made him shiver a bit. This isn't the time to celebrate. Jabba only arrived here with a small contingent. I doubt that was what's left of his men in this complex. There might be others heading here right now. All of you. And he motioned to the former slaves, should head back to the other hangar and take that ship. It should be ready to go and you can leave this planet. When the group seemed like they wanted to stay, Naruto got creative and used mind tricks to get them to leave. Are we taking this ship, then? Jugo asked as he craned his neck to get a better look at the large vessel. Yes. We could have gone with them but showing them the vulture would require more mind tricks and I don't know how much you can use on a given person in a given day. It's best if we go our separate ways and they never see our ship or anyone else from our group. Suijutsu was supposed to collect on my bounty but I have no idea what he ended up doing. We could use money and despite belonging to a dead hut, even used and stolen, somebody should be willing to buy this ship or I suppose we could keep it. It's also our easiest way out of the facility without trying to fight our way out. Stated Naruto, not knowing that the roof had been completely cleared by HK or that the demon brothers were not that far away. We need to give HK a few minutes to start up the ship. I need you two to disable those doors, said Naruto as he looked to An and Tan while motioning to the two large doors and the smaller door that led to the adjoining hangar. We shouldn't need to worry about covering the third door until after the slaves leave in the ship. He thought as he looked around and determined what was best to use. Couldn't we barricade ourselves inside the ship until it's ready to take off? Asked Jugo as he followed Naruto to the middle of the room where the two starfighters were sitting. We could, but if anyone comes we wouldn't be able to shoot them. I'm not sure what weapons that ship has, and if we take long enough, or give them enough time, they may be able to disable the ship. HK got this grenade from somewhere and there's likely more where it came from. It sounds bad, but if they're shooting at us, then they should leave the ship alone. Explained Naruto as he opened one of the cockpits and attempted to start the first fighter while using only his left hand. Frowning when he found that the ship wouldn't start at all, Naruto moved to the next one and tried the same startup procedure. Hearing the fighter start to come to life, he examined the console and found that the display was showing a failure in the propulsion systems, but the weapons still work. He thought in getting off the fighter, he prepared himself and then put forth great effort as he used the force to lift the ship just a few inches off the ground, enough to rotate it and aim it at the door opposite the one Jabba had come through. Right as the two Twi'leks came back from locking the doors, Naruto ushered them to the still open loading lift. Using the force, he moved a few items onto the lift in order to give them cover and told them to both stay there. The lift was almost equidistant from the three doors and they each had a weapon to use if the situation got that bad. Ignoring Jabba's body, Naruto motioned to where Jugo, who had picked up a blaster from one of the bodies, should take cover and added, if they get through that door, wait until it opens and shoot this grenade. Jugo watched the item as Naruto set it for armed and then used the force to make the explosive hover over to the door in question and magnetically latch onto it. Moving to cover the opposite door, Naruto slid into the cockpit of the fighter and waited for either someone to come or for HK to tell them that the ship was ready to leave. After a few moments of sitting in the cockpit, Naruto became aware of a sound that to him was some kind of alarm. Looking to the communication systems in the ship, he found that someone had sent out an evacuation signal for all personnel still left in complex. It was also at that moment that he started to feel life signs headed their way. XX. Running with a group towards the hangar to catch a ship or at least find a speeder, Django stayed to the back of the group as he had no idea what they would be facing. It was best to let the foolish go first and observe what happened, not to make the same mistakes. The group skipped one of the small hangars because of the debris inside that was partially blocking the door. They instead headed through the corridors into one of the doors to the second small hangar. While someone bypassed the locking mechanism, Django positioned himself against the hangar wall nearby the door as he also kept watch for anyone coming up behind them down the one corridor. The door and walls were too thick for infrared, so he turned to something a bit more rudimentary. Leaning his helmet up against the corridor wall, he increased the sensitivity of his helmet's outer listening devices. As filtered sounds were transmitted into the helmet for his ears, he noted what he believed to be the sound of starship taking off. No idea if it's friend or foe, but I'll probably know if they start shooting. He thought as the door was opened and he made no move to get inside quickly, letting several of the group push their way through. As they entered, a transport ship was indeed taking off. Being cautious, Django stayed at the door frame and paid less attention to the starship as it took off as he did to the dead bodies on the ground. With the high walls, the hangar was a good place for an ambush from above. He counted 3 bodies on the ground and it appeared 2 were dead by blaster fire and the other through a melee weapon. They looked to be the type of individuals that Jabba would hire, but since he hadn't been in the Hutt's employ for very long, and because of the large amount of new replacements, there was no definitive way of knowing whose side they were on or even what the ship was doing in the hangar. It had no distinguishing marks and Jabba wouldn't tell anyone what ships worked for him or mark them as his. From messages he had picked up on chatter over the now open COMM system, nobody knew who was attacking Jabba, but it was clear that slaves were missing, someone had destroyed the roof emplacements and sensors, and a large explosion had occurred inside the complex. I may be the only person left in the building that actually has an idea of what we're up against, and with nothing else of note in the room and with the transport having no intention of stopping or coming back, Django locked the door behind them to prevent any surprises and continued on to the next set of doors just as sounds of blaster fire and explosions began. XX. As the doors on both sides of the hangar were forced open, 4 individuals prepared for an assault, but realistically, only 2 would actually be fighting. With the hangar being so long, An and Tan were almost 100 feet from the doors, and unless Naruto and Jugo were pushed back, they likely wouldn't need to shoot. They were primarily there to secure the platform for escape when the ship was ready. Naruto made sure the weapon systems were active on the ship, and he knew that Jugo was likely taking aim at the grenade. Jugo's door was the first to be opened, and from his position, the orange-haired teen waited until the door was fully opened. The grenade was placed on the very edge of the one side of the horizontally opening door so it would remain exposed when the door was open and be right up against the door frame. As armed men ran into the hangar, Jugo fired 2 shots at the grenade. The first missed, but the second hit and caused a large explosion that forced Jugo to completely hide himself. After it was over, he looked up and found that most of the door frame was horribly mangled in addition to the bodies on the ground. The hallway ceiling had partial collapsed along with part of rock above the door, making it extremely difficult for anyone else to enter. Knowing that Jugo was fine and not feeling any active unfamiliar life signs behind him, Naruto waited with his finger on the trigger. He had already prepped 2 concussion missiles, intent on demolishing the entire entrance, but needed to wait until the door was open enough for the missiles to enter through, as he didn't want them to detonate inside the hangar. As the door was unlocked and forced open, Naruto began opening fire with the starship's laser cannons when the door was only halfway open. He only needed a short burst to deal with the few individuals, but could feel that more were on their way. Switching to the missiles, he manually targeted the hallway ceiling beyond the door, and before firing he pulled the transparent steel cockpit shut just in case. Despite the short distance, the fast-moving concussion missiles were easily able to curve and strike the ceiling, collapsing it entirely and blocking his door. Reopening the cockpit, Naruto could hear a ship taking off. The yacht blocked any view of the sky, but he knew through the force that the slaves had gotten away safely. No sooner than he had jumped out of the ship, than the far door in the hangar had been opened. Confused, Naruto couldn't tell who it was. That far away was outside his sensor ability, and at first he thought perhaps all of the slaves couldn't fit on the ship, but as soon as he spotted the silver and blue armor of a certain foe in the distance, he knew better and yelled out to the girls to start shooting. XX. As 2 of the more foolhardy of the group entered first, Django tilted his head to peer out into the hangar from his position at the door frame. One of the yacht's loading lifts was down, and touching a button on his gauntlet, he activated his helmet's rangefinder. The small antenna rotated down to cover part of his helmet, and he was able to zoom in on the area. Getting over his surprise from seeing Jabba's severed head, he soon spotting 2 blue heads, complete with Leku, and his eyes widened as he recognized the 2 dancers from the previous day at Jabba's palace. Looking for other familiar faces, he slightly tilted his head towards the containers in the room and spotted 2 more. Realizing that he would miss the opportunity if he did not act, he deactivated the rangefinder and moved into the room. Storming into the room, he quickly analyzed his surrounding in an effort to find cover. With nothing near him at the end of the ship, he activated his jetpack before the shooting started. As a shout was given and the Twi'leks opened fire from their position over the long distance, Django gained altitude and maneuvered himself around the rear engines and up onto the top of the ship. Getting a good distance down the ship, he landed and proceeded to run down a portion of the craft's length, looking down at the gap between the edge of the starship and the wall for any place to shoot from and keep the teens from reaching the loading lift. Feeling vibrations through his feet, and from the sounds of the big engines firing up, he knew that the ship was likely moments from being able to take off. Spotting carved workshop and storage alcoves in hangar wall, he judged that they were enough for him to take cover and shoot from. Jumping off the top of the ship, Django slid down the steep slope of the starboard side before falling to the floor below. Activating his jetpack before touching the ground, his abrupt fall was stopped and the boost gave him more forward momentum. He tucked and rolled into one of the alcoves. Though his haste nearly caused him to run into the legs of powered-down lifter droid, he quickly recovered. Looking to the loading lift, he smirked as he had arrived in time. Taking out both blasters, he opened fire on the Twi'leks and on the 2 male teens in order to make them take cover and stop their escape onto the lift. Looking back and forth between the targets that were still separated by about 50 feet, he began conserving his ammunition as they had all taken cover to keep from being hit. Taking up a better position under the arched entryway of the alcove but against the wall for cover, he continued to keep suppressive fire on the males while they hunkered down in the loading and storage area beneath the long nose of the ship. Keep them from moving until the others arrived to help, the Mandalorian repeated in his head as he began alternated fire between targets to keep the males from progressing and to keep the dancers from taking out his only backup. I have no idea how close he needs to be to use those strange powers, but I think I might be safe at this distance, assumed Django as he took an opportunity to change power packs before continuing. XX. Cursing, Naruto and Jugo were unable to move from their position behind the last bit of container cover. Damn it, this bastard's a good shot, admitted Naruto as he looked to the scorch mark on his cloak. There was an empty gap between the loading lift and their current position, which earlier had helped them deal with Jabba, but now it wasn't helping them get to the ship. He knew that they couldn't both make it without one of them getting injured. Should have finished him off. Naruto lamented at their current situation while he thought back to the chance that his clone had, or when he had felt the man's life fading away in Jabba's throne room. His earlier amusement was now coming back to haunt him. Seeing Ann and Tan completely pinned down and unable to shoot back at the men who were running towards the bounty hunter's position, he thought about telling them to just raise the lift and get inside the ship, but where would that leave himself and Jugo? Ignoring the message through the COMM link from HK about the ship being ready to leave, Naruto tried to think up a way out of the situation. HK needs to pilot the ship right now. Coming to help us would only delay takeoff and provide opportunities for them to stop us or board the ship. We blocked our other exits, and unless we want to run up the walls while being shot at or stick to the underside of the ship, I need to think of something else. Those men are getting closer, and if they start working together we'll be outnumbered, and so will the girls. If I could get a better view, I could maybe throw one of my disc blades. Until he noticed a glance made by Jugo. Seeing Jugo look at his injured arm, Naruto knew exactly what the teen was thinking. Without proper use of his right hand, he couldn't perform the majority of the jutsu that he knew. However, the motion made by Jugo had given him an idea. Jugo's hands still work fine. It'll have to be something C-ranked, though. Naruto planned, and he shouted over the sound of intermittent blaster fire, I need you to make 3 hand seals in the order that I give them. Jugo nodded but wasn't sure what Naruto was getting at. His earliest tries at using jutsu were not very successful, and the orange-haired teen doubted he could successfully perform anything under the current conditions. Moving to another area, out of sight from the bounty hunter and slightly away from the shooting, Naruto put his left hand on Jugo's shoulder. Concentrating as much as possible, he told Jugo to make the ram seal, followed by the snake and tiger seals. Feeling Jugo's chakra building, Naruto helped with the nature manipulation as best as he could and instructed Jugo to say, Suten, Kokyu no Jutsu. Water release, black rain technique. However, before Jugo could do anything else, Naruto absorbed the molded chakra from Jugo and then forced the tiger seal with his injured hand. A faint but dark mist began emanating from Naruto's body, and it moved above them to form a very small, semi-transparent but dark cloud. XX. Of the original group of 7 that had gone through the door to the hangar, only 5 had made it to the alcoves from the far door. The Twi'leks had evidently picked off or injured 2. Making it to the line of carved alcoves, they had kept firing on both targets while quickly repositioning themselves from alcove to alcove and moving up until they were right across from the lift. This, however, was more than enough men for Django to work with as he started giving orders to the others on what to do. Reminding them of the money they would get from stopping the attack and returning Jabba's dancers, while leaving out the part about how earlier he had seen Jabba's body and severed head, he managed to convince them to follow him. He planned to rush the lift and prevent escape on the yacht before then cornering the 2 teens in the front of the hangar. Both exit doors appeared to be blocked, so there was nowhere for the males to go and they could take Twi'leks hostage, forcing a surrender. The dancers were unable to shoot at all and were merely hiding behind the crates on the lift, keeping from being shot. No movements had been made by the teens, which was actually cause for some worry based upon what he knew of one of them, and he had yet to spot the dangerous droid from the previous day. Despite some hesitation, he knew not to pass up the chance and left the safety of cover with the other 5. As they took a few steps out from the archways and kept both groups pinned down, movement caused a few of the group to stop as drops of something landed on them. With adrenaline pumping and focused on the task at hand, they ignored it at first until an utter downpour started in the hangar. Black droplets landed all around them, though they were unaware that it was just around their position. The sudden occurrence was a complete shock to everyone there, as such an impossible phenomenon was occurring. It never rained on Tatooine. Though initially caught up in the shock, the whole situation soon screamed wrong to Django, and he touched his forearm, smearing some of the substance between his gloved fingers. Even with his visor on and unable to see colors properly, he knew it wasn't water that was raining down on them, and he guessed what the dark liquid was, oil, and his eyes widened as he couldn't stop what happened next. XX. Now. Naruto told Jugo, and the teen came out of hiding for a second to fire a single shot with the blaster he had. The bolt struck the ground and instantly ignited the flammable liquid that was raining down on the group of 6. Amidst the screams, Naruto told Jugo to run for the lift while he messaged HK to take off. Both Ibonahi's natives ran for the lift as fast as they could, with Naruto trailing just a little bit behind Jugo. XX. Unperturbed by the ignition of the oil with his sealed suit, Django moved through the flames and emerged while still partially on fire. Scrapping burning oil from his visor, he spotted his creative quarry. Using one pistol, with both hands to stabilize the shot, he led the target and fired a single accurate shot. XX. Jugo made the jump to the edge of the lift as the ship was taking off, and Naruto had just crouched slightly in order to make the higher jump when he caught a flashlight out of the corner of his eye. Whatever power he had put in his legs for the jump was completely diminished as bolt of plasma cut through the middle of his left thigh and burned through the top of his right. He watched in slow motion as Jugo lunged to the edge of the lift and stretched out an arm to grab him, but their hands couldn't reach. Naruto fell hard onto the smooth but unforgiving ferrocrete floor. A searing heat and subsequent pain soon made itself known, and the intensity made him cry out. It may have been even worse than the wound to his arm and completely drown out the pain coming from his chin due to hitting the floor or the taste of blood in his mouth. In that moment he forgot about the ship and couldn't hear the shouts from those on the lift. He instead focused solely on the pain and the single life sign that was moving closer. Moving his head slightly, Naruto glimpsed the man slowly walking towards him. Parts of his armor were still ablaze and he would have looked fearsome in anyone's eyes. I don't want to die, not when I've made it this far, was the only thought in Naruto's head, and despite the pain, a newly found rage flooding through him. He focused chakra to his left hand. 4 symbols appeared, one on each finger. They each represented an element not related to nature chakra and would unlock the pronged seal over his Jinhuri key seal. Despite no response from his legs, he managed to push himself up slightly, enough for him to get his hand under his shirt and vest in order to remove the seal he had placed. He could practically hear the creature's voice in the back of his mind, encouraging him, and he kept feeling more and powerful. As his hand neared the seal and he lost all rational thought on the matter, he only looked at the approaching danger and repeated in his mind, "I'll kill you. I'll kill everything. For a moment he thought he saw the man hesitate as he looked directly at the masked head. He saw the reflection of someone in the dark T-shaped visor but didn't recognize the yellow, slitted, and dangerous eyes looking back at him. Nor the viscous, animalistic smile that showed no hint of any remorse for the deeds that eyes were planning. The reflection however soon became blocked as someone else entered his vision. A person or perhaps a creature had landed right next to him and with an incredibly strong punch, had sent the armored adversary flying backward. The person turned and a partially transformed face looked directly at him. Do I know this person? He looks worried. Naruto questioned as his mind tried to comprehend the situation. Before he could think about it and get angry for the interference, the orange-haired creature had wrapped a brown-colored arm around his waist and lifted him up. Not knowing what was happening, Naruto simply watched the ground getting farther and farther away. Not only had he been picked up but apparently they were flying through the air and he did feel the weightlessness in his limbs with only the arm supporting him. He could also see that his armored adversary was quick to recover but 2 sets of red bolts were raining down on him, keeping him from a direct pursuit or accurately shooting back as he also took flight. The view soon changed however and he was staring at metal grating. Though muted, he could hear voices but couldn't tell what they were saying. The anger he had felt earlier was dissipating and he could no longer remember why he had been angry or who it was directed at. Thoroughly confused, the chakra on his hand faded away as the jutsu was unconsciously released. Dull pain returned to various parts of his body and the moment he started coming back to his senses, the pain magnified to such a degree that everything started to go black. XX. Leaving the confines of the hangar, HK extended the 6 maneuvering rods to give him better control of the ship. Glancing to a nearby monitor, he noted that he was short 2 meat bags in one of the loading bays. It wasn't too late to land the ship again but it was supposed to be a quick escape. Seeing no other option that didn't violate the programming that had been forcibly installed, he prepared to bring the ship back down, however both suddenly appeared back on the screen with the taller one holding the other. Seeing that they could continue taking off, HK activated the lift controls for them and the ship continued to gain altitude until it would clear all the buildings of Mos Espa. A sensor warning caught his attention as the ship detected an object approaching fast from the surface. Analysis: not fast enough to be a missile, must be a meatbag with the jetpack. The Mandalorian. HK realized and looking back to the screen of the loading bay, he found that the Twi'leks were definitely exchanging shots with something which only further confirmed what he thought. Without any ventral weaponry, HK quickly went through different options to fend off the incoming meatbag as the lift was slow to raise and wouldn't close in time to prevent them from being boarded. Pushing a button for the intercom system, he projected his voice throughout the ship, warning, "You have 5 seconds to hold on to something." The message was evidently received as all 3 heads reacted to the message. With muted words being exchanged, both dancers grabbed onto Jugo right before HK implemented his plan. XX. With an unconscious Naruto under one arm, Tan held in his other, and An's arms wrapped around his neck, Jugo secured his feet to the metal lift floor moments before the entire ship tilted by more than 45 degrees to the port side. Holding on and trying to drown out the screams from both girls, Jugo moved out of the way as the containers they had placed on the lift all slid off, followed by Jabba's body. Looking down towards the ground, Jugo watched as the armored man tried dodging all the items. Django was doing rather well until Jabba's tail smacked into him and he lost control of his ascent. The weight of the tail and attached body pulled him down until he was able to push himself free. Resuming his pursuit, Django watched as the ship leveled out and began pulling away as the lift closed shut. He followed the ship and though he was able to catch up and even land on the hull but he couldn't locate a hatch near enough to him in order to board. As the ship accelerated and made a steep ascent off the planet, he was unable to hold onto the sleek hull or activate anything on his gauntlets that would help him. Falling to the surface below, quickly grabbed for a tracer beacon launcher that he had in one of his pockets and fired the device but the engine wash stopped the beacon before reaching the hull. Reactivating his jetpack, Django aimed for a landing spot outside of the city so he could find his ship and attempt to pursue. Author's note: I had a lot more than this but wanted to get something out as the chapter was ballooning to over 60 pages and I wasn't close to being done with it. I hope to have another chapter are much quicker than the time it took this one. I also wanted to thank the reviewers and private message senders that kept bugging me for the next chapter. Chapter 27. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.3 BBY current year. Chapter XXVII, Home. XX. About a mile outside of Mos Espa, Plague Ace stood on top of a tall weathered rock as he viewed through electrobinoculars what was going on in the city. He watched a smaller ship take off but couldn't tell who was aboard and it wasn't until a large Minstrel-class space yacht started taking off that he was able to determine what was going on with the other members of the group. He could see that a loading lift was still unretracted and could make out 2 Russian Twi'leks who were quickly joined by an orange-haired teen that he recognized. Jugo appeared to be carrying an injured Naruto, judging by the bandages which covered his entire right arm. Far in over his head. His simple plan to collect on his own bounty has definitely backfired. Plague Ace surmised though did feel slight worry as there was no way for him to know what his student's condition was. Naruto wasn't moving at all in Jugo's arms, or at least no movement that he could notice through the lenses. Has he stolen the ship from Jabba or killed Jabba and stolen the ship? He wondered, but his attention shifted as he saw a bigger immediate problem. Watching a blaster fight ensue as the three were being shot at, he panned down to find a Mandalorian chasing up after them. Tensing as he thought about taking the vulture there, the Sith Lord did nothing as he watched the entire ship executed a significant rotation. Zooming out slightly and keeping the lift in the center of his focus, he saw Jugo hanging on while everything slid off. His possessed body smirked slightly as the Mandalorian was hit by what appeared to be Jabba's corpse and continued to watch the man fail to gain footing on the ship as it moved into the upper atmosphere. Naruto must have really done something to him to warrant such excessive. He noted about the silver and blue armored man. Lowering the binoculars, he caught sight of a skiff heading towards the vulture and zoomed in on the three passengers, and a significant mound of weaponry. The observation made him frown as that did not seem part of the plan. Money would have been preferable, but perhaps they could still gain something. If all the noise he heard while making it back to the ship was any indication, Naruto and his group had done significant damage to Jabba's complex. Possibly they've taken out a good portion of the guards and that body was definitely Jabba. I didn't think he'd actually kill Jabba, but once people find out he's dead, the vultures will start circling, if they haven't already started to land on what's left of his complex. Plague Ace surmised and thought perhaps they should take the skiff back into town to clean up the mess his student had left. Jabba likely keeps something worthwhile aboard that ship, but he may have vaults or valuable items somewhere in that complex, and I have the demon brothers as well as Karin. He realized and decided to make the trip to Tatooine as profitable as possible. Despite Naruto's inability to negotiate something simple, he had nonetheless done something impressive. Jabba had been alive for nearly 600 years and dozens, if not hundreds, of attempts had been made on the Hutt. Some sent assassins, tried to poison him, and arranged for accidents to happen, all in order to kill said Hutt. He'd personally known at least a dozen powerful individuals, former business rivals or partners, that all had tried but failed to have Jabba killed. The threats even came from those that worked from Jabba. Most didn't try as they felt Jabba was simply untouchable in his Tatooine palace. We'll need to move fast in order to make this count. I know Garduola Besaidii the Elder still lives at her townhouse just across town from Jabba, and she's been trying to get rid of him and take over Tatooine for years. Hopefully Mos Espa police will stay out of Hutt affairs. I'll let them quickly dump everything from the skiff while I check in with Naruto or whoever can answer before we head out. Plague Ace concluded before jumping down from his position and moving back towards the ship. XX. Eyelids opened, revealing blue eyes. Suddenly realizing that he was underwater, Naruto started to panic as he found himself trapped in a tube, but he soon realized that he could breathe, and it was at that point that he finally noticed the breathing mask that was strapped to his face. Floating in the heavy water, which he realized was actually Bacta, Naruto relaxed and tried to peer through the slightly murky liquid to determine where he was. For some reason he expected to find himself in the medical bay of 42, but remembered that they no longer had that ship. Looking over his body, he found new skin on his right arm and couldn't feel any pain. Sensing out, he found that he couldn't feel anyone within his range. This was disconcerting, as it either meant that everyone else was gone or that he was somewhere completely unfamiliar and alone. How did I get here? And for that matter, where is here? He questioned and tried to remember what happened to him. His last memory was running to Jabba's ship, however, he couldn't remember ever stepping foot on the lift or entering the vessel. All he remembered was following behind Jugo. It made sense that he must be on Jabba's ship, and given its size, it was no wonder that he couldn't sense anyone. While thinking, his eyes caught movement in the room, but he soon recognized that it was a grey metal figure, with no life signs, which meant that it was a medical droid. The droid appeared to be monitoring his vital and progress in the tank. Apparently it was time to get out, as he noticed that the Bacta soon started to be pumped out of the tank. As it drained, he got a better view of the medical bay through the clearer glass and found it much larger than that of the Vulture or 42. Instead of a single table, there were 3 and many more storage areas as well as instruments. As his feet touched the bottom of the tank and the precious Bacta was drained, Naruto thought the tube would open, but was surprised when he started to get washed by what he guessed was water. Probably to remove every drop of the Bacta. He guessed, and after being dried, the tube finally opened and the medical droid went to help him exit the tank. About to push the droid off him, Naruto actually found his legs slightly unsteady and let the droid help him over to the medical table. While it ran a few tests and checked his arm, Naruto noted that the storage seal was now missing pieces of the black tattoo. The needle-like attack had pierced those areas of his arm, and it appeared that new skin had formed but with no ink on it, effectively breaking the seal. Does that mean it's gone? He wondered as he continued to look at the incomplete seal. The item he had taken from Jabba's trophy room might be lost forever. He grit his teeth in anger at the possible loss, and the medical droid asked if he was still in pain. Though he wished for pain over the reality of the damaged seal, he replied that no, he wasn't feeling any pain. Finished looking over his arm, the droid then started examining his legs. Naruto found this very odd, as he didn't remember any damage to his legs. What are you doing? He questioned and the droid responded in a metallic voice, making sure your all injuries are completely healed. You were only in the tank for 2 hours but your body seems to possess great natural healing ability. Confused, Naruto asked, what was my condition when I was brought here? Looking up from the examination, the droid quickly replied, circulatory shock. Severe trauma to right forearm with severed ulnar artery. Puncture wounds on the right hand and fingers. Puncture wounds through the right shoulder. Puncture wounds through the right pectoral. Blaster wound through the left thigh with cauterization of wound and damage to left femur and muscle. Superficial blaster wound to right front thigh with cauterization of wound. Bruised jaw. The droid completed as it seemingly listed the wounds in order from most severe to superficial. I was shot and then went into shock. Naruto questioned as he had no recollection of such an injury. Once or twice. He wondered because of the wounds on both legs that the droid had mentioned. Looking down to his legs that the droid was still examining, he found no blemish or sign of an injury. The checkup was soon complete and Naruto stepped off the table. Looking around the room, he spotted a pile of clothing and equipment which he knew to be his. Taking out the pants first, Naruto stopped when he noticed a burn hole through the leg. Examining the left leg, he found a large entry hole and a corresponding smaller exit hole on the inside of the pant leg. Sure enough, the right leg also had a scorched cut on the front. A single shot that hit both of my legs. He gathered from the evidence and an image of the silver and blue armored bounty hunter popped in his head. A slight chill came over him, and he realized that he was still in the medical shorts so he decided to stop examining and just put the clothes back on. Grabbing his ninja pouches, vest, cloak and sword, he moved for the door. The door sensed his approach and opened for him, revealing an unfamiliar metal hallway. Still cautious, he peered into the hallway before stepped out and looking either way, unsure of where to go. XX. Resting both hands on his sword pummel as if the weapon were a cane, Plague Ace looked down to the struggling Shevin who was being held in place by the demon brothers. He had already ascertained that the individual was Jabba's chief of security at the townhouse complex and named Elephant Monday. The large pachydermoid sentient was being quite stubborn in telling him what he wanted to know and despite not trained to resist mind tricks, was surprisingly loyal to his deceased employer or just possessed a strong will. I will ask once more the location of where Jabba keeps his most precious items. I know they aren't here or at his palace. Your thoughts have betrayed as much already, said Plague Ace as he projected his thoughts directly into Elephant's head. The Shevin aimed to try and spit at him again for which he received a powerful blow to the face from one of the demon brothers before being able to accomplish the act. Then I'll just take the information that I want. You had your chance to be useful and live. Lied Plague Ace as his Mustafarian body reached out and made contact with the Shevin's brain. Unfortunately for you, I'm not as practiced at this as my student and you will suffer, admitted the Sith Lord as he extracted pertinent information from the being's mind. Although he could have used mind control, the Shevin's strong will and loyalty to the Hutt made it far more difficult and time was precious at the moment. He had hoped not to delve into the Shevin's mind but given the events that day, he should have known that endeavors would continue to not go smoothly. As Elephant began drooling and slumped in the grasp of both brothers, Plague Ace removed his hand and informed those present, this one had the information we seek. With a single, quick strike, Plague Ace's blade cut from the bottom of the Shevin's jaw, through the tall face and exited the top of the head with no resistance. Prepare the skiff. Plague Ace ordered, to which both Miizu and Gozu dropped the body and moved with haste from the room. Karin exhaled a breath as she turned away from the scene, not wanting to have to witness such a thing again. It was bad enough that the first 3 individuals she had tracked down were not members of Jabba's trusted inner circle and therefore did not have any of the information that Plague Ace wanted. Slightly perturbed when Plague Ace chose to let her go ahead of him, she doubled up her speed in the direction of the brothers. Watching the much shorter redhead speed up her pace, Plague Ace again questioned whether or not she was suited for such work but relented considering the ease at which she had tracked down those looting or trying to escape from the complex. He found it odd that, like his student, he didn't mind her hesitance to kill all that much. It must be her sheer usefulness in both sensing and healing. He thought but decided to turn his focus to the location they needed to find. Glass Mountain. Plague Ace said to himself, repeating the name in his mind and trying to remember if he had seen its location on any of the maps they had for Tatooine. He did hope it wasn't a colloquial term but a given name for a physical feature. The Shevin's mind contained a rough route to the location but he felt it was always best to have exact coordinates. Hidden in an old mine shaft is where Jabba kept a ship that apparently held the Hutt's most treasured and valuable objects. The townhouse was for slave and illegal goods transporting while the palace was a location of safety and leisure from which the Hutt had done most of his business and kept trophies as well as monstrous pets. Despite having a general idea where the location was, Elephant Monday had not known the security systems present or the layout of the mine shaft. Those were apparently only known to Jabba and the ones that constructed and armed the facility for the Hutt. All of which had promptly been killed when the work was completed decades before. The treasures of a Hutt will go a long way to recovering some of my lost wealth, mused Plague Ace as he exited the complex and noted the many individuals that were also looting or coming to see what had happened. Despite being a bit stranger and dressed differently than the Tatoin natives, they nevertheless were able to blend in rather well and disguise their true intentions. XX. A very large pair of ornate doors opened for Naruto when he got past the locking mechanism. Looking inside for any security systems, he soon focused on the rest of the room, which was a large and finely decorated bedroom. The centerpiece of the room was a very large circular bed, big enough for a hut. Naruto quipped, and he walked completely around the bed, looking at the walls and other items to see what was there. His attention was grabbed by a large fish tank, but it was full for creatures other than fish, and something told him that they were more for snacking than for viewing. Moving past murals on the walls and a collection of various items, the only thing he hadn't seen was where the wide hallway led to, which was presumably the bathroom. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he let himself fall backwards, which turned out to be a mistake, as apparently huts liked really stiff beds, almost like stone, with a very nice silky cloth covering. Groaning slightly, he was stopped from getting up by the view through the skylight above him. The transparent steel dome in the ceiling showed him a spectacular view of hyperspace. The blue and black hyperspace tunnel looked rather interesting when viewed from below and not head-on as in the cockpit. If the bed was more comfortable, this would be preferable to sleeping in the pilot's seat all the time. He thought and decided to close his eyes and try it out. His attempt, however, was interrupted as he felt Jugo moving towards his position. While wandering the halls, the others had come into his range, but he decided not to go and see what they were up to, instead favoring to see parts of the ship. The door to the bedroom was still open, and Jugo looked inside to see what had changed since he had last been through, because the door had been locked before. Seeing Naruto on the bed, he walked in asking, "I've been looking all over for you after I found the medical bay empty. How are your wounds?" Leaning up slightly and looking at the teen, Naruto faked a smile to provide some form of comfort to the teen and said, "I'm fine." Sighing, Jugo looked around the room for a few seconds before sitting on a different part of the bed. "Just fine? You were pretty injured and everyone's been worried." Naruto wondered if Jugo's version of everyone included HK or not, but feeling that Jugo needed some proof, he showed the teen his right arm, and Jugo was rather amazed at the lack of any wound. "That Bacta stuff really works, but how do you feel?" Taking a moment to think about how to answer, Naruto decided to go with honesty. "I feel tired," he said while continuing to stare at the hyperspace tunnel through the dome. Thinking that Naruto was giving him a hint to leave so he could rest, Jugo commented, "Maybe you should find a better room, there's bunch just down the hall and to the left." But before he could finish, Naruto clarified, "Not physically tired, though I do agree about the bed. However, I don't know why I feel this way. I've been feeling it for maybe a week now and it seems to be getting worse." Well, we all did go through a pretty stressful ordeal, or ordeals given that it spanned almost 2 days. Jugo suggested, but searching his own feelings, Naruto wasn't convinced that was it. "It's more than that, but I can't seem to describe it. Something is missing. Perhaps it's the places we've been and how soon we leave," Jugo said, suggesting a different explanation. Not exactly understanding what the older group member was getting at, Naruto lifted his head and gave a questioning look. "I know we've left Ebonas and you don't have any plans to go back, but it would be nice to have some other place to come back to. I guess you would call it a home for lack of a better word, but some place that is both safe and familiar," Jugo explained as best as he could. "What about the ship? Is that not a home?" questioned Naruto, as they had all been living on the Vulture for several weeks. "The ship's okay," admitted Jugo, but he quickly amended the statement, "But we've already traded our original ship for a new one and now we're using this one. This is completely unfamiliar and not really safe. I keep expecting more of Jabba's men to suddenly come out. I like the Vulture and I liked 42, but the rooms are small, everyone is forced to share but you and Plagueis, and not everyone in the group gets along very well. I may have been in a cell for years, but it became what I was used to and I considered that a home. The others are probably used to open spaces and trees. Also an occasional breeze that isn't recycled air. I have yet to see a single tree on any of the planets we've visited." Naruto admitted and could see the point that Jugo was making. "Does everyone feel this way?" he asked, and after receiving an affirmative nod from Jugo, he then wanted to clarify something. "Are you suggesting we make a more permanent place on one of the planets that we've visited?" "No, I don't think that would be a good idea. Sarafer was nice, but there was something missing about it. It would be nice not to have to walk in pairs or worry about someone around every corner, even if you basically own the planet now. Ast Kikori was much better, but we aren't really allowed back or probably shouldn't go back anytime soon. Mustafar was hot and ashy, the planet itself was dangerous, and not somewhere anyone but the Mustafarians would want to stay for long periods. And Tatoin. It sucked," Naruto said while filling in Jugo's unfinished sentence. The orange-haired teen nodded in agreement. "I like going to new places and all, but it would be nice to go somewhere that's a little nicer or that has nicer people and isn't somewhere that we need to worry about someone shooting at us," confessed Jugo, and Naruto thought over everything that had been said. "And everyone else feels like this?" he asked, and receiving a nod from Jugo, Naruto then commented, "No one said anything to me about it." Jugo couldn't help but give a sad smile at the statement. Part of it was true, but it made him wonder. To him, Naruto seemed like someone that could adapt and survive no matter where they went. He also didn't seem like the type to desire a safe place, given how easily he had left everything on Ebonis behind for the seemingly more dangerous galaxy. It therefore struck him as ironic. They haven't been complaining, but I wonder how much he has been absorbing of their real feelings concerning the matter. He does seem to pick up on the feelings of those around him rather easily. Hypersensitivity, I guess it could be called. They didn't need to complain because he seems to have felt what everyone else is feeling and it's affecting him. Maybe he doesn't realize it or understand it. Thought Jugo, and he decided to keep such thoughts to himself, but wondered if Naruto could read what he was thinking. Naruto seemed to have recovered from whatever had happened when he had been shot, and though Jugo wanted to ask, he was well aware that everyone had their demons. It seems you might be onto something, conceded Naruto and went one step further. I'll give this some further thought. A moment of silence passed between the two, with one still laying in the same position on the bed and Jugo leaning against the door frame. Deciding to end the silence and change the discussion to something that should be of a bit more importance to him, Naruto asked, by the way, where are we going right now? It was odd for him to be so far out of the loop, and since he normally piloted all the ships, it was very surreal that he should be sitting in a room and looking out a window, instead of in the cockpit at the controls. Plague Ace checked in and gave us coordinates to rendezvous at. They aren't far away and we actually should be there in about several hours. It should be unpopulated, I believe is what was said. Jugo updated and Naruto responded with lackluster, oh. Perhaps you should consider some rest though. It's only been about 3 hours since we left Tatoin, stated Jugo after another moment of silence between the two. Sure. Naruto decided to say as he felt it was best to end the conversation to take time and think about what Jugo had said. Jugo left the doorway towards the rooms that they had mentioned, intent on getting some sleep. After taking perhaps an hour of trying to achieve a meditative state, Naruto eventually had to stop as the smell of the bacta was disrupting his concentration. A sickly sweet smell emanated from his body, and he knew from previous experience that it would take a long bath in order to eliminate most of the odor. Standing up on the bed and stretching, he went to find the bathroom and hopefully get the smell of him. Moving to the short hallway inside the room, he stopped when he spotted something sitting on a small table next to the bed. It appeared to be a large remote control with various buttons. Interested, Naruto picked up the large device and found each button was labeled, however he was not familiar with the writing system. Looking it all over, he eventually decided to mess with it. The ship was now his after all. Pushing one of more important looking buttons, a part of the ceiling opened up and a mechanical arm emerged that maneuvered a viewing screen in front of the bed. The screen activated and Naruto found himself looking at the hallway outside of the room he was in. Seems Jabba has lots of cameras here too, Naruto thought before eventually finding the button to switch to the next camera. Different hallways were displayed in the bridge, where he found HK, who appeared to be recharging in the pilot's seat. Finding other areas of interest, a throne room, storage areas, the loading bays, the views switched until they eventually started showing him rooms on the ship. He stopped when he found the room that Jugo was evidently staying in as he spotted spiky hair and body underneath the covers in the darkness of the room. About to change the view to another part of the ship, Naruto stopped as he noticed something change in the room. Two shadows were cast onto the floor of the room from the light in the hallway. His eyes widened as he thought perhaps that they weren't alone on the ship. About to contact Jugo and grab his sword, he stopped as Jugo turned on the light in the room. His group member, however, looked confused more than anything else. Evidently the figures weren't a threat. As two figures stepped into view, Naruto recognized Ann and Tan and wondered, what are they doing there? The ship had plenty of rooms and it wasn't as if any of them needed to share. The muted conversation that Jugo started stopped partway as both girls began making very lithe movements while moving towards Jugo. The orange-haired teen's mouth dropped open, as did Naruto's when the two started performing a very erotic dance for Jugo. Naruto's cheeks tinted and he thought perhaps he should turn it off. Fumbling with the remote, he thought he had the correct button, but instead of turning it off, he simply changed the view to another hidden camera in the room. They're taking off their clothes, he realized, and his cheeks grew redder as his thoughts became incoherent. A moment later all he could think about was, blue. Getting control of himself and looking over the remote, he pressed another button, intent on doing anything to change the view on the screen. However, when he pressed it, it simply turned on the volume from the hidden microphones in the room. Just sit back and let us. Frantically pushing every button to stop the feed, various things in the room started happening. A shutter began moving over the skylight, blocking out the view. A trapdoor activated in the floor halfway between the bed and the door. The lights in the room started dimming and then suddenly brightening, and it wasn't until he pressed one of the very last buttons that the monitors finally shut off, cutting a soft moaning and giggling. Thoroughly embarrassed and blushing like mad, Naruto had no idea that he had also activated the room's butler droid. Coming out of a seamless doorway in the wall, the droid looked around the room before finding only one person inside. Moving closer on a single wheel instead of legs, it got right behind Naruto before saying, "Is there anything that you need?" The sudden sound from something so close behind him caused Naruto to jump in the air and nearly fall off the bed. Looking to find a droid behind him, he wondered where it had come from while practically shouting, "Fine. I'm fine, what?" The droid seemed slightly puzzled at his actions but repeated the question, "You summoned me. Is there anything that you require?" In the state that he was in, Naruto's mind went through a very long list of things that he might like at that particular moment in time. Few were things that the droid could do for him. Eventually he regained some rational thought and said, "Can you prepare a bath?" It was more because of earlier and the fact that he really wanted the droid to go away so it wouldn't notice the tent in his pants. "Of course." The droid replied, before asking, "Mud or water?" Naruto turned his head back to the droid, while keeping the front of his body faced away. "Water," he replied as if it was obvious, but after answering he did find himself rather curious about the mud bath. The droid moved across the room into the short hallway, going out of view as it entered a doorway. Looking down at bulge in his pants, Naruto tried to calm himself down but found it very difficult. Plague Ace was almost always with him, 24 hours a day, for most of his life growing up, so he never got the chance to look at any of the dirty magazines he noticed in the Konoha bookstore or the orange-covered book that he saw Hitaki Kakashi with his nose glued to. He'd heard about other shinobi spying on Kuniachi and civilian women in the hot springs, but this was also something that he hadn't dared do. It sounded rather sad, but the images on the monitors were the most graphic things he had ever seen. Even looking through Jiraiya's head, he had pushed aside all the smut and looked for more useful information. A brief thought entered his mind about turning the screen back on, but he immediately decided against it. In a few hours they would be landing and he would have to face those three. Being in the same room with them would be quite awkward after what little he saw, and far worse if he continued to view what he probably shouldn't. "I'm a Sith, for crying out loud," he ranted, but that didn't help ease the embarrassed he was feeling at the entire situation. He looked up as the droid informed him that the bath would be ready shortly and decided to head towards the bathroom. Taking his cloak to hide the problem, he walked underneath the wide archway and into the short hallway. However, something caught his eye. Taking a few steps back, he stared at what was recessed into the opposite side of the wall from the bathroom door. Where probably there should have been a walk-in closet, Naruto instead saw a large vault door. With his interest piqued, he felt that it was at least something to keep him occupied after the bath. XX. Core Worlds. Ralter System. Planet Ralter. XX. Sitting back in his exquisite chair, a blonde-haired man swirled his nearly empty glass of colored liquor, as several servant droids began removing the plates before him, the remains of a very expensive meal. The table he sat at was very long, but the head seat was the only one that had been set for a meal and contained an occupant. Long shadows were cast off all the vacant seats, which only helped to emphasize that the sun was getting lower on the horizon. A slight breeze came in through the open window of his large estate and he kept his eyes closed while feeling the breeze. Despite the empty table, he was far from alone, as guards that were stationed in the room just outside on the balcony. They were there for his protection and he paid them for that. He had gotten used to their presence and thus was able to retreat to his mind and ignore their presence. Each had been handpicked and had their backgrounds thoroughly checked so he could feel a modicum of safety while at his fortress. Feeling that his contemplation was about to be disturbed, he turned and opened his brown eyes to find his personal secretary, Olf, moving to stand beside him. The bald Fondorian bowed slightly before stating the reason for his intrusion. "Neres is asking to speak with you. He claims it's urgent." Since business always came first, the man certainly couldn't let Neres wait, especially if it was urgent. Setting down the glass, he quickly stood and turned to follow Olf to his study. He didn't discuss private matters out in the open, even when they were all his employees. He had more than enough trouble with spies from all the other criminal organizations. There was no need to help facilitate them by talking out in the open. In order to reach his attention, most information first had to pass through the lower ranks and then to one of the 9 Vigo, usually the one in charge of that area of their operations spanning the entire galaxy. From there, the Vigo would decide if it was important or not for his attention, or just handle it themselves if it was insignificance. He couldn't devote all of his time to every matter and his Vigos knew not to waste his time. Though it was a good system, it did unfortunately have its flaws, as by the time information reached him, a fair amount of time had already passed, sometimes as much as an hour. It was therefore important to always be available and work as swiftly as possible to maximize their response or action. Sitting down in his desk, he waved Olf out of the room and activated all of the anti-snooping devices to keep the conversation private. Taking a shallow breath before activating the holopad, an image soon appeared of an Iktochi male. The horned man gave a toothy grin before saying, "I've got something that you need to see, Lex." The statement elicited a response from the Underlord of the Black Sun as the corners of his mouth twitched to form a small smile. Only close friends and his lieutenants, or Vigos, as was the historic term for their organization, were allowed to refer to him as Lex and not his given name Alexei. Neres always did have a slightly less than professional attitude about the business, but he had always been a trustworthy Vigo and amusing at times. "And what would that be?" Alexei questioned, and Neres' smile only widened before explaining, that monk we've been paying at Jabba's palace on Tatooine has finally earned the amount we've spent on him, that and maybe more. Take a look at this security footage that was sent. I already checked, it's not edited in any way that I can find. I'll wait while you watch." Extremely intrigued that Nerys would offer to patiently wait on hold while he watched some stolen holo recordings, Alexei eagerly waited for download to finish and the movie to start. What he saw was nothing of what he expected. Taking multiple small holo recordings, everything had been rendered into one large view that showed the entire throne room of Jabba's palace. It was a place that once upon a time he had personally visited but not something he had seen in quite a few years. It however had not changed in that time. Alexei watched as events unfolded in the room. He expected a person that they had not seen in a while, or that they had been after, would make an appearance on the recording. However, he never expected what played out on the recording as a teenager started a fight in the middle of Jabba's crowded throne room. As he watched, people were cut down as chaos spread throughout the digitally rendered room. Jabba was injured and fled while an assassin droid and the teen began systematically taking out everyone in the room. For a moment, he thought like everyone else that the teen was cornered, but a large explosion and diversion rendered the cameras useless for a handful of seconds as smoke obscured the recorders. When it cleared, the fight renewed with new arrivals destroying Jabba's trophy room. The events afterward were what really caused Alexei's eyes to widen. A projectile took out two after moving through a wall, and then spikes came out of the floor and walls, impaling the remaining foes. During his time with the Black Sun as an underling, Vigo, and ultimately the Underlord, he had seen many strange things but nothing quite like what was playing on the recording. As the teen exited the throne room, the recording stopped and Alexei was left replaying several key moments in his mind. Idly he pushed a button on the holopad control panel to put Nerys back on display. "So, you saw it. What do you think?" Alexei however was very quiet for a few more moments until he turned to ask, what happened next? Unsure whether his friend and boss had believed what was sent or not, a slightly more serious Nerys revealed, "That's where things get really fuzzy. Nobody is completely sure about what events took place next, but it culminated the following day with the confirmed assassination of Jabba." Few times in his decade as the Underlord of the Black Sun had any of his Vigos managed to truly surprise him with news. He had been stunned on a number of occasions but never truly shocked. The fact that someone like Jabba had finally been killed was possibly the most interesting news he had heard in quite some time, especially because no information had come to him about any assassination attempts on Jabba. Wanting to know more, Alexei demanded, "When did this happen?" "About 3 hours ago, with the tape you saw happening yesterday," admitted Nerys, and before Alexei could get too angry and respond, the Iktochi quickly explained his actions. "I received this with no explanation and have spent the past day trying to find more information when I got the news about Jabba about 2 hours ago. You saw the tape, I needed some corroboration before presenting you with this. Honestly, if I had sent you that recording hours ago without trying to figure out if it was fake or if it could be believed, what chance would I have had to keep my position as Vigo?" Taking time to calm himself, Alexei said out loud, "So someone finally killed Jabba, and he had trouble believing it himself." The death of a Hutt was rare, but it did happen. They were nearly all involved in illicit criminal activity, so a few were killed every few years. Usually, the Hutts made sure to insulate themselves with a small army, in very much the same fashion that Alexei used to protect himself. It was actually incredibly shameful and hurt a Hutt's reputation for them to be caught or jailed, so they were always careful to use others and not do anything personally. 50% of the time, when a Hutt died, it was likely the result of another Hutt. It's not just Jabba, Lex. In less than 24 hours, whoever these people are, they wiped out Jabba's entire Tatooine operation. Forced him out of his palace and then finished him off at his town house. All of Jabba's top-ranking men are dead or missing," explained Nerys as he tried to convey his amazement, and Alexei quickly asked, "Did we hear anything about this before it happened?" "Nothing at all. I didn't hear about any attempts or hiring of any assassins. No large movements of money or secret meetings," stated Nerys, and Alexei knew this was quite troubling. The region that Nerys was in charge of included Tatooine along with thousands of other systems and dozens of sectors. Most of the habitable worlds were of little consequence, but they took special interest in their competitors and the Hutts. In the past they had usually heard something about big attempts on Jabba's life right before they happened. Few large criminal acts escaped the ears and bank accounts of the Black Sunday. An attempt to not only kill Jabba but cripple his entire operation on Tatooine was certainly something that they should have heard about. "Is anyone taking credit? Do we know who may have hired this person or these individuals?" questioned Alexei of his Vigo, but Nerys merely shook his head and said, "Nobody has taken any credit, but rumors are flying around and we have no idea who did it or who would hire them. As far as I can tell, Lex, they're nobodies. No history or bounties on any of their heads before this, and no criminal activity attributed to the name he gave of Rasen. The leader is young but too well trained to not have been noticed before. This must have been his first contract, and it's got to be the biggest assassination success of anybody just starting out." Taking a moment to gather his thoughts on the matter, Alexei went over what he had been told, a powerful and uniquely skilled unknown comes out of nowhere and kills someone previously thought untouchable, or at least protected enough by his men, clan, and other criminal ties to ward off most attempts for fear of retribution. Opening his eyes from his near-meditative thought process, Alexei demanded, "Tell me everything you know, every detail." With enthusiasm, Nerys begins the tale with the information that he was sure about. It all started with Jabba's 564th birthday party. Somehow those three that you see on the recording, 2 humans and a droid, made it inside the palace. Despite the venue being private invitation only. They mingle in the party and the time comes for their tribute and present to the hut. Not sure on the exact details, but some problem occurred and then Jabba gets bored I guess and sends 2 of his dancers into the pit. But suddenly one of the trio jumps into the trapdoor for the pit. Remembering that part of the recording, Alexei frowned slightly as the actions of that particular individual, thinking, perhaps the girls were some kind of decoy or were used to get the other 3 access. Such foolish heroism is not something I would expect from an assassin group, though they are quite young and perhaps he was just green and not willing to sacrifice others for the mission. Coming out of his thoughts and seeing a very geared up Nerys, ready to continue the story, Alexei suppressed a sigh and motioned for his impatient Vigo to continue. So then Jabba gets ready to send the other one into the pit, the droid escaping in the confusion and moving through the crowd. Right there the kid explodes into action, never seen anything quite like it. Suddenly Jabba's men start dying left and right, huge explosion, says Nerys while gesturing with his hands, and Jabba runs for cover after being injured. Everyone in the room tries to kill the young man but he somehow escapes and kills quite a few while under the cover of some kind of smoke grenade. Suddenly the droid starts killing guys left and right but the pair get pushed back to Jabba's trophy room. Somebody starts shooting everything up and then the really weird stuff happens. Said Nerys and Alexei nods as he knows exactly what the man is talking about. Outta all the guys in that room, I'm told only Jango Fett, former true Mandalorian and now a bounty hunter and hired gun, managed to live through that. That's not all. The 3 that went into the pit with Jabba's new pet Rancor somehow managed to escape and the Rancor gets loose. Jabba meanwhile calls for reinforcements and leaves his own palace on his sail barge, heading back to his townhouse before a sandstorm prevents him from leaving. That's right about the time our spy downloads the security recordings that I sent and makes his exit. Explained Nerys and Alexei finds himself becoming captured in his Vigo's exuberance and asked, so they managed to escape as well? I guess so. Admitted Nerys before adding, all the reinforcements Jabba sent disappeared or were eaten by that Rancor and there's a huge 10-hour or more gap as the sandstorm hits and nobody can find the assassins. But it doesn't end there. Gathered Alexei and he was eager to hear more. Smiling with a few nods, Nerys elaborates, half a day after the palace incident, somebody walks through the front door at the townhouse claiming the bounty Jabba put on the assassin's head. He apparently walked in with that assassin droid in tow. Jabba sends out a message that the bounty was claimed, however that's just the beginning of the matter. A frown adorns Alexei's face at the news of the assassin's death but Nerys quickly added, I haven't finished talking about him yet, there's more. Just wait until the end. With his interest renewed by the words of his Vigo, Alexei motions for Nerys to continue so he may hear everything. Minutes later an alarm starts going off in one of the buildings close to the main complex. The slave processing center. Jabba's men rush in and put up a jamming signal. A short while passes with the alarm not going off and then there's a huge explosion in the main complex. That's when all hell breaks loose, Lex. Said Nerys and Alexei watches as the Iktochi begins making motions off-screen of the holopad. A new file is soon sent with and Nerys explains, a repulsor lift patrol droid used by the Mos Espa police responded to the explosion. With a slight laugh, Lexi guesses, and you managed to get that recording as well. Nerys nodded with another toothy grin and Alexei went to open the file, putting it up on holopad so he could watch what was happening while keeping Nerys on speaker for the man to narrate. This is right after the explosion and the droid is up a few hundred feet in the air surveying the damage and reporting it to the police. It catches something real interesting. Said Nerys and Alexei is at first confused before he notices blaster fire on the roof. One figure starts attacking all of the sentries that Jabba has and takes over one of the laser cannons. Alexei watches with rapt attention as a single droid creates utter chaos and destruction on the roof of Jabba's complex, taking out anything that moves and even a small transport that tries to take off. What about those at the entrance? What do we know about them? Questioned Alexei as he sees that the only individuals that the droid does not take out are a group of 3 at the main entrance to the Jabba's townhouse. The one carting what looks like weapons is the one that collected on the bounty. It seems that they may be in league with the primary assassin and his group. Explained Nerys and Alexei was about to interject when Nerys made a motion to give him a bit more time to explain his reasoning. Nodding to his Vigo, Nerys continued, I surmise that they are looting the place after collecting the bounty and used it as a ruse to get inside the building. The assassin droid quickly leaves the roof and heads to the hangar bays, presumably while whoever set the bomb inside the building is also headed there as well. Looking over the recording, Alexei watches as it fast-forwards to presumably another point of interest. Watching a ship take off, Nerys soon says, I haven't been able to determine anything about that ship. I can only guess that it's Jabba's men escaping or whoever owns that ship is leaving. What's next is really what you want to see. Continuing to watch, Alexei sees Jabba's yacht start to take off and the security droid focuses on the craft. After it starts to leave, the bottom of the ship is finally visible and Alexei leans closer to see that one of the loading bay lifts is still open and two familiar Twi'lek girls are shooting blasters down at something on the hangar floor. Moments later, a figure emerged from the hangar, likely using a jetpack or similar equipment, and flies up to the lift. Besides recognizing the person from the other recording, Alexei also notices that someone else is being carried. The image paused and turning back to Nerys with a curious look, Alexei asked the question on his mind, "You think this is the same assassin that was in the palace and believed to be dead? His bounty was collected on Nerys. Was he turned in alive? I don't about how they managed to get that one over the hut. I do have a good source that says that the assassin somehow faked it all and is still alive." Nerys countered and pushed a button to continue the recording. Alexei didn't question about the source, yet, but instead turned back to the recording to continue watching the events unfold. Another individual soon took off after the fleeing pair. Recognizing the armor, Alexei watched as the ship turned and started dumping cargo onto the Mandalorian in order to keep him at bay. The image paused again and Alexei looked to his Vigo. "I didn't notice it at first either and someone told me about it, so I'll show it again and highlight what I'd like you to see," explained Nerys before replaying the containers falling on the bounty hunter. The recording replayed, but unlike before it froze and the image was zoomed in on the last item to fall from the lift. It took a few moments before Alexei realized through the fuzzy image that the object was oddly shaped and certainly not a crate or container that he had ever seen. In fact, it looked like Jabba. Alexei said out loud and looked to Nerys for confirmation. The Iktochi nodded and waited for Alexei to finish looking. "A failed kidnapping?" suggested Alexei, but Nerys knew that was not the case. "I thought so too at first, but it turns out the body that fell did belong to Jabba's, but it was also missing the head." "How barbaric," commented Alexei in response to the information as he thought of the many times that he had used a hired gun, bounty hunter or mercenary to take care of a problem. For the most part, they brought back something simple for proof. A tooth or blood sample, some kind of DNA evidence to prove the deed was done and collect. Thinking that the assassins had taken the whole head as proof was quite something, as few if any assassins or bounty hunters he had encountered went that far. "And how exactly did you come by this information that you are saying is confirmed?" inquired Alexei as he wanted to be certain before expending any further resources. "I talked to the only living eyewitness of the events," clarified Nerys, and Alexei said the name of the individual a moment later, Jango Fett. "Initially he was quite tight-lipped, but for the right price he did tell me that the recording was true and that the boy had faked his death. He refused to comment on those unique techniques used but did say that Jabba's bounty information was inaccurate. The assassin was younger and shorter than what Jabba claimed. Jango believed he was near human and no more than 12 years old with unique facial markings. He also confirmed that while he did injure the assassin, it wasn't a mortal wound and he should still be alive. He doesn't seem like the kind of person to make up a story or admit that he failed at preventing his employer's death." Nerys cleared up and he watched the leader of their syndicate lean back in his chair to think over everything. "What about the droid?" questioned Alexei suddenly, as nothing was explained about what had happened to it. "I would hazard a guess that the droid was piloting the stolen ship. As to anything else concerning that particular droid, I really don't know. I've tried to identify its model but not had any luck. I can only guess that it is fairly new or that it was custom-made. So the Twi'lek dancers were definitely in on it then?" was the question Alexei posed as he wanted to know what his Vigo thought. "Most likely. Give Jabba a few dancers to check out his facilities. It would explain why that one assassin was so determined to help them," answered Nerys, and he watched Alexei nod in agreement before asking, "Is there anything else?" "I'm afraid not. When my other spies arrived at the facility, the scavengers had already arrived, but I did ascertain that the group leaving with the weapons did come back, and I think they were there to also play cleaned up because all other security data and recordings had been deleted. I was lucky to get the recording from the patrol droid as they probably didn't notice it," said Nerys in response. Remaining silent for several minutes, the Iktochi waited to see what the Underlord wanted to do. He thought perhaps Alexei would call together all of the Vigos to make sure that the Black Sun got their share of Jabba's former empire, but the decision was ultimately not his to make. Alexei eventually concluded on their course of action and spoke to Nerys in a serious tone, "Do not share this with the other Vigos. I want to explore this, but let's keep this between ourselves for now. I want you to put out feelers and start passively looking for this group using whatever means necessary. They couldn't have gotten that far on such a large and recognizable stolen ship. I'd like to find out more about them before making contact and perhaps getting a little leverage. Until that time, I want you to use your best men and distribute as much false information and rumor as you can about the whole thing. I want a smokescreen large enough to make everyone question what really happened on Tatooine and who did it. I'll be calling shortly for a holo meeting of all 9 Vigos. You will only mention Jabba's death and provide none of the details you gave me. Don't take any action against the known locations of Jabba's interests. It would be best to not make the Desilogic Kajidik think we were involved with the death of such an influential member of their clan. As you wish, responded Neres with a slight bow, and he knew that he had his work cut out for him. The hollow pad was turned off a moment later as the transmission was ended. Taking a deep breath, Alexei turned to a dark corner of the room and asked, "Have you ever seen techniques such as these, Myla?" A feminine figure emerged from the corner and took another look at the recording of the spikes killing members of Jabba's syndicate in the hut's throne room. Myla had long brown hair tied in numerous different ponytails and a very pale face with several black facial tattoos around the eyes, nose, and mouth. The Night Sister was very knowledgeable about the dark side of the Force and about Jedi, but despite this knowledge, she had never seen such manipulation of rock. "No, I haven't. This kind of technique is unknown to me or my sisterhood," she answered honestly to her employer. Though the response was given with a straight face, the black tattoos around her lips made it always seem as though she was smiling. Alexei smiled too and asked her to leave so he could be alone with his thoughts. Since becoming the Underlord, he began building up the Black Sun, aiming to make it even larger and finally eclipse the plateau that his predecessors had stalled out on. Despite being around for over 3,000 years, the Black Sun was still one of the largest criminal empires in the galaxy. The keywords being one of the largest. The Syndicate had hidden bases and holdings throughout the rims with thousands of people working as smugglers, soldiers, pirates, mercenaries, and various other positions that supported a vast empire of illicit activity throughout the known galaxy. In addition, there were countless individuals who simply didn't realize that they were working for a subsidiary or shell corporation owned by the Black Sunday. This, however, was not good enough for Alexei. He wanted to take the Black Sun to the next level, a level that all of his predecessors had failed to seek or come close to. Despite all their bases and holdings, the Black Sun did not truly own any planets. They had influence on countless planets and some power over the government, but did not own the planet. They did not own any systems and certainly not any sectors. There also was no Black Sun space or Black Sun territory. Seemingly the expansion of the Black Sun had stagnated at some point in the distant past, and each Underlord strove to increase its size until their death, a coup, or action by other criminal syndicates. The syndicate therefore had experienced a large but steady fluctuation as various Underlords would rise in power and influence but then fall and go back to start over with someone new. Surviving for so long was impressive, but what the Black Sun really needed was the ability to compete with the Hutt Cardinals. The Republic was losing influence and the ability to police its space, and this was only made more clear when he first became Underlord, right before the Stark Hyperspace War. A combined group of pirates and smugglers, despite being completely tricked by their charismatic leader, was actually able to pose a sizable threat to the Republic. Despite such impressive dreams for the Black Sun, he faced many problems. Though very large, the Black Sun was still one of hundreds of other criminal organizations in the galaxy and not large or powerful enough to try and deal with the Hutt Cardinals or squash their smaller competition. Each group was after similar things and competing for areas, distribution, and piracy targets. This inevitably led to confrontations, and those confrontations were what he and the Black Sun spent most of its time on. Not taking out the smaller competitors would only allow them to become larger, but straight fighting came with a great risk. If they destroyed enough of their competition, the smaller groups may band together against the threat and create a very costly syndicate war. The Stark Hyperspace War also proved this was possible. That unrelated organizations of pirates, smugglers, and other criminal could band together under a leader. It would therefore be best to have someone working for me, but that couldn't be traced back to me, and have them go after my competition. Or I could strive for something even more elaborate, thought Alexei, and he remembered implementing the plan once before but suffered a very costly setback in the design phase. He had secretly paid for the training of several individuals at the Orsi's Academy, a well-known and accomplished school for training some of the best assassins, spies, soldiers, and trackers. No one knew that the students were being trained to work for the Black Sun, not even the students themselves. After years at the academy, they were close to graduation when one student, a male Zabrak under a false identity, decided to kill every student, faculty member, and ultimately destroy the academy itself. I still haven't found that Zabrak, recalled Alexei with a sneer, as it had only been just over a year since the massacre. He took a deep breath and exhaled to calm himself down. With the academy gone, he couldn't very well send another group to be trained, and few other facilities such as the Orsi's Academy existed, or better yet, were allowed to exist by the Jedi Order. Perhaps, however, my luck may be changing. He wagered and once again looked through the recordings that Neres had sent. The only problem was controlling such a powerful individual or group of individuals. He needed to find out who they worked for, what they worked for, and if their services could be bought for the right price. XX. Back on Tatooine. XX. Flinching as she continued to hear blaster cannon fire, Karin stayed behind Plagueis as he waited for the Demon Brothers to deal with the more dangerous defenses. After finding Glass Mountain, it didn't take long for the Demon Brothers to locate the old mine shaft that Jabba was using. Slowly they had managed to make their way through the veritable maze of different passageways that would supposedly lead to Jabba's hidden treasures. While a good treasure hunt was supposed to be fun, it was anything but for Karan, as Jabba seemed to take security very seriously for his hidden treasures and had used just about everything against them. From hidden mines to laser traps and even older styles of traps like pitfalls. Thus the journey for treasure had been terrifying, as danger seemed to be around every bend in the tunnels. "Clear!" yelled one of the demon brothers, and Plague Ace led the way into what was hopefully the end of their journey. As they rounded the bend, the narrow tunnel widened dramatically into a good-sized cavern. Looking away from the energy field at one end, Karan found Miizu finish ripping out a turret from the wall and tossing it to the ground. As the brothers made to move to the energy field, Plague Ace ordered them to stop. Using the force, Plague Ace picked up the disabled turret and with a flick of his hand, tossed it against the energy field. The metal struck the field and seemingly began to be eaten by the energy field until there was nothing left. Karan let her mouth drop at the scene, and Plague Ace explained, "It's a disintegration field and don't think it can't harm you too. The spell placed on you is very powerful, but neither of you are invincible, and it would be good for both of you to remember that." Finished with the explanation, Plague Ace began a thorough examination of the field. Normally such a security measure was used to prevent explosives from being placed on doors to breach them or prevent the use of cutting tools. They were primarily used in facilities rather than starships, but there were some exceptions. Sometimes a lighter version of the field was implemented which simply gave a painful shock, and they were found primarily in detention facilities. The field was not, however, to be confused with ray shielding, as they were very different. Ray shielding could be let energy weapons pass through one way and not the other. It was also not normally dangerous to people, save for some radiation in certain cheaper shielding systems that were not used in starships. People could pass through ray shields, and so could objects, and the shields could be bent to envelop an entire starship or used to form a shutter to protect a specific region. Disintegration shields could not be bent around anything and operated on a single, flat plane, not let anything pass through from either side. They were also very power hungry, and could only be activated between special emitters, which appeared to be buried deeply into the solid rock. Noted Plague Ace, as he knew that two tall devices were placed in such a manner to protect them from tampering. The only way to get to the emitters was to use explosives or to use mining equipment, neither of which had they brought and neither of which Plague Ace was willing to use, lest they chance a cave-in. On the other side of the red, semi-transparent field, they could all see a medium-sized starship in a makeshift hangar that had likely been carved out of the rock. "How'd they get that thing in here?" questioned Karan, and Plague Ace froze as he realized that her inquiry was extremely valid. He had too concerned with the field to even think of such a question, to even considered how had Jabba gotten a starship inside a mine shaft that was far narrower than the size of the ship. Stepping closer to the field, the Sith Lord glanced in the direction the ship was pointed and found a tunnel in the rock that was just big enough for the ship. It was cut at an angle and presumably went to the surface, or more likely the face of the mountain. Preventing himself from getting angry over the thought that if they found the camouflaged door, which was likely at the end of that tunnel, then they could have avoided all the traps. Plague Ace calmed himself and pushed aside such thoughts, and looked for other possibilities to bypass the field. Glancing to where the power was coming from, he found conduits traveling from one of the concealed emitters and heading to a back room where there was likely some kind of generator. "I doubt they keep this field on all the time, we must have activated it along with one of the traps." He wagered and looked over the hangar for something to use to take out the conduits. Finding nothing in the hangar, he decided to try it the hard way. Aiming an outstretched hand at the conduits, Plague Ace began to use the force to pull at the conduits. Though the disintegration field hindered him, the conduits began to strain under his application of force technique. Soon they were bending outwards toward him until they could not take the stress and ripped apart, severing the power cables inside and erupting in sparks as the field lost its power and promptly failed. With a motion to the others to hold back, Plague Ace stepped forward to the edge of where the field was and looked over the entire hangar. Turning to Karan, she realized what he wanted, and she shook her head as she couldn't feel anything. "Possibly still droids or other security measures that I cannot sense or see," he thought, and took out his sword while stepping forward to further examine the ship. Giving a mental command to the brothers, they both started up the exit tunnel for the craft. Karan looked to see where they were going, and Plague Ace answered her question before she could ask. "I asked them to examine where the tunnel leads. Hopefully they can open the doors or whatever is at the end and bring the skiff around." She nodded in understanding but wanted to clarify something. "Shouldn't we just take the ship?" "Definitely not." Plague Ace immediately answered and knew that was not a good enough explanation. Karan was like Naruto and always wanted details, so he elaborated. "Given all the traps that Jabba put to protect the ship, it is highly likely that the ship itself is the last trap. It may only respond to Jabba, or perhaps it could have a variety of different internal security systems intended to foil dives. We aren't going to even try starting it up. In fact, I plan to sever the ship's power and cut our way inside, or at least a hole large enough for the demon brothers to get in." Karen's eyes widened as she hadn't even thought of that possibility. To her, the obvious answer to the situation was to take the ship and pilot it back to their ship, rather than transferring everything into Scrolls or the skiff. "It's a very good thing he's leading this group, although he did bring us into this death trap in the first place," she acknowledged, but decided to keep such a thought to herself. Given how easily Naruto could read her thoughts, Plague Ace might be even better. You are quite correct. Plague Ace said to himself as he read Karen's thought. He could have said it to Karen in order to scare her but, given the current situation, decided against such an action. Looking away from the ship, Plague Ace glanced to the power conduits and to the door that was nearby. The conduits stopped close to the door, which meant that they passed through the wall and into whatever room was beyond. Curious to see what was inside, Plague Ace took his sword and started cutting a piece out from the door. Caution was best considering what they had already faced in order to get to the hangar, so he only made a small cut, enough to look through, and didn't even consider using the control panel on the door, because it too may be a trap. Removing the piece of thick metal door with the force, Plague Ace glanced through. The Mustafarians had excellent night vision as a result of their planet always being so clouded with ash from volcanic activity that it blocked most sunlight, so he had not trouble looking inside. Shapes soon appeared and he noted that the room was much larger than he initially thought it would be. Inside, he could see the outline and some detail of a reactor that would normally be found on a small capital ship but instead was feeding the disintegration field. I was wrong, that disintegration field has been on for a very long time. Realized Plague Ace, and he looked around the room once again. If it was him and he had been trying to hide his treasure ship, the Mutan would have left a small number of assassin droids at the very end. A last defense against those that made it so far. It seemed that Jabba did not favor the use of such droids though. But I would think that someone would need to come here and check that reactor from time to time, he believed, and didn't see any maintenance droid inside the room, though he did only have a narrow field of vision. Staying watchful of his surroundings, he would wait for the Demon Brothers to return before doing anything further. XX. Outland Transit Station. Outer Rim Territories. Baxtell Sector. XX. Coming out of hyperspace, Django piloted the Jaster's Legacy toward a docking port on the large and very familiar space outpost. Though he basically lived on his ship, it was always nice to have some place to come back to, and he knew the person that owned the station. Once the ship was docked, the Mandalorian found himself still sitting in the pilot's seat and not moving to disembark from the ship. Frustration was the primary feeling that he couldn't seem to shake, and the thoughts running through his head only fueled it. Normally he kept himself detached from his work and was able to return to the station without any baggage, but apparently not this time. The events kept playing in his mind and he kept coming to the same conclusions. With Jabba's death, I've lost significant job opportunities. Like all the Hutts, Jabba employed many bounty hunters, but the Hutt didn't hire just anyone. To gain Jabba's trust and interest required a significant reputation or the ability to impress the Hutt. His first bounty for Jabba had been a few months previously and had been a great success. Jabba was pleased with his work and he received jobs directly from the Hutt. Quickly, he became the favored hunter of the Jabba and was even invited to his birthday celebration. The Hutt had become a good ally. He didn't have friends, he had allies and enemies. In less than 24 hours' time, all that was gone. There would be other bounties, but those were much harder. He would be competing with everyone else that found the notice and not given the special treatment like with Jabba. He was just another bounty hunter. Coming out of Tatooine with barely a scratch, while everyone around Jabba was killed, did not bode well for his reputation. It looked bad from his perspective. Perhaps it was all in his mind, but if someone had told him a similar story about someone else, he would have thought the person that survived had run away or avoided conflict. I'd be reluctant to hire somebody like that. In the end, the assassin himself or even the group of assassins didn't matter, and therefore Jabba's death was not the end of the situation. It was the person that had hired the assassin which he had wanted, and which was why he tried to capture them. Taking a boy back to Jabba's clan and claiming him as Jabba's killer would get him laughed at, but going to the Disiligic clan with the name of the person that hired the assassins, was completely different. That would have gotten him a bounty to go after and a good rapport with other Disiligic Hutts. He may have lost out on one bounty and lost an employer, but he could have created another opportunity for himself. However, he had been unable to capture any of their group. I've killed Jedi with my bare hands, but I couldn't stop an assassin droid, 2 brats, and 2 Twi'lek dancers. He thought, in spite of knowing that he was understating the abilities of his enemy. A failure was still a failure. I'll just have to start taking the longer and more dangerous missions again. Perhaps his face will come back up. He hoped, but something told him that it may not. On his way back to the station, seemingly with his tail between his legs, somehow his situation had managed to get a little worse. A transmission from the Black Sunday. They weren't however interested in him for a job, they wanted to know about the assassin and his group. That irked him to an incredible degree. Maybe I should quit bounty hunting and become an information broker. He thought sarcastically as he made more money on his trip to Tatooine from the Black Sun's payment than through his combat skills. If the Black Sun has developed an interest in him, then I either won't ever encounter him again or he'll be protected. Django thought and pushed his head into the headrest of the pilot's seat. The image of the animalistic face soon came to the forefront of his mind. The eyes were yellow and the smile was the most sadistic he had ever seen. That damn face is gonna haunt me. I need a drink. Were his thoughts right before getting up to board the station. XX. Uninhabited planet in the mid-rim. Kamel Sector. XX. Disappointing. Naruto said to himself as he looked out on the planet that Plagueis had given them coordinates for. He thought perhaps a base would be there or at least something worthwhile to see. Standing on top of the parked ship, all he could perceive was described by that single word. Everything in view was dead or dying slowly, and he was positive that rivers weren't supposed to have such a tint to them, especially in that shade of green. It wasn't some kind of unique ecosystem, it was just a ruined planet. The air didn't smell very good either, and there was a slight burn inside his nose when he breathed in. It was probably the most polluted planet they had ever been to. There was no telling how long it would be before Plagueis arrived, and more importantly how long they would be stuck with nothing to do. The only item of interest was the remains of a large factory that had evidently exploded at some point, with part of the tallest tower falling over. That would have been something to see, thought Naruto as he zoomed out from examining the details of the fallen structure with his goggles, not understanding the significance of the building. His viewing was disturbed as he felt someone getting near and then heard the lift activating. Jugo. Naruto realized and wasn't really thrilled to have the teen visit him. He had been hoping to avoid them for a little longer. So here's where you went. He heard Jugo say as the teen walked over to where Naruto was. Everybody was looking for you after we landed. Jugo explained as he looked over the view that the top of the ship gave over the surroundings. Oh, I'm sure all of you were. Thoroughly searched your bedroom first, probably. Thought Naruto sarcastically as he didn't even think to include HK in Jugo's statement. Is everything alright? He heard Jugo question and Naruto quickly responded, fine, just fine. There's two of them and one of you. Naruto raged inside his head. However, the more he thought about it, he really never tried to get to know either girl. Aside from helping them remove the slave chips, Jugo had been with them for far longer, saved them from the rancor and the bounty hunter, and held actual conversations with both. And apparently he saved my life too. He thought begrudgingly. Jugo was also much closer in age to the girls than he was, and regardless of his abilities, they still probably thought of him as a child. Despite some understanding of why events turned out the way they had, he still wanted to push Jugo off the side of the ship. However, then he would have to explain his actions. Seeing that all of this thoughts had created a long moment of silence between them, Naruto decided to do something to avoid further questions and change the subject completely. I've given some thought to what you said before about finding some place to stay for a longer period of time. That's not exactly what I said, started Jugo, but he decided just to go with it. However, there was one thing he wanted to confirm. Not here, right? I mean, we aren't going to stay here. Hell no. Naruto responded while giving Jugo a strange look. I think the ship has a good computer and navigational database. We'll consult that before making any decisions, stated Naruto as he turned and walked back to the hatch so he could head for the bridge. XX. As one of the demon brothers passed another urn through the hole in the ship's hull, Plagueis decided to emphasize once again, be careful with those. Both brothers gave him slightly irritated looks but complied as Gozu walked the fourth of the 8 total urns over to Karin and set it on the seal. They had actually unloaded items from the storage seal back on the vulture in order to make room, as they'd filled every storage seal that had been brought with them. Looking over the item, Karin examined all of the detailed work. Shades of blue and green were intermingled on the surface, and the top rim appeared to be inlaid with precious gems as well as some metal which she couldn't quite identify. Noting that the vase had a lid, Karin opened it and looked inside. Ashes. She realized and shut the urn right before giving Plagueis a disgusted look. You can make whatever face you desire, so long as you don't drop or damage that urn, was the Sith Lord's response, and Karin frowned before demanding to know, this is treasure? It's full of ash, right? It's somebody's relative, right? Plagueis soon responded in a slightly amused tone, indeed it is. These look to be from the Krung dynasty, though I could be mistaken. And that makes it valuable? A dead person in a nice urn, she contested as Gozu brought another and carefully set it down. These Mendation funeral urns are in fact priceless. Everything else in Jabba's palace and townhouse is cumulatively worthless in comparison to these 8 pieces, responded Plagueis, and he actually found himself enjoying the redhead gawking at what he had just revealed. Even Naruto wouldn't have known something like that, but he had been around for quite some time, and besides his hefty bank accounts, he also used to own numerous valuable pieces of art. After the brothers had finished with the urns and Karin had sealed them safely in storage, Plagueis climbed into the ship so he could look at the remaining items. Looking over the main hold, Plagueis came across numerous artifacts and valuables, however they were all focused around huts. Jabba had an ancient hut suit of armor as well as hut weapons and other valuable cultural items, but they were only valuable to another hut. No one else would want to buy them, so the question on Plagueis' mind was, who do I know that would want them? While he could just leave them, they could also be used as bargaining chips with any hut in the galaxy. So long as no one knew where they actually came from, or as long as they didn't mind where they had come from. Those close to Jabba would probably know something of his collection. That rules out the entire Deciligic clan. His clan is historically enemies with the Basadii clan and I doubt that has changed in the time that I have been gone, but I don't know any members of that clan save for Gardola. She makes terrible business deals, gambles away most her money, and no one has ever been sure about the relationship she had with Jabba. That leaves only a few others that I've ever done business with. He concluded, and though he did have one in mind, he wasn't keen on the prospect. He had clashed with that Hutt as Persona Hugo D Mask, but there was the chance that as an unknown Mustafarian with numerous Hutt artifacts, they might get along. Deciding that everything could be sorted out later, he took the items that, in his mind, would be the easiest to get rid of for a good price. Selecting the weapons, armor, and a few of the nicer pieces, he informed the brothers of what he wanted and let them do the lifting. XX. The bridge of the Star Jewel was quite large, despite only needing a single pilot in order to pilot the ship. The help of a co-pilot was more effective, but that still did not warrant such a big bridge. In the middle of the room was a raised circular piece of equipment that most would easily recognize as a holo projector. The device was however about 10 feet wide and therefore larger than any similar device Naruto had seen before. Walking up to it, Naruto looked over the controls as he tried to figure out how to operate everything. Most holo projectors were similar in control operation and user interface, but he was more interested in the features that particular model had. Finding that it could accept voice commands, he switched that feature on and activated the holographic emitter. Opening the ship's galactic database and bringing the ship's computer online, Naruto started his quest for a star system inhabitable planet. Display our current location in the galaxy. The projector came to life and rendered an image of the galaxy as well as an arrow pointing to their location. Not completely sure how to proceed, he changed gears for the moment. Show me the navigational database. He commanded, and the projector rendered a columned list of the different systems and coordinates in its memory banks. The scrolling list was incredibly long, going by the number of listed entries, which was displayed in the corner of the representation. Naruto knew that even if he had multiple lifetimes, he could never visit all the systems that were being displayed. What criteria can I use to eliminate systems from this list in order to find a specific system that meets my needs? Questioned Naruto. He believed a futuristic machine combined with the ship's computer should be perfectly capable of complex tasks and data comparison. The list changed to a shorter listing of different characteristics that could be searched for or used to better define his search. He noted things such as atmospheric characteristics, population, pollution levels, and a variety of other categories and perhaps even subcategories to choose from. Good. He thought, and ignored the gathering of all of the other ship's passengers onto the bridge to see what he was doing. Eliminate all systems without habitable planets was the first criteria that Naruto chose, and the list of systems came back, but was noticeably shorter. Eliminate all systems that have no planets with a Type 1 atmosphere. He ordered, and the list dropped entry number again, but by a smaller amount than before. Seeing that the list still included several million systems, Naruto decided to go for a much narrower criteria, based up the specifications of the shuttlecraft in the hangar bay, and using 40% of its available fuel capacity. Show me the systems that I would be able to reach from our current location, piloting that ship on charted space lanes. The Star Jewel was too noticeable to fly anywhere inhabited, so they would have to get by with the shuttle, which appeared to have a hyperdrive. He also wanted to have enough fuel to get back to the Star Jewel after they were done. It's thinking. Naruto realized as the projector flickered rapidly while it seemed to be plotting routes and determining what systems could be reached. After about 20 seconds of waiting, a much smaller list was displayed, but it still included a few thousand systems. What else? Naruto contemplated as he mentally reviewed the list of criteria that had been displayed earlier. Show me a list of individual planets instead of systems. Ordered Naruto, and the list got longer, but he felt it would be easier to work with. Eliminate planets with extreme hot or cold seasons, as well as planets covered in ice, having no water, or covered in sand. Also eliminate planets that have extreme volcanic or tectonic activity. Remove from this list planets that have high crime rates. Also remove planets that have no stable governmental system in place and have less than 1 million population. Said Naruto in rapid succession, and everyone watched as the list began shrinking until only about 50 planets were left. Naruto smirked, as evidently he had underestimated the computer's ability to approximate and input his slightly generic criteria. I just hope that information is at least somewhat up to date. He idly thought before thinking of what to say next. Show these planets, highlighted on a map of the galaxy. And once this was done, he added, magnify to only include these planets and not the rest of the galaxy. Looking over the chart, it was immediately apparent that most of the planets in question were not in the outer rim but rather the mid-rim and expansion regions of the galaxy. I'd still like to stay close to the outer rim if at all possible. Naruto thought and said, list the planets in order of closeness to the outer rim territories and on more heavily traveled space routes. Looking over the top 10 planets on the list, one instantly jumped out at Naruto. Naboo. He read to himself and tried to remember where he had heard that before and why it was so familiar. Sidious is from Naboo and is now senator for the entire Kamel sector, he remembered, and began thinking perhaps he should skip that planet as it would be too dangerous. However, he was curious to see what kind of planet it was, and the more he thought about it, the more he wanted to go. If Sidious can hide under the nose of the Jedi, I'm sure we can hide on Naboo. Besides, if he's the senator for the sector, then he spends most of his time on Coruscant and not on that planet. Master Plagueis also mentioned that Sidious disliked his home planet. He thought and decided it couldn't hurt to just go and look. If there were no prospects that could provide them with a safe place to stay and could be purchased for a reasonable amount of the money he had found in Jabba's vault on the Star Jewel, then they could return and wait for Plagueis. Naboo was close enough that it would only take about 20 minutes to get there. XX. Entering the Naboo system, Naruto piloted the small shuttle closer to the third planet of the system. He thought their ship had been picked up by whatever scanners and sensor system the inhabitants were using, but they had yet to be hailed or asked to declare their intentions. Circumventing one of the planet's moons, a light began flashing on the main controls and Naruto answered. With a few lies, their shuttle was cleared to land at Theed spaceport and an approach trajectory was given to them. Since they were expected to follow the path that was calculated for them, Naruto didn't stray and kept the course. As the small ship pierced into the atmosphere of the green and blue planet, the clouds which had been blocking some of their direct view were pushed aside and revealed a large city on a plateau. The detailed architecture of the city became more visible the closer they got, with many green-capped buildings and unique designs. Large buildings were spaced slightly apart from each other and the entire landscape did not seem like any city Naruto had pictured in his mind before they arrived. Trees grew between the buildings and movement of people soon could be distinguished on the roads and walkways. Despite the crowded cockpit, as three others began pushing forward between the gap of the pilot and co-pilot seats to get a better view, Naruto and HK took the ship to the designated landing site. Though very impressed with the beautiful buildings, Naruto also kept an eye out for gun emplacements or any other possible threats. He was glad that they hadn't tried to sneak in because they passed a rather large hangar from which squadron of yellow and chrome starfighters were parked. The shuttle they were in had only a twin blaster cannon at the front and it was too slow and cumbersome to even think about outmaneuvering the swift-looking fighters. Bringing the ship down to land at a starport situated at the base of the plateau, Naruto powered down the shuttle while the others moved for the loading ramp at the very back of the spacecraft. As they prepared to disembark, Naruto looked over his gear and tried to determine what would be best to take. He didn't have a change of clothes and had been wearing the same outfit for over 2 days. The events of Tatooine did not help the matter as his pants had blaster holes and his cloak as well as shirt and armor weave body glove were missing portions or stained with blood. As such, he decided not to wear the armor weave and looking to his trusty cloak, he decided to leave that as well. While passing over part of the city, they were low enough to see that none of the citizens were wearing any black clothing or cloaks. Most were dressed in colorful garb but not a single person wore a cloak. Frowning at the holes in his pants, he decided not to worry about it. Glancing to his sword, blaster, and ninja pouches, Naruto contemplated what he would need. While walking around with a sword was perfectly alright on most of the planets they had visited up until that point, it didn't seem prudent on a planet with such low crime. Taking the pouches, he left the blaster and hesitated with the sword. With the seal on his arm damaged, there was no other place to hide it, or at least he hadn't created any other seals and didn't have his sealing supplies with him. Taking a deep breath, and against his better judgment, he left the sword sitting with on top of his cloak. Turning to the rest of their group, he found HK holding a blaster rifle and frowned before saying, "We aren't taking any weapons." "Leave it." Swearing that the droid twitched in response before setting down the weapon, he eyed HK for a moment longer before then looking to the others. Jugo was dressed in very plain clothes, which were quite dirty from their travels, and the girls were still wearing their outfits from Jabba's palace with cloaks to cover them. Sighing, Naruto said, "I'll go and find something for all of you." As he headed down the ramp, he met a customs official that had come to welcome them to Theed and inquire about their visit. It only took a brief mind trick to fool the uniformed man. XX. Walking the streets of Theed in all new clothing, Naruto felt rather out of place and could tell that the others did as well. While not giving off feelings of great wealth or nobility, the city of Theed certainly presented a mid to upper class feel with extremely clean buildings, stone roads, and happy people whose presence they didn't seem to bother or affect in any way. Such an atmosphere and aesthetic buildings were very strange things for all of them. Anne and Tan were former slaves, and while not originally from Tatooine, their native planet of Relith did not have many cities, mostly sporadic villages and living areas. Konoha had interesting buildings, but most were simple structures and not all that grand in comparison. The roads were also dirt. Spending a portion of his life in an underground cell, Jugo was quite out of his element as well. "I have no clue where to go in order to find property," admitted Naruto as he looked around and wondered if he should ask someone on the street or find some place a little quieter. The decision on what to do next was made for all the non-droid members in the group as a wonderful smell wafted through the air and caught their attention. With a loud and embarrassing growl from Naruto's stomach, a near unanimous decision was made to stop to eat. XX. Back on Tatooine. XX. Approaching the Vulture, Plagueis slowed down the skiff and positioned the repulsor lift vehicle near the ship's loading lift. With a flick of his wrist, the lift began descending for them to get on. The trip from Glass Mountain had been uneventful, likely because everyone is focused on Jabba's townhouse and palace. thought Plagueis as he took the scroll with the funeral urns in hand and decided to keep it close. He had no idea what he was going to do with them, as despite being priceless, someone would have to put a price on them in order for them to be sold. An auction would fetch a good price, but I've been out of touch with the shadowy auctions where items of this type will always find a buyer. Flooding the market with multiple urns will also draw much suspicion and lower the price. I'll either have to sell or auction them one at a time and wait a good length between, or I could use them as valuable bargaining chips, reasoned the Sith Lord as he waited on the lift with Karin while the demon brothers loaded the hut paraphernalia from the skiff. Plagueis guessed that for the near future, the urns would becoming friendly with the Tessents as they waited to become useful in their plans. Now that we have some finance and bartering items besides the weapons, I can turn my attention back to my apprentice, thought the Sith Lord as he knew that despite discovering that his experiment was a success, it was extremely important to determine what his apprentice was up to. The adventures in the Outer Rim would certainly need to come to an end before they continue to attract the wrong attention or create a major problem. The death of such an influential hut would no doubt attract far too much attention, and he only hoped that the ruse of feigning death would keep his student's image from being distributed on wanted posters throughout the galaxy. It is not yet time to create events that garner the notice of the Republic, Jedi, and my apprentice. It will be a few more years before we can start testing the waters and seeing how powerful our opposition's sensing and precognitive abilities are. The last thing we need is for him to start hiring individuals to search the galaxy for us, or even worse, to use the Jedi to do it for him. For now, I will go back to where this extreme detour in my life, and afterlife, began. Concluded Plagueis as the demon brothers finished and he activated the lift controls. XX. Naboo, Theed Palace Complex. XX. Naruto exhaled heavily and wanted to complain about his overly full stomach, but it was his own fault for eating so much. He ordered multiple meals in case he didn't like the food, but actually found that everything tasted quite good. After that, he had gathered some information from the waitress and proceeded on his own while giving the others some spending money. Walking through a portion of Theed Palace, Naruto marveled at the grandeur of the building's interior, the high ceilings and tall columns. It made the Hokage Tower and the Fire Lord's Palace look like hovels. He wasn't even in the main building where the monarchy lived, but it still looked incredibly nice and well cared for. Heading for the property management and tax department, he followed the directions he had been given and tried not to make eye contact or look suspicious to the palace security guards. He had learned that while many different reality companies could help him find a place to stay, they didn't have anything he was truly interested in. A large apartment or house in the city was not what he was after. Even something just outside the city was questionable at best for a good hideout, and if he was honest with himself, he didn't want to stay in a cave or tunnel system again either. A property that was unknown by the majority of the planet and that was either abandoned and nearly forgotten about, the loan was defaulted on, or was seized for some reason. That was what he had in mind. Getting something for a fraction of the actual sell price was always best. It turned out that claim of these type of properties were turned over to the throne, until such time as something was done with them, whether sale, auction, or demolition. The only problem with the plan was that Naboo was doing quite well. The planet did not appear to be suffering economically, and he had a feeling that properties such as the one he was after, may be few and far between. To him, it didn't matter if it required a little work, as long as it was standing, isolated, and something that he could work with. It would also be helpful if it had enough rooms for each of them to get one, as well as work areas for himself, Kabuto, and Plagueis, in addition to many other features and amenities. I guess I really do have a long list of necessities. He mused, and the more he went over everything in his mind, the more he believed that Naboo would not have such a building or property. Turning a corner, he found the office that he was after. Entering the room, he came to a bench and sat while he waited for the person ahead of him. For being in charge of most of the planet, the office was not very large, with several receptionists and droid workers but few other people. This unfortunately only furthered his earlier belief about not being able to find anything. Realizing that the person ahead of him was having more of a long personal conversation instead of inquiry or problem, Naruto decided to take some action and not wait patiently for them to finish. Throwing out his hand, he flung an imaginary object which went unnoticed by everyone else but caught the attention of the conversing pair. With their chat completely stalled by the distraction, and finding nothing the matter in the direction that Naruto had thrown toward, they turned back but found very little to say, slightly confused by what had happened. Saying their goodbyes, it was his turn and Naruto walked up to the receptionist. They both smiled at each other but secretly each seemed to know that they probably weren't going to get along. The woman began with an opening list of possibilities for his visit. Have you come to? Naruto raised his eyebrow slightly as he listened to the choices and noted that the particular sentence was likely something that the woman had repeated over and over again, so much so that the words had become dull to her and beyond repetitive, or claim an ancestral home. She finished and Naruto perked up at the last one. Claim an ancestral home. He blurted and wasn't sure himself if it had been a question or an actual statement of what he wanted. The receptionist looked quite surprised, which only emphasized in Naruto's mind that few if any ever chose that particular item of the other 6 listed. And I suppose you have the correct identification, genealogy records, citizenship, certificates, and the proper forms, filled out in triplicate to prove that claim? Demanded the woman with a skeptical look at his utterance. Arriving quickly at a metaphorical crossroad, Naruto decided to take the path that continued on instead of retreating. Though frozen for a second, he quickly replied, I've already shown them to you. The use of the mind trick was more out of self-preservation and habit than planning, as he found himself a bit overwhelmed with the materials she had asked for. The woman looked confused for a second before shaking it off and agreeing with him, I see, you've already shown them to me. Accessing the terminal in front of her, she suddenly stopped and asked, I'm sorry, what property and name was it again? Thinking fast and knowing he was probably in over his head, Naruto decided to try and get her to decide for him. When I use the words, isolated, extravagant, good condition, and no known heirs to inherit, a property comes to your mind. Naruto said as he began to confuse and try to extract the information he was after. What is that property? The Rutshar estate. The woman answered and soon came out of her daze as she waited expectantly for him to answer, the Rutshar estate. Repeated Naruto with a nervous smile, and the woman nodded before looking through her records. Finding the information, she stepped away from her station and moved to back room, out of sight. Having no idea what he had just claimed, Naruto calmed himself from panicking as he continued through the process of stealing, claiming property. He contemplated leaving but knew it would look worse if he left than if he stayed and finished. What I am even doing? He thought, but found no good way to stop the momentum that he had built up towards acquiring a hideout. Could I just say it was all a mistake and try to make her forget everything with mind tricks? He wondered, but was distracted by her return. The receptionist walked back to her seat and opened a small box using her thumbprint on a small scanner built into the box. The top of the box opened and she removed a thin key card, swiping it on a device on her computer console. Looking over something on her screen, she nodded and set the key card down on her desk. Going back to the small box, she removed a second object which Naruto identified as a data chip. Taking out a datapad, she input the small memory device into a slot and then looked over the displayed information, checking for accuracy and making sure everything was in order. When finished, she handed the device over to Naruto, and asked, please sign and provide your print to complete the transferal. Taking the datapad and trying not to look nervous or suspicious, Naruto looked at the screen and found it displaying a title for the estate, legal jargon, coordinates of the estate, and finally at the very bottom, a place for a signature and presumably thumbprint. Knowing he had definitely gotten in way over his head, Naruto pretended to read through the document as tried to determine what to do next. Originally he had only gone to look for properties, I didn't even bring any money to buy anything. I was just going to look, and now I'm accepting ownership of a place I've never even seen, and I'll be leaving a digital trace of it all. He thought, concerned at the situation he was in, but knew that he had created an opportunity. Why am I doing all of this and going so far? He wondered, and it suddenly hit him that Jugo had been right. The purpose of going to Nabo was to look for some place to call a home, and now he was right about close the deal. He wanted a home, or at least some place that was safe to come back to between traveling or whatever else he was doing. He wasn't just acting without a plan, he was actively pushing to seal the deal and acquire a property. It seemed that the idea of a place of his own, or a place for the group, was more important than what it actually looked like. Setting aside the bigger problem, what would happen when he told Plagueis of what he had done, there was the problem of the signature. Obviously he was transferring it to himself, but by what name was he going to transfer it to? There was no way he would pick his given name, and since it was the Rutshar estate, he wondered if he should use that surname. No, just pick one name at random, and not Rasen this time. He decided, and his hand began signing right before his thumb touched the reader, providing his print. Handing it back to the receptionist before he even realized what he had written, Naruto waited agonizing moments while she looked it over. Everything looks to be in order. Menma. She said as she read off the name on the title and then began finalizing the transfer on her computer. Of all the names I could have chosen, Menma? Did it have to be a ramen topping? Why do I feel like I was the one who was robbed? Thought Naruto as he regretted the spontaneous choice. He only had to wait a few moments before the receptionist was finished, and she handed him the data chip as well as the key card. The chip has the deed information as well as the transferal of ownership, don't lose it. The key card will get you past the locks. If there are any problems, please let us know and enjoy your ancestral property. She said with a smile a little nicer than when they first met. Of course. Thank you. Naruto responded, and before he left and backtracked through the palace. XX. Walking with a slightly aimless or dazed look, Naruto was rather easy to spot amongst the more purposeful people of Nabo. He reached Jugo and the girls without really registering it. I now own property. He tried to convince himself of the fact, but the significance had not yet set in, and at that point, all he had was a data chip with a digital document and a key card. Stopping near the three, he found them looking through a shop window, and it took almost a minute before one of them noticed him. You're back. Noticed one of the girls, and Naruto absently nodded. His lackluster response and the general look about him did not go unnoticed by the three. Jugo decided to say something and try to find out what was the matter. Did you not find anything? I now own an estate. Naruto revealed, but his response made them think that perhaps he was unsure about whether or not that statement was true. He had simply looked at them while stating it plainly. I thought you were just going to look. Asked Jugo with quite a bit of surprise. Stuff happened, and I ended up with an estate. Reiterated Naruto, despite knowing that the statement wasn't completely true. He had taken advantage of an opportunity that presented itself and did everything he could to exploit it. Is that not a good thing? Inquired Anne as a result of Naruto's lackluster enthusiasm over such a big event, and Naruto simply shrugged in response. What's it look like? Tan and Naruto responded both simply and truthfully, no idea. All three were slightly surprised and confused that he had purchased a property without even looking at it, but decided not to say anything. So I guess we're staying, or at least long enough to see this place before heading back. Asked Jugo for confirmation, and when Naruto nodded, he found himself pleased at the prospect of coming back to Nebu. From just what he'd seen of the city, it was a very interesting and beautiful place, surpassing everywhere else they'd visited by far. The twins were also happy at the prospect of staying. Well, I guess it's good they're all happy. Naruto thought, but couldn't be sure how long that would last. He had yet to tell Plagueis any of his intentions or actions, and with the way they had left Tatoin, as well as the mistakes made along the way, he did not see his master's response as being positive or painless. Finally realizing the absent member, Naruto asked, "Where's HK?" He found nothing of interest and went back to the ship. Reported Jugo, and for a second, Naruto had the sudden thought that perhaps the droid had left in their ship, but he soon reconsidered the thought considering the type of planet that Nebu was. There really isn't anything that would interest him here. Hopefully the ship's still there. He thought, and if he had to guess, he would say that it still was. Looking to the twins, Naruto said, "Why don't you two head back to the ship and we'll meet you there?" They both looked to each other and back at him. Just the look alone said that they knew something was up and that he wanted to talk with Jugo alone. Though Naruto could feel they were skeptical of him, he also felt that they put great trust in Jugo and headed back to the ship without saying another word. Jugo immediately looked to him, and Naruto could tell that the slightly naive teen did not have as much understanding of his statement as the two former slaves. They shouldn't come back with us. We should part ways before heading back to the Star Jewel. Naruto clearly stated as he and Jugo walked together a good distance behind the twins. What? Jugo demanded in more of a surprised than angry tone. Keeping his tone firm, Naruto reiterated, "They don't have to leave the planet and you don't have to cut all ties with them, but it would be best for them not to come back with us." Seeing that Jugo was not in agreement or simply unable to understand his train of thought, Naruto elaborated in a hushed but serious voice, "Yesterday we got messed up in what was supposed to be a simple negotiation. I ended up with a bounty on my head. We freed two slaves who now know quite a bit about us, especially given how much you've been talking with them. I detonated a bomb, we stormed a Hutt stronghold, and you killed that very influential and powerful Hutt. A bounty hunter tried to kill us and is still likely alive, perhaps even still looking for us. To make matters worse, we left Tatoin flying a stolen ship in a very showy manner. Now I've led us away from the rendezvous and secured property on Nebu, which in retrospect may not have been a very good decision. I honestly don't know anymore, and from a certain point of view, I seem to be losing my ability to think straight. It would be best if they weren't around when we next see Master Plagueis and he asks us to explain ourselves." Slightly wide-eyed at the hushed abbreviation of the past 2 days for them, Jugo decided that he didn't like what Naruto was saying. "Why are you so concerned about how Plagueis is going to react?" Before Naruto could even respond to the surprising question, Jugo added, "We did what we had to do and he wasn't even there, nor did he help us when you called him for help at Jabba's palace. Why do we need to explain ourselves to him? I don't think we did anything wrong, and if he has a problem with that, then that's tough. I'm not going to just tell both Anne and Tan to leave. They don't have any money, possessions, or place to go. I seem to remember both of them helping when you were injured, both times. Have you forgotten that? What about what they want and what about what I want?" Rather stunned at Jugo's outburst and the things that were said, Naruto remained quiet in contemplation as they soundlessly headed back to the edge of the city and to the lift that would take them down to the city's starport on the plains below. Why am I so concerned? He kept thinking, but he really didn't have much of an answer. He was supposed to meet his teacher's expectations and had been trained not to fail. He didn't want to fail, but things had gotten out of hand. Arriving at the spaceport level, they moved across the long and wide durasteel surface of the port to their ship. The ramp was already down and the two walked up and moved inside the craft with Naruto going to the pilot's seat. Sitting down and remaining silent, he pulled out the data chip and turned to HK, "There's coordinates in the documents on this chip, I'd like to go there." Perhaps out of intrigue or just believing it might cure his boredom, HK readily took the data chip and turned his left forearm over. Touching a part of the rust-colored metal panel that protected the underside of his forearm, the panel opened and revealed several slots and other ports. Choosing one of the ports, HK connected the data chip and reviewed the file. After acquiring the coordinates, Naruto watched as the droid activated the ship's sensor array and began determining the location. I didn't know that connection ports were underneath that panel, thought Naruto as he watched the assassin droid processing the information and plotting the best course to the estate. Turning to him, HK said, "Notification, these coordinates are not far away from our current location, less than 30 kilometers. If this is an assault or infiltration mission, I would advise renting a speeder instead of taking this ship." Naruto quirked an eyebrow but decided not inform the droid that it wasn't a mission they were going on. XX. The wind whipped through his hair as the land speeder cruised just a few feet above the ground but at high speeds. I forgot how much I like using a speeder, Naruto thought, and moved off the path that had taken them north from Theed and made his own course through the trees and around the mountains. Glancing back at the passengers, Naruto found that the girls were enjoying the nice ride while Jugo seemed slightly petrified, possibly because they were going rather fast and didn't have a protective canopy like in the ship. HK was sitting in the front while the other three occupied the back seat of the vehicle. Earlier, HK had tampered with the tracer beacon, which was apparently easy to confuse, and thus their actual destination was obscured. Turning to HK, the droid understood what Naruto wanted and it pointed in the direction that they should take. He could have used the vessel's onboard computer to plot the course but decided against it and had HK plot it for him while he memorized the journey as they went. Passing good-sized forests full of short trees with green leaves and moving over a river of crystal clear water, Naruto couldn't prevent a small smile form on his face. It was an aesthetically pleasing planet, and the only negative thoughts he had concerned the estate. Since it's called an estate, it should have enough rooms. It better have enough rooms, he thought, but in truth, he had no idea what it would be. The term estate could be used to describe any number of different combinations of land and buildings, and that was on Ebona's. He had no idea if the word estate meant the same things on Naboo. Removing the thoughts from his mind, he focused solely on piloting the speeder. Entering into a valley and following a river, HK motioned up ahead. Notification, we are approaching the designated coordinates. Naruto took the information and acted by slowing the speeder down. He wasn't trying to make the reveal more dramatic but just wanted to make sure that they could approach without garnering much notice. There was no telling if he had neighbors or the much smaller chance that someone was currently using the building. The river soon widened into a long but narrow lake, and the farther they moved towards their destination, the wider the lake became. Snow-capped mountains were on both sides of them in the distance, and Naruto was reminded of spring country. Traveling farther down the lake, a shout came from the back seat as Anne claimed that she had spotted something above the trees, but when everyone looked, they couldn't see anything above the treeline or through the leaves. Rounding what was likely the final bend before the estate came into view, Naruto slowed down a bit more and crept the vehicle forward next to the tall trees to see what was ahead of them. Leaning forward in their seats to get a better look as whatever it was that he had gotten, Naruto's hopes were dashed aside as something came into view. It was a shack or boathouse that looked rather dilapidated, with a partially sunken dock stretching out about 10 meters into the lake. The vehicle continued to move out from the trees as Naruto was distracted enough that he didn't stop. Before anyone could say anything, stone came into view that was similar in color to what was used throughout Theed. The site of building kept growing, much faster vertically, until an entire tower came into full view. Jaws dropped as the magnificent-looking building made them completely forget about the old shack that stood just in front of it. It had the distinctive look of a Naboo building, with green-capped roofing and similar building materials, but it stood apart from buildings in Theed because it was taller than it was wide. Most structures in Theed were more uniform and not towers. Naruto estimated it was about 100 meters tall, and wider at the bottom than at the top, having an almost conical shape to it. The structure had quite a few windows and multiple rounded green roof caps, as well as many semicircle turrets that were partially absorbed by the single tall structure. The turrets all ended at different heights and appeared to be spaced around the entire structure, with none but the very top one providing a completely panoramic view but only partial view of the surroundings. The structure also seemed less refined than the ones in Theed, or at least less polished on the outside, and it had almost a sandcastle-like quality to it. Completely uncontrolled, the speeder continued to move until Naruto realized that they were steadily moving across the entire lake. Their heads had continued to turn to the right and keep the constant stare going on the castle that surprised all of them. Moving the speeder around to face the building, Naruto increased speed and made for the shack. The wooden structure was large enough to store the speeder in until they needed it again, and they disembarked while continuing to stare at the estate. So this is what they call an estate? Asked Jugo to no one in particular, and Naruto added in a soft voice, it's more like a castle. Forget getting your own rooms, we could each have our own floor. It must be 15 to 20 stories tall, depending on how high the ceilings are. Moving closer to the building, the height was slightly staggering from so close, and given the steep sides, Naruto thought it must have been nearly as tall as the Hokage monument. Turning to look at Anne, he thought, she probably did see the top of it above the trees. Deciding to take a look completely around the estate before going in, Naruto moved first and walked partially around the building, coming to a set of stairs as he came close to the lake edge. Moving up them, he found that the building was situated against the lake with a large uncovered balcony or deck area made entirely of stone that overlooked the lake and mountains in the distance. Looking back at the building, he found that it was made to be able to walk right into the first floor from the deck, but transparent steel glass panels were blocking the way while giving tantalizing glimpses inside. Presumably they were to weatherize or at least keep things out when the building was not in use or during the night. Continuing his journey, Naruto walked along the stone railing as the deck became narrower until it became a stone walkway and underneath a very interesting archway that was attached to the building and part of the supporting structure. Passing a pair of large double doors on his right, presumably through which the castle could be accessed, he continued and soon found himself at the back of the building. His eyes looked over the lake as it continued and eventually narrowed into thick branching rivers that continued off into an expanse of rolling grassy plains with a herd of some kind of animal in the distance. The mountainous area apparently ended right after the building and all he could see was what was known as the Western Great Grass Plains. Looking away from the plains, he found that behind the building was a good-sized hangar for shuttles and other craft. It was built with one side having 3 large open archways for 3 large craft and a flat landing pad in front. The opposite side of the hangar was made of large windows, through which he could see the trees. Their shuttle could fit inside one of the arched landing areas as could the Vulture, if they squeezed it in, and several craft could fit on the landing pad, but certainly not the Star Jewel. Walking out on the landing pad, Naruto looked up at the back of the castle before continuing through the hangar and out an open archway to stairs that led him back onto green grass. Underneath the hangar on the opposite side appeared to be arched storage areas for speeders and other craft, and he noticed an old trail that led off presumably into the woods, though he couldn't be sure what purpose it served or where it actually went. Remembering the view of the building from his entire course around it, Naruto couldn't find an area or vantage point where the building didn't look magnificent. Making his way back to the shack, he found HK looking through a blaster rifle scope and surveying the area, possibly looking for targets. Slightly confused, he asked, "I thought I asked you not to bring along blaster rifles." Looking between the craft and HK, he found himself wondering how the droid had managed to sneak the rifle aboard without him noticing. Correction, this is a sporting blaster rifle, perfectly legal on Naboo for the purposes of hunting game. I purchased it with the spending credits you provided. Clarified the droid, and Naruto noted the emphasis the droid put on the word game, most likely hinting that HK considered humanoids game as well. Deciding not to go further into it as the droid was probably right about laws concerning firearms, Naruto didn't say anything else about rifle. Fishing out the keycard from his pocket, he looked to the large arched doorway and double doors ahead of him. While he walked to it, the others soon came around the path that he had just taken and joined up, eager to get a look inside the castle. With a locking mechanism visible at the center of the double doors and clearly not an addition or part of the doors, Naruto found the small slide reader and his card was accepted as the magnetic lock disengaged. Removing the device from the doors, Naruto found a very old-fashioned pair of round handles beneath. He noted the control panel to one side of the door, but he could tell it didn't have power running to it. Taking both handles, he pulled the large doors open. He was surprised to find that despite being heavy and solid, the doors opened with ease, but before he could even take one step inside, HK moved past him with sporting rifle drawn and moved down the short dark hallway. Is he going to clear every room? Naruto questioned, but he decided it wasn't a bad idea. He couldn't feel any life signs, but he wasn't sure if he could detect all the way up to the uppermost floors. It would also give him something to do. He concluded and let it go while taking his first step into his new castle. XX. Sitting in a large chair, Naruto soon sneezed as cloud of dust-filled air floated off the old and obviously unused furniture. While the others were exploring the large and open first floor area, Naruto had created numerous clones that were climbing the staircases to get to the upper levels. He had waited until the others had left the immediate area so they would go unnoticed by the two Twi'leks. Since the building had no power, the turbolifts weren't operational and neither were the lights or any controls, but there was still enough sunlight coming through the windows to light up most of the building. It seemed the first floor was all about entryways and presentation. The openness and extravagance of the architecture was to show off the wealth of the owner to all those that entered the building. Several landscape paintings adorned the walls with many ornate support columns and a grand staircase that led to the turbolifts. In fact, just about every entrance to the building really led to the turbolifts, which was why he thought that the ground floor was entirely for show. Several sitting areas were set up, but there was no living areas or kitchen, with only a few bathrooms and storage rooms. He had also noted a staircase down to a lower level which Jugo and the twins had decided to explore. It all made him very curious about what the floors were like above him, and he closed his eyes while connecting with his clones to see what they were seeing and guide both them and himself through exploring the building. As the clones entered the areas above, Naruto found that the 3 floors above him were all created for hosting rather extravagant parties or at least entertaining a large number of guests. There was a ballroom with huge chandelier, a large kitchen with duplicates of every appliance, and a large dining area with long table and numerous chairs. The dining area had a great view, and one room had an entire service area full of powered-down service or butler droids. One of the 3 floors consisted entirely of guest rooms. Above this area, the rest of the building was dedicated solely to the owner. The 5th floor contained a much smaller kitchen and dining area than the floors below, as well as a lounge area and balcony with good view of the lake. The 6th floor was partially filled by a medical bay, or really a medical center, as it had much more than even the Star Jewel with an adjoining laboratory. The floor also had a good-sized greenhouse and hydroponics room. Unfortunately, years or perhaps even decades of not being watered, cared for, or given artificial sunlight had killed off everything in those rooms. He wondered why he had such rooms and thought perhaps the owner was a scientist or just liked to grow his or her own food. The 6th through 9th floors contained penthouse suites, 4 to each floor for a total of 16 rooms. They were of varying sizes but each with complete bathroom as well as walk-in closet space. All were fully furnished. The 10th floor as well as 11th floor were both unfurnished as well as basically unfinished, being completely bare save for structural supports, making Naruto think that perhaps the previous owner never figured out what to put in those rooms. The 12th through 14th floors were partially combined to provide a hangar, workshops, equipment area, and maintenance area for small to medium ships. There wasn't enough room on the hangar floor to fit the Vulture, but the walls on either side had a row of storage alcoves for small courier vessels. In fact, the clones found 6 dusty ships waiting to be used. On the top floor of the building was a covered and enclosed veranda that gave one of the most amazing panoramic views that Naruto and his clone had ever seen. It had more than one meeting room and at least one eating area as well as a balcony. Opening his eyes back on the ground floor, Naruto was again amazed at the building he had just acquired. It had the things he wanted and had many more features that he hadn't even thought about nor may he ever even need. Responding to a nearby noise, he heard Jugo and girls returning from the lower level, or levels, because he wasn't sure what exactly was beneath them. "There's an entire stocked wine cellar beneath us," exclaimed Jugo, and Tan added, "Not just a cellar, there's equipment and storage for an entire wine-making operation." Thinking over the information, Naruto wondered if his property had a vineyard somewhere. A small greenhouse and hydroponics, the small couriers, and basement full of wine and means to make wine. It seems the Rutschar estate used to be involved in the wine-making business and possibly delivered their own brand to customers. Surmised Naruto, and the information was mildly amusing because he had never consumed a single alcoholic beverage, and if what Jugo said was accurate, he now had more wine than he would ever need, and the means to make more, apparently. As his clones finished searching and encountered HK on the 4th floor, he had them tell the droid that he had already searched the rest and to come back down. Going over everything and sifting through all the information as his clones dispelled, he realized that despite getting an amazing castle, there was a large amount of work to do before it was ready to be lived in. The dust. The power issue. Making sure there is running water and working atmospheric controls. And these were just the tip of the iceberg in order to get the building back into good working order. "I really need to get my datapad back from the ship and write all this down," he thought as he eventually gave up trying to organize and prioritize everything that needed to get done. A slight frown formed on his face as he realized that he was the most likely person that was going to be doing all the rehabilitation work. "At least I have clones. Thank the Force for the clones." When he thought about the fact that he just acquired the castle around him, he still had trouble explaining what emotions he was feeling. The goosebumps had not left his arms for quite some time. "It's all just so surreal. I went from a shitty apartment in Konoha to this." Turning to the others as they went to go look upstairs, Naruto's eyes widened and he looked to his watch to find out what time it was. To make matters worse, he realized that he had no idea what time they arrived and therefore didn't know how long they had spent on Nebu. "We need to get to the shuttle and head back to the planet," he realized, and called for the others. Chapter 28. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. If you would like to see what the Nebu castle looks like, I have posted a link to the Wikipedia site that shows what I used for inspiration. I have also included a link for the Star Jewel and several more for this chapter. Thank you. XX. 36.3 BBY current year. Chapter XXVIII, Encounters. XX. Landing near the much larger Star Jewel, Plagueis left the Vulture and went to examine the luxury yacht. He noted that the hangar door was open and there were several voids where normally ships would have been. Looking for Karin, he was about to ask her to sense the surrounding area, but she shook her head before he could, indicated with a slightly worried look that she had already checked and found no one. That's far from good, but seemingly normal for Naruto, thought the Sith Lord, and his mind went through various scenarios of what could have happened. The most likely explanation was that Naruto had taken several of the fighters and one of the shuttles, possibly to go after someone. This planet may not be as secure as I thought. Taking out his communicator, he suddenly wondered what it meant that he had not received any messages. He had scanned the system when they exited hyperspace and found no trace of any ships or debris. Before he could contact his student, a familiar nose in the sky caught his attention. It was a shuttle coming out of the higher atmosphere and preparing to land. There were no fighters with the lone shuttle, and though he knew Naruto and group was on it, he wondered what reason they had for using the shuttle. "Seems I'll be having another long talk about subtlety and restraint," reasoned the Sith Lord, but whatever the explanation, he doubted it could completely affect his mood. Finally returning to his body, the funeral urns, and a luxury yacht were no small gains. XX. Moving through his damaged building, Plague Ace looked for the doorway that would lead to what used to be his private quarters. Inside he knew what he would find, his body. Despite being alive for over 100 years and spending 15 years as a spirit, he found himself hesitating once he found the open door he was after. He was supposed to feel nothing, but he noticed that his possessed body had a peculiar feeling in one of its stomachs. Ignoring such physical indications of nervousness, he climbed through the sideways door and jumped down to the floor. As Naruto and Karin followed the Muton, Naruto wondered where HK and the demon brothers had gone. Plague Ace had given them coordinates for a canyon area miles away from the tower. The ship's sensors hadn't picked up anything of interest in that area, but he didn't question it. Plague Ace had not been concerned when he had arrived on the shuttle, or about the Twi'leks, and had yet to question him on where he had come from. It was confusing until he realized the significance of the planet. It was where his master had been killed, and evidently the former Muton had more on his mind. For the time being, he too decided to forget everything else. Looking towards the body, Karin moved so she could get a better view, only to quickly cover her mouth to keep from shrieking at the sight of the terribly decomposed body. Looking to both Naruto and Plague Ace and then back to the body, Karin's eyes narrowed as she realized what was going on. No. No way. I told you Orochimaru's head was the last time I had to deal with freakish corpses. Find somebody else to help you move it. Karin raged and attempted to leave before Plague Ace and Naruto stopped her by using the force to pick her up in the air and draw her back into the room. Damn it! She voiced as she was set down back on the metal floor of the room, which at one point was the wall. Shall I fetch a gurney? Inquired Naruto, and Plague Ace nodded before saying, the medical bay is 2 floors to your right. He said after making sure that his directions were correct, given that building was on its side. Why can't I fetch the gurney? Complained Karin, and Naruto was quick to respond, because you'd never come back. Not looking him in the eye, she looked back to the body as Naruto jumped through the door and headed for the turbolift shaft. A disgusted look formed again on Karin's face as she looked over the still gooey body. Most of the skin and muscle had liquefied while leaving a puddle on the floor with clothing still partially intact. It stinks," said Karin out loud as she tried to keep the bile down. Frowning slightly, though he did partially agree about the smell, Plague Ace commented, I thought perhaps I was dealing with a medical professional, but I suppose you're still just a child. Karin grit her teeth at the jibe and almost took a deep breath to calm herself before she remembered about the smell. I can deal with it, she announced in a strong voice, and Plague Ace decided his work was done for the moment. Looking to the surrounding room, he began searching for something. Watching the wandering Sith Lord, Karin questions, what about the body? I thought we were moving it. For now, we'll wait for the gurney, responded the former Muton, and he soon found the item he was looking for under some debris. Finding the sculpture he was after, he used the force to push off the debris and then stood it up, leaning it against a wall. Curious, Karin decided to get a better look and identified it as a small statue of a cloaked figure that was made out of some kind of metal or stone. It had evidently been much taller, but the legs had been broken off. Feeling around the statue, Plague Ace searched for the hidden mechanism and upon finding it, activated the small button. A secret compartment opened and Plague Ace gingerly removed the cylindrical metal object. Karin peered over his shoulder at the device and moved a step back when a red energy was emitted from it with a snap sound. Marveling at the red beam of light, she wondered what it was as the Sith Lord turned and examined his second lightsaber. The battery was designed to remain good for long periods without the need for recharging, and it had served its purpose. Moving the blade with simple motions, Plague Ace frowned slightly as his possessed body was unused to the way in which the weapon operated. It had little weight to it and actually had a gyroscopic motion because of its workings, and thus was difficult to wield for those who had never used one. Despite having years' worth of practice, the Mustafarian body was not used to the blade, and he knew it was something that he would have to work on. Looking up from the blade and over the head of an amazed Karin, Plague Ace caught his student's surprised look from the doorway. Soon you will be making one of these for yourself, Plague Ace informed him, and deactivated the blade. The making of a lightsaber was a significant step for any Sith or Jedi, and though Naruto already had a weapon, a lightsaber could be much more versatile, although his sword has proved itself quite useful, as has my own blade. He thought while glancing down to the blade on his belt and in its sheath. Perhaps I shouldn't make a second lightsaber and instead learn to wield this with my sword. He posed to himself and filed the thought away for later. As Naruto positioned the gurney beside the body, he moved closer to look at his corpse and determine how best to move the body out of the building and back to the ship. We could cut around the body and remove the entire piece of wall, suggested Naruto, and Plague Ace thought about the suggestion but decided it may not work. The metal wall is too heavy for the gurney. Concentrating with the force, Plague Ace and Naruto attempted to lift the body off the floor but stopped trying as Plague Ace realized it wouldn't work. There wasn't enough material left to hold the body together anymore, and the remains of the organs, flesh, and muscles would be completely removed from the skeleton if they continued, making quite the mess. So, why can't we just use storage seals? Questioned Karin, and Naruto elaborated, we're out of scrolls. The redhead was quick to come back with, "You've got one on your arm, what about that one?" Rolling up his sleeve, the other two were shown the damaged seal. "What happened to it?" Karin questioned as she moved her head closer to examine the seal. "What type of weapon fires a small pellet that explodes into supersonic flying needles?" Naruto questioned of the Sith Lord, and Plagueis contained his surprise at the question and damaged seal, before answering, "A flechette gun." Looking over the seal before he covered the arm again, Naruto had a sudden thought. Karin was correct, but all he really needed was ink. XX. Pushing the repulsor lift gurney, Naruto and Karin ferried a large pile of metal pieces. Each had a storage seal placed on it and had been cut from parts of the building. He had gone back to the ship to get the last of his ink supply, then by placing a storage seal on a flat piece of metal, he had created a large amount of storage seals. Though heavy, the method did work. They only needed to put the object they wanted to seal over it, and they were able to seal just about everything that Plagueis wanted to take of what had been his laboratory and his vast collection of books in the library. Once done, Naruto had cut out all the storage seals, forming small round tablets of metal that were now on the gurney and weighing upwards of 500 pounds. The Muten himself was hefting a hand-sized piece of wall, in which was sealed his original body on the cut slab of wall that it had rested on for over 10 years. However, getting the gurney out of the building was no easy task. The pair employed the tree walking exercise for extended lengths of time to get through the building. While on its side, many of the hallways had all been turned into vertical shafts and the rest of the building became a difficult maze to get through. Naruto had ended up cutting their way out through several rooms before finding daylight. In addition to the items that Plagueis wanted, Naruto's clones were also using massive numbers and heavy lifting to carry off anything else that might be useful to them and put it inside the Star Jewel. His clones had veritably gutted the building, taking conduits, cables, small power generators, equipment, and anything else that they or Naruto deemed important. Getting the gurney up into the Star Jewel, the pair of Naruto and Karin had a difficult time finding a place for the last of the items considering how full the vessel was. It may have even been too full to even fly, but that didn't matter to Naruto as he had no plans of flying it to Naboo. Wordlessly, Naruto followed Plagueis to a meeting room in the luxury yacht. Though surprised that his master seemed to know right where it was, Naruto said nothing as the two quietly sat down. Staring across from each other, Naruto employed the tricks he had been taught to keep his emotions and thoughts from being read. As such, Plagueis found himself staring at an unreadable wall, one that he had helped create. Mistakes had been made by nearly every member of the group on Tatooine, including himself, and while he was not willing to admit that, he also wasn't willing to simply let it all go. Such problems could not continue and he wanted an explanation. Realizing that the staring contest and test of reading techniques was not productive, Plagueis decided to try simply asking a question. "Tell me, what have you been doing in that shuttle?" Despite having many things to say, Naruto found his mouth dry and decided to take his time to formulate the best way of answering and choosing his words carefully. "I have been acting erratic as of late, however I'm not alone in this. Nearly every member of the group has been irritable and not followed orders. Until very recently, I didn't understand what the reasoning was for this, but I have been made aware," said Naruto as he thought over the things that Jugo had said to him, all of them. Curious to know what his student had come up with, though already having a good idea of the answer, Plagueis waited for Naruto to finish. "It seems that in our rush to leave Abonas, a problem was created in the fact that now we don't have a place to return to. Continuous journeys to less than civilized worlds, or at least places that none of us would like to stay, in addition to sudden ship changes, has only made the problem worse. Suijutsu is a prime example. Up until now, the majority of places that we've visited were quite detrimental to his ability. A volcanic world and then a desert planet has taken their toll on his commitment, and he is just one example," said Naruto as he refrained from using himself as the example. "This is not news to me, but it is good of you to either notice these things or at least have someone that can make you aware of them. It is certainly a problem that needs to be addressed, however I would still like to have my original question answered," explained Plagueis, and Naruto took out a small data chip and put it into one of the ports on his side of the table. The lights in the room dimmed slightly as documents rendered via the hollow projector in the middle of the table. No stranger to any legal document, Plagueis recognized what he was looking at and read through the legal jargon before coming to the information that he wanted, as well as noting the planet. "Naboo?" he questioned, and Naruto only heard the words spoken with an even tone in his mind through telepathy. No anger seemed to be present in the transmitted voice of his master, but possible a small amount of surprise was present. Before he could say anything, Plagueis continued, "You do remember all the talks that we have had when I mentioned that my apprentice was from this planet?" "I remember, but with him being a senator, how often does he come back to Naboo? And if you are trying to find information about him or figure out what he is up to, what better place to be? Given how much you said he dislikes his birth planet, and the fact that he represents the planet on Coruscant, would he not involve Naboo in his plans, in at least some fashion?" questioned Naruto, and Plagueis thought it over before looking back to the displayed documents. "Rutchar Estate." He kept repeating the name in his mind. There was something familiar about it. It wasn't significant, but at some point he knew that he had encountered the name before. His memory was very sharp concerning relevant matters, which meant that he probably did not consider it important at the time. Tell me about the estate, he inquired as he tried to figure out the memory that seemed just out of reach. It's a large tower, about 25 kilometers north of Theed by Speeder. It looks like other Nebo buildings in material but perhaps not in architecture, because it's much taller than wide. It's situated on a lake in the valley between mountains and right before the start of a large expanse of plains. Naruto continued, but Plagueis interrupted with, "What's inside the building?" Nothing up until that point had sparked any recollection for him. Going from basement to top, Naruto began, "I never saw the basement area, but Jugo mentioned a large wine cellar and the two Twi'leks said it also had a wine distillery, or whatever it is called when you process and make wine." It was at that point that Naruto stopped as he felt something stir in his master. Wine. Plagueis recalled, and the image of a bottle entered his head. The label said Rutjar and it was an older vintage, almost 200 years old. In his mind, Plagueis left the meeting room with Naruto and entered another room from his past. He was at a meeting to finalize plans for something. An image of a person came to mind and name soon surfaced to go with the name, Bon Topolo. He remembered, and now he could recall why the name was familiar. He had made plans with Topolo for a partnership to exploit Nebo's plasma reserves with the help of a company he represented. His end of the bargain was to help fund and support the man's eventual campaign to run for the monarchy of Nebo. When finalizing the deal, he presented me with the bottle of wine while I gave him a gift as well. That was the extent of the memory, though he did remember enjoying the liquor. Beyond that, he knew nothing of the Rutjar family or estate. Coming back to the meeting room to find his student waiting patiently, Plagueis commented, "So you've acquired an old winery and building." "I've acquired an estate on Nebo that no one has owned for quite a while and which no one else can claim. I also didn't have to pay a single credit for it," countered Naruto as he felt that his master wasn't understanding just how large a building it was or how perfect it was for them. Looking over the information again, Plagueis found that he wasn't angry over what his student had done. He had noticed the temperaments of the group beginning to show. Being cooped up in different ships and far from a planet they had at one point considered the only one that mattered in the galaxy did have effects. It was inevitable that someone or everyone would begin to showing signs. There were many names that such feelings went by. Homesickness, cabin fever, depression, anxiety, and a number of different names and related ailments. He had hoped they could hold out a little longer as he planned to find a place to make more permanent after selling the weapons. It seems he has done the choosing for me, though I can't really say he's done a poor job. Merely not followed through or been thorough enough. I've taught him similar lessons but not about such things as property acquisition. It seems you've got this all figured out, haven't you?" said Plagueis, and Naruto kept his confusion from being known as he wasn't completely sure what his master was getting at. It seemed reminiscent of his initial learning when Plagueis would make him believe he had done something correct, only to point out all the flaws. "You probably chose this estate because it's isolated and no one has claimed it, or perhaps you looked at it first and decided that you had to have it." Plagueis guessed but was having a hard time determining if he was right or wrong. "Or perhaps you signed and gave your print without even seeing it first, letting the die be cast," he suggested, and despite great restraint by his student, Plagueis could tell he had gotten that one on the nose. "You've made a very big step forward," Plagueis began while he hoped that it would swell his student's pride a little, and when he finished his statement, all of it would be dashed aside, only to still think that there was ground to stand on. Naruto's leg tensed, and it did so in order to keep the frown or any expression from forming on his face. "Perhaps what you've found is perfect for our needs and we could stay here in this room and debate whether or not it is, for quite some time, but that isn't the point right now. What is the point, is that we're going to have to spend the next few weeks cleaning up your mess. I warrant that it may take longer to clean up the mess you've made than to get this estate ready to be lived in," explained Plagueis, and he waited for Naruto to ask a question or perhaps even make a rebuttal. Thinking that it would be better to try and guess the mistake or possible mistakes that he had made, Naruto went over everything that he had done before deciding on, "My fingerprint." He was however unprepared for what Plagueis said next. "That's just the tip of a large iceberg." No longer able to keep his features in check, Naruto adopted an expression of slight scorn for what was just said. "I know you rather well, and I'm betting that you tried to make whoever you talked with forgot about the estate, or perhaps even had them forget they saw you all together. I know how you like to use mind tricks. The problem is that no matter how much you made them forget or how much you convinced them that you were the ancestor or inheritor of this estate, you don't know how such matters work. Nor did you know enough about Nebo," said Plagueis right before elaborating. "Once you put your fingerprint on this document, even if you had them delete everything right after it was done, you put yourself in their system, or rather you put a person called Menma. Once this documentation was processed, which happened immediately, many other triggers were set off in their system. You think in terms of Konoha, but Nebo is far more automated. By inheriting this home, you've also let the planet's tax department know that the building is now occupied and you will be expected to file taxes. The planet's government also keeps track of its people. They certainly don't spy on them like a few other places I know, but Menma's name won't register in the database of Nebo citizens, which will likely attract the attention of someone. Nebo is not a well-known planet in the Republic, and it never has been. People don't have vacation homes on Nebo, and thus the people on the planet that are not Gungans are all citizens. They have identifications and all sorts of credentials which Menma does not. Also, when you tried to claim this property, you were probably asked for credentials and proof. That information was supposed to be entered into their database, but wasn't, because you didn't have it. Even if you did have the inheritance deleted, at some point, someone is going to start asking questions about what is going on with the Rutshar estate and who is Menma. It may take a month or more before something happens, but at some point, someone will get wise and go looking to see. Unless you plan to keep lookout or constantly trick the planetary security forces, the tax collectors, the Citizenship Bureau, or many other departments in the Nebo government. However, what is certain is that you aren't going to be able to keep this property. There is of course the opportunity to back out and leave. Menma is really just a name on a piece of paper with a fingerprint. That in and of itself is not very significant. It isn't your name, and though it is your fingerprint, they'll probably only think you just tried to fake being from the Rutshad family in order to steal property. When they can't find any trace of you, they'll put the fingerprint into some type of database in the Republic. Perhaps it will never come up ever again. You could just start wearing gloves all the time. However, if you are set on keeping this estate, which I believe that you are, then there is a great deal of work to do. Naruto thought over all of the information that he had just been hit with. He never considered something like that. It did however make sense that a planet such as Nebo would be automated with notifications and listings. I can't just get by with mind tricks. Someone is going to notice, but I don't want to give up that property, was the decision that he came to, and he soon asked, what must be done? Pleased that his student was committed to the endeavor, Plague Ace explained the solution: you must become Menma Rutshar. Surprised by the answer, Naruto went to say something, but Plague Ace cut him off, and I don't mean just on paper. Of course there are numerous documents to forge, from more than one planet even, but you still must become this person. You must play the part enough that anyone on Nebo can meet him and not think that he doesn't belong or question whether or not he is the inheritor of that estate. After almost a minute of thinking it over, Naruto asked, what will that entail? Despite trying to control the possessed body, Plague Ace let himself indulge, and the Mustafarian smiled as the newly devised plan grew to fruition. Naruto was certainly going to be punished for making such problems in the past few days, but it occurred to him while reading the deed, that he needed to change the manner in which it would happen. If there was one thing he had learned in the last few months, it was that his student could take an incredible amount of punishment, physical and mental, and feel very little or at least push past it. Such punishment did not really teach Naruto a lesson, it really only taught him how to endure more punishment than he could before. He had something better in mind, something more subtly but ultimately fitting. Admittedly, there were other ways to get the estate without having to create an identity for his student, but he made Naruto believe that his method was the only option they had available. From the time he started teaching the boy, he made a note of everything that Naruto hated and disliked. One of the many dislikes was being in the spotlight for positive deeds and acts. It was almost akin to humiliation for Naruto. Spending most of his life as an outcast and infamous among the adults in the village, Naruto had grown to accept the gazes of the villagers as normal while under his tutelage. The looks of contempt had ceased to bother the boy as much as they used to, and Naruto had stopped looking for attention and acknowledgement because his spirit was always around. Having learned to live in the shadows, it would therefore be a fitting punishment for Naruto to have to live out in the open and interact with new people on a daily basis or as often as possible. As the heir to a winery, you will be expected to restart production and rebuild the business. It would look suspicious if you neglected what your ancestors worked hard at. You will also have to be able to present yourself as upper class and obviously become extremely knowledgeable about wine. Started Plague Ace, and he could tell that Naruto was dreading the thought of meeting people, especially those of the upper class. Though he could have continued, the Sith Lord paused in his explanation, to wait for the inevitable admittance from his student. I don't know anything about wine. Naruto stated honestly, as he hadn't even consumed an alcoholic beverage in his life, let alone started a winery. You don't have to worry much about that. The person that I was born as, Hugo Damask, was quite the wine connoisseur. I will teach you, he offered, knowing that Naruto would not be able to refuse. Does this estate have any rooms for gatherings or events? Plague Ace then inquired, and Naruto thought over the question with the first few entire floors of the building coming to mind. He wanted to tell his master that, no, it didn't have anything, but knew it was foolish to even think about lying, so he confessed, the first few floors of the building seem entirely dedicated to entertaining guests. The former Mugen was actually pleasantly surprised by this and found himself wanting to see this building that his student had inherited. Then as Rutshar, you shall be making use of these rooms. After all, wine tasting is an important part of successfully running such a business. Plague Ace commented, and he could feel the apprehension come from his student. Naruto felt at home in the planets of the Outer Rim, but at a party, full of wealthy and influential guests, that would be quite the torment. And now to add the icing on the cake. Thought Plagueis sadistically before getting to the best part, there is one more thing I should add. And with such a statement, he immediately had Naruto's attention. Had you done your homework about the planet beforehand, you may have come across the fact that public service is mandatory from the ages of 12 to 20 on Nebu. The effect that the piece of information was instantaneous. If there was one thing that Naruto hated about being a ninja for Konoha, it was the public service aspect that was involved with the job. It wasn't all dangerous missions. They also had a duty to the village to serve the people and patrol Fire Country. However, Naruto's dislike went even further beyond that, as public service was a very broad collection of positions, duties, and jobs. Despite having great patience and taking a huge amount of time to teach Naruto everything he could, Plagueis encountered one significant problem that Naruto could never seem to get over: he was completely incompetent when it came to government and politics. How the Republic Senate worked, committees as well as debates, just seemed to confuse and frustrate his student to such a degree that he eventually stopped trying to teach him such subjects. Before Naruto could ask, Plagueis said, "No, you won't be able to put yourself down as being older than 20. Your paperwork will all list you as being 13, giving you plenty of years to enjoy and experience public service at its fullest." On Nebu, the largest public service organization is the Legislative Youth Program, helping young Nebons learn about government and politics. Almost all youths join this program for several years before they can switch to something else. The information was not welcoming to Naruto as he considered his future on Nebu. There was still the option of opting out of it all, but thinking back to the castle, his castle, he couldn't part with it. "Then I guess I'll be requiring more of your teachings," was Naruto's only response to the revelation, and Plagueis nodded, confident that he could work with what he had been given, both with the property and his student. "Oh, and one more thing," Plagueis said before Naruto started to get up and leave, "why are two Twi'leks suddenly joining us?" Remembering his earlier talk with Jugo, Naruto decided to go with. Jugo saved them, and now they apparently feel they need to repay him, or really just have nowhere to go. "Is that all?" questioned the Sith Lord, and Naruto remembered what he had come up with on the way back from Nebu, which would make them useful to their group. They didn't really need dancers, and neither girl had any other ability that he was aware. However, eventually something did come to him: it may be good to start up a small business on Nebu, one that isn't associated with us but could be useful. "And what would this business do?" inquired Plagueis as he tested to see if Naruto was making it up as he went along or not. "Importing and selling our mining product from Mustafar. If I'm going to be in the wine business, then it would look strange to be importing minerals and metals from the Outer Rim." Naruto came up with, and found himself in another staring contest with his master. Plagueis was intrigued by the answer, as he hadn't started considering what to do with their future mining operation on Mustafar. It would be months before producing anything, given how much work needed to be done to add on to the facility, but they would need someone to sell it for them. "It seems you have given this some thought after all and aren't just making excuses for other members of the group. However, if anything happens, you will make Jugo deal with them," Plagueis said with finality before getting up and leaving the room. XX. Just over 2 weeks later. XX. Coming down to the living area in the tower, Naruto exited the working turbolift and found several of the group lounging or eating some breakfast while surfing the holonet. Their access to the galaxy-wide information network was thanks to the transceivers that he had stolen from Jabba's palsy, which were installed in the upper levels. Most of the building was now functional, and this was primarily due to the use of all the materials they had taken off the fallen Lemerge power building. Their building was not connected to the Theed power grid, but they were using smaller generators until they could get their hands on something bigger. Summoning the Star Jewel to an area of the forest nearby the mountains, they unloaded everything from the ship, and Naruto unsummoned it, or really just sent it back to the dead planet they left it on. It would be some time before they had the means to do anything with the luxury yacht, and it was best to keep it where it couldn't be traced to them. There wasn't room near the tower to store the vessel without risking someone spotting it from above or from the plains. It was also too large to create an underground storage area for it with the earth jutsu that Naruto possessed. Looking through the kitchen, Naruto looked right over the leftovers from the previous large meal, which had mostly consisted of the crate dragon meat that Suijutsu had gotten from his kill on Tatooine. While it was great to have the meat and it tasted good during the large barbecue they had on outside by the lake, after so many weeks of eating it, everyone had grown tired of it. Making his breakfast, Naruto looked over his day top hat and reviewed what still needed to be done concerning the building and all of his other projects. The list seemed to only get longer despite his completion of a number of tasks. The most recent completed task from the list was secretly placing Sith runes on the building in order to strengthen it as well as keep any dark side energies from being felt by those outside. Considering his master's plans for wine tasting parties and other such events, which he still dreaded, Naruto couldn't very well try and keep people away from the building with concealment runes, so he had done his best to at least give them some protection. As the master in question arrived on the floor and went to the kitchen as well, Naruto wondered what would be on the agenda. Learning about the process of winemaking was tedious, though he never voiced his opinions. It was immediately evident that Plagueis was far more interested in wine than he was originally led to believe. The part about being a connoisseur while still alive was likely correct. Plans were already made for the cultivation of the old vineyards using seeds from the wild vines that had kept growing in the years since the estate had been properly tended. Given the planet's long growing season because of the very mild winters, it seemed that they could start at any time and even harvest more than once a year. The numerous variables concerning harvesting the fruits had all been explained and were still bouncing around in his head. The former Mutun had regaled him for hours over the past few weeks and in great detail about nearly every aspect of a winery, and yet claimed the previous day that the teachings were only the beginning and that he would be learning much more in the coming months and possibly years. Shoy! Naruto commented as he finished his breakfast and looked at the planetary news about the upgrade of a starport in the city of Karen. Putting a mental map of Nebu in his head, Naruto determined that such information really didn't affect them as the city was hours away from them by speeder. Before he could hear the rest of the broadcast, Plague Ace muted the volume and stood over his position on the couch. "We have another meeting," the Sith Lord said in deep and slightly synthetic voice. Naruto nodded, knowing immediately who the meeting was with, and he went to get ready to leave. With the new facilities they had, Kabuto had helped to install a special vocabulator module in the Mustafarian's throat. It instantly converted his Mustafarian speech into galactic basics so that they could understand him. There was a slight displacement between when he started talking and the vocabulator, but it was much better than constantly hearing the Sith Lord's voice reverberate in their heads. The individual they were going to meet was a Hutt named Borvo. Despite Nebu's seemingly ideal and peaceful society, or perhaps because of it, Borvo had made a hideout on the planet that he used more than any of the other outposts Plague Ace mentioned that the Hutt possessed. Keeping a legitimate business on the planet, selling sporting rifles, Borvo kept anyone from knowing about his rather expansive criminal empire known as Nal Rika. He operated on numerous worlds and was heavily involved in the illegal activities of smuggling and gun running. Since settling in their estate, they had visited Borvo several times. During the first visit, they had made an offering to the Hutt to prove their good intentions and promote good relations. The offering was part of the weapons shipment that Naruto had failed to sell to Jabba. The first part of the shipment had been on their previous ship, 42, with the second half spending over 10 years hidden in a bolt hole on the unnamed planet. Having thought he lost the shipment, Borvo was immensely pleased with having a part of it returned, and they had explained finding the ship abandoned and crashed in the Outer Rim. Plague Ace had not allowed Naruto to negotiate at first and merely had him sit back and watch as Borvo was shown some stolen Hutt-related items, and they bargained in exchange for procuring several pieces of equipment and devices that would normally have been impossible to find on Nebu or most planets that did not have a thriving black market. On the second visit, Plague Ace revealed their real intentions for contacting the Hutt, which was to secure falsified identity information for the person that Naruto intended to become and impersonate. Despite being able to forge most of the documents that Naruto needed, there were some items that Plague Ace simply could not create with the resources he had access to. While Borvo did not have the means to do this either, the Hutt did know someone that could. This unfortunately made the deal more complicated, as they were no longer dealing with just Borvo but actually dealing through the Hutt. Coming to a price that included the Hutt's fee as well as the forger's amount was not easy, especially since Plague Ace felt that Borvo's price was far too much. Getting bored on the sidelines, Naruto decided to offer something else to Borvo instead of monetary payment. He noted that the Hutt had dealings throughout the Outer Rim and asked if Borvo did business on Sarayfur, which they already knew what his answer to the question would be. The Hutt responded that he did, and Naruto offered the Hutt's vessels protection while on the planet and would waive the starport landing fees. Borvo had been curious to know how he would accomplish such a deal, to which Naruto responded that he knew the new owner of the planet and that Borvo could worry about the forger's fee. The Hutt laughed but accepted the arrangement, and as part of the deal, Naruto would have to travel to Sarayfur on Borvo's next shipment in order to show that the deal was finalized and that his smuggler ships had free access to the Shadow Port. With the agreement, they only had to wait for his documents to be completed and the next shipment to be arranged. XX. Taking one of the small couriers in from the upper hangar, Naruto and Plague Ace journeyed a short distance to the Hutt's base nestled in an area of the Gallo Mountains. Plague Ace took the helm while Naruto glanced down at the surface of his new home planet. He soon spotted their destination as what appeared to be a manufacturing facility, with adjoining hangar, came into view. Neither knew exactly what the collection of buildings had once been to the Nebu or if Borvo had built everything himself, and they decided not ask. Messaging their arrival, the base defenses allowed their approach and they landed on the landing strip coming out of the hangar. Disembarking, the Sith Lord and student walked across the smooth surface as they made their way to one of the manufacturing buildings. The building was architecturally similar to all other Nebu buildings, however Borvo hid many sub-levels hidden underneath the facility where the real dealings and operations were done. Naruto noted the interesting-looking freighter in the hangar, which apparently was the style that Borvo liked to use. He based this off the last time they were there, when a similar vessel with different marking had been parked in the hangar. The starships were beige in color with a beaked front like a bird of prey and were long as well as narrow ships. Halfway down the fuselage, they carried either 3 very large cargo containers or were equipped with a cargo hold, depending on the variation or perhaps what cargo it was hauling. Reaching the building, large metal doors opened for them and they noted but pretended to ignore Borvo's heavily armed men stationed both outside and inside. Taking a secret lift down to the sub-levels, they were stopped by someone as soon as they exited the lift and thoroughly searched for any listening devices, communicators, and weapons. Walking down rough rocky hallway which led to Borvo's throne room, or whatever the hut preferred to call it, Naruto and Plagueis remained silent the entire journey. With no henge to hide his appearance, Naruto stood next to the much taller Mustafarian as both looked across the short distance to the seated Borvo. The throne room was large and draped in finery to cover most of the rough, exposed rock wall. Unlike Jabba, Borvo had many pieces of furniture in the room so guests could sit down. The largest piece of furniture was a raised platform which the blue hut was currently sitting on. Borvo's coloring was almost a dark aquamarine with a much lighter front and stomach. Unlike Jabba, Borvo was smaller and liked to move around the room while they spoke or at least stayed mobile instead of just lounging during business meetings. Sliding off the platform, Naruto didn't need to know Hutus to figure out that Borvo was welcoming them as he wore a large smile and gestured with his arms for them to come closer. The pair moved and Borvo made a motion with his hands to the guards around the room, who soon dispersed so they could talk in private. The only person of Borvo's entourage that stayed was his right-hand person, a human female named Adela who also acted as translator. The hut offered them a drink, the offer being translated to them by Adela, but they declined with Plagueis citing that they had their time was short and that they meant no offense. Borvo nodded and motioned for Adela. The short black-haired woman walked up behind Borvo and handed him a small case which she opened to reveal a single data chip. Moving to hand the chip over to Naruto, Borvo pulled back and said something that was quickly translated by his assistant, "The arms shipment will be ready by tomorrow." Naruto quickly replied to this statement, "I'll be here in the morning and ready to travel." With another large smile, Borvo proceeded with the exchange, and handed him the case with the chip, which Naruto pocketed. The hut raised a hairless brow and Naruto quickly explained, "I trust that it's all there." Nodding in agreement and with the transaction complete, Borvo escorted them out while talking about how he hoped to continue working with them and that if they needed anything, his door was always open for the right price. As the pair left, Borvo moved back to his throne room but the pleased look he had on his face had diminished greatly. "It's a shame, we may never see them again," admitted the blue hut to Adela and she kept her surprise in check but asked, "Why is that?" "They've garnered the attention of some dangerous people. I'm not sure if it's good attention or bad as it all depends on information that I won't be privy to," explained the hut as he remained a little cryptic so as to not break his agreement. Adela knew better not to inquire any further and she asked if he needed anything before leaving. Borvo shook his head and was left to his thoughts as the guards returned and took their stations around the room. He rather liked the humanoid boy, not the taller unknown male, but it did sadden him that they may never do business again. He was quite interested to know how someone so young had so much influence on a shadow port that was so close to the unknown region and quite a distance from Naboo. He had done some checking and it turned out that the entire planet of Sarafer had recently been unified and under the control of someone likely working from the shadows. It made sense in a way as he suspected the boy was much more dangerous than he appeared. Especially after he received a peculiar message from an old friend. Though running his own criminal enterprise independently, he still kept good relations with the other criminals that mattered. He had no idea that the boy was in any way responsible for the recent events on Tatooine, but after sending all the pertinent information to the forger that he used, one the Black Sun Vigos soon contacted him. He had known Nerys for quite some time and they were on good terms, it was therefore quite a shock when the Iktochi had asked if he was involved in the assassination of Jabba the Hutt. After profusely denying having a hand in such an act, though admitting that he was glad for a business rival like Jabba to have been killed, he wanted to know who had been spreading such information about him. Nerys was confused but explained about the boy and how the Black Sun-aligned forger had received the picture and information. Until that point, Borvo had no idea that the boy might be so infamous or skilled. They talked at length and it was agreed that the false identity would be created but that Borvo would need to determine if the boy was who Nerys had been looking for. It paid to know who he was doing business with and Borvo never anticipated that Jabba's assassin would come to him to do business or for the creation of a false identity. Using his contacts in Theed, he found the property that the boy was staying at and cautiously checked it out. Sending out several probe droids, the suspicions were confirmed when they spotted a large Ubrikayan yacht, greatly resembling Jabba's star jewel, hidden on the property. However, before confirming with Nerys about the boy's identity, he had asked what the Black Sun's interest was in Menma. His old friend was tight-lipped and wouldn't reveal anything, likely on orders for the Underlord, which told Borvo that it was a serious matter. A new question was therefore asked by the Hutt, did the Black Sun wish to harm the boy? Nerys was able to answer the question and stated that they did not wish him harm but simply wished to get in contact with him, not immediately, but soon. Borvo was positive that Nerys meant they wanted to recruit Menma into the Black Sunday. Such a task was made simpler by the fact that the Black Sun was creating the fake identity and could hold that information over Menma. It was unfortunate but he informed Nerys about the star jewel. The Iktochi was extremely happy about the news and informed Borvo that he would be given a nice finder's fee. As long as Menma accepted the Black Sun's offer, no harm would come to him, and while Borvo told that to himself over and over again, he still didn't like the taste that was left in his mouth. Selling out new friends was not something he liked to do, but he was running a business, a criminal business. It was better for his business to not make enemies or lie to the likes of the Black Sunday. XX. Stopping at the Theed spaceport, Plagueis waited while Naruto left the ship and went to take care of his citizenship and property inheritance to make sure that everything was in proper order. Later on they would worry about his public service and other such matters. Thus far, they had not had anyone come by knocking to inquire about him or the estate. It was best to keep it that way. While Naruto headed off to the palace, Plagueis began to meditate but found himself unable to properly do so. Something was wrong but he couldn't pin down exactly what. The feeling was coming through the force but it was an unspecified danger or caution. At first he thought it was his student but that didn't seem correct. Naruto had only just left the ship and wouldn't have even made it to the palace yet. Deciding not to ignore the feeling, he kept the ship running and ready to leave. XX. Walking down the ramp of his supplied transport in the Theed landing plaza, Senator Palpatine and his entourage were greeted by the governor of Naboo, Co. Bibble, along with many of the planet's advisory council members. The large welcoming party also included many noble and important figures as well as the chief of security and a contingent of Naboo security officers. The only important figure that had not come to see his arrival was the king of Naboo, Ars Verona. This did not surprise Palpatine in the least. He had many dealings, both in the light and in the shadows, with the current king and their relations had grown rather strained in the past few years. He therefore ignored the absence of the king in favor of greeting those that had shown up. He quickly adorned a fake smile and gave firm but untrue handshakes. He would have greatly liked to not have to travel back to his home planet but the duties of a senator came first and he could not avoid it. Following as the group led him out of the plaza and into the city, he made simple conversation with those around him and gave orders to his assistants as they headed towards the palace. It was while he was being guided to the large structure in the distance that he suddenly felt something. Not only through the force but he also felt a familiar feeling suddenly come over him. It was difficult to describe and even after searching his feelings he could not determine exactly what he was feeling. It had better not be nostalgia. He quickly thought with disdain at the mere notion of ever feeling such pointless emotions towards his birth planet. It had been a number of years since he had last set foot on Naboo but something just felt off about his visit. Remembering that the king had not come to greet his arrival, he thought perhaps his feelings and the force was telling him something about the significance of that slight. XX. Despite having his new citizenship in hand and having avoided another debacle in the property and tax department, Naruto found himself wanting an actual physical copy of all the documents he now had. He felt unsatisfied with the digital copy that he was forced to live with and wanted something more substantial. Putting the new chip along with the other in the case, and dropping it back into his pocket, Naruto continued along the hard but finely polished stone floors. Making his way through the palace and along the path that was becoming more familiar, he headed towards the large palace courtyard in order to become lost in the crowds and make his exit towards the starport. Looking to a nearby window, he looked down into the expansive royal gardens and since no one else was in the hallway, he decided to stop and look at the lush and colorful courtyard. Soon remembering that Plagueis was waiting for him back at the spaceport, Naruto turned back to continue when he suddenly felt something. Though a group was moving towards him and would soon intersect with them in the upcoming hallway, he was stopped by something that felt out of place. It was a specific individual, an anomaly among the group. As they got closer, he could feel emotions coming from them, save for the one person that stood out. That person felt strange to him. Looking towards the wall, as if he could see through the thick stone, he began to realize who or what it could have and quickly said one word through his communicator, then repeated it. XX. Walking with the large escort through the hallways of the palace, the senator ignored the ramblings of those around him as he felt something up ahead. As they turned the corner and found large windows showing the royal gardens, for some reason, Palpatine had almost expected to see someone standing by the windows. Confusion set in, as the brief contact with the presence had started another bout of vague familiarity but no sooner had he felt the presence and the feelings, than both had completely vanished. In spite of the disappearance, the feeling triggered an almost forgotten memory to surface in his mind as he ignored what many were saying to him and stopped to look out through the nearby windows to the gardens below. It was during the latter half of his training that he had been pitted against a Jedi Knight by his master in order to test his skills. He was arrogant during the fight, providing an opportunity to the Jedi which nearly cost him his arm. Plagueis ended the battle by knocking out the Jedi and then torturing his apprentice with Force lightning for his failure and foolishness at underestimating his foe. He remembered that the Jedi was kept in a coma while slowly drained of blood over the course of several months before finally being allowed to die. Why would such a memory surface? The Sith Lord questioned and soon realized that he had stopped to stare at the garden and everyone was still around him. Turning back to concerned faces, questioning why he had suddenly stopped, the sly Sith quickly thought of something. I must apologize, good friends. I got lost in the view. He quipped to group with a smile in order to explain his sudden actions. It was greeted with chuckles from most with understanding statements made about how different it must be from Coruscant. Agreeing with the speakers, he continued on his way to the dining hall where presumably the king would be. Though he could have chosen to meditate on the thoughts and memory later, he decided not to revisit his past and forget the events. That Jedi was long dead and the body properly disposed of with no evidence remaining for anyone to find. There was no conceivable reason it should ever come back to haunt him, and he was determined to keep such memories buried deep in his mind where he would never have to revisit them. XX. Thinking that his student was taking a very long time, Plague Ace tried to remain patient but still wondered why he couldn't shake the bad feeling that getting Kinnan suddenly came through the COMM system from his student, and the Sith Lord instantly recognized the words and their significance. Working the controls, the ship was already leaving the ground off before the ramp was closed or the landing legs of the sleek craft were fully retracted. Flying low and hugging the rock wall, Plague Ace accelerated and kept the ship on a rather perilous course, even going straight through a waterfall as he piloted the vessel away from the city and would take a winding course as he made his way back to the castle. The word, Kinnan, was something that he had come up with for the both of them. It was Ibonahese and was best translated as imminent danger or peril. When used once, the word would convey to the other that they were walking into a trap. Repeating the word a second time was not to make sure it was heard but to emphasize even more danger. Saying it twice was the equivalent of being told to leave immediately and not look back. Meaning that he was to take the ship away and leave Naruto. It seems I should have listened or at least heeded the Force and my feelings more. Possibly going so far as to keep Naruto from leaving the ship. Admonished the Sith Lord, as Naruto would not use the word, much less twice, unless it was a significantly dangerous situation. There was no way of knowing exactly what the situation was, but he knew that getting back undetected and without anyone following him was top priority at the moment. He would arm the others and prepare for a battle if it came to that, and get the Vulture ready in case they needed to leave the planet. XX. In a crouched position, hidden in the branches of a tree in the royal garden, Naruto stared through his goggles at the figures that walked through the hallway, specifically the one that had stopped. Though he was over 100 feet away, he still felt that perhaps that was not enough and his heart was beating out of his chest. Memorizing the face of the older man, he had never met the person he was looking at but was almost positive that he knew who it was. Everything his master told him about Sidious soon jumped to the forefront of his mind, but he pushed it aside as he gauged the situation and tried to figure out if he had been spotted or was in danger. Looking intently at the searching man, at one point their eyes even met and Naruto's grip on a nearby branch tightened to such a degree that his arm shook. Precious seconds passed and it seemed his position was not compromised. Sidious and the group soon moved past the row of windows and out of sight. Letting out a breath and pulling down his goggles, Naruto continued to look at the windows and was glad that he had remembered to give the proper warning to his master. A senatorial visit to the planet was bound to happen, but neither had thought it would occur so soon. "What are you doing up there?" came a feminine voice that abruptly halted Naruto's thoughts. Cursing in his head, Naruto realized the life sign that was directly beneath him. He was so concerned with what was going up at the window that he failed to notice someone in the garden. XX. Kneeling in the soft grass beside one of the water features in the garden, a young brunette of perhaps 10 years of age looked at her own reflection in the smooth pool. It was something that she often did during times of stress or when feeling unsure about something, though she was never sure exactly why she did it. It was nearly lunch and she had time between classes, so her feet had automatically taken her from the classrooms at Theed University to the royal gardens that were very close by. In less than a year, I'll be a full apprentice legislator. She realized, and although not the youngest to achieve such an accomplishment, she was moving very fast through the program and gaining recognition because of it. The brunette would be 11 when that happened and had only been in the legislative youth program for just over 2 years. The reason for her visit to the guards was that in less than 2 days' time, she would attend a dinner with Senator Palpatine right before he left to return to Coruscant. The invite had only just come, but there really wasn't the option of declining. To do so would be extremely rude to the senator, but this did not stop her pulse from quickening every time she thought of the upcoming dinner. She did wonder how many other people were attending, but already knew that no other student in her class had been given the same invitation. Staring at a nervous-looking reflection, she closed her eyes and took several calming breaths while trying to relax the tension. When her eyes opened and she looked to the water, she found her reflection had become distorted from ripples on the surface caused by some fallen leaves. Looking up to the tree above her, she was surprised to find someone sitting in the branches, almost completely concealed from view. The boy seemed to be around her age and was making no noise while looking intently towards the palace through what she thought were just normal goggles. Curious, and eager for a good distraction, she asked, "What are you doing up there?" The surprise of her question had somehow caused the boy to become even more still than he had been. Turning toward her, he pulled off the goggles and met her gaze. Blue met brown and she felt as though she was being heavily scrutinized under his sharp stare. Breaking eye contact, she looked to his features, slightly chubby cheeks with strange markings and spiky blonde hair that went in every direction. Naruto's mind went through a dizzying array of scenarios as he determined both how to answer the question and how to respond to being caught. He needed to ascertain the situation with Sidious to determine if the masquerading senator was onto them and if his visit was due to their presence on the planet. He wondered if he should run, kill the girl, knock her out, use mind tricks, look through her memory, or take her hostage. Concerning the senator, he regretted not having any weapons and knew engaging was out of the question, which meant that distanced observation was likely best. These thoughts all went through his head in no more than a second as he used the force to analyze the situation. However, he regretted that decision when he realized that his manipulation of the energy field could attract the wrong attention. As seconds passed and her question remained unanswered, and his decision on what to do with her remained undecided, Naruto panicked and made up a quick lie, just playing a children's game. No sooner than the words had left his mouth than both of them realized how bad the lie was. When he was younger, Plague Ace always told him that he didn't have time for children's games, and since no one ever played with him, he never knew the names or even types of games that were played by those his age. Even if he had, the cultural and language differences would have made just about any game he mentioned seem like gibberish, and he wasn't even sure children played games on Nebu, too busy doing pointless public service. A sly smirk adorned the girl's face and she responded by saying, "No child refers to the games that they play as children's games." What an unconvincing lie. I can tell that even you regretted telling something so feeble. Why don't you just try telling me the truth? She suggested, and Naruto mulled over the suggestion before deciding to use her for answers, but would have to be much more convincing and subtle about it, so he told her a version of the truth. "I've recently become a citizen of Nebu and will likely be entered into the youth legislative program, so I'm looking over the area before joining." He offered and kept a straight face while ignoring how her eyes narrowed in suspicion and lips pursed. "The university is in the opposite direction, you were looking at the palace," she accused, and waited for him to show a sign of being caught in the lie or for him to explain himself. It was strange that he was in the tree, but he had no weapons or seemed to be up to no good, as far as she could tell. Keeping calm, Naruto gave a smug smile before he elaborated, "I've already looked at the university, and as for why I was looking at the palace, I heard that Senator Palpatine had arrived on the planet. I was curious and decided to take a look while I was in the area." He noted how her eyes widened slightly at the mention of the name before she quickly glanced to the windows of the palace that he had been looking at. She didn't realize that the senator had already arrived on Nebu. Since it was evident that the girl may know more than him, Naruto decided to press his advantage. "You seem just as interested as I am." Schooling her features, the girl remarked, "I don't need to hide in trees in order to get a look at someone. You're lucky the palace guards didn't see you acting suspicious. Couldn't you wait to see him until his address in Karen?" Having heard the city named before, earlier that day in fact, Naruto decided to use the simplest method at his disposal. "His address in Karen?" he inquired with a tilted head and the best questioning look he could come up with. The girl shook her head slightly and informed him, "The reason for the senator's visit is to reopen the Kylon starport in Karen. It's been under construction for a while now to upgrade it to a stellar-class starport. He'll be giving an address to those of the city and it will likely be broadcasted all over the planet." "Oh, I believe I caught something about that on the news this morning, but someone muted it before I could hear everything." Naruto explained and could tell that the unnamed girl still did not fully believe him but was relaxing and letting down her guard. Having gotten quite a bit of information, Naruto came to part where he had to decide what to do. What he really needed was a distraction. He had already revealed more than he wanted to but didn't have time to continue such conversations as he needed to determine if Sidious had felt him and then report back to his master. "Padme." Came a call from someone else who was entering the gardens. The newly named Padme turned to see her friend coming towards her and then turned back to ask the boy to come down so she could introduce them, but upon turning back, she found the tree empty. Her eyes widened and mouth dropped in surprise as not even a leaf had fallen from his escape, and she looked all around to figure out where the blonde could have gotten to. There were many trees and bushes in the garden but she didn't even spot a glimpse of him. Seeing Padme's confusion, her friend asked, "Did it fly away?" Thinking that it was a bird that Padme was motioning towards and that had been up in the tree. Turning to her friend, Padme thought about telling her about the boy but decided against it. "Apparently he did," she admitted in a soft voice and wondered just how the boy had managed to do that. Not even catching his name, she remembered what he said about entering the youth program and wondered if it was the truth or if it was a well-spoken lie. XX. Using Jiraiya's Toton Jutsu, transparent escape technique, for concealing himself from view, Naruto stuck himself against one of the rock walls and looked down below at the Theed landing plaza. The square plaza was just large enough for the vessel parked at the center, and he found 2 guards positioned at the end of the ship's entry ramp. He hadn't been able to verify Sidious's location within the palace because he didn't risk getting too close to the building or finding himself in another situation like what had just happened 10 minutes prior. Going back to the castle would be the best choice, but if he could get a hold of the senator's schedule or even a flight plan, he would have a better idea of where the man would be while on the planet, or at least when the senator planned to leave. Since stealing a datapad from one of Sidious's entourage was out of the question for the moment, he decided to sneak onto their ship. If they weren't leaving for at least a day, then he shouldn't have a problem with anyone returning. All he needed to do would be to get past the guards. While crawling like a chameleon, Naruto moved down to the plaza floor while keeping an eye out for surveillance and guards. He made his way across the ground on his hands and feet, just a few inches above the surface. Moving to the nearest docking skid, he climbed up it and moved across the bottom of the ship, heading for the entry ramp. The faster he moved with the technique active, the less the jutsu was able to conceal and someone might see his outline or movements. Getting onto the ramp without making a sound, Naruto slowly moved into the ship, stopping at the entrance as he focused on the force to detect any monitoring devices. The marking on the hull identified it as a Republic ship and it had no armaments, so chances were good that the ship had not been modified but was one of many ships available for use by senators or other ambassadors of the Republic. Still, I'm not taking any chances. He thought and had already adopted a henge so if anything did catch him or see through the camouflage technique, he wouldn't be identified. Moving down the ship's main corridor and past numerous rooms, he extended his senses and didn't detect any life signs aboard. Remaining wary of droids, he slowly heading towards the cockpit. Sitting in one of the seats, Naruto accessed the flight controls and ship's log. If there was one thing he had retained from his master's teaching about the Republic government, it was that they documented just about everything. Quickly finding the flight plan, he memorized the arrival and planned departure time. With the information and after covering his tracks, he knew it was time to leave the ship and feed. XX. With Jiraiya's technique still active, Naruto ran across the plains north of Theed in standard ninja form, with his arms trailing and his torso lowered. Timing everything perfectly, he moved in unison with the breeze as the grass was blown which hit his footfalls in the short ankle-high green blades. Going at full speed, he soon reached the tree line but was unable to tree hop as the trees on Nebo were just not the same as those on Ebonas. Concealed blue eyes spotted quite a few of the native fauna as the noises of his movements were heard but his body remained unseen. With nearly 30 kilometers to cover he decided to keep Link silence for the same reason that he hadn't taken a speeder. Having memorized the route from Theed to the castle, he knew that eventually he would meet up with the river that entered into the lake on his property. Once he was there, he would wait in the water using water jutsu and see if he was being followed. When he was sure that no one was tracking him, he could follow the river to the castle with the same jutsu and remain unseen beneath the surface. XX. The vulture was packed and ready to leave as every member save Naruto sat on pins and needles in either the cockpit or galley. The engines were fully warmed and hyperdrive ready to leave the system. The only thing left was to hear back from Naruto or detect something on the ship's scanners. Sitting in the cockpit, the Sith Lord kept the COMM channels open but had the distinct feeling that his student would not use them. Looking back to the other members in the cockpit, he was reminded that despite the ship having good sensors, Karin would likely be able to detect someone from much farther away than the ship could because of the trees and mountains as well as indigenous species. Breathing in and out while trying to keep from feeling the sense of tension and nervousness which was pervading the entire ship, Plague Ace turned his thoughts elsewhere and discovered the one problem in their use of the word alerting system: we never agreed upon a length of time to wait or if leaving entailed just the area or the planet. A picture of Naruto captured by a bounty hunter came to the forefront of his mind and though it was a possibility, he didn't think his student would be captured so easily, despite not having any weapons. The thought that Borvo had betrayed them, or at least notified someone of their presence on Nebo, did occur to him. He had no idea if the bounty was still in place but doubted that it mattered. The picture was wrong, the description was wrong and Jabba's clan would want definitive proof if they were going to spend any credits to have the assassin brought to them or killed. Borvo also hated Jabba and had more to gain from taking over Jabba's territory than from turning them in. There was only one person who survived to tell others but such a story may be seen as nothing but a spacer's tale. People would stop focusing on the assassin and turn their attention to who had hired Jabba's killer, not that they would find anything or suspect that no one had hired Naruto. His mind then came to the other real possibility for Naruto's message. Could Sidious really be here on the planet? Plague Ace questioned as he hadn't felt his apprentice, only a sense of foreboding, but wondered if they could be one in the same. If that is the case, then staying in this ship would actually be worse than staying inside the castle. The Sith Lord realized as the Sith runes would keep him from being felt. Choosing between leaving the planet and going back to the castle, his choice was made for him when Karin spoke up from the seat behind him. I can feel him. He's just coming out of the water. As a mass exodus ensued as everyone but the Sith Lord moved quickly to find out what was going on. Plague Ace took his time as leaving the ship could be foolish, depending on what news Naruto was bringing. Taking deep breaths to let himself recover from the hour-and-a-half journey from Theed with constant jutsu usage, Naruto ignored those gathered around him and the questions being asked. He waited for Plague Ace to near and heard his master's voice in his mind, he's here. It wasn't a question though as Naruto knew that from just looking at him that Plague Ace had deduced what he was going to say, so he merely nodded and the Sith Lord then asked, were you followed? No, but I'm quite sure that he felt me for a brief moment. Admitted Naruto and he could feel the conflict resonating from Plague Ace at the thought of being discovered. With me, now. He commanded and Naruto told the others to stay in the ship while the pair went back to the castle to discuss what had happened. XX. Tell me everything. Demanded Plague Ace as he and Naruto sat across from each other in the first floor of the castle. Naruto did not hesitate and started from the beginning. After I finished taking care of everything with the documents you provided and those from Borvo, I headed back to the ship out the same way I entered the palace. I suddenly felt a group approaching with one person standing out and fled the area, hiding in the palace gardens as I watched the group. Sending a mental image of the person that he saw to his master, he visible saw Plagueis' possessed body react to the image and could feel the hatred and contempt coming off him. I believe he felt something, though I don't know what he made of it. He spent nearly half a minute looking out of the window and he looked right over me before someone in the group asked if he was all right. He made some comment and they all laughed before taking off. Why is he here? Questioned Plagueis, and Naruto chose his words carefully as he explained what he had found out. I learned that he will be giving an address tomorrow at a spaceport in Karen. It is being upgraded to a stellar class. Feeling the realization come from his master, Naruto did not mention anything about the news feed that morning. I did manage to sneak aboard his ship and determine that they aren't scheduled to head back to Coruscant until 2 days from now. Added Naruto, and Plagueis looked up from contemplation and nodded at the valuable information. Leaving out anything about the encounter with the girl, Naruto felt that Plagueis was far too busy in thought to have caught the fact that he left certain details out. A minute passed while Naruto waited, but he soon found a feeling of indecision coming from his master. On my long journey from Theed, I thought that this could be an opportunity, as for once, you know exactly where he is. Naruto suddenly stated as he tried to determine what his master was thinking. Not exactly following, Plagueis asked, you plan to try and kill him during the address? It did cross my mind. But if you know for a fact that he is on Naboo, and Naruto was cut off as Plagueis caught on to his train of thought, then I know that he isn't on Coruscant and won't be leaving to return for another 2 days. We also just purchased military-grade, encrypted transmitters and receivers from Borvo, just for such an occasion. Though I didn't plan on using them so soon. I have to complete our agreement with Borvo. Naruto quickly reminded the Sith Lord, and Plagueis nodded before planning who to take with him to Coruscant. The ship was already prepped, he just needed the equipment. Moving back the way he had just come, Plagueis left Naruto sitting in the chair as he went to the ship. XX. The Vulture had left several hours ago and Naruto was using the opportunity to quickly finish one of his projects. In his workshop, or what was better known as the 10th floor of his castle, he looked at the contraption that he had created in front of him. Connecting to the star map from Tatooine was a mass of wires which interfaced with a computer console that Naruto had built from spare parts. The star map was a complete unit, but in order to completely obtain all the information that he was after, he needed to be able to transmit data from other sources into the Rakuten device. Several data chips had been inserted into the computer console and were compiling large amounts of data from multiple sources. He had navigational data from 42, D4, the Vulture, the warship on Mustafar, and the Star Jewel, all compiling together into the star map's memory and database. What he wanted was to be able to view everything he had concerning hyperlanes, planets, and anything else of interest all on a single device. Since the star map also happened to be a hollow projector, it only made sense to use it. While he waited for the process to finish, he marveled at the Rakuten device. It supposedly used the dark side of the Force to power it, but he could barely feel the device siphoning the Force to power it. He could however feel the dark side emanating from the device. Being that was around 30,000 years old, it was in perfect condition. When he opened up the panels to take a look at the inner workings, he found that it looked brand new and also noted several pieces of technology inside whose function he did not completely understand. For such an old device, it also had an incredibly sophisticated and colorful holographic image. Most projectors only used a single color, usually a blue tint, to display images, but the Rakuten device was in full color and showed him an image of the entire galaxy as it likely looked from a view outside of the galaxy. It's 30,000 years old and it's still high-tech, even cutting-edge technology. He thought and shook his head at how strange that sounded. Adjusting the holographic image with the Force, he zoomed in on an area that he was currently the most interested in. The Rakuten Infinite Empire was comprised of over 500 planets, but only the ones that had strong connections to the Force. The Rakuten Force-powered hyperdrives were only capable of taking them to such planets. This created a much easier to read projection that only highlighted an almost insignificant number of planets in the galaxy as a whole. However, out of all those planets, he was currently only concerned with one. The homeworld of the Rakuten species, Len. When the Rakuten retreated to their homeworld after their empire began to fall, they damaged the star map devices to prevent any of the numerous races that they enslaved from following. Over tens of thousands of years, the devices repaired themselves, including restoring their information. It was accomplished using a technology or application of the Force that still remained unknown to the rest of the galaxy and was beyond his current understanding. During the time of the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War, the information in the devices was incomplete, but it seems that in the past 3,000 years, this device is now completely intact along with all of its data. Thought Naruto as he zoomed into an area of the unknown region that showed the location of the Len system. Ever since being told the stories concerning the Rakuten and Ravan, Naruto had desired to travel to that system and visit the planet. According to what Plagueis had told him, 1,000 years ago, Darth Bane had visited the planet in search of artifacts related to Ravan and had discovered a holocron. From that information, Bane formed the current Order of the Sith, but the device was all the Dark Lord of the Sith had discovered. Plagueis informed him that Bane's recollection of the planet was that it had no life signs, so sign of any Rakuten, and nothing else of note or interest. The holocron had also been destroyed by Bane after he learned what he could from the device. That story had always caused questions to surface in Naruto's mind. He kept thinking, or perhaps hoping that there was still something there. Plague Ace had been specific that Bane was looking for force objects or artifacts related to Ravan, and that made him wonder, did Bane ignore everything else? It was likely that Len wouldn't offer anything to him, but he couldn't deny feeling a pull towards the planet. It was likely a combination of his own curiosity and desire to get any glimpse he could into that time in history, as well as feeling something through the force, but he was unable to determine what the feeling was. He sometimes wished the force was more clear to him and he could have visions or at least a greater insight into what choices he should make or what was available to him. Most of the time he felt as if he was looking through a haze or fog when the force should have been guiding him on a clearer path. Plague Ace experienced something similar, though the Sith Lord believed it to be a result of him being a spirit and not having a physical body to feel the living force anymore. Whatever the case, he had manipulated both Plague Ace and Borvo into the deal concerning Seraphir. The individual left in charge of the Shadow Port was mind-controlled by Plague Ace and would still listen to him. There was no real need to go there and make arrangements that could be made through a simple message. His real reason for going was to try and get to Len from Seraphir. Having looked through the data on the crashed Mustafar ship, he found that it didn't contain a hyperspace route to the Rakuten planet, despite being from around the same time period as the destruction of the Star Forge. What did however strike him as curious, was the fact that his own birth planet, Ibonas, was likely closer to Len than any other planet on the charts he had access to. Compiling them together into a single map, he planned to see just how close it was and how far he would have to journey on his own. Getting to Seraphir was easy, and because it was Borvo's transport, the trip was expected to take at least 2 weeks or more to get there and back. Borvo did not have the shortcut that their previous ship, 42, had used to go right past Seraphir and into the unknown regions. Naruto was confident that he could convince the pilot of the freighter to use that course and get to the Shadow Port in less than half the time. From there he planned to procure a ship and eventually get to Len. Everything depended on how fast the hyperdrives on freighter and procured ship were, as well as his piloting skills to navigate through the unknown region. The trip would be dangerous and foolish, which was why he had not informed his master about any of it. Their journey from Ibonas was easy because it followed their already traveled path, but pushing his way into the hyperspace anomaly that separated the known region of the galaxy from the unknown region, would be exceedingly difficult. If all went well, he might be able to get to Len and back in the same amount of time it would have taken Borvo's freighter to get to Seraphir and back, but he doubted it. If things did not go well, he might be stuck in the unknown region forever and no one would know that he had ever left Seraphir. Naruto's attention was soon brought back to the star map as everything finished compiling. Quickly looking over the route they had followed from Ibonas to Seraphir and the locations of Ibonas and Len, Naruto found that the two planets were indeed close but actually almost the same distance as Seraphir was to Len. The distances between the planets and their locations almost formed an equilateral triangle. Going from Seraphir to Ibonas, and then to Len would be a longer distance than going directly from Seraphir to Len. The only thing I don't know about this is how expansive the hyperspace anomaly is. Everyone knows that it's there, but nobody has tried to figure out how big it is or knows how deep into the unknown region it goes. For all I know, by the time I get to Ibonas, I may have passed completely through the anomaly. He thought as he remembered his master's teaching on the phenomenon that prevented most hyperspace exploration of the unknown region. One theory was that the anomaly was created by an ancient race who possessed incredibly advanced technology and used it to hamper the conquest of the Rakuten. That is a big assumption though. He realized as he continued to look over the star map's projection. Unfortunate the star map did not contain any of the Rakuten's hyperlanes or paths that they traveled from Len to all of the worlds they conquered. Perhaps it's just a well, considering I don't have a Rakuten hyperdrive. He thought and took a deep breath while he considered the choice. Each choice was dangerous. One path was longer but with the possibility of becoming easier, while the other path was shorter and was either the same difficulty or much harder. Normally, he would meditate on the prospect and consider everything, but he only had a few more hours of light before nightfall and in the morning he would be heading out. At some point he needed to get some sleep. The turbolift coming to a stop at his level, pulled Naruto from his contemplation and he reached out to see who was on the lift. Plague Ace had taken Karin, Kabuto and D4 to Coruscant. That only left a few people that it could be. He was surprised, however, to find that it was Teiwaya. The redhead waited for the door of the lift to open and then walked slowly into the room. While it had structural supports and windows at the outside, the floor plan was completely open with no dividing walls. Oddly finding one of the starfighters from Mustafar sitting on the floor not far away, Teiwaya decided to ignore the partially dismantled ship and continued looking around one of the only floors of the building that she had yet to visit. The large floor was divided into numerous zones based upon piles of what she saw as junk. Each pile appeared to be a project or endeavor of some type, and she stepped over parts and pieces of machinery and other items as she made her way to an area where the single occupant of the floor was sitting. "Given up on avoiding me?" questioned Naruto as he continued to sit in his chair with his eyes closed. When he heard the redhead make a huff response and felt her regretting her decision to come to him, he opened his eyes and tried a different question, are you finally going to tell me what's been bothering you? You don't already know? Taeya accused, and Naruto could feel her frustration and anger growing. Not knowing exactly what was the matter, he decided to take the civil approach, despite what you may think, I do give all of you privacy and am not always trying to read your minds. I'm dying. She abruptly admitted, and a moment of silence fell upon the pair as Naruto looked upon the reddish hair that partially covered Taeya's face as she didn't meet his gaze. Knowing that she was waiting for him to respond, Naruto replied, I see. It was a rather pathetic response but was all that he could muster upon being told such news. Whatever he thought she was going to tell him, he wasn't fully prepared for her statement. Despite not being trained to do so, Taeya hid her emotions and feelings quite well. He actually thought she might have wanted to return to Abonas and was unhappy in the group. You see? Demanded the redhead in exasperation and with clenched fists as if ready to strike out at him. Though she looked up at him, her bang prevented him from properly seeing her eyes. Naruto wasn't sure how to handle the situation, and with a dry swallow, he replied, how exactly would you like me to respond to this news? If it was so important, then why did you wait almost a month before saying something? The sudden change in the redhead's feelings made him again regret uttering such a statement and confirmed that he was not handling the conversation well. I'm sorry if I'm not able to respond the way you want me to because I really don't know how to respond or what else to say. Naruto quickly admitted, but the explanation did not produce the results he intended. Forget it, said Taeya in a small voice, and he heard her sniff as she turned to head back to the lift. His eyes widened as he realized how badly he handled the situation and that such a strong-willed person was either close to tears or already crying underneath the reddish bangs. Before she could reach the lift, the door slammed shut, and when she turned to face Naruto, she found an empty chair moving towards her, pushed by an invisible force. I can't do anything to help if I don't know more information. Take a seat, and elaborate. Please. He offered as politely as he could. Knowing that even if she managed to leave the room, he would likely hunt her down and make her talk, Taeya grit her teeth and forcibly sat down in the chair to face him with her arms crossed. Before she could comment on his horrible interpersonal skills, Naruto decided to renew the conversation between them. I take it that it's your seal that you're referring to. After receiving a nod from the redhead, Naruto stood and moved closer before asking, can I examine it? Turning away from him, Taeya pulled down the left shoulder of shirt she was wearing, and Naruto moved forward to look over her seal as well as the seal that he had placed to keep her from accessing Orochimaru's handiwork. The cursed seal was placed on Taeya's shoulder, and Naruto was instantly aware of something being wrong as the skin where the seal was had a darker shade than what was Taeya's normal skin tone. Without even trying to touch the area, he could tell that it was sore and perhaps that the tissue was dying. However, the seal he placed was perfectly intact while Orochimaru's seal also showed no signs of acting up. Letting his hands hover over the area, he used for force to try and figure out what was going on. He was immediately met with a rather malevolent feeling coming from the seal. It was something that he had not encountered before and it felt familiar to him. While he continued to examine the area, Taeya began to talk to him. I'm not supposed to care about dying, she said, but Naruto could feel the redhead had much more to express than just such a statement. He'd never seen the sharp-tongued girl struggle with words. Working for Orochimaru, I knew that the seal would kill me eventually, if someone else didn't do it sooner. I'd seen it kill many others, slowly destroying their bodies and mind, but I didn't care because I was finally useful and wanted. It was terrible in Oto, every day was crappy and I knew he was using me, but it didn't matter because I finally had power, she admitted while staring out a nearby window. It actually surprised Naruto to find just how much he could relate, or at least how familiar it sounded. I finally had something stable after spending so many years on the streets alone, and perhaps I was expendable to him, but there were many others who came from similar situations. Then you came along and messed all that up, the redhead explained. And made you want to strangle me? Naruto questioned while he continued to use the force to examine more than just her shoulder and determine what the extent of the damage was to her body. Yes, no you dipshit, you made me want to live, she confessed in a hushed and sharp voice before continuing, I spent years convincing myself that I didn't care, that my life was being shortened considerably. You destroyed that utterly, by kidnapping me and forcing me to be a part of your group. Taeya took a long pause as she thought over her situation since that moment and commented, for once there was something good to look forward to. Things were getting interesting, the long ship rides weren't that great, but this. And she motioned to the castle they were currently living in. I didn't really care about any of those fuckers in Oto, the redhead added, and Naruto saw through the statement to the true meaning that she found a friend in Karin and perhaps even others in the group. And now this seal that I used to covet is killing me, she concluded, and at the same moment Naruto finished his examination. Her condition was stable at the moment, but it would continually worsen over time. It seemed like every cell in her body was slowly being damaged or at least degrading. He had never seen anything like it. The damage was much worse in the area around the seal, along her main chakra network paths, and in her muscles. The organs remained the least damaged, but they weren't far behind. He guessed that she had at most a year or more before the damage caused her organs start failing. This would be a good moment for some inspirational words. Recently I've proved to be rather poor with providing any comfort or inspiration to anyone. Perhaps I should try something from when I was younger. Naruto thought as he remembered something that he used to say from before he met Plague Ace. The statements had shown to even move or at least bring a smile to the Sandame's face. I'll find a way to help you, I promise, said Naruto in a soft but confident voice. Teiwaya did not turn around to look at him, but he heard her sniffle once before contesting, "You lie all the time, shit face." A small smile formed on Naruto's lips as he could tell that she was putting up quite a front but really wanted to have something put her at ease or at least give her hope. "I never go back on my word, and when I make a promise, I keep it. You were just moved to the top of my list," he explained as he went to his day top hat and added her name to the top. "So I guess I shouldn't worry about it," Teiwaya commented sarcastically while trying to sit up a little straighter in her seat and possibly wiping tears out of her eyes. Naruto couldn't tell with her still sitting and looking away from him, but he ignored the motions and responded, "Maybe you should tell the others and let them worry with you, especially Karin. She's been quite concerned with what's been bothering you but hasn't brought it up. With Kabuto, Jugo, Karin, Plague Ace, and myself, I'm sure we could find something. There's a whole galaxy of possibilities, and even if I can't find something right now, there are ways to keep you alive indefinitely until I find a way. It looks like I have a lot of research to do. If there is anything that you know which could be helpful." Leaving the sentence open, he wondered if she actually did know something that could be helpful. It at least couldn't hurt to ask because he hadn't taken a look at most of Orochimaru's research like Kabuto and Plague Ace had. After waiting a brief period, Teiwaya said, "The only one that could withstand the seal or at least showed the most promise with no appearance of side effects was Kimimaro." Orochimaru was thrilled at the prospect and intended for him to become his dream container or whatever the fuck that is. Sounded creepy and still sounds creepy now, but the brainwashed bastard came down with an unrelated illness that prevented Orochimaru from taking him as his next host. Naruto remembered the name and thought back, remembering how he had killed the individual which had turned out to be Jugo's best friend. He also remembered that the white-haired teen was terminally ill and knew that Teiwaya was telling him accurate information as their two ailments were not related. Seeing that Teiwaya was done and had nothing else to recall at the moment, he decided to give her the less than stellar news, "I have to leave and will be gone for a little over 2 weeks. And before she could protest or call him a liar, he added, "That doesn't mean that I won't be doing anything to help you. You'll be on a ship the whole time. What can you possibly do?" She argued, and turning around he could finally see and confirm that she had been crying. Ignoring that fact, he replied, "I'll be looking over every bit of information that I have on the seal. I stole Orochimaru's notes and I have another source of information as well." "Fine, but I expect you to be working on it when you get back," she demanded before getting up and leaving. Naruto wanted to say something back but kept his thoughts, about how she could have brought such an important matter to his attention earlier, to himself. Right before the lift door closed, he started to ask if she wanted to come with him, but their conversation was cut off by the door and he thought better of it as she would likely be more comfortable in the castle than on a ship for 2 weeks. "I should contact Kabuto and see about him getting a hold of a stasis tube while they're on Coruscant," he thought as he sifted through the equipment in order to find his communicator, which he had apparently misplaced. The stasis chamber would be for the worst case scenario, but he felt it was prudent to plan for that. The easiest cure would be to put her in a Bacta tank for a day or two, but something told him that such a solution wasn't going to work for what Teiwaya had. Something about her ailment felt parasitic or at least stubborn, as if it would keep returning no matter how good Bacta was at healing. "I don't even know what it is that she is actually suffering from," he admitted as he found the communicator. Once he was done with the communication, he would have to go to their storage room and find the scrolls pertaining to Orochimaru so he could take them with him. XX. Borvo's hideout, the following morning. XX. After leaving some spending money for everyone staying, Naruto and HK had made their way to Borvo's landing field in order to catch the freighter that they would be taking to Sarayfur. Landing on the field, the pair seemed as though they were going on a short trip, though this belied the fact that the storage scroll in Naruto's backpack was carrying enough supplies and weapons to respectively last several weeks and to deal with a small army. He was worried about Sidious, but with him leaving, there shouldn't be a problem for the others still at the castle. Nothing had happened during the night and he kept several clones as lookouts to make sure that no one approached the castle. "I'll be gone for 2 weeks, but I'll have something to come back to," Naruto idly thought as he stepped into the freighter and was followed by HK. "Once we set off, I'll try and get the captain to take my alternative route so we can arrive at my shadow port much faster. With the route from 42, this ship should be able to make the journey in 3 days, which will hopefully give me the time I need to get to Len. I may also want to be in the cockpit as they take off in order to see what methods they use to get past Nebo security forces," he thought as he stowed his belongings in the room he had been given for the trip. Borvo obviously had a large operation that used the planet and he was very curious how the Hutt managed to do it all without attracting suspicions. It was really something to distract him from the event of the previous day, because once the ship was in hyperspace, he had a lot of reading to do. XX. After switching from minor hyperlanes to the Karelian run, they would be arriving on Coruscant in the next few hours. The ship had been in transit for 2 days and there was much to discuss before arriving. Coruscant was a huge place, a single continuous city covered the entire planet and no one in the group besides himself was used to seeing something of that scale. The Sith Lord's primary target on the planet was an old Lemerge power building in the works area of the Ecumenopolis planet. The industrial area was in the Dacha district of the planet's surface and relatively close to the Senate district, which better served their purposes. He believed that the building was likely still in use by his apprentice as it was the only property that he had on the planet at the time of his death. The works area was sparsely populated with numerous large industrial buildings in all directions. Though some were occupied, many were either abandoned or primarily autonomous and needed no organic oversight. This will hopefully help Karen adjust to the planet. With such a large influx of people per square kilometer, she is likely to easily become overwhelmed should we set down in any other district. He thought as he moved to the meeting room. Aside from the building, the only other targets he could identify that he knew Sidious used were the Senate building and likely an apartment complex somewhere on the planet. Most likely in the 500 Republica complex. He surmised as he didn't believe Sidious would want to stay in any other building on the planet, save for the finest residential tower, reserved for the most wealthy and influential people. It was the same place that he would have wanted to stay, if he had a reason to be on Coruscant for an extended period or time. The residential tower will be the easier of the three to gain access to, despite boasting its own security staff and updated surveillance to prevent entry. Although I highly doubt Sidious does much in the way of shady dealings or Sith activity in his residential suite. We really need the Lemerge building and his Senate office. He concluded and would consider the residential tower if they had time and if they were successful with the other two building. His concerns with the Lemerge building had little to do with security systems though. He was confident that he could bypass those, having great knowledge about their installation and operation. The Sith Lord was however concerned with running into whatever apprentice that Sidious had taken or turned after his death, or before my death. The Mutan remembered as it was something he had thought about during his years away from the known galaxy. If Sidious had been able to keep his true appearance, intentions, and murder him in his sleep, then it was entirely possible that his apprentice had already started training a new apprentice before killing him. The last thing he wanted was for Sidious to return to Coruscant and find a dead apprentice or a missing apprentice. That would certainly put Sidious on edge. He planned to eventually kill whoever Sidious had chosen, but it was not yet time for such an act. If everything does go completely wrong, I suppose calling for help from the Jedi wouldn't be out of the question. Plagueis thought and wasn't sure if he was being serious or actually attempting to make a humorous statement concerning the matter. In lieu of Naruto, he had chosen those that had proven to be the most loyal of the group, save for the demon brothers. Going near the Jedi temple with two smoke demons was out of the question. They couldn't control their passive use of the Force for their abilities and as such could not be counted on to remain undetected. Kabuto was well versed in stealth and Karen could completely conceal herself from just about anyone while having a long-range sensing ability. The security breach droid, D4, would also prove incredibly useful as getting past anything that the Senate or Lemerge building security systems had to prevent them from achieving their goals. Sitting down at the meeting table, Plagueis waited for the others to file in before beginning and activating the holo projector. This is the Republic planet of Coruscant. XX. Finishing another of Orochimaru's scrolls, Naruto stopped his speed reading and closed his eyes to collate all of the information together and process it. It seemed that Orochimaru had created a unique Juinjutsu that had several purposes. The first purpose was to help propagate and activate an enzyme produced regularly by Jugo's body that appeared to be the key to the teen's mutation. As the seal spread across the body, so did the enzyme spread. The second purpose was to feed off the user's chakra, and when the seal was activated, to provide them with some of the special chakra that was kept in the seal and placed there by Orochimaru. Along with chakra, the snake Sennin had also placed a portion of his consciousness which can influence and possibly even manipulate the user over time. So he split his soul amongst a large number of his followers. Great, thought Naruto, as he had believed that Orochimaru was dead, but that didn't appear to be the case with pieces of the man's soul sealed in other people and Teiwaya. The final purpose of the seal was really to test individuals in the pursuit of finding the perfect host body that could not only withstand the enzyme but whose body was able to make use of the special chakra known as senjutsu. I still have no idea what senjutsu actually is or why Orochimaru needed a body that could use it, admitted Naruto, as he only had brief bits of information about the special chakra from Jiraiya while looking through the white-haired man's mind. Orochimaru did not write much down about the specifics of the strange chakra. There also appeared to be more than one type of the Juinjutsu that Orochimaru used. Teiwaya's and likely the rest of the Sound Force seals were of a weaker type that had a greater application success rate, being higher than the 1 out of 10 success rate of the heavier seal, but resulted in being harder to control. It was common for users to lose control of their minds during activation due to the seal's influence of the enzyme, similar to what used to happen to Jugo. I also don't know why Kimimaro was special compared to all of the others that Orochimaru tested on. It doesn't appear to be the bloodline that the man possessed, so I really can't say what the difference is between him and Teiwaya. Orochimaru doesn't even seem to know, as he only mentions the stronger body or finding a more suitable host but never explains what that really means. Naruto analyzed and he frowned in frustration, pushing the scrolls he was finished with off the bed and onto the floor. He was no closer to any kind of discovery than he had been when Teiwaya first told him about her problem. Though I have only been at this a day, realized the blonde-haired boy, and he sighed at the fact that he had taken in so much information and still had nothing optimistic to work with. From the notes and results, Orochimaru had been more concerned with using trial and error to find a suitable host body than he was with how certain individuals could adapt to the seal and Jugo's enzyme better than others could. Quantity over quality it seemed, and he remembered all of the prisoners in the facility where they had found Jugo. And he has an unhealthy obsession with the Uchiha. Naruto noted as his mind recalled many unrelated tangents that the Snake Sennin had gone on while penning the notes. If I had a better understanding about what senjutsu was, then perhaps I could start forming some kind of ideas. He thought and decided to keep with the research as long as he could. Looking to the storage scroll that contained the remainder of research notes, he decided that perhaps a short break was in order. It was likely only safe to deal with so much of Orochimaru's crazed writing and experiments in a given time. Looking through his datapad, which he had brought with him and loaded onto it everything that he could, Naruto came upon several files that he had saved but had never opened. They were from Ast Kikori when they had broken into the Republic Astrological Station in order to use their equipment to examine several objects. It seemed like something that had happened so very long ago, but Naruto soon realized that it hadn't even been 3 months since their disastrous visit to the planet. Opening the files, he looked through the detailed analysis of 3 objects, the Raijin and one of the Tessents. We never had time to analyze the second one. Naruto remembered and went back to his list to add that task. Looking to the sword first, Naruto read through the examination of the material that the handle was made of and was surprised to find the words unknown material come up numerous times. How the hell can it be an unknown material? It should be able to determine something about the handle. He thought before he looked at the X-ray and other analysis results. The Raijin was hollow, but the space inside was completely empty and it produced no heat or radiation of any kind. That shouldn't be possible. Naruto thought with disappointment evident on his face as he looked through every scan that was performed. He thought for sure that a scroll or some kind of mechanical assembly would reside inside the handle of the electric blade producing weapon. Nothing. He repeated over and over in his head with disbelief before calming himself and pushing the thoughts aside. It appeared that chakra could be converted into electrical energy through the use of an empty space inside of an unknown material. Or at least that is all that modern science can tell me. He thought with frustration and looked to the other files concerning the Tessent. The analysis showed an object carved from a solid piece of chalcedony. There was no hollow projector or data chip hidden inside either statue, and nothing decipherable or of any relevance was etched microscopically into the outside. Wow, that is really disappointing, thought Naruto as he grit his teeth and refrained from throwing the datapad against the wall of his cramped quarters. They were still each worth a small fortune when returned, but that was of small consolidation to the amount of rumors and speculation that they had amassed in the galaxy and even in their own ship among the members of the group. We sort of forgot about them after crashing on Mustafar. Naruto remembered and he deleted the information from his datapad. It was only a copy of the original file, but it was also worthless to them since it showed nothing that they didn't already know. There is still the other Tessent to look at, but I've had enough of treasure quests for right now. He concluded and set the datapad down to resist the urge to damage it. It took a few moments for Naruto to realize the irony of the statement he just made, especially considering the current journey he was on, and he attempted to convince himself that it was just a quest for knowledge. The convincing didn't work as he soon acknowledged that he was on another treasure quest. Throwing his head back onto the bed's pillow, Naruto examined the ceiling of the room as he tried to determine if what he was doing was right. It was what he wanted to do, but it also put Teiwaya's condition on hold until everyone got back. With the new course that he had convinced the pilot of the ship to take, they would arrive on Sarayfur in 3 days instead of 7, and he could be back to Naples within a week, instead of 2, if he didn't travel to Len. But if the scrolls that I've looked through so far are any indication, I won't have any good news for Teiwaya, no matter if I get back early or not. He thought as he covered his eyes from the suddenly bright ceiling light, with his forearm, as he felt the start of a headache begin. He had read through too much, too fast, with the force, and would need to take some time before trying it again. It was terribly selfish, but he really wanted to go to Len, despite the odds that nothing was there. Though only an extra week, the thought still made his stomach feel upset. With the prospect of becoming a citizen of Naples and dreaded public service on the horizon, combined with all the items he still had on his list to accomplish, he knew he may never get another chance to visit the Ricketan homeworld for quite a while, possibly until he was an adult. Though it still felt bad, he convinced himself that he would somehow make it up to Teiwaya. XX. Try to image yourself as being very small and continually getting smaller. Plague Ace telepathically suggested to the panicking redhead, and he attempted to calm her mind so she could focus on staying hidden. They were concealed behind an architectural feature inside the Lemerge Power Building, and the reason for the redhead's fright was the male Zabrak that was coming their way. If I remember correctly, he is now headed to his quarters or possibly a mediation chamber after his practice. Mused a far less concerned Plagueis as he stood close to Karin in order to keep himself from being seen and to keep her from running. He used to be able to completely conceal himself, presence and body, through force cloak, but the ability was diminished due to his current state and so he could only hide his presence. The reason that he wasn't concerned was because it was just Sidious apprentice. He could tell that the Zabrak was not that old and despite likely being well trained, Plagueis was confident that they could slip right past him and continue on to the main computer and security room of the facility. The life sensibility that he had taught Naruto was not something he had bothered to teach Sidious. His apprentice had not been concerned with trying to feel the life signs of others and so he doubted the Zabrak knew that either. Unless the Sith apprentice had prodigious sensing ability, he doubted that either of them would be sensed. He had seen the young adult through the feeds that D4 had sliced into earlier so they could get a look at the facility and temporarily disable many of the security systems. I know he uses a double-bladed lightsaber but he seems to be still learning to wield it properly. He also seemed adept at Terras Kasi like I taught my students. However, I am still confident that I could defeat him should the situation deteriorate. Concluded the Sith Lord, and he knew this wasn't arrogance. He was well versed in the use and disadvantages of such a lightsaber configuration, despite never fighting an opponent wielding one or having used one himself. Most would have difficulty or at least trepidation going against such a lightsaber because it was so rare, but he wasn't worried. Most of the style's advantage was due to the fact that so few used it and it primarily relied upon that unfamiliarity in order to gain the upper hand against an opponent. Other than that, it was actually a more difficult style to learn and implement for the user. The only thing that we really need to worry about right now is losing concentration or that our heartbeats may be heard. Commented the Sith Lord to himself as he began to hear footsteps coming down the hall. Karin had warned him of the man's movement so they had taken cover, lest they be caught out in the middle of the hallway. He knew that the next 10 meters of hallway had no doors or other rooms to hide inside and it was best to stay right where they were and wait it out. As the footsteps got closer, both he and Karin held their breath on instinct while they both hid themselves from being sensed. As the shadow of the apprentice could be seen on the floor, Plagueis made no move for his weapons and focused entirely on cloaking both of them as well as slowing their heartbeats. Making any move for a weapon would instantly put most well-trained Jedi and Sith on alert. Seconds passed by as the only thing either of the two heard were the steady footsteps on the metal floor panels. The shadow came and went, moving down the hall and walking around the corner. The gate was unbroken and there were no pauses or slowdowns. Still, neither of the two moved as Plagueis waited until he felt through the force that it was all clear. He was concerned about the fact that Karin appeared to be turning blue, but the real problem was what would happen when she took her first large breath. Covering the girl's mouth, he waited until the last possible moment and coaxed her into taking a shallow and moderate breath instead of something heavy, loud, and desperate for air. Taking several moments to let Karin breathe, he waited until the redhead could talk before wanting to know the whereabouts of the Zabrak. He's moving farther away at a steady pace. Karin informed him in a whisper and he nodded before taking the lead again and moving for the security systems. The building had its own security and holocam system that took note of everything happening inside the building and in every room, which was how the system had been designed when it was installed so many decades previously. However, it just constantly recycled every given period, likely a few days, so nothing was permanently recorded and could be used against the Sith should the hideout be discovered. There was also many switches throughout the building that could be used to erase and destroy the entire security room and main computer for the building. What they needed to do was continuously copy the security information and transmit it to a receiver that was placed somewhere else on the planet. That way the signal was short-range and harder to detect. Plagueis knew he would also have to modify the security settings to not detect that signal or at least overlook it, and they had to either use the building's own communication system or hide one of the transmitters that they had brought with them. XX. Transmitting a specific signal to the surface, Borvo's freighter was allowed to land just outside the largest of the three cities. None of the starports on the planet were large enough for the length of Borvo's vessel, and Naruto made a note of that on his datapad near the end of his list. Disembarking, they were met with no hostilities, though Borvo's men had no idea that 3 smoke demons were currently watching them from the rooftops of different buildings. They were part of the group that Naruto had created before leaving and were in charge of the security for that particular city. The twilight skies of the planet were exactly as he remembered them, impossible to tell whether the sun was setting or rising. They had landed in the same city as on the first trip to the planet, as it was the closest to the hideout where the leader of the planet, Mordo, stayed and kept his ships. I'll need to do something to bolster this place in case someone else tries to take it. The smoke demons won't be enough considering that I only made 9. They can take care of anything but they can't talk or act as a leader. I also have no idea what would happen if they were on a starship when it was destroyed. Can they survive in space? Naruto wondered as he took the group of Borvo's pilot and 2 others along with HK to a waiting skiff. Once they met with Mordo and informed the fake ruler of the deal and to hold up their end, he could finally start looking for a ship to take. Hopefully the one that he wanted was still there. XX. Each looking through a pair of electro-binoculars, Plagueis and Kabuto watched the landing port of the Republic Executive Building from a rooftop of a residential tower miles away. The executive building was the location of the offices for the senators of the Republic and was close by to the much larger Senate Rotunda. The infiltration and tampering with the Lemerge building had been a complete success, and now they were moving on to the Sidious's Senate office. With the transmitter set up and hidden in one of the abandoned buildings in the works, they could transmit signals from Coruscant to just about anywhere in the Republic and even into the Outer Rim. The transmitter was rigged with several security devices to hopefully alert them if it had been compromised. The signal was also masked through all of the other signals going out on the holonet and extremely difficult, if not impossible, to trace unless the transmitter was found and bugged. Plague Ace decided that rather than transmit to Naboo, they could use the recently procured Star Jewel as a type of mobile receiver for all of the information. The vessel was equipped with a holonet receiver, which normally cost a fortune to have aboard such a vessel. From the ship, the transmissions could then be sent to Naboo. Since the ship needed to stay off the radar for at least a year, they could move the yacht around to various planets that Plague Ace knew of, which were formerly owned and strip-mined by the Lemerge Power Company. Now they were stalking senators and not taking their eyes off the executive building. They had borrowed an airspeeder and were ready to leave at a moment's notice when they finally identified a good patsy. Trying to follow speeders from far away was difficult enough through the skylanes of the extremely busy planet, so they waited for something headed towards them so it was easier to follow. D4 was with them and in the speeder, while the others, especially Karin, were back at the parked ship and ready to take off. As Plague Ace had believed, the redhead was unable to deal with all of the people that she could sense within her radius, which was over 1 million in the portion of Coruscant that he and Kabuto were in. Even trying to sense out, she was submerged in a sea of moving people and started to become sick as the sheer number overloaded her and caused something akin to motion sickness. "This is quite something," commented Kabuto as they watched the sunset on the horizon of the endless city. He never imagined that a city could become so large or expansive as to cover an entire planet. "Exactly how far are we above the surface?" he inquired of the much more knowledgeable Sith Lord, and Plague Ace, while not taking his binoculars off the dome-shaped building, responded, "More than kilometer, possibly 2 from the surface, and there are other levels to consider as well that are underneath was once the surface of the planet and in what was once a canyon-covered surface. At those levels, light from the sun is sometimes unable to reach, and such areas are referred to as the underworld. Very dangerous, with high crime and strange creatures created over thousands of years of a very different evolution from the rest of the population. The area where we are is home to only the wealthy and privileged. Most of the planet's population live hundreds of stories below us." Kabuto took in all the information and smiled at the fact that such an amazing-looking world had such a seedy underbelly beneath its many levels. He had been in the cockpit when Plague Ace was piloting the ship down to the planet, but that was no comparison to riding around in the open-top speeder through the air traffic. It had been both exhilarating and terrifying. As they both continued to keep lookout, Plague Ace looked to the timepiece that he had and noted that Sidious time on Naboo was already over. The esteemed senator was likely on his way back to the planet. If his apprentice had stayed as long as was planned on Naboo, then they had a day or more at most, but that hinged on too many variables, and Plague Ace wanted to get finished as soon as possible. He was even willing to skip monitoring the residential tower in order to get out undetected. Spotting another personal transport taking off that they had just witnessed a senator board, the pair watched with anticipation as it slowly lifted off from the landing port of the executive building and started to head their way. Without a single word exchanged, Plague Ace moved to the speeder and got it started up, while Kabuto slowly moved to the opposite seat while keeping his sights on the personal air speeder. XX. Entering into a familiar junkyard, Naruto tried to keep the small smile off his face as he had seen a familiar ship still where they had left it. HK followed him into the shop but said nothing as he perused the shelves. The owner turned around and welcomed the new arrivals before recognizing him as a repeat customer. The man was an older human, with white hair and in well-used clothing, showing that he spent quite a bit of time in his junkyard or perhaps tinkering. While Plague Ace had sold the ship, Naruto had been the one to deliver it to the yard. "Come back for your ship?" the man joked, and Naruto quickly nodded that he had. The man's eyebrows raised in slight surprise at being correct, but he decided not to question it. 60,000, in good currency. The man gave us his price for the ship, and it was Naruto's turn to be surprised at the price. That was about 15,000 shy of the price that the ship cost new, and he knew firsthand how used it was. 10,000. Naruto shot back, and the man blew him off, insulted by the price. "That ship isn't the same as how you left it with me. I've fixed it up right and good. The hull plating has been fixed. I replaced an escape pod, so it actually has one. The cockpit door was replaced. I fixed the water damage to several auxiliary systems, and I replaced that horrid reactor as well as upgraded the hyperdrive." The man claimed with quite a good deal of pride behind his words. "What was wrong with the reactor?" Naruto asked in a calm and serious tone. The man gave an amused face before answering. "It was jury-rigged and improvised to an incredible degree. The power output wasn't constant and varied too much. Nor did it provide enough power for all the ship's systems to properly operate, and the hyperdrive was nearly fried by the inconsistency." Gripping the edge of the countertop, Naruto wanted to contest that he had done the best that he could with what he had on hand, but refrained as he didn't want to admit that it was him that had done the deed. Deciding to change the subject slightly, he inquired about something that was very important for the coming journey. How fast is it now? A new model of this type was released with a Class 3 rating, if I remember correctly. The way you brought it in, it was maybe a Class 2 with the modifications it had. With the new reactor and what I put into it of my own modifications, I would guess it's now closer to a Class 1. Said the man with a smile, and Naruto could tell that the older man believed every word of what he stated. This old man knows a few tricks and is pretty handy with a spanner. He boasted, and Naruto couldn't help but smirk at the statement and the smiling junkyard owner. Does it have a full tank? Inquired Naruto, and the man promptly nodded. I'll pay your 60,000. Naruto agreed and went to his bag to retrieve the money he had brought. Do you take Nova Crystal? The man quickly nodded and was quite surprised that someone so young was going around carrying 60,000 credit equivalent in Nova Crystal, and the fact that he wanted to buy back the ship. What's your name, brat? The man asked while Naruto counted out the money. Thinking before answering, Naruto decided to go with what Plagueis had decided and said, Men Maruchar. Wrath Obeth. The man replied, and he held out his hand for Naruto to shake, which he did. You some kinda explorer or something? He questioned, and Naruto replied, or something. Deciding to continue the conversation with something he had wanted to ask for a while, Wrath said, I wanted to ask you when you first came to me, but I wasn't sure until I got a good look at it and found it was the same ship, but, you didn't happen to find or see the man that this ship originally was owned by? A man named Doro. I know it's been such a long time. Asked the man, and Naruto could tell that he seemed quite concerned. I found it crashed on a planet in wild space, but no one was aboard. All the escape pods were launched though. Naruto explained, and he didn't look the man in the eye but continued to get out the correct payment. A saddened but understanding Wrath nodded in response as a brief period of silence followed. The ship had better be as you claim, and I better not get stuck dead in space. I'll come back here, said Naruto as he finished getting the money out. Even if the newly named Wrath believed in his own statements, that didn't mean that all the work that had been done would be as good as was claimed. They may get along well, but he barely knew the man or his work. Wrath chuckled at what he thought was empty threat until Naruto added, and so will the droid. Looking to the droid in question, HK immediately turned from looking through the racks, and his photoreceptors glowed at Wrath. The owner took a slight step back before looking back to the boy, only to find his money was on the table and the newly named Menma was already walking out the door. XX. Standing in a luxury apartment suite, Plagueis removed the identification that they would need from the unconscious senator while Kabuto checked the woman's vitals and proceeded to lay her down onto the couch. The Sith Lord had quite easily incapacitated the senator with the Force before she even made it to through her apartment door. The best method for getting into the executive building that Plagueis had come up with was to pretend to be a senator. Find someone that was just leaving, follow them back home, take their identification information and head back to the building. With the use of Kabuto's henge, they could disguise themselves and claim to have forgotten something inside the building, bypassing the guards on the outside and gaining access to the office level. Bringing along D4 would be suspicious, but it couldn't be helped. They needed the droid in order to get past the locked door and break into the security systems to gain control of the feeds for Sidious as well as perhaps a few other offices. Having access to security holocams from multiple private Senate offices and conference or meeting rooms would be invaluable and was too much of an opportunity to pass up. Such information could be used to great effect. It was far more difficult than just getting feeds from one office, but he never had such a chance before. Spying on the closed-door meetings of the Republic Senate could be priceless in terms of getting blackmail information and finding out what some senators and their interests were really up to. The individual who was unlucky enough to head in their direction was a junior representative for the planet Mercana and also represented the interests of the corporate alliance, which was composed of various companies and owned multiple systems in an area of the Tingle Arm in the Outer Rim. Plagueis couldn't complain at the choice. He needed someone, and the more time they spent, the closer Sidious got to Coruscant. Getting everything that was needed, the pair left the room and proceeded to the landing port level of the building in order to commandeer the senator's ride. They had a window of several hours, but Plagueis hoped to take only an hour to get everything taken care of and to return, putting everything back in its place and leaving no witnesses or evidence of ever having stolen a senator's identity to break into the building. Before finally leaving, Kabuto had informed him that Naruto had messaged and apparently needed a stasis tube, possibly for Teiwaya. That was not something that he had expected nor knew anything about prior to Kabuto mentioning it. He knew exactly where they could procure such an item, but at the present moment, he had to push that information and questions aside to focus on the difficult task at hand. XX. With 2 ways to travel, Naruto had chosen the route that allowed him to have more time to study Orochimaru's notes, which was the journey back to the Abonis system from Saray. A clone could man the helm as he wasn't needed for instinctive astrogation since it was specified route that had already been traveled twice. Tossing another scroll into the pile that had formed on the ground of his captain's room, Naruto went for the next scroll, only to find that he had run out. Damn! He cursed as he had still yet to find anything useful that could help Teiwaya. Calming his mind, he remembered that he still had one source of information available to him. It wasn't something that he wanted to do, but he still had more time until reaching the bonus system, and it would be wrong not to try everything that he could. Closing his eyes, Naruto looked for the tug of the seal in order to enter his own mind, not for the Kyuubi, but the seal made it much easier for him to journey into his subconscious. Finding the right path, so to speak, his mind left the cabin as he delved inward. Losing touch with his real body, it was replaced with a representation, and he opened his eyes to find himself standing in almost waist-deep water in a metal corridor with many offshoots that greatly resembled the main hallway of 42. Trudging through the water and even using the cold structure of the hallway to help pull himself along, Naruto passed the doorway that would have taken him to the seal. It was closed off, and a large expanded version of the four-pronged seal was written on the stone wall that barred the way. Glancing at the wall, he noted the cracking along the outer edges and could hear something coming from beyond, likely the Kyuubi raging at being completely sealed away. Adopting a more serious face from the smirk he had quickly worn concerning the Kyuubi's fate, Naruto pushed on and turned down a hallway towards a room that he knew about. At the end of the long hallway, he turned to the only doorway and walked up a long ramp that took him out of the water. The metal floor of the room quickly ended, with a mass of moving flesh replacing the cold sterile metal. It wasn't just the floor, as the walls and even ceiling were made of the flesh material. In the center of the room were three figures that were almost completely encased in the pink flesh. Two of them Naruto didn't know, as they were previous hosts of the Snake Sennin, but the third was the head of Orochimaru. It had yet to be completely encased in flesh, and Naruto moved towards it, stepping out onto the flesh, and he grimaced at the squishing sound his footfalls made. From reading all the scrolls, he had come upon the man's notes concerning the Fushi Tensei and how Orochimaru was using it in order to prolong his life by devouring the souls and inhabiting the bodies of others. The host bodies didn't last long though, but the souls of the hosts were never really killed or completely consumed. They resided inside Orochimaru's mind, and now they resided inside of Naruto's, having turned the Snake Sennin's jutsu against him. His twisted soul subdued by Naruto's and unable to do anything against him, or at least that was his understanding of the jutsu from the notes. Reaching out his hand towards the Sennin's head, Naruto stopped and immediately pulled his hand back as the eyes of the head suddenly opened. He nearly took a step back, thinking that Orochimaru would start chuckling in that peculiar way that he always did, or start talking about how he wasn't really gone. The head however said nothing, and the eyes remained dull and unfocused. "Creepy son of a bitch," Naruto commented as he tried to get control of his racing heart, which, as he thought about it, wasn't actually real but seemed to be beating out of his chest nonetheless. As Naruto looked into the yellow slit eyes, he found them oddly familiar, perhaps something he had seen recently in a nightmare. Ignoring the feeling, his hand made contact with the man's forehead, and he began sifting through the memories contained within. Though he had devoured the soul, the memories had not become a part of his mind. This was something he was actually thankful for. The Snake Sennin had done a lot of crazed experiments on men, women, and children. If half of the things he had heard about or learned from the memories of Jiraiya were anything to go by, that was only the tip of a deeply disturbing past. Pushing aside anything not related to jutsu, jugo, the cursed seals, and senjutsu, Naruto soon gathered together a large amount of information and began draining it. Though he could have gone over it all where he stood, he decided to leave and do that in his cabin. That particular area of his mind was way too creepy to stay in, and he actually wasn't sure if he was even in his mind or not. Taking his hand off the former member of the Sennin, he went back the way he came and ended the technique to get back to his room on 42, where he could meditate and sort through everything he had drained. XX. This is where we briefly part ways. Plague Ace informed Kabuto, and while the Sith Lord obfuscated the security systems in their area, Kabuto ended the combined henge. The smoke soon subsided and Kabuto reformed the henge of the core Ivor female, while D4 broke into the electrical and computer room that they were standing at. As soon as Plague Ace and the droid were inside, and the disguised Kabuto was walking away, the Sith Lord ended his usage of the Force on the security systems and went to work inside the room. As D4 unlocked the office door for Kabuto to eventually enter into, Plague Ace ordered the droid to also bring up a list of all the current senators and their representation. Activating the small holographic projector in its upper head, D4 displayed the long list and slowly scrolled down as Plague Ace took in all the names and what planet or organization they represented. It had been almost 16 years since he had been alive and almost 20 since being active in politics and backroom dealings in his quest for gaining power and influence in the Republic. Therefore, most of the names of the list were not ones that he recognized. Most Republic senators did not stay in politics for more than a few terms. Spying on the offices would be easy. Even the office of the Chancellor of the Republic had security systems that monitored everything that went on. They could be turned off, but many didn't, as senators weren't supposed to have something to hide, and the security information in the Senate building never left the premises. It all was transferred to the archives in lower levels and deleted at a later date. Such a system was expected to provide transparency for the Republic Senate, but simply did nothing as senators found somewhere else to talk or disabled the security devices for more private conversations. And I will be able to use that for maximum benefit for us, thought the Sith Lord as he changed tactics and had D4 tamper with the entire system, making it so that every time the security system was turned off in a given room, it silently reactivated itself to continue monitoring the room as well as saved the information until the system was turned back on. Only Sidious' office and a few others would be monitored continuously. While D4 worked at the computer terminal, Plague Ace took a console and started rewriting many protocols for the building. The security tampering was actually the easy part, making sure that the information was sent to him was the hard part. Signals going to and from the Republic Executive Building were monitored, and it would be difficult to try and plant a transmitter because it was more likely to be found as the building was regularly maintained. Several of the buildings in the works had been derelict for decades, so it was less likely to be found. The best alternative would be a virus that would send out the data embedded in or with other signals, but how would those signals be routed to the transmitter? Plague Ace contemplated as he hadn't completely thought that part of the plan out. Taking a segment from his student's handbook, he decided to improvise after gaining access to the building. The Mustafarian host body's eyes opened as Plague Ace had an idea. The Executive Building and Senate Building regularly exchanged messages, and the Senate Building also broadcast Senate deliberations during most of the meetings. People could tune into a specific channel on the Holonet and watch the Senate meetings, but it was also broadcast on local channels all over Coruscant. That could work, thought the Mutant as he began rewriting computer code using the Force to help him tamper with a few systems in order to get everything to work properly. All I'll need to do is have the transmitter hidden in the works receive and transmit the local broadcast signals, and then later decode any of the hidden information. I can use their own information network and monitoring systems against them. Plague Ace thought as he set to work on at his console and worked in tandem with D4 to set everything up. Kabuto would have to wait in the senator's office for a while, but he should be able to make everything happen in about an hour. I wonder why no one has ever thought of this. He idly questioned but ignored the thought as he continued with the work. XX. Reviewing so much information was relatively easy when using the Force, however, making sense of everything was a different matter altogether. So Senjutsu is the combination of chakra and a normally undetectable energy field called natural energy. And natural energy exists around everyone in the sky and in the ground. In order to become a sage, one has to learn how to not only detect this energy field but to gather it and mix it with physical and spiritual energy. That sounds kinda familiar, admitted Naruto as he reviewed everything he had learned from Orochimaru's memories. Apparently the Snake Sennin had journeyed to a location called Ryokai Cave, where the snake summons live, and learned about the existence of natural energy from the White Snake Sage. The sage was an incredible long and old snake that lived there and was the spiritual leader of the rest of the snakes. To learn to feel natural energy, Orochimaru had covered himself in special senjutsu venom that the White Snake Sage produced from its fangs to first be able to sense natural energy, and from then on tried to sense it without any aid. Only by being completely still was a being able to correctly mix the three energies and become a sage. Failure to complete the mixing could lead to the user turning to stone. Despite Orochimaru's great ability and genius in all things jutsu related, the Snake Sennin was never able to completely become a sage because he had already started using the Fushi Tensei and his host body could not handle it. Instead, Orochimaru had used Jugo's bloodline as a way to alternatively harness senjutsu chakra. Jugo's clan apparently could passively absorb natural energy. However, something in the passive use of natural energy and mixing caused a great surge in aggression and rage should he lose his temper, which started the production of the enzyme and transformation. Having looked at all of the information, Naruto found himself greatly confused. How many different energy fields can there be? He wondered as he considered the existence of natural energy that he had just gained knowledge about. It sounds quite similar to the Force in the description, were his thoughts on the matter, and he could see many similarities. Plague Ace's original explanation of the Force to him and the explanation of natural energy by the White Snake Sage were very similar. It would explain how Jugo is able to communicate with animals. If he is constantly taking in small amount of natural energy or the Force, and mixing them with his chakra. Even I can't talk to animals, and I believe there is one or more Force powers associated with communicating or controlling them. He only starts to transform when he is angry, and that certainly seems like the dark side of the Force at work. He thought, but that explanation did not explain something. I've never felt Jugo ever gather the Force, and I failed in every way that I tried to mix the Force with chakra. Naruto remembered as the many different attempts an idea from Plague Ace flooded into his mind. They simply would not combine, though he had never tried sitting completely still and not moving at all. Even if I succeeded, I likely wouldn't have been able to correctly mix it right away and would have turned to stone. It took Orochimaru months to be able to properly sense and start gathering natural energy, and still more time before realizing that he was limited by his host body. I've also never felt Jugo use the Force or gather the Force, but his ability is supposed to be passive, and I have no idea what senjutsu chakra feels like. I've noticed how Jugo's chakra suddenly feels more powerful, but I've never felt that it being combined with the Force. How would Jugo's body be able to gather the Force since he has no midi-chlorians? He questioned and found that he simply did not have answers to prove or disprove the theory of natural energy and the Force being the same energy field. The fact that the Force and chakra could augment each other was still something he always found odd. For two completely different energies, they were quite compatible when used separately. If I tried to absorb the bit of soul in Teiwa's seal, I would also have to take in the senjutsu chakra that is attached with it, and since I have no idea how to control it, I guess that I would turn to stone. He concluded and didn't like what logically made sense. If the force and natural energy did turn out to be the same thing, then this would be much easier to wrap my head around. I'd just need to figure out how to combine it with chakra, but I've already proven that didn't work. But if they are the same, then why didn't it work? Naruto raged as he grew more frustrated with his train of thought. Despite wanting to drop the entire subject, he really wanted for natural energy to be the force. It made sense to some degree, because if another energy field existed on his planet, then why hadn't Plagueis ever felt natural energy while on Ebonis, or why hadn't a sage or those able to use senjutsu ever felt the existence of another energy field? Jugo's ability to use his transformation suggested that natural energy was also present in the rest of the galaxy, so why hadn't Jedi or Sith ever noted a second energy field? If Jugo is able to gather a small amount of the force and combine it with chakra, then why can't I make any headway? If Orochimaru and Jiraiya of all people can start combining the two, then why did I completely fail so many times? It can't be that I was just not sitting still. If the two are the same, then I'm able to gather natural energy regularly because of my midi-chlorians. And it was at that point that Naruto stopped his train of thought. The one difference that existed between himself and all those that could use senjutsu was the fact that he had microscopic bacteria in his blood. They allowed him to feel and manipulate the force, and from what Plagueis had told him, the midi-chlorians weren't mindless and were intelligent. What if the reason that I couldn't combine them was that my midi-chlorians prevented me in order to keep me from turning to stone when I failed to combine them correctly? He reasoned and remembered that the first time Orochimaru began combining natural energy with chakra, he started to change into a snake and would have turned to stone if the white snake sage had not intervened. If natural energy and the force are one and the same, that means that Teiwaya is suffering from an ailment brought on by seemingly the dark side of the force combined with chakra. Orochimaru is certainly the equivalent of a Sith, and from just sensing Teiwaya's seal, I could feel a strong malevolence. Teiwaya is likely one of the many people that can't properly use senjutsu, unlike Jugo, and thus her body is being destroyed by Orochimaru's combination of the force and chakra. Every time she used her seal, her body was slowly being damaged. However, this means that I can't help at all, unless I'm able to combine chakra and the force, which I can't do that because my midi-chlorians are possibly preventing me. Though I wonder if a strong application of healing using the light side of the force would help heal Teiwaya's body? Either way, it doesn't seem as though I can do anything. He realized, and the theory made his head spin. It sounded crazy, and there was still no proof that natural energy and the force were the same energy field. There were however elements of the theory that made sense. It explained Jugo's odd ability to speak with animals, those animals that had chakra and those outside of Ebonis that did not. Jugo was using senjutsu instead of channeling or manipulating the force, so it could conceivably go unnoticed by either him or Plagueis because it wasn't actively being done. Apparently no one was able to manipulate nature energy on its own and had to first balance it with their spiritual and physical energies instead. Considering he was the only ninja with midi-chlorians, it made sense that only he could manipulate nature energy or the force on its own. It also explained why the force and chakra were able to amplify one another, because it was possible to combine them. However, even if it is true, none of it really helps Teiwaya unless I can do the seemingly impossible. Even if Jugo can use senjutsu, that doesn't mean that he can absorb it from the seal, and I'm not sure what to do about the piece of soul. I only managed to defeat Orochimaru because he was using the Fushi Tensei and I turned it on him. I don't know how to absorb pieces of soul by themselves. I also don't know where that cave is that Orochimaru found. He took such a winding path, and that place isn't on any map, nor is the mountain that Jiraiya went to. Naruto lamented and opened his eyes from meditation. Days of research had created more questions than answers, and it seemed that Orochimaru never bothered creating a way to remove the seal, nor did he likely want it to be removed. XX. In just shy of 2 days, Naruto had made the uneventful journey from Sarefer back to the Ebonis system. Combined together with the trip from Nebo, it meant that the total journey that had taken just over 5 days in 2 ships, compared to 7 days in the old 42. Quite the improvement, thought Naruto as he looked out at the planet that was the fourth from the Ebonis sun, which was a large gas giant with about 6 moons. The ship was sitting stationary out of planetary orbit and was positioned looking directly at the small blue dot in the distance that was Ebonis. Naruto was not completely sure why he had come out of hyperspace close to his home planet. If he followed the path exactly, he should have exited hyperspace at the edge of the system, millions of miles away, but for some reason his navigating had ended up there. Having enough of staring at the small blue speck, Naruto turned the ship around and prepared to make his first completely uncharted jump into hyperspace towards the coordinates that he had for the lane system. Normally his hyperspace jumps were on or at least following minor hyperlanes. A few had been shortcuts, but certainly nothing as long, as uncharted, and possibly through an anomaly as he was now attempting. Calming his mind and pushing out all other thoughts, Naruto focused on using the force to guide his navigation. It was all that he had to rely on and what he needed in order to make it to his final destination, or at least to come out of the journey alive. Moving his hand to the navigational controls, he began inputting a course towards his ultimate goal. Opening his eyes, it felt rather nostalgic to be putting his hand on the ship's hyperspace lever once again while within the Abonus system. For a second time, he was leaving his birth system and traveling to something else. Though this time I'm going even deeper into the unknown. Naruto thought with a smirk and pushed the lever forward, watching as the ship accelerated into the forming hyperspace window. XX. It's quite possible that we passed Sidious in hyperspace. Mused Plagueis as he tried to mediate in his quarters. He actually found it difficult to calm himself down after spending an entire day running around Coruscant, breaking into government buildings, and infiltrating his apprentice's hideout. It was the most involved he had been in such subversive actions in more than 2 decades. Historically, he had liked to use third parties or look to his apprentice to take care of things. It had become rare for him to be so hands-on in the completion of such a daring task, and he had rarely led others. They had managed to get off the planet without setting off any alarms, that he knew about, or getting caught. The data that would soon be gathered from both the Senate and Sidious would be invaluable to any future actions. Everything had gone rather smoothly for such a rushed and partially planned maneuver. When he had left Naboo, he had no detailed plan, and that was really a first for him. He always liked having a well thought out plan and escape, or he relied on Naruto. So this is how he must feel when he gets away with it, commented Plagueis as his thoughts turned to his student. Aside from the debacle on Tatooine, everything had been going well as of late. The castle was quickly becoming a very good hideout, and with a good deal of work, it could turn into a lucrative operation. He envisioned being able to use the small courier ships to not only deliver wine to customers but also to use storage scrolls and make extra money by delivering arms shipments for Borvo. With a single scroll, which would easily get through any planet's customs officials as some kind of artwork, they could take a huge shipment, that would normally require the cargo hold of a medium-sized freighter, inside of a small courier vessel. Despite making Naruto think that he wanted the boy to enter the legislative youth program, he knew that Naruto would not make it. There were other public service programs available for youths, but the legislative program was usually the starting place for everyone. Those that simply couldn't cut it in that program, were able to choose something else after spending at least 2 years in it. However, should Naruto fail the program, he can be allowed to enter something else, immediately. Mused Plagueis as he was sure that Naruto would indeed fail or perhaps get kicked out the legislative youth program. That was fine, since there was another program that he planned for Naruto to join and spend the rest, or at least a good deal of his remaining public service time in. One that would hopefully teach him, or at least force him to learn more patience and discipline. As the Sith Lord's thoughts turned away from his student and towards resuming meditation, he suddenly recalled that Naruto had asked for a stasis tube. A slight frown adorned his host body's features as he realized that he had forgotten to get one. It had slipped his mind, as well as Kabuto's, which was understandable given their successful break-in at the executive building. We should be able to stop at any number of places on our way back, reasoned Plagueis, but he couldn't help but wonder exactly why they needed one. It did give him a bad feeling through the force, and he knew it had to do with their suddenly lethargic crew member. XX. Sitting in the cockpit with a fully charged, polished, and alert HK, the bags under Naruto's eyes and bloodshot eyes made him look pathetic by comparison. When he had started the trip from Naboo, Naruto had asked the droid a single question before setting off: "Can you translate Rikutan?" The droid had been curious at the inquiry but simply replied that he could. Naruto had asked him to come and told him they were ultimately heading to Len. He could tell that HK had recognized the name, but the assassin droid said nothing more. After spending 5 days traveling to the Abonus system and almost another 4 in transit to the Len system, Naruto was starting to wonder if there was something wrong with the droid. He had never known HK to be so quiet. In the last 3 days, the droid had spent almost all of that time powered down in the ship's galley, and in the days before, after leaving Saray Fur, HK spent quite a bit of time inspecting the ship and checking for any problems. It was nice to know that the droid was looking out for them, but he half expected HK to inquire as to why they were heading to Len, or perhaps make some kind of comment about his past. The meeting before arriving on Tatooine had all but convinced Naruto that HK had been owned by Ravan, but he was starting to wonder if the droid didn't remember going to the Rikutan home world. "I'm actually not completely sure he was ever there or not. I just assumed that he was." Suddenly realized the very fatigued Naruto, and he decided to just forget about it. The past 4 days had been hell. Navigating by the Force alone meant that Naruto had to remain in the cockpit for almost the entire journey in order to make minor course corrections and keep them moving while avoiding all of the perilous dangers of uncharted hyperspace travel. Some of the other dangers he had not considered did not become apparent until the second day, when Naruto took the ship out of hyperspace upon coming to a planetary system. He had planned to park the ship on the dark side of a moon so he could get some sleep, feeling that simply having the ship sitting idle in open space was more dangerous. His plan, however, did not work out, as the long-range sensors suddenly picked up something. Before he had a chance to find out what the unknown ships or perhaps even space stations were, he had already plotted a new course out of that system and entered hyperspace. He hadn't expected to come across other ships. That was when he realized that traveling through uncharted space to an empty system was not the same as traveling through empty space. There could have been any number of advanced or equivalent civilizations along the way with technology no one from the known galaxy had ever encountered before. Though the chance existed of finding a friendly group of people, he was not willing to stop and chat. Naruto was not on an exploratory mission, or stupid. From that point on, he had only taken short breaks from the pilot's seat, mostly for the bathroom, and kept the ship in hyperspace as long as possible. The only other problems that he had encountered was the first time that he had accidentally fallen asleep and was rudely awakened when the ship exited hyperspace in an asteroid field. "I'll sleep when we're there," he kept thinking to himself, and was simply too stubborn and overly cautious to stop the ship and rest. Long bouts of meditating while piloting helped, but it also wasn't sleep. The last time he had fallen asleep behind the controls, he was surprised when he awoke to find HK sitting in the co-pilot seat, and he decided not to question it. That had been 2 or 3 hours ago, and now they were finally nearing their destination. Pulling back on the lever, the ship exited hyperspace, and a huge planet as well as a moon came up fast as they decelerated to normal sublight speed. Looking at the large gas giant, Naruto examined the sensor readings and found that they had arrived at the 5th planet in the Leon system. Remembering back to the star map, he recalled that Leon was the 4th planet in the system bearing its name. About to pilot a course towards the planet he was after, both pilots looked to the controls as an indicator flashed. As Naruto determined exactly what the sensors had detected, HK took the controls and piloted the ship to the nearby moon. It had an icy, frozen surface with hardly any atmosphere, but Naruto paid little attention to the destination and more to the sensors, as he quickly found that they had detected something in orbit of the gas giant. The object was just out of view from their position. It was not another moon, and it had a faint electrical reading coming from it, meaning that it could be a ship. The size was larger than 42, over 3 times the size of their ship, and it did not appear to be moving safe for a stable orbit of the gas giant. As HK touched down on the rock, they powered down all the ship's systems and waited for the moon to rotate and hopefully bring the object into view. Inhaling and then exhaling slowly, Naruto waited as patiently as he could to get a better look what the sensors had detected. It took nearly an hour for the moon to rotate enough that the gas giant came into full view. Pulling down his goggles, Naruto zoomed in on the planet and tried to find what the sensors had detected. It took several seconds before an object came into his zoomed view, and Naruto magnified as much as he could to get a better look and determine what they were dealing with. What he saw was not a starship, but it was a space station. He couldn't determine anything about its purpose through the goggles, but it didn't appear to have any running lights or other indicators on. The station was cylindrical with the bulk of its structure and being higher than the center of its overall height. It had sensor arrays jutting out from the top in addition to solar panels, and the bottom part appeared to be for docking. Observation: a small Republic outpost. Likely very old and most assuredly abandoned. HK informed him, and the droid quickly turned back on the ship's systems before asking, inquiry, should we ignore the station and move on? Naruto had yet to take his eyes off the station, and he noted that parts of it were rather damaged as well as looking quite worn. Remembering that the sensors detected power readings, Naruto decided that it might be best to take a look. XX. While Naruto maneuvered the ship to dock with the derelict station, HK prepared for boarding. There were no life signs aboard, but he was prepared for anything. Naruto would have gone with him, but he didn't have a spacesuit and the station had no atmosphere. The ship shuddered slightly as the docking procedure was complete. I'd like any navigational or sensor data you can find, and anything else that could be useful, like supplies, Naruto said over the COMM link. Standing in the airlock, HK acknowledged the communication and sucked the atmosphere from the airlock back into the ship before he forced open the doors to the station. The doors revealed an utter blackness that the lights inside the airlock of 42 could only partially illuminate, as metal flooring and an empty storage area. The incredibly low temperatures and darkness did nothing to make the assassin droid hesitate, and with blaster rifle shouldered, HK cautiously moved into the station. With no life signs present, there was still the chance of droids or automated defenses. Something in the station was still operating and had power. Bypassing the inoperable turbo lift, HK chose maintenance access routes and climbed up a ladder into the main levels of the station. Prying open another door, the assassin droid peered through at the hallway and proceeded to check every room in his search for supplies and targets. He found an empty barracks, communications room, main operations room, mess area, and more empty storage rooms. It didn't take him long to determine that nothing of interest was left in the station, so it had either been decommissioned and left adrift or abandoned and picked clean by someone else. Disappointed that he had not found something to shoot, HK proceeded to the bridge or operations room so he could try and access the main computer. Checking all the consoles in the large and dark room, HK found one that had some power running to it. Using the strap of his rifle, he removed a layer of frost and dust from the screen so he could start accessing whatever systems that he could. The vessel's reactor was completely drained, and the only source powering the station were a few of the solar panels which still partially worked. The storage batteries were likely dead, and so there was only a modicum of on-demand power to work with. Checking to see the power allocation, HK quickly discovered that the majority of the power coming from the solar panels was being directed to the sensor array. The array was draining power but it wasn't working properly, and a quick check to the sensor logs showed him that the logs had stopped a few centuries prior to their arrival. Either the array had become damaged or something in it had ceased operating, so HK powered it down. With power to work with, the droid diverted everything to the main computer in the operations room. The change was immediate as a few lights in the room started to flicker to life and his auditory sensors picked up several devices and systems slowly coming back to life. Accessing the main computer allowed him to view all of the station's records, and he quickly surmised that the outpost was not military but for monitoring. There were only minor exterior defenses and shielding with no internal defenses at all. With power back on, he quickly disabled the communications system to ensure that no signals were automatically sent due to the reactivation of the main computer. Quickly scanning through station logs, he learned that the station had been put in place shortly after the destruction of the Star Forge. The Republic had wanted to monitor the system, specifically the planet Len, and it had been fully operational with a dedicated skeleton crew for a number of years before the systems were placed on automatic and left to continuously monitor the system while reporting any disturbances. The station was not designed for monitoring continuously for the over 3,000 years since its commission and had likely been completely forgotten about. He noted that as the centuries passed, the systems had eventually started to break down or fail, and soon only the sensor system and log computer were active. Sifting through the very long sensor logs, HK found the most recent active log and discovered that nearly 1,000 years prior to their arrival, the sensors picked up 2 ships entering the system. One ship arrived shortly after the other, but only one of the ships left the system. The logs were only days apart and nothing had been noted since then. Taking out a data chip, HK downloaded the entire sensor logs and started looking through other databanks. Though the station had no engines or hyperdrive, it still had navigational charts and other information about the system as well as surroundings area of space just outside the system. HK also found that no communications had been sent or received for a very long time, and the communication array had been damaged almost 2,000 years prior to their arrival. Finding no other valuable information, HK wiped everything from the station's databanks and headed back to the ship. Getting in the airlock, he closed the hatch to the station and told Naruto over the intercom system that they could disembark. As he moved away from the airlock, he expected to hear the ship disengaging from the station but instead heard nothing. The ship did not move at all. Realizing that he did not get a response from the cockpit, he took out his weapon and headed down the ship's long hallway. Inner thought, something could have gotten onto the ship while I was searching the station. With that in mind, he slowly moved towards the cockpit, ready to shoot anything that could have snuck onto the ship. Finding nothing amiss and no sounds coming from any of the rooms, HK moved past the communications room but couldn't see anyone in the pilot's chairs. Putting his back to the wall to keep from being surprised from behind, he quickly moved into the cockpit and pointed his weapon at the only occupant, an asleep Naruto sitting in the main pilot's seat. Despite usually being very alert, the blonde-haired meatbag did not wake and showed no signs of even being disturbed by the weapon pointed at him. Standing up straight and lowering the weapon, HK was again disappointed. He hoped that the ship hadn't been overrun by a crazed droid or perhaps some unknown life form that had incapacitated his comrade. Closing the cockpit door, just in case, the assassination unit set his rifle down by the co-pilot's seat and took the controls. Disembarking from the station, he set a heading towards the nearby 4th planet in the system. The sublight engines would reach the planet in a few minutes and he had no problem waiting as he kept the long-range sensors actively searching for any contacts, signals, or anomalies in the system. He knew firsthand that the Len system was full of surprises and the last thing that he wanted was to be caught by that disruptor field again and crash on the planet's surface. His memory concerning the planet was not completely intact as he recalled bits and pieces of their arrival and the subsequent battle that took place. Those were good memories, up until the battle ended and Master Ravan soon left for an unknown destination. Scanning the incoming planet, HK found that the majority of the debris from the space battle had been caught in the orbit of the 4 planets close to the Sun. Somehow Len attracted far more dark-colored debris than the other 3 planets which were closer than it to where the Star Forge was destroyed. As the blue tropical world came into view, HK thought about waking the pilot but decided against it. He had a good idea where it was that Naruto wanted to go on the planet. With infighting between Rakuten tribes after the fall of the Infinite Empire, most of the planet's surface was destroyed and there was only a single building on the entire surface that would have been of any interest. Fortunately, he knew exactly where it was and once he got past the debris field in orbit, he could land the ship right next to it. XX. 2 blue orbs started to open but squinted and were unable to focus. A bright light prevented him from seeing anything out the cockpit windows and still disoriented from waking up, Naruto didn't understand the situation. Completely forgetting about arriving in the Len system, Naruto thought he was still navigating and immediately sat up as he believed that the ship had exited hyperspace because it was flown too close to a star. Taking the controls, he started to try and pilot the ship but found all the systems were unresponsive. Panicking, he looked up at what he thought was impending doom but suddenly found a blue skyline as a cloud moved over the sun and blocked its rays. Confused, he stood and leaned forward to get a better look, only to find that the ship was currently parked on a flat grassy area, overlooking an expanse of ocean. Taking a deep and calming breath, he slumped back into the comfortable seat and wiped away the tiredness from his eyes while feeling embarrassed. Thankfully there was no one around to see this. He thought with a sigh and knew that he wouldn't be able to live it down if one of the group had. Announcement: we've landed on Len, also known as Rakata Prime. Came a voice from just behind him and Naruto nearly jumped out of his seat as he hadn't heard the droid approach. Thinking about it, Naruto decided to confirm his sudden suspicion and asked, "How long have you been there?" Reply: "Since before you started to wake and your poor organic eyes and puny meatbag mind were confused at our current situation." He saw everything, damn it! Thought Naruto, and he quickly ordered, "You will not share this moment with the rest of the group." Though the droid said nothing, his photoreceptors glowed and Naruto had no idea whether that meant acknowledgement of his order or not. "Where are we?" he finally asked as stood from the seat to properly stretched and moved his neck to try and relieve some of the ache from his awkward sleeping position. Statement: "I set the ship down next to the Temple of the Ancients," replied the droid, and Naruto's eyes widened right before he strained to look through the cockpit windows in order to catch a glimpse of the building. Looking out the right side window, he managed to see part of a white stone building, and realizing that he didn't have to merely look out the window, he ran to the landing ramp. Forgetting to even ask that the atmosphere was breathable, Naruto went right outside. Stepping onto soft grass, Naruto looked over the building as he idly started walking towards it. He half expected to find the building in perfect condition, similar to how the star maps could repair themselves, but that was not the case. The tall white structure appeared to be in disrepair, with many discolorations and numerous portions where stones had come loose, been broken off, eroded by weathering, or were perhaps damaged by some other means. The heaviest damage within his view was at the main entrance to the temple. The ramp going up to the entrance suddenly ended, and there was almost a crater beyond that point where the ramp, entrance, and part of the structure had been blown apart. Numerous stones and broken pieces were scattered all around the damaged ramp, and the entrance was partially caved in. "No way!" Naruto said out loud as he took in the entire building. It was not what he had expected. Though the uppermost parts bore a resemblance to the star map's design, it was not jet black as his mind thought it should have been. The building was less than 100 feet tall, with a tower segment that stood out of a round and much wider bottom segment with sloped top. He idly wondered if the building had a strong dark side presence to it, but was suddenly struck by the presence he felt coming from all around him. He hadn't noticed until that moment, but the entire planet seemed to be steeped in the dark side. The force was not only very strong on the planet, but the presence it gave made him feel quite powerful. Inquiry. Suddenly came a voice from behind Naruto, and he broke from his staring to find HK moving towards him, fully suited up for a battle it seemed. "What is it that you are looking for inside this temple?" the assassin droid finally asked, and Naruto didn't need to wonder anymore who the droid had once belonged to. "Anything that can be useful to me. My master told me many stories about this planet, but since he had never visited it, I always wondered if there was something more to it. About 1,000 years ago, a Sith came here in order to find artifacts associated with the dark side, and apparently only managed to find a single holocron once belonging to Ravan. I'm hoping that he overlooked something, enough to make this trip worthwhile," explained Naruto, and he noted the droid's sudden twitch at the name he had mentioned. "Recollection: the last time I was here, the temple was sealed with a unique force field that only the native meatbags could open, but it appears that it won't be of concern. I also remember a powerful disruption field being generated from this site, the controls being in the upper levels. Ships that were not properly shielded against it had their systems overloaded, hyperdrive damaged, and should they be closet to the planet, were caught by its gravity and crashed on the surface." The droid explained from its memory, and Naruto stood with his mouth open at the very relevant information that the droid had just given him. Was Darth Bane not interested in such technology? He wondered and decided to get things started. He had already wasted enough time with his nap, and they were still on a timetable. Making a cross-shaped hand seal, no less than 40 clones were created, and they soon moved towards the building. Several went around the perimeter while a few started moving up the sides, with the rest jumping right inside the entrance. XX. Being summoned by the calls of one of his clones, Naruto moved towards one side of the damaged entrance ramp to find several clones attempting to lift a stone that was apparently covering something that was important. Coming to a stop and watching the clones struggle, Naruto simply said, "You idiots. I can use the force." The clones all stood and started scratching the backs of their heads as they realized what he was getting at. Moving out of the original's way, Naruto easily lifted the heavy stone to see what was beneath. Naruto genuinely smiled as he found a severed arm that had been embedded into the ground due to the stone's weight. What caused the smile, however, was not the forearm with remnants of skin and clothing, but the cylindrical weapon that was still grasped in the remains of the hand. Using the force, he wrenched the weapon from the hand and floated it in the air so he could get a good look at it. The outer metal had likely once been very polished, but had developed a distinct patina to it from being in the ground for so long. It appeared to be in good condition, and anxiousness overrode caution as he pulled the lightsaber into his hand and tried the switch. Nothing happened. "Damn, I got all excited too," thought Naruto as he held the weapon and found it far lighter than he had imagined it would be. Though he had seen Plagueis weapon activate, his master would not let him hold the lightsaber. Seeing the damaged area in the ground and to the stone, he realized that it had been left on after the arm was severed and likely the battery had run out. He was however very curious about finding the arm and weapon. HK had just informed him of the sensor information from the station. Apparently Bane was not alone on his journey and had some unexpected company. The fight ended right at the entrance to the temple. Naruto realized as he looked to the arm of what had likely been Bane's opponent. Where's the rest of him? Naruto wondered as he looked around, thinking that the arm had been severed. Looking back to the damage to the building, he began to rethink how the battle had played out in his mind and started to believe that perhaps the man had been part of the explosion. Then maybe I won't find the rest of him. Found another one! Yelled one of the clones as it ran towards Naruto from the opposite side of the ramp with an identically shaped weapon. Holding onto one, and looking at the other, it was very evident from the juxtaposition that hundreds of years near salt water had not been as kind to the one weapon while the other had spent the time hidden beneath stone and far safer from the elements of the tropical world. The outer casing of the second lightsaber was completely rusted through on one side and Naruto wondered about how the internal components had fared. Quickly looking towards the temple, Naruto was alerted through his connection with his clones inside that they had also found many damaged droids, some of which appeared to be partially fixed by the unique Ricket and self-repairing technology. Take them, said the original as he handed the lightsaber over to one of his clones so it could be transported to the ship. Two of his other clones had found a device on the summit of the building but it didn't appear to be operational and the turbolift door was also locked. That could be the controls for the disruptor field. He thought and decided to enter the building himself in order to try and determine if there was power heading to those systems and if he could access any other systems in the building. HK was already inside and he would need the droid in order to translate whatever he found. XX. Moving through the sublevel of the temple, Naruto found that numerous lights were still working and they provided enough illumination for him to get by in the dark hallways. Turning a corner, he found HK waiting and he then focused to find the location of the clone that had contacted him. Finding the clone, Naruto led the droid down one of the hallways and made a left, moving a short distance and finding another one of the strange doors. Most of the doors he was used to were completely solid and opened vertically or horizontally. The Ricketan apparently preferred individual segments of door that each opened vertically from the center and not all at once, with a slight delay on each to make it unique. The control panels were also situated on the door at the center segment. Stepping through the door into a good-sized room, Naruto looked to his clone, who was sitting on a small ledge on the wall. Is the door locked? He questioned to the clone, motioning to the door on the far side of the room, opposite the one he and HK had just walked through. The room was the last item that had been discovered, his clones having explored everything else and even used jutsu to move through the walls and make sure there were no other secrets. Aside from the computer or console on the summit, the room was the last mystery. It won't budge, said the clone and Naruto looked to the strange tiles on the floor. 9 were arranged together in 3 rows of 3, with the 10th tile attached to the side closest to where Naruto was standing. Some of the tiles were colored red while others were white. I think it's some kind of floor puzzle, the clone informed him as it stepped forward onto one of the tiles and changed its color. Inhaling and exhaling to calm himself down, Naruto asked, and you've been messing with it? The clone shrugged in response and wouldn't meet his eyes, which made Naruto want to punch it. Looking to floor tiles and then looking to the door, Naruto did the obvious thing, he reached for his sword and walked around the floor tiles. Stopping in front of the door, he stabbed forward at the door, intent on cutting his way through but found resistance. The blade struck but made no sound and was partially deflected, but the strong stab still resulting in a hard jarring motion to Naruto's arm. Flexing the elbow of the now sore arm, Naruto switched hands with the sword and tapped the door with the blade. The metal of his sword made no sound on the metal of the door and looking closer, Naruto discovered why. Refraining from turning around, he asked the clone, when you mentioned that the door wouldn't budge, did you actually mean that you couldn't touch the control panel because of some kind of force field that stopped you? I guess you have to solve the puzzle first, explained the clone, and Naruto replied not to the clone but to all the occupants of the room with, shoot him. A quick flash from a single blaster fire told Naruto of the impending rush of memories from the deceased clone. After viewing everything that the clone had done and seen, Naruto mumbled, I don't like puzzles. Walking away from the door, Naruto moved to the wall adjacent to the door and again tapped his sword against it. The weapon made no sound on the carved rock wall and Naruto proceeded to go to the opposite side where he received the same result. Turning to HK, who was still holding the weapon that killed his clone, Naruto said, I'll be right back, and he quickly sheathed his sword while making some hand seals and started sinking into the ground. Less than a minute passed before a hand appeared out of the ground directly beneath HK and grabbed the droid's leg. Channeling Earth Nature Chakra through the metal of the assassin droid's armor plating, HK was soon sinking into the rock floor as Naruto pulled him in. XX. Coming out of the floor, HK surveyed the room as he was taller than Naruto and his head came out first. Naruto soon followed and he too looked around the dark room. It was larger than the room outside with 4 pillars that surrounded a central, slightly raised platform on which sat a single large piece of technology that resembled the control panel on the summit that his clones had seen. Making sure that nothing else was in the room and knowing that HK seemed as clueless as he was about the device, Naruto stepped forward and stood in front of the machine. Looking over its various panels, it appeared to have touch screens, but the language was not anything that he recognized. Before he could look back and have HK come and help, a masculine voice emanated from the device and spoke in a language that he did not recognize. Stopping himself from taking a step back, Naruto was about to ask HK when the droid interrupted him. Translation: Welcome. A moment of silence passed as Naruto got over his surprise and tried to think of what to respond with or say. What are you? He simply asked and hoped that the voice was not just some kind of recording. This was confirmed when it responded back with a much longer sentence. Translation: I am a completely self-sufficient, autonomous, interactive database constructed by the Rakata to record and store the entire history of the species. Naruto raised his eyebrows at the explanation and he started to smile as his hopes for the device started improving greatly. Before he could say anything else, the voice sounded again and he waited for it to finish and for the translation by HK. Translation: Normally those worthy would have to solve the puzzle outside, however I may be willing to make an exception. By what method did you use to get into this room? I used a technique that allows me to move easily through solid rock. Naruto elaborated and he hoped that the computer was interested and made the exception. Translation: Most interesting. I have not recorded anything similar since my creation. My sensory input systems tell me that your composition is slightly different than the humans that the builders enslaved. Your unique appearance in this room and compositional differences have now been added to my database. Waiting a moment to see if the computer would ask anything else, Naruto considered all that he wanted to ask and started with, then, am I allowed to access your database? Translation: Yes. Since the collapse of the Infinite Empire, there have been few events worth recording and no one has sought to access any significant portions of my database. Pushing aside his other questions, Naruto deciding to first to ask something that had been plaguing him since the computer started speaking to him, has anyone else been here to access your database in the last 1,000 years? Translation: Yes. One other came here and dissimilar to you, he solved the puzzle and was allowed access. This individual sought knowledge on artifacts hidden in the temple but I was unable to help because of the language barrier between us. Unlike your droid, he could not understand Rakuten and soon left. Ignoring the bit about the puzzle, Naruto thought, so Darth Bane was here but he ignored the device. I guess I'm lucky he didn't destroy it after not being able to communicate. Are you fully functional? Naruto quickly asked as a follow-up to his thoughts on Darth Bane's encounter with the device. Translation: My system is operating at peak efficiency and due to my ability to monitor and repair myself, you will find the information in my archives is fully intact. Please choose the topic that you wish information on. This is it. Naruto thought as something he had wanted for a long time was possibly about to come to fruition. A part of him never thought he would have such a chance or find such a computer. He hoped but always remained firmly set in reality which told him that he wouldn't be able to get the information that he was really after. The feeling of leaving Ebonis may actually pale in comparison to confirmation of my next few questions. Naruto thought before asking something general and moving towards what he specifically wanted. You mentioned that you contain the recorded history of the Rakuten. I am very interested in their great technological achievements. Do you have detailed information on these achievements? Naruto waited on bated breath for the computer to finish answering and for HK to translate into basic. Translation: I have detailed information on all of the builders' technology and achievements. Recordings from across the former Infinite Empire have all made their way into my system. Which specific topic would you like to know about? A feeling of great success and victory soon rushed over Naruto and he quickly answered, the Star Forge, but he also added, I want to know if you have detailed plans for the Star Forge. Rather than answer, Naruto watched as a small device emerged from one area of the curved computer console. The device was actually something he recognized, only much smaller. The hollow projector opened like the star map and projected a colored image of what must have been the Star Forge. The projection had various detailed information in what Naruto assumed was Rakuten. Next to the main picture of the factory was a smaller image that kept changing multiple times a second and Naruto realized after a few moments that it was displaying details of every system on the space station. Like all Rakuten engineering, it's a melding or fusion of extremely advanced technology and dark side energies. If the formerly enslaved species of the galaxy were able to figure out how to modify the Rakuten hyperdrive system to run off other power sources instead of the Force, then it should be possible to do the same for the Star Forge. The modified hyperdrive was able to visit any planet instead of just the one strong in the Force, and a similarly modified Star Forge should provide all the benefits and abilities of the original, with none of the downsides. Naruto thought as he continued to stare, enraptured at the hollow projection. I want more. Naruto suddenly thought and decided to ask another question. You mentioned earlier that you are a self-sufficient and autonomous. Does this mean that with a little hard work, I could remove you from this temple? Translation: This would indeed be possible, but for what purpose would you do this? I was created to be placed on this very spot inside this temple. Naruto took a moment to gather his thoughts and come up with the most logical statement, or at least one that would coerce the machine into willingly coming with him. I didn't expect to find such a computer on this planet. I thought perhaps that it would be a wasted trip, but now I find myself in a conundrum. Len is very far away from where I am currently living, and I have so many questions concerning the builders. I want to know everything about them and their technology. Though old, it is far from obsolete. I want to learn about their medicine, force techniques, weapons, ships, space stations, and everything that I can. The best solution that I can see, is to not keep coming back here whenever I have another question, but to take you with me. Naruto waited a moment for an answer, one that he hoped would be in his favor. Translation: I have recorded your statement in my archive and am ready to leave whenever you are. Creating as many clones as he could to help lift the computer, Naruto went to the door and activated the console, which opened it so they could leave. As he stepped through the once barred door, he looked to the floor tiles. Solve the floor puzzle first, he childishly mocked at the no longer present clone and proceeded towards the exit with a very large and genuine smile on his face. XX. Heading back through hyperspace towards Ebonis was much easier than it was the first time. Knowing about the asteroid field and following the same course allowed Naruto a bit more time to sleep, though he had difficulty given how anxious and excited he had become over their new guest. The Rikutan computer was going to placed on his level of the castle, and he decided not to tell Plagueis about his detour or discovery. There was much work ahead if he wanted to redesign the Star Forge, and it would likely take decades to come to completion, but he was willing to put in the time and effort. Going to be rather late getting back to Nebu. Naruto realized as by the time he was back, it would have been about 18 days that he was gone. That exceeded what he told Plagueis and Teiwaya by 4 whole days. Though he was reluctant, there was one thing that he could do: we are in need of more storage scrolls. I need parchment. Bringing back fresh scrolls would eliminate unneeded questions concerning the extra days. Not thrilled with sneaking back onto Ebonis, he decided to do it since it was on the way. While closing his eyes and trying to concentrate on his astrogation, Naruto found his thoughts traveling back to Sarayfur and to what the junkyard owner Wrath had asked him. It was something that he had thought several times during the long journey. When leaving Ebonis for Sarayfur, he had never stopped to think about the escape pods that had been jettisoned years before his discovery of the ship. Someone had been alive to use the pods, and he still had the ship's logs that had been saved to D4. So he knew when and where the pods had been launched, and since most pods had only a very limited hyperdrive system or no hyperdive, he could narrow down the location rather easily. As long as they aren't completely crazy from spending almost 16 years on an uncharted planet. Why not? He thought and started looking through the ship's old logs that he had on a data chip. XX. Unnamed planet. Unknown region. XX. Hearing a slightly familiar sound, a bearded man walked to the door of his shelter. He was wearing tattered pants with an old belt where he kept his knife. Before thinking about venturing out, he took hold of the spear that he kept by the side of the door. He'd survived living in complete isolation on an unknown planet and knew that his mind would sometimes play tricks on him. More than once had he thought he heard the sound of a ship, and it had nearly cost him his life when he ran to some of the native fauna. Cautiously coming out of his makeshift shelter, that included a crashed escape pod, the former starship captain named Doro made sure that nothing was around before he turned his eyes towards the sky. Though he saw nothing at first, a metal ship soon started moving across the sky to the south of him. He could tell that it was flying at medium altitude, just below cloud level, and he stared in disbelief for a few moments before cursing at his stupor and running back into the shelter. Fumbling with the emergency beacon, he connected the power to it from his single solar panel and impatiently waited for it to start up. "Come on! Work, you son of a bitch!" He yelled in frustration at the device and turned to find something else that would help. Tossing aside trinkets that he had collected over his more than decade stay on the planet, he finally found the flare gun. Running out of his shelter and then remembering to check to see if the gun was loaded, he aimed in front of the ship and fired the lone emergency device. Seconds passed by which felt like an eternity as he waited desperately for the bright flare to be noticed or for the beacon to turn on. When the ship began to slow down and start turning in his direction, he collapsed to knees and wept. XX. And Make 1, arriving at the estate. Standing on the hangar, and looking up at the estate, the group all strained their necks to look up at the structure that was apparently going to be their new home. The collective response was to stand with mouths slightly open, that is, until Karin broke the silence. "I'm a freakin' princess and this is my castle," she screamed before running off toward the building to find a door, cackling along the way. That wasn't strange enough. It seemed that one member of the group was not even looking at the estate with the same look as all the others had adopted. "A lake!" Suijutsu yelled with reverence before running straight off the landing pad and flopping into the lake as if he was trying to hug the body of water. "Suijutsu calls dibs on the lake," said Gozu, and a few people had a good laugh before Teiwaya started walking towards the building. "Are you a princess too?" questioned Miizu to the other redhead of the group. Though at the moment she was loath to admit that she and Karin were friends because of that outburst, Teiwaya quickly responded, "Fuck you half-wits. I'm going to claim the biggest room. Thinking over what she had said, the rest of the group looked to the castle before then looking back at each other. Even Suijitsu had jumped up to the ledge of the landing pad after hearing the remark. A moment of shifty eyes, darting back and forth between each member, began before some unknown trigger caused the mass rush to the building. The demon brothers were in the lead behind Taewia until they started shoving each other and ended up tripping on each other's legs. Jugo was next in line before a weight landed on his shoulder and Naruto pushed off him, gaining the lead and throwing the orange-haired teen off balance. Snakes however soon wrapped around Naruto's legs and caused him to stumble. A chuckling Kabuto took the lead until he heard a poof of smoke behind him and realized that Naruto had been a shadow clone. Movement caught his attention out of the corner of his eyes as he spotted the vague outline of a figure, but he was unable to block the oncoming punch that caught him in the kidney and caused him to trip. Removing the Toton Jutsu, Naruto took the lead again and could feel Suijitsu running beneath him on the underside of the landing pad. Taewia was well ahead of the group and he realized that Karin was already inside the building. They planned this. He correctly guessed and cursed before he felt Suijitsu make his move. Running over to the edge and then along the side, Suijitsu moved to the top of the landing pad and was intent on smacking Naruto with the flat side of his blade. Before he got the chance, an open-palmed hand was shoved in his direction and his body forced completely off the pad. "Fuck your invisible powers!" yelled the white-haired teen before splashing into the water below. Making it to the door that was near the landing pad, Naruto turned the corner and nearly ran into the closed door. Pounding on the door, he could feel Taewia on the other side, making sure that none of them managed to get in. "Bitch, it's my estate!" He yelled at the door so she could hear him and Taewia laughed before responding, "Fuck you, short and spiky." Pushing herself against the doors, she knew that it wouldn't take long for others to arrive, so she yelled up into the open building, "Karin, hurry and find the best rooms. I'll hold them off like we planned." Laughing maniacally while running up the stairs, Karin thought, "Complete fools, as if I was that unbalanced. The best rooms are ours." As the others that he had foiled started to near the door, Naruto knew of another way in and force jumped to the side of the building, proceeding to run up the outer wall and towards any open window that he could find. Still standing next to the ship, Plague Ace watched the circus performance and looked to the two Twi'leks that hadn't moved an inch since the impromptu race started. "You two have no idea what you've gotten yourselves into," he said directly into their heads and started walking towards the castle. He had to admit that the word castle was quite fitting for the building. It didn't matter what the others thought or who won the race. He would get whatever room he desired, one way or another. Anne and Tan were still looking at the spectacle before one said to the other, "That one is running up the side of the building, and now there's 4 of him fighting the others off." Her sister soon responded, "Jugo just started following him up and snakes are coming out of that one's arms."